whistle sounds and the quarter-final is underway, and Araduki takes it down for France, back in the side, and going into play at halfback is Palisson, but now he makes way for Yashvili to pump it high. Could be a fair bit of kicking in this game tonight. Roucherie gets through, but England have it under control. 5 metres on their own side of halfway as Ben Youngs reaches in. Wilkinson slings it wide, and England moving it right from the start of the game. And there's an opportunity here for Tuolangi, and he's gone close to the touchline. In fact, he's into touch. Ian Smith is sidelined tonight.
Wonderful evening and absolutely perfect conditions, Grant. I've got to say, crowd split down the middle when you judge the reaction to both sides coming out. It is an occasion befitting such an important match between two great foes. France, well, they hit rock bottom last week. You've both said that the week is a long time in rugby. The first 10 minutes, so important that they get themselves in this game.
William Servat to throw. First line out, lobs it in. And well taken down by Nelay. France looking to turn around disappointing pool performances at this Rugby World Cup. Yashvili again. This one coming down just in English territory. It's been beautifully weighted though, and it's been knocked down. Play on, says the referee. So obviously he felt that France knocked that one back, as Youngs swings it wide for Flood. Wilkinson at second receiver on this occasion, and the kick is put through by Foden. Oh, and just getting his foot to it was Para. In fact, it was Yashvili, and that was a beautifully weighted kick.
Well, interesting strategy from England, and this doesn't surprise me. They've done this before in big games where you expect them to kick, but when they come out, they give the ball some width. They've done it so far. Cleverly weighted kicks. So France, early on, have to defend a set piece from England close to their goal line.
So Steve Thompson, what a great attacking opportunity for England. Oh, France have stolen this away. That's been beautifully done, and hacked away downfield by Para, and England scrambling back. But, well, competing in your defensive lineout, you don't see it very often, but France have really done well there.
Oh, they must have worked out England would go to the front, because that's Nelay who got a hand to it. Yashvili clears, and Para whacks it downfield.
The veteran Lionel Nelay, a former captain of France. Now Steve Thompson to throw. I've got to say that the numbers on the English jerseys are an absolute waste of time, as Young goes back. Now snapped up by Nick Easter. 5 out from the 22, and Young's preparing to bang it away downfield once again. Coming after this is Palisson, and good chasing by England, and ball snaffled as well. The tackler was in a good position to do so. Flick back now, and England going wide. Roucherie couldn't quite intercept. He's opened it up though, as Foden makes ground downfield, taken in a high tackle, but he got up and went again, and England get there with Youngs once more. Now short pass. Youngs once more. This time it's Flood. In comes Fato from the left wing, as Youngs again. Flood quite often playing as a first receiver here in the number 12 jersey. Now here's Wilkinson. Drops the pass off, and right near the 22 once again. It's wave after wave here from England, although it's a loose pass. Straight through the arms or the legs of Lewis Moody. France have thrown quickly, but they've made a bit of a mess of it. Now they've got a big kick away downfield, and boy, there's some weight on that kick too. And it's going to go inside the 22, which will help the clearance. And Foden lets rip downfield, and he's got a nice angle on it as well. And this time France don't go quickly. Well, there's been plenty of movement.
There's been a great deal of movement. England giving the ball width, the French defence up to it. Roucherie very nearly cost France when he went for an intercept, but their cover defence scrambled well. A lot of movement early, Ian Smith.
Well, there is too, and there's been some very accurate kicking, which has enabled both chasing lines to compete. Lewis Moody's got a cut above his left eye. I think it's an old scar reopened, but he'll have to have that attended to very shortly. But he was the reason England had that opportunity. His turnover was outstanding.
Servat throws. This time it is taken down by Pape. And France now trying to put a bit of heat on. Servat lines it up nicely for Yashvili. Now here is France, but crunching tackle in midfield by Tuolangi. And he's there. And he's offside in the finish. So is that the first penalty of the game?
Yes, it is. And it was an interesting attack from France. They drove initially, then they peeled away with Servat. And just when they looked like they were going to use the forward runners, they went deep to Para, where Tuolangi had spotted that. And if Para had been able to get that away, there was real space available. But Tuolangi spotted him, did it very well indeed.
Manu Tuolangi, youngest man in this English team at just 20 years of age. Servat this time works it down the back to Bonaire. Yashvili. A no-look pass, and sure enough, there was no one there to take it. So now Yashvili once more. Goes wide to Pooks. As Yashvili once more. Para hands it on. Mimos held up off the ground here by the English players. Now if he can't get this to ground, it's good strength though. And the ball should be freed here now. So Rougerie stands over it. Now here's the skipper, Dusatois. Again, England trying to hold up off the ground. Now back to Para. Now this is awkward for Foden, but he's got plenty of time. And he claims the fair catch.
Just a little bit far from Para. Idea wasn't bad. You don't see an up and under on the post very often nowadays. He just had a bit much weight on it.
I think the first thing to note, Grant Fox, is that France have taken their game to a new level. It was so low last week, it had to be better, but this has been strong and very accurate. And it was Maxime Medard from fullback who played loose forward and managed to get that ball from a dangerous maul situation where they could turn it over. They're going all right, the French.
Well, you can see they're in the house tonight. You can see it in their eyes. Last week the lights were on, but there was no one home. They didn't turn up against Tonga. Well, they've turned up tonight.
8 minutes gone, first half. No score. Servat. And this time stolen by England. Very good work in there by Tom Croft. Now it's held by Nick Easter as England move up towards their own 10 metres line. Moody standing wide if he's needed as the first receiver, but Youngs looks like he's about to unleash another kick. And he's put this rather too far. Palisson is comfortable. And France from the back. Medard. Nicely done. Teams up with Dusatois. Up towards halfway as Yashvili away for Para. Running strongly is Mimos. Rougerie well taken by Tuolangi, who's defending extremely well as Yashvili gets it again. Now a charge from Nele. And France looking very much as though they're in business here tonight. Trying to step his way through was Mermos. In fact, it was the left winger Palisson. Now Yashvili. Para running from deep is Mermos. Not getting over the advantage line though. And here is Pape. And penalty. England penalised, not allowing the player to release the ball. And this should be a shot at goal here.
Some good control of the ball by France. At times they are making the advantage line well. At other times they are not, but they are patient and controlling the ball. They're getting support players there quite quickly, so they're able to recycle. And so that penalty was just from pressure applied from a certain amount of possession. And Yashvili Well, he's a sharpshooter, this guy.
46 metres. If there's a slight breeze, he might be into it, but nothing really to speak of at ground level. This is good work, but the player involved here, just going off his feet ever so slightly, as well as not releasing, was Toby Flood, the number 12 for England, not being able to play the ball first up. So here's an opportunity, and Yashvili has had a really strong start to this game. He's the little general. He's running the cutter for the French.
.45 metres away. Beautifully struck. Well and truly over. And France have drawn the first blood.
Absolutely flush. He would have had another 10 metres on that easy. The beautiful striker of the ball is Yashvili. Economical action. Gets through the ball well.
11 minutes into the game at Eden Park as Wilkinson makes the restart. And too far. Oh, bad mistake. And a rare mistake too.
And are we first scrum of the match? I think we may well be. So just Wilkinson's cooking away to his right. As I think that Moody's been asked to get attended to with his blood, and that's right.
There's been a few minutes coming, actually. They might be able to stitch it up on the field, but it is an old wound that has just reopened again. Yeah, so here's an opportunity for the French, dead midfield, to see if they're going to bring some enterprising back play into this. But they have had, well, a start that they didn't want, England. Not so much the 3-0, it's just that they've let France believe. They've let France into this in a big way. And that's what they couldn't really afford to do.
Well, France, as we said earlier, week's a long time, and you can find your self-belief and your confidence in a short space of time like a week. And the start is all important for France. So far, so good. So this is the first scrum of the match. Right in the middle of the park. Just a standard split. France, 2 to the right, 4 to the left.
Crouch. Touch. Pause. Engage.
France with their key man back. Nicolas Mars across on the tight head side. That's a pretty solid scrum. Aaron Ordicki takes it off. Veteran player. 75th test match tonight. Places it for Yashvili. Now the runners led by Pape. Yashvili again to Servat. Now Dusatois. And they really are confronting the English. Here's Para to Mermos. Pops the pass. But well read by the English defence as Yashvili shovels it off again to Pooks. Now it opens up Yashvili. A running chance here. Vincent Clair. And only 5 or 6 metres away from the line here. Looking for quick ball as Nelle leads the charge. It's a different France tonight. Now Yashvili. Here is Mermos. And England being called on to defend. They've only conceded 1 try at the tournament so far. Here's Vincent Clair. Can't turn it back in field. And it may well have come off an English player. Let's see what Alain Roland thinks. No, it's going to be England ball.
Oh, what a brilliant set play from France. They went away to the left, and then they brought the ball back where the set piece started, so they could try and defend the little numbers as best they can.
Now England have thrown long to Nick Easter, and it was nice and straight too. So Youngs can hoist it high once again. And well done by Vincent Clair again. Here they come from the back. Meda. Played on the wing earlier in the tournament. Now Yashvili digs it out. Drop kick. And he's away, and he's mistimed it badly. Morgan Para.
Just too quick. He had more time than that. He just rushed it. He had the ball on the front foot. He had a running ball option too, but they've had a bit of field position, and they want to get some more points.
Wilkinson. Bonnier waits. In fact, he leaves it for Rougerie. And England getting good numbers there. Dusatois having a scrap with Cole, and it's France. France scrum.
Well, some real commitment up front from the French forwards. England are not going to get it all their own way. They would back themselves to slowly grind away at France and get some dominance. And France will be equally determined to make sure that doesn't happen. So scrum number 2 for them. Their ball. No real blindside available, a little bit narrow.
Crouch. Touch. Pause. Engage.
Yashvili gets it in.
Advantage.
Yeah, he's got advantage. England have gone down on the front row.
White. Collapsing.
And he's got Matt Stevens for going down on the loose head side. Well, the way Dimitri Yashvili struck the last penalty, he'll have another go.
Well, Matt Stevens has had some problems before at scrum time getting penalised for collapsing. And England initially had the shunt, just a wee advantage, but then France locked up. We watch from Spider Cam. There you go, Stevens in and down, and Steve Walsh was right beside him. Pretty easy decision for him to make.
Well, range won't be an issue in terms of distance. He just cleaned it last time, as I said, about 10 metres, so this is not a problem at all. And France deserve this. They need this badly. They've got to keep this momentum going. Profit for all their endeavours.
Oh, that looks pretty good too. Right down the centre again from Yashvili. France ahead by 6-0.
Oh, he's on form tonight, is Yashvili. That is an absolute pleasure to watch. Once again, absolutely beautifully struck. Look at that. His right shoulder's forward, gets through the ball nicely, has a wee look, turns, he knows it's over.
Play restarts, Wilkinson kicks off. And a beautifully weighted kick from Johnny Wilkinson. Taken down by Von Sinclair, but he didn't have many options. Yashvili from the base makes the kick. And England looked a bit indecisive under the ball. They finally got it in the end. And Wilkinson it was. Now slung away for Easter. Rather laboured passing in midfield, goes to Flood, but he manages to get out of a couple of tackles. Lays it back for Youngs. Now here's Stevens on the charge. And another penalty coming to France here.
Rougerie.
Holding on.
Gee, England looked indecisive there. In fact, Toby Flood did quite well to get them out of a dicey situation. Held on too long.
But this is interesting, isn't it? They want to play the ball in hand, which is what you wouldn't expect. And early in the game, they did okay. Now they want to keep pressing. They're not at the right end of the field. France have now got a handle on what their strategy is, at least for this part of the match. They're defending well. Rougerie earned the penalty there. Yeah, great technique, Rougerie over the ball. It's the happiest we've seen Lieberman for a while, I think.
I think that is a big understatement.
So on the angle, it's a good 47, 48 metres. Struck this one well, but he's pulled this one. So that is a miss for Dimitri Yashvili.
Yeah, he just ripped that right shoulder back. You could see that. Got his weight on his right heel, dragged it to the right of the goalpost.
France have looked really good at this aspect of the game. The restarts, they look really well organised.
Wilkinson this time goes a long way downtown. Fielded by Maxime Medat. And this one will be around about the 10 metres line. Beautifully done by Aaron Uwadiki. And France back in possession and pushing their way down. Bounce of the ball, awkward. Can he free it? Oh, he's lost it forward. Ball is loose. And it will be a French scrum.
He's got it on a string, Yashvili. On a string tonight.
Well, when you've had a team that's been in disarray like France have, you need your experienced guys to step up, put their hand up and say, I'm going to own this game, I'm going to help our side tonight. And that man right at the moment is Dimitriashvili. You're right, Ian Smith, he's got it on an absolute string, but it's not the fact that he's kicking and kicking accurately. He's actually choosing the right time to kick as well.
Touch. Pause. Engage.
France. Good, strong scrum, but it's swinging around towards the 90. And the ball lost forward by Nale. He tried to take the short pass from Aaron Dorky. And unfortunately, from France's point of view, he spilled it forward.
Again, from Spider Cam, you could see, though, the angle that Stevens was forced into. He's almost at 90 degrees to the rest of the scrum. So this will be interesting, this defensive scrum.
I'm not sure Moody was attached either. Just quietly.
Square.
England's first scrum.
Touch.
So Dan Cole on this side.
Pause. Engage.
Against Jean-Baptiste Poux. Now Youngs.
Thank you. No binding, blue.
So the first scrum penalty against the French tonight.
Great hit by Dan Cole. He really got England up on the tight head side, and Poux went just half a metre backwards on the hit. Really strong scrum, Dan Cole.
Yes, the thank you was the call for Steve Walsh to George Clancy on this side, the assistant referee with the flag up there. He made that call on the bind.
So Steve Thompson lobs it in. Oh, France contesting again. They've done the job. Toussaint away for Para. Now Mermos, powerful charge of midfield by the number 12. A little bit disorganized there, the French, but they've got it. And Yashvili stands over it. England's defence looks well organised. Taken in by Nale. Now Yashvili for Para. Nice interchange. Here's Von Sinclair. He's got the pace. And he's away. And he's in. What a try.
Well, that all came from a line-out steal on England's throw. And that's what France can do when they're in the mood. Or when they decide to turn up. They are a difficult side to handle. Here's the line-out steal. Toussaint. They went to the right. It's a wrap-around. Mermos, Para went around, and Von Sinclair had plenty of work to do. Boy, that's a brilliant try. His 31st try and his 55th test.
Well, I'll be looking at their defence here. Ben Youngs missed the big tackle there. That's him sprawling. And in the end, it was left, I think, to Croft to make the last-ditch effort. It was too far gone by there. Some great sleight of hand in that back move, too, from the French. All-important kick for Yashvili.
And he's away, so he can't make the conversion. But Von Sinclair scores his 6th try of the tournament. So he's now up with England's Chris Ashton as top try scorer. And let's have another look at it. A few missed tackles.
Yeah, there was a little bit of slight, though, wasn't there, behind the back pass. And it came from Mermos. It was beautifully worked.
Now England go quickly with the kickoff. And it's gone into touch. And it's in fact been lost forward by England. Well, is this the same French team that lost to Tonga?
No, it's not, obviously. And it's a different team because of its attitude. It's really simply about that. Attitude can take you an awful long way. Add a bit of skill, and we know they've got skill and talent, France. And this tonight, they brought the attitude they didn't have a week ago.
23 minutes gone at Eden Park. Yashvili, the try scorer. Ball knocked on, though, and he's going to let it go. Well, there was a knock on in there for sure, made by France initially. But England have the ball at least. No, he's got the call finally. Well, it must have been a late call because it was a clear knock on.
Well, that was interesting from France, wanting to keep the ball in hand from that part of the field when they've done so well so far looking for field position. They come up with an error. In England, well, they've only had 37% of territory and 37% of possession, so they get some precious ball here.
Pause. Again.
So Ben Youngs, good attacking options. Oh, Easter's lost control of it. Youngs got away. Cleverly done. Now a chance out on the left wing side for Mark Cueto. Now Youngs again. Thumping it up is Tom Palmer. And an injured player. France has a player down, but they'll play on as Youngs. Ball is there once again. Tidied up by the skipper, Lewis Moody. Now Wilkinson gets it wide. Good spot tackle, although he missed it, but certainly France had an opportunity to regather. Rougerie, one who came flying through. As Youngs. Up it goes to Lewis Deacon. Now Youngs again. Wilkinson. Oh, it looked like he was going to have a drop kick. Instead, Flood will. And, well, between the two of them, it looked like it was supposed to be Wilkinson initially. It went to Flood, and he made a mess of it.
Yeah, Youngs missed his target. Too far in front of Wilkinson. You can see it there. Maybe a lack of communication. So, Flood, he's only ever dropped one goal in Test rugby before.
Didn't it, Grant Fox? It looked for all money, really, as an injury to Jean-Baptiste Poux, so they might take him as if Johnny Wilkinson was setting himself in the pocket, but Youngs didn't pass to the pocket. It was more a flat pass for a running move.
So here is the restart. Wilkinson waiting back. Delivers it up for Foden. Now Tuolangi. Powerful, very powerful. Tuolangi. Now can he link up? Left the man behind, and there it is for Youngs. And a poor pass. Cueto has to go back. And now it's snapped up by Palmer. Hands it off to Youngs. Wilkinson again. Big tackle by Dusatois on Steve Thompson. Youngs again for Wilkinson. A miss-out pass. Tuolangi is the danger man. They've got to get the ball into his hands as often as they can. Now he frees it up again. This time it's Flood to Easter. Ball there again for Youngs. Flood saw a gap. Dusatois has closed that gap pretty quickly. Youngs again goes short and knocked down by Ashton across there, looking for some work. Chris Ashton, he's gone right across from the right wing to the other side, but it's broken down.
Well, it's quite promising at times by England. They are comfortable enough with the ball in hand, but look at Tuolangi here. Big, powerful man, youthful enthusiasm. Needed to offload there. He just tried to go one too far. I think it was Foden in support, and it was just here. Cueto.
Classic case of a stepping centre, big powerful one too. Just piercing a gap between two front rowers, Savat and Nicholas Muff, were the two players that were just absolutely taken apart by this fellow Tuolangi. Yes, you're right, they've got to get the ball into his hand, but right now England have to get some points before half time. They must do that. Even just 3, get themselves back within striking range and on the ledger.
Well, France have been put under a little bit of pressure defensively so far by England with the width in their game, but they are coping well. Haven't really looked too likely to be really opened up. Tuolangi did just then, but other than that, no one's really had a clean line break.
Yashvili for France. Aaron Ordiki. Now, short pass to Dusatois. Yashvili, who has that strong left boot, and it comes into play once again. This one coming down around about the halfway line. Foden went in after, and here's Savat. France back in possession. Slips the pass to Mas. And the tight head prop going down. Steve Walsh has got the arm out. This could well be a penalty coming France's way. It is.
Lazy runner, number 4.
And it was a lazy runner against Lewis Deacon, who was on the retreat. Just got himself in the road.
I wouldn't mind betting Yashvili has a little look here too at the goalposts. So a ruck had formed as France freed it to a very short blind side, and Deacon was a lazy runner.
Well, that's 5. I've counted in the first half Yashvili has put there, and every single time a French player has been able to compete in the air. That's how pinpoint it's been.
No shot at goal here. Going to push it down the touchline is Yashvili. Well, it's a lovely kick too.
Yeah, it was Medard who knocked it down the touchline, and that is very handy indeed. So, boy, if France can manufacture more points here, there will be some real pressure on England. Well, they've gone to a full line out. Nothing unusual in their backline formation.
Just awaiting the call. And nicely worked. Straight into the arms of Pape. And now they're going to have a crack. Dusatois! Just a couple of metres away. And England need to get players back behind. They're going to drive hard towards the line. Another penalty coming here. Now, off it goes to Para. Rougerie. Tuolangi flies at him. Ball might have been lost forward there. And it's another penalty coming. He's going to play on again, Savat. Now Yashvili swings it wide. Para, even wider still. Back on the inside. Another one. This time Medard.
Oh, this is how dangerous France can be. They have one big performance in them every World Cup. And it's looking like tonight is the one they brought to 2011. So 2 penalty advantages in that move. So it started from a good line-out drive where Dusatois drove away here. And then they just hammered away for a little while. Great hands by Para. Poor defence here, though, because Palisson got free.
They attracted 3 players. Somehow England committed 3 players to a tackler that really was the tackle had been made. He was going to be dragged into touch. So another 2 players came across there, which left a gaping hole inside. And Johnny Wilkinson was that player trying to come across in desperation. Well, then.
They're even happier now, aren't they?
Well, they what? And they deserve to be too, because they're playing some terrific rugby. They really are, and Martin Johnson will be wondering what happened to his defence at the back of that rolling wall when Dusatois just absolutely strolled through.
And this kick is away again. So they're missing opportunities with the boot, but they're scoring tries, France. 2 of them now, 16 points to 0.
Oh, this is a very handy lead indeed, and France have dealt with the kickoffs. They've claimed every one of them so far.
And this one falls for Bonaire, Julien Bonaire, and he slips through tackles as well. England falling off a lot of tackles, and there's a chance opening up here once again for the French as Mermoz goes downfield, and again not taken initially. Now Yashvili feeds it across to prop forward Nicolas Mas. Here's Yashvili again, cleverly done by Mermoz. Gets it wide, Rougerie, and that's a loose pass. And Bonaire almost got a hold of it. And England almost booted it away downfield. There was a knock on. But, oh, boy, this is all over the show.
Grant Fox, let's go back to the start there. They went to flood, and that was pretty average, that restart.
It was worse than average. It was awful. And so France have claimed every kickoff. So that's allowed them to settle back quickly after gaining points. But, boy, the body language with France, the attitude, just we haven't seen this for 4 weeks. Boy, when they've got their backs up, they are devastating.
Might be 2 or 3 other sides glad they haven't struck France tonight.
Absolutely.
Think of any?
Pause. Again.
About 7 minutes remaining, and England will get a penalty here. And it's against loose head prop, Jean-Baptiste Poux. Slipped off the bind and down he went.
And that's the dominance that Dan Cole's got over him right now. And the pressure comes on. He slipped his bind to try and keep up, and he hasn't been able to do that.
So Wilkinson with a lovely kick. Now England have got a real chance here.
Well, they've got to get their line out right. I mean, they won that set piece there, but the line out has been pretty shoddy. Will France compete for this one?
Well, not many teams will jump in a defensive line-out, but France have turned it to their advantage tonight, and they're up after that one again, but Palmer brings it down cleanly. Now England as it breaks down. The Wilkinson pass to Ashton was lost forward. So it's all going wrong for England at the moment.
Well, they nearly opened France up, though. So different channel of attack then. They would have recognised France, have seen them go wide, wide, wide. Looked like they were going to go wide, then back in. Boy, that very nearly came off, although Medard was in behind. So they'll get a chance to clear here. It's Rougerie who's off to the right-hand side. Medard has come to the left because he's a left footer. Mermos is across to the right as well, so they've split their left foot and right foot kickers up. So after starting well at scrum time, France, England are just exerting a bit of pressure on them at the moment. Now this group here will know how important it is for England to gain at least some points, even if it's 3, as we head into the 5-minute period before half-time.
Now Yashvili gets it in. Scrum holding up all right. Clears it off to Mermos, and that's a good, powerful punt away downfield. And Foden, he let it go. Now he's going to fire it into himself. And Ben Foden, now hang on. The whistle has gone here, and it's going to be a France throw. So he must have carried it over the line.
I know. It's all good. Yeah, I know.
Let's just have a look at...
Yeah, he carried it over the line, eh?
Take advantage from Bonnie at scrum time. Don't do it again, okay?
Yes, he did too.
You, number 8.
He did too. He was in the field of play when he grabbed the ball. So that is a good call by Alan Roland.
So 4 minutes remaining in the first half. Servat goes deep. Aaron Ordicki takes it off the back. Here come the French again. Some lovely miss-out passes. Here is Meda away for Palisson. Ball is loose, and England might be able to grab this. It's very loose, in fact. And it's been knocked on, I think, by the French. Yes, it has. George Clancy getting involved there. I think he saw the knock-on. Steve Walsh may well have been unsighted.
Well, they're very secure at line out, France. A little wrap-around move. And the problem here was that Vincent Clerc needed to carry the ball further. So they got the 2 wings and the fullback together, and they had created a sort of one-on-one contest, but Clerc did not carry the ball deep enough to try and help promote Medard into a gap. And so that allowed the England defence to slide and ultimately snuff the move out.
England have got a man down.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's in midfield, and it's their strong scrummager, I think, Dan Cole.
How the hell did he get injured way out there, Smithy?
They can ill afford to lose him in this situation, because this is a huge moment in this first half. I'll tell you who else has been huge for France, and that's the man in the number 8 jersey.
Agree.
And Aaron Ordicki has been massive in this first 40.
Well, he's another experienced campaigner. Aaron Ordicki, 75th Test match, and he's another who knows that the experienced players need to step up.
Crouch. Touch. Pause. Engage.
Good hit by France. Very good hit. And as a result, Ben Youngs decided not to feed the scrum.
It was interesting just looking at that, and Savat still talking about it. He was really willing them on during that short injury break.
Crouch. Touch. Pause. Engage.
Not a bad sort of a scrum, but he was offside, was Yashvili.
No, leave that to me. Don't pull him out.
He was trying to get Youngs out of the way because Youngs was in front of the ball, and well, I think Steve Walsh was right. He needs to have a look next time to make sure Youngs retires behind the ball.
Wilkinson then with the kick. It was a good French scrum. There was plenty of pressure on.
You see where Youngs is staying. He's ahead of the ball there, trying to shield it for Easter. Yashvili wasn't happy with that, took the law into his own hands.
England nicely secured. And England with their last chance to get something going in this first half. Tuolangi. Now Youngs slings it across to Wilkinson. Here's Foden from the back, but the French defence holding up nicely. 10 metres in English territory. Wilkinson once more. And it slips a beautiful pass to Nick Easter. And away goes the big number 8 forward. He pops it up. And it's been grabbed by Ashton, who was following close behind. Can England finish with a flourish? As Flood gets it wide to Tuolangi. Again, takes 2 or 3 players to put him away. He has been a powerhouse in midfield as Youngs gets it off again to Flood. Here's Easter, who made the initial bust. Now, Ashton gets it back on the inside to Cueto. Bonnier had to make a desperation tackle, which he did. And England, well, they could finish with a flourish here as we're in the last minute. Flood hands it up to Matt Stevens. 5 metres away, England. Big part of the game, this. And it's been knocked down and knocked on. England's chance is gone.
Well, I was just about to say, in that crucial 5-minute period, it looks like England are going to get some points on the board and start to claw their way back into the match, but they come up with another error, and there's been a few of them in the handling department. And here's Wilkinson. That's a great offload to Easter. And that's Yashvili just covering shallow and behind.
Well, there's another phase a bit later than this where the ball carrier was Matt Stevens, and instead of going continually further wide with maybe a better quality player to transfer it, they went back in, and that suited the French who were stretched. And they're forced to go blind, and we saw what the end result of that was.
Well, it's going to be a line out.
It wasn't knocked on, actually hit. It might have been Cueto as he's retreating. So still one more bullet to dodge France.
Reaching forward and grabbing it was Deacon. So now England, they pride themselves in this facet of the game. Can they go all the way to the line? Thompson takes it to about 7 metres short. Now away it goes to Wilkinson. And a nice, the ball's gone loose, but it's Wilkinson snapped it up brilliantly, and Ashton can't handle it. And that might just about do it in the first half. And it does so. Off they go to the dressing sheds. What a first half from France at Eden Park.
So nothing yet from Martin Johnson, although you sense it might not be too long. See the French walk out of the tunnel. You could have thrown a blanket over them. They've been so together right from the outset.
Steve Welsh blows the whistle, and we're underway in the second half as Easter waits and spins away nicely from the tackle. So England have possession early, and Wilkinson swings it wide to Flood, and they want to get it out of their 22 as the kick goes down as far as Médard, one of the try scorers for France, and that's not a particularly good kick. And England going after it and appear to knock it on. Referee playing advantage, and no, knock on by England, and so the first scrum of the second half.
Yeah, it wasn't a great kick at all by Médard, but not coped with by England. First indication that things might be a little bit different for England. 2 wide passes, then use Flood to kick for territory.
Great battle in the scrums in the first half. Aaron Ordicki off the back to Yashvili. Flat pass to Rougerie. He's the big man. Bonaire is right beside him like a good number 7. Now laying it back for Yashvili. Here is Nalay, the veteran player who's been all over the park tonight. Yashvili again for Savat. And the veteran hooker just on England's side of halfway. Now Para away for Mermos. Here's Rougerie again, looking to offload in the tackle, can't do so. And Mermos, who was right beside him, snaps it up. England have a player down. As backing in is Aaron Ordicki once more. Now a little kick which is a mile too far from Yashvili. Now England player still down. I think it's Tom Croft, blindside flanker. So they'll hold play up here.
He's staying still for a while. I think it is Tom Croft.
Well, England is so desperate looking for turnover ball. They need points, they need possession, that it was Croft who was very aggressive at that breakdown. They almost stole off Yashvili. As he passed, he looked back as if something might have been a bit wrong. So he's getting to his feet now, which is a good sign for the England number 6.
Oh, sorry, Yashvili there. A kick was the right idea. There was no one on that side. Here's the tackle. Rougerie, well, he just got himself in the wrong position completely. And I think the impact there, but then the hip of Rougerie as he came down on Croft probably landed on his, oh, just there, actually caught his, perhaps a stray boot. So anyway, he's up, he's okay, and we're back in action.
Steve Thompson to throw for England. Nicely run. The line-out's been a little bit shaky on occasions tonight. Now Tuolangi. Rougerie goes after him. In fact, he goes after the ball. He tried to turn it over, been knocked on. He tried to rip it away, Rougerie, and the ball has been lost forward by France, and now a penalty.
You're not releasing the ball carrier.
Well, there's been no shots at goal from England so far tonight, and this may well be the first one. No.
It just might be a smidgen far out for Wilkinson. I'm surprised they didn't get Fluttergo off the right foot. Gee, that's a handy kick too. And just watch here, Rougerie on Tuolangi. The tackle's affected there, so Rougerie had no right to do that.
So England swing on to the attack. 3 minutes gone, second half.
Change of formation in the midfield. Tuolangi's in the number 12 position.
Palmer drags it down. Thompson is going to get it back. Haven't seen a lot of this sort of play from England so far this evening, and that's effective stuff as they crunch it down. Only 10 metres away. The ball pops back, and Stevens, now it's gone forward initially.
Well, this is a change of strategy. And maybe the forwards have taken it on themselves. Off that line out, Tuolangi had snuck in to the inside centre position. Flood had gone outside. They were looking like they were going to crash Tuolangi up. But the England forwards decided, we want the ball, and doing it pretty well until they made a mistake.
Well, the mistake came from Croft, and he's down again. I just wonder if he's 100%, because he just lay a bit prone after he lost control of that ball as well, and it was a pretty simple turnover by his standards. So just keep an eye on the England bench. In fact, big Courtney Laws in 19 is getting ready.
Well, they've got a 5-2 split on the bench here, England. They've got 5 forwards and 2 backs. So they're well covered in the forward department. Tom Croft stays there for the moment. Yashvili then. England looking to put some pressure on at scrum time, but it's a good one from France as Aaron Ordicki takes it away. Yashvili makes the kick himself. Fielded by Cueto. Now Foden, who can be very good from the back. But down he goes, just on the French side of halfway. Now Flood works it across to Ashton, who hasn't seen a lot of action tonight. And oh, he almost went the wrong way. He's having to hang on. Very lucky as Youngs makes the pass. Here is Croft. Youngs again. Now Flood. Flood looking to double round. Gives it off to Moody, and he's well and truly thumped in the tackle. Ball is still there though for Ben Youngs. As Flood again plays first receiver. Now Tuilagi goes wide for Wilkinson, drifting across field, needed an inside runner and got it in the form of hooker Thompson. Now Youngs again. Tuilagi, first receiver from a standing start, but some real power there from the youngster. Ball lost, I think. Looks like Dussatoir's got over it. No, he hasn't. Thompson instead brings it away. Pops it back, lost forward. And that is a knock on. And it's been snapped up instead by Rougerie. Off to Bonaire. Now Rougerie again. By gee, he's had a game tonight. Rougerie. And he's going back. Steve Walsh for the original knock on.
Ben Foden's in trouble at the back. I think got a fan fair in the eye, so the English fullback not comfortable.
Oh, it's a great defence around the fringes by France as we look in on Foden, and I think you might be right, Ian Smith.
A change has been made, as you can see, and certainly very fit, tall man, good for the line out, and they've had some issues there.
So there's Rougerie. He's had a strong game tonight. A lot of running metres, but he's carried the ball half a dozen times. A couple of offloads.
He's playing like a loose forward.
Well, so many of the positions are multi-skilled nowadays, aren't they? Guys in the midfield often have got to be involved, first man into the tackle to support when the ball goes a little bit wider from the ruck, so they've got to be very adept at the breakdown skills. So big left-hand blindside here for France. If Yashvili wants to go to the left off Aranordigi.
Pause, engage.
Matt Stevens a little bit to say to the referee there, and tight head Nicholas Maas took a nosedive there.
What's interesting that Laws, I think, is there is Maas there. Oops. Fairly good face plant. It's softer than it used to be in the old days, and that was a really hard cricket pitch.
This will be suiting France, though, because the game hasn't flowed. England have tried to get a flow. They've tried to get some rhythm. But the stop-start nature will not help them do that.
It's interesting, Courtney Laws has gone to blindside, so he must have played there on occasion, but might be a chance for France to try and exploit.
Touch. Pause, engage.
Yashvili feeds. Off it goes to Para. Missing out Mermos to Rougerie. Now Medat. Running it wide to this near touchline. Now looking for runners. Nele leads the charge. As Yashvili digs in once more. Here's Pooks. LA goes into play at halfback, takes it on. Happy to keep it in tight for the moment anyway. Servat takes it wide. Laws makes the tackle on him. Now Yashvili off to Para. Rougerie goes again. Good tackle by Wilkinson. As England try and turn this over, and they're going to get a penalty.
It seems to me that France are trying to search out Tuilagi, just very simply trying to manipulate him. Wilkinson there was inside Tuolangi, made a great tackle on Rougerie.
Interesting call. They're saying that Tuolangi won the ball here. This was the tackle of Wilkinson you talk about. Tuolangi is the player over the top now, and saying he did support his own weight, and it looked as if that was a fair call at the time he was contesting.
Eight minutes gone as Laws used in the line-out for the first time. Here is Easter again, right on the halfway line for Youngs. Now Wilkinson, on it goes to Flood. Oh, big defence coming in off his wing was Clare, holding it up too. So this is a maul, and if England can't free this, but they can, they've done really well, as Youngs gets it off to Stevens. Oh, underneath him goes Jean-Baptiste Poux. Now Youngs again, as England, well, look at the tackling. Bonaire front on, and the ball is there on the French side if they can free it, and they're going to get a scrum anyway.
Well, Toby Flood's a passenger all of a sudden at the back. It's either a hip or left ankle or something, but he is no good.
Oh, this physical battle is taking its toll, and France, well, they've just upped the ante a bit on defence. They've been organised, but now they're starting to hit really hard. England are carrying the ball a bit upright, and it's fairly easy for France to get under them, get good body position, and get an effective hit. It was Bonaire then who effectively won the turnover for France.
Well, there's one of the oldest players at the tournament, Simon Shaw. Looks like he's about to come on.
Big hit by Rougerie, wasn't it? And Flood just reeling at the end of that. Have a look at the power of this French number 13 in the tackle there. Bang!
I think his ribs might be a little bit sore, Ian.
So we've seen Simon Shaw and Alex Corbisiero in jersey 17. And that will be for Matt Stevens and also Lewis Deacon. Crowd 49,105.
Well, Martin Johnson making full use now of the bench. As I said before, he's got 5 forward replacements and 2 backs. Corbisiero on this near side as Yashvili prepares to feed. And away goes Aaron Ordaki. A long run taken down in the end by Courtney Laws, who's playing on the blindside flank. Here is Savant, taken the tackle of Palmer. They've lost the ball forward here. Yes, they have. So a mistake made by the French, and it'll be an England scrum.
Well, Aaron Ortegi's made easy meters out of the boot of the scrum every time he's picked it up. Easy blindside stuff. Obviously a set move there. Quick heel out of the boot, past Laws, who eventually gets to him. And just trying to wind back to the forwards, but the handling error came.
So new players in the scrum, and that's scrummed alarmingly, and that's gone right round. That'll be a French ball. French ball, yep.
Oh, wow. Well, not a happy camper, Martin Johnson. Just watch from above. So they turned pretty early. Some referees would penalise a side for that. Steve Walsh didn't penalise France, so they earned the turnover. There's a stitch work on Lewis Moody at half-time, obviously.
It was France who went early, so England get the free kick. Easter takes it quickly. Now Wilkinson. Oh, it's been knocked on by Tuolangi, and he's playing advantage here as Aaron Ordaki takes it away. 10 metres line in England territory as Yashvili. Away it goes to Para. Here is Rougerie again. Popped the pass up beautifully, and now Meda snapping it away to Para once more. And France, oh, they've knocked it on again. In contact.
Grant Fox, that may be justice. What about the tackle on Tuolangi? Was it early?
Well, I'd need to see it again, and we just might do that No, we're not going to see that here. Rougerie, he's been happy to carry. Great offload to Medard, who's been absolutely menacing when he's injected himself in the back line. And here is... No. Tuolangi got a hand on the ball before Mermoz touched him. Okay. So
English appealing for it all over the place, weren't they?
Yeah, well, they'll do that, won't they, when things aren't going their way. I didn't see anything wrong with that. So we're back to where we were just a couple of minutes ago when England tried to launch an attack when Tuolangi knocked on.
Well, this guy has been on the bench the last couple of weeks. It's hard to understand why that is the case. England put a big shove on here.
Not holding your weight, pulling back.
And this time he's got France for not holding their weight, pulling back in the scrum. So 1 or 2 penalties now going against France.
$20 for 9 for the French, and I can only assume that this is because of injury, because Yashvili has been unbelievably good. I'll try and get details of that. Tranduken 20.
So he'll go in that. Power will go to halfback,
yep.
Really. Well, not a bad replacement to have, Francois Tranduc. Thompson throws. It's a bit of a messy old line out, and it's a penalty. It's been taken quickly, and off go England. Not worried about the 3 points, and a good gliding run here by Youngs. Pops it up to Simon Shaw, and there's a real opportunity now for England if they can move it wide. They've got a back line stretched away to the right. If they can swing it there. Now Wilkinson goes short to Tuolangi. Again, the power of Tuolangi lays it back. Good defence by France once more. Still about 18 metres away from the line. As England... Well, it's a rare assault as Wilkinson slings it wide for Flood. Hands it on to Foden. Opens up for Foden. And England are back in it.
Just a bit of field position for England. It's taken them a while to get it in the second half. But finally, they get reward for the game they've been trying to play, and that's go wider than you would usually expect them to do.
Well, the French for the first time very lazy, weren't they, after that quick tap kick with Youngs. He made an enormous carry.
So first kick at goal tonight for Johnny Wilkinson. It's coming in the 55th minute. No problems at all. So the try is converted. 16 points to 7 and changes.
Yep, 16 for 2 in both camps. So that's Dylan Hartley for Steve Thompson, Dimitri Sarsuski for William Savat, and also Fabien Bas-Saller and 17 for France for Jean-Baptiste Poux.
So here's Foden, who just cut back against the tide of the cover defenders. France couldn't tidy him up.
So the restart made by Tranduc. And England, through their veteran, Simon Shaw, take it down. 16 points to 7 then, and Youngs punching it down towards halfway. Aaron Ordicki looking solid under the high ball. Now Morgan Para has gone into halfback, remember. Now Dusatois hands it on to Nele. Just in England territory. Para handling this for... oh, he just made it. Just made it, Tranduc.
Yeah, just off the outside of his foot, and he knows it. That he saw space in the corner. I think you'll find France here. They're going to try and close the game up. They want field position. They'll say to England, well, we think we might have enough. Maybe not quite, but if we can put you down your end of the field, keep pressure on, we might accumulate in 3. You're going to have to come from a long way back and try and get them in 7s.
So Dylan Hartley throws. Nicely done by Palmer. Now England trying to give the ball a bit of width as Flood. Nicely weighted little kick, but Meda has come forward to meet it. Ashton throwing his hands up. That's not going to win him any friends. Appealing to the referee as Bonaire stands over the ball. Controlled in there by France, though. That's the 10-metre line in England territory. As Para looks around, surveys the options. Up it goes for Pape. Now Para for Tranduk. Here is the ball carrying Roucherie. Now Sazuski on for Servat. England putting some pressure on. Off it goes, and Tranduk is looking for the sideline again. That's a clever kick. It's just dribbled into touch finally.
It's clever and it's also brilliant. So that's why Tranduk's been brought on. You want a right foot kicking option as well in the pivot position. Just sit back. Had a little bit of time there to assess where.
Oh, Hartley's thrown it in. He's thrown it away to France. And referees penalised France, though.
Offside.
Dear me.
Offside.
Mermoz must have been inside the 10 metres. We're all caught by surprise with that.
So, Wilkinson makes the clearance. Well, he got the call from other players and he unleashed.
Yeah, it's very clear. Mermoz way offside.
Sure, there's something the IOB has to look at too. There's a water bottle carrier right in the middle of that line-out. Just can't have helped.
He throws. Laws. Oh, they've lost it forward, England, but they've got another penalty. They're certainly conceding a lot of penalties, France. And now Steve Walsh wants to have a chat to Dussatois.
I'll explain my rule in the last 2 penalties. The first one down here, the old captain gave him a shoulder charge. That one there, the guy's in the air. He must hit the ground before there's a wrap. Okay, so no crushing.
So 6 penalties in a row against France. They were so disciplined in the first half. So if they're not careful, it could be their undoing. It will give England a chance for field position and set-piece launch platforms for attack.
So Dylan Hartley, New Zealand-born hooker, throws, and won easily by Easter. Now Tuolangi is the battering ram in midfield, but he's met by Dussatois, who's an outstanding defender. Short pass goes, and France continue to make the big tackles. Now Youngs to Wilkinson. Here's Tuolangi having another go. Good pass on the inside, but another thundering tackle as Youngs waits once more. Now Flood. Defence solid in midfield, trying to get some pressure on. Here's Youngs again. Off to Ashton. Wilkinson. Desperation here about England with only 20 minutes remaining. As Youngs gets it off to Flood. Looking for the inside channel, Ashton. Now Youngs again. Here's Easter. Looking to hold him up off the ground. It's there again for Youngs. Now Flood. Wilkinson slings it wide. As Cueto is held up right on the 10-metre line. Defining time in the game, and a nice pass. Flood got it away. It's been knocked down, and France are going to recover this as Para boots it away downfield. France trying to put pressure on the ball carrier. And back there for England. There's Lewis Moody. Long sequence of play here. Hartley has a run just out from his own 22. Ball has been turned over. So maybe France can make something of it. Bonaire held on nicely. Slipped the pass to Rougerie. And now France up the centre. 22-metre line, Para. Here's a run from Clare, spinning. 10 metres away, France. Real opportunity here, Tranduk. Forwards are going to cart this up. Oh, the ball almost lost. And there was a knock-on in there. Whether it was in fact guided back by an English player, you'd need to check, but certainly it was propelled forward, or appeared to be.
Oh, some great defence by England, though. As France upped the ante a little bit, they got excited when they got the turnover, and we'll just see it here. Here's Aronaudigui carrying. Moody probably responsible for it there, and then played on the ground.
Seems like
by Aronaudigui, couldn't do that anyway.
Seems like ages ago that England were able to recover their ground. Simon Shaw has been outstanding since he's been on. He would have carried the ball 3 or 4 times. It was he that ran back and got them out of trouble back inside their own 22 from the Para kick. So the big fella, the experience off the bench, has really made a contribution for England. And it looks as if they're about to lose their best scrummager. And that'll mean Stevens will go back on, and they're also looking to get number 20. It's James Haskell on for Lewis Moody. Captaincy will be taken over by Ben Youngs.
Replacement for England, number 20, James Haskell, replacing number 7, the captain.
So the change is coming with about 17 minutes remaining. It's been a ding-dong battle, that is for sure.
In fact, I'll just review that, Grant. The captaincy, Nick Easter at the back of the scrum.
So the captain comes off. Lewis Moody hadn't had a lot of rugby prior to this tournament.
Touch. Pause. Engage.
So Ben Youngs gets it in to the scrum. Seemed to come out of the scrum, and they went again, and Easter now has gone on a long run inside the 22. Youngs around about the 10 metres line, and any knock-ons there? No, apparently not. And now France back in possession through their fullback Maxime Meda. Para, Tranduk looking to probe, got a nice pass back on the inside. The tackling has been fierce in this game from both sides. Now Pape. Here's Dusatois. Oh, he got through the first tackle of Palmer. He's been very strong tonight, Dusatois, and that's a forward pass. The player overran the ball.
Oh, just a bit of trench warfare now. And France are quite happy to try and drag England some close quarter stuff. Try and wind the clock down a little bit. England are starting to look a bit better, though. Still, they are running out of time.
Two more players for England.
Yep.
Waiting to get on.
They're going to lose Johnny Wilkinson. So 22 for 10, 21 for 9. Now the card's going up. So Wigglesworth and Matt Banahan. And the French going 18 for 4. So that's Julien Pierre.
Well, they're going for more bulk in midfield in the form of Banahan. They're big men out of that midfield.
Pretty big pairing now with Tuolangi. Will they get? Will Banahan be straight in the action from the scrum?
Crouch. Touch.
Ashton's just parked in behind him.
Pause. Again.
So Wigglesworth is on at halfback, and off it goes to Flood. There is Banahan, big man, and a good carry too in midfield. But Rougerie a big man too. He's hanging on. He's hanging on, and he's penalised. Quickly taken as England try to speed this game up as best they can. Cueto, and that's been knocked on. And England in their haste have knocked the ball on. So France will try and slow this down as best they can. 15 minutes remaining at Eden Park. Para, not a lot of distance on this kick. Tip back and snapped up by an English player. So now England back in possession with Wigglesworth. Away for Flood, looking for the inside bust. Now slung away by Ashton. Pass lobbed away. And France having to make some big tackles now as Wigglesworth sends it off to Tuolangi. Now here's Flood. Lovely pass. Palmer tried to get back on the inside. He got it to Cueto. And England working this French defence one way, then the other. Now Flood goes again. There's a pass, player wasn't expecting it. And it was Flood. Pops it up. It's loose. And France are going to come away with this. Hacked away downfield. Now who's got the pace? Couple of French players coming very quickly, but they're going to hold back and allow Ben Foden to kick it out, and all the hard work from England comes to naught.
No, it does come to naught. I was just about to say, England are starting to really put some pressure on France now. They look like they are going to come home quite strong, but still those little handling errors are costing them. France have got to be careful here. They're not just trying to lock the game up this far out. This is not a winning lead just yet. It's handy, but it's by no means a close-up. So they've got to be careful that they keep playing rugby. They just don't lock it up, because that'll suit England.
Well, all I'm saying is they are for different things. Okay. But the penalty count is definitely creeping up against Blue, okay? Okay. We've had these couple at the line-out time. We've now had number 13 that's given away 2 at the breakdown. It's just starting to add up. Okay. Right.
Well, he's quite right, Steve Walsh. I think it's 8 unanswered penalties have gone against France, and there's got to be concern.
Just wonder, going back to when Toby Flood took that quick tap, they've got to score twice, Grant Fox, and I just wondered whether that was a 3-point option 15 minutes out.
Well, 3+7 gets them in front, doesn't it?
Yeah. They're going to have to, whatever happens in 13 minutes, they have to score twice at least, so that's without France scoring. Big moments.
Zalzewski to throw for France. And their line-out tonight has been pretty sound. And they have this one locked up well and truly. Got to try and continue to move the English pack backwards. Little scrap going on off the ball here. They finally sorted it out. And France have got something going here, all right. Now the little halfback wants to join. Finally they go to ground, and if they can't get this back, they'll be in trouble. And well, they do. And no, they don't.
Well, England did well there not to concede a penalty. They managed to stay up as France were marching forward. I think France are really trying to search for 3 here. They'll be happy with that, because they know that that would be really hard for England to come back from.
So while Aaron gets to his feet, 21 for 13, so Big Rougerie, what a strong game he's had in the midfield, has been replaced by David Marty.
Yes, he's been a standout performer tonight. Rougerie, the man who captained them against Canada early at the tournament. So 12 minutes remaining in this second quarter final.
Touch. Pause. Engage.
Wigglesworth. Oh, that's come out. That has come out. And he's had to play on as Easter. He tried to hook it back into the scrum, but not successfully. But England go to scramble this clear. Now here's Flood, who's been running strongly on that inside channel. Loose pass. Tuolungi lost it. Well, that's a loose pass, and England have thrown a few of those tonight. Now, will they set up here for a drop kick?
Well, handling errors are a problem for England, 12 of them, and that's really been very costly. They butchered a try just before half-time with a handling error. And a couple of times in the second half, when attacks have looked really promising, they've turned possession over. This time, though, it's at the wrong end of the field for them. Well, he's had a big game in the Aaron. Been massive for France tonight.
Well, there's the French and the Argentinians, who, of course, are here at Eden Park tomorrow against the All Blacks.
So Aaron here might take it out of the boot. If they've got a good scrum up Master's side, Aaron might wind towards the goal post, and Trunduk is a right footer, so he might just sit in the pocket for the drop goal.
Crouch. Touch. Pause. Engage.
Pressure coming on. Aaron takes it away. Nobody set up yet for the drop kick. Trunduk has landed 5 during his career as Dusatoir takes it out into midfield. Now taken down by Trunduk. France have got a player down, but they're going to carry on as Suski takes it away. And it's going to be a scrum.
It's Aaron Ordeke.
Well, it's eating up the time.
Aaron Ordeke, the key man off the back of the scrum. You called it right, Grant Fox.
I'm going to for number 8.
Yeah, they were looking for one more ruck, I think, and they got that ruck, and I'm surprised that Trunduk didn't set up for it.
Well, he's a warrior. He's going to carry on. Terry Dusatoir, 10 minutes away. And France, from their point of view, playing at the right end of the park.
Well, Aaron might still go down the right-hand side.
Crouch.
Although Banahan's gone across to try and defend that, as Medard comes across to the right as well.
England hit hard. Aaron away he goes. France will try and muscle this. Bonnier, another strong performer. Now Mars standing over the ball. With him is Barcella. Chewing up the time. England desperate to get the ball.
Leave it.
5 metres short of the line. 16 points to 7. ball loose. Snapped up by Dusatois, who was ripped away by England. Well, there's a drop kick on here if they can get it cleanly back. Doesn't look as though it's on the radar right now as Zarzewski takes it another metre.
He's in the pocket now.
No sign of it coming back as yet. Was in the pocket for a drop kick. Now he's moved away. Now he's going back. And here it comes. Here's the drop kick. And over it goes.
Well, you knew it was coming. And Trunduk needed some advice from those around him. He was searching for the try line initially, seeing where the overlap was. But now he just clean as you like, right through the middle.
Well, he's kicked 6 of them now in international rugby. That might well be the most important. Francois Trunduk. And England now are going to get off the mark quickly. And all beautifully taken.
Pickamola 19 for Aranordaki.
So he leaves the battle. And France looking to drive England back inside their 22 once again. England now have to throw everything at this to stay in the tournament. And that little kick downfield hasn't yet been claimed by France. It's been knocked on, though. There was a knock on there.
Not the way I saw it.
He's claiming, in fact, there wasn't. And there's our man of the match tonight. Imanol Aranordaki, and what a player. And what a game he's had.
He's had a magnificent game. Senior player, stepped up, led from the front, carrying the ball. Very clever at the boot of the scrum, got lots of yards, and he's been immense on defence as well.
Crouch. Touch. Pause. Engage.
6.5 minutes left as Easter flicks it back to Wigglesworth. And England looking to get through with Tuolangi. Off it goes to Foden, but he's close to the touchline, and up goes the flag. And it'll be France to throw it in their own good time.
And they'll be in no hurry. And here is the drop goal once again. So Ashton tried to put an awful lot of pressure on Trunduk, but he was calm.
Really tight second half. Remember, it was 16-0 to France at half-time. Zarzewski goes to the back. He's overthrown this. And Haskell has gone in and claimed it for England. So here's an opportunity. Wigglesworth trying to get it out. No, it's going to be a penalty. As a Flood drops the pass off to Tuolangi. He's playing advantage here. It's a penalty advantage, remember. And... well, it'll be too late now for England, one would imagine, to be start kicking for goal. So Nick Easter has the ball, and they're going to kick it out and start from a line out.
Well, 2 tries will do it, and here we are into that critical last 5 minutes of this match as the England forwards gather to sort their line out, call out.
So Hartley throws, and he's thrown it away as Julien Bonner wins a big line out for France. Just one of many heroes tonight. As Para looks behind him, he does it himself, Para, and off it goes to Cueto, and the left winger gets it wide now for Foden, England's try scorer. Even wider it goes to Tuolangi, in a bit of space this time. But taken in a good, solid tackle by David Marty. Now here's Flood. That's forward, but not picked up. Right on the 10-metre line. As England keep on probing. Here's a big bust. Real opportunity here for England. Charging his way downfield is Banahan. 5 metres away. And offside against France. So if nothing comes of this, it'll be another penalty. Now the kick through, and a chance here. Ball loose, and they must score. Think he's got it down, Cueto.
Time. Time off. There's a couple of things there. It's whether he got the ball on the ground first time, then he rolled over, and whether he grounded it then.
Definitely grounded the last time.
And then the last time, it's just whether he knocked it on or not, do you think? Okay. Sean, did you get the gist of that? We're happy with his last movement, but it's whether he got it down initially and whether he knocked it on. So try, no try, please.
Okay, confirm try, no try.
Toby Flood's lined the kick up ground block, so we'll just see that. Obviously, he didn't get it first time. That's why he went the second time.
Well, we'll get a good look at it here. Well, that's just touched the line, hasn't it?
I think he gets it down second time anyway, doesn't he?
Well, I agree with you. I think that touched the chalk, didn't it? He's missed there.
He's missed there.
And then he goes back and he's asking whether he's lost control and rolled it forward from back in the field of play. But I agree with you. First up, try.
Oh, I think we're going to have a look at another angle here. So initially it's just a smidgen short, I think, and then does it roll under control? It's an interesting one because it's not conclusive, but it did look like on the first angle that he had got it down. He certainly didn't get it down there.
And then the third question was, when he dragged it back into the field of play, did he lose it forward, trying to force it back on the line?
Oh, I think we'll just leave it to the man upstairs, won't we?
Sean Veldsman is the man.
This angle might tell us. Ooh, that's short, wasn't it? That was short, wasn't it?
Is there any? Is there any clear evidence? That's the thing.
Oh, well.
His hand.
I think so. There, that's rolled. Oh God. I think that's just got the line, hasn't it?
His hand actually covers it, doesn't it? Covers the ball and line at the same time.
Boy, this is a big moment.
That angle, we're probably not going to see it either.
Okay, here's the call.
Steve, you may hold the try.
So the try is awarded. Now time is on. Toby Flood. He's got to be careful here. This is a very important kick. Oh, it's no good. It's away.
Well, England are finishing strong. France look like they're absolutely out on their feet. So we're into about 3 minutes to go.
3 minutes.
Where are we? Yep, just under 3 minutes.
So England can, with a 7-pointer, drag this game into extra time as the kickoff is made. So fasten the seatbelts. This is going to be a frenetic 2.5 minutes. And England are going to have to run this from way up inside their own 22. And Flood has been caught. Now Wigglesworth. Charging it up was James Haskell. Now trying to exploit the blind side with Tuolangi. Wigglesworth again. Flood now Laws, the big man. He's a good athlete. Throws a loose pass in field, but England are going to keep this ball alive as long as they possibly can. Here's the try scorer, Cueto. Under 2 minutes remaining. Wigglesworth again. Flood. Still inside the 22. Tuolangi. They'll show him the touchline, and they get him there too. That's a big play by France.
Well, England are desperate, so you can understand what they're trying to do, and nervous times in the coaching box of France. So here it is. Tuolangi, just they were able to keep him up on the angle, really, and it was Bonner who cleaned him up. So France, all they'll need to do here is win the ball, and then they'll try and wind the clock down.
Well, they've had to make a change. They've had an injury to Moz right at the end of the game. So in 22, we got Cedric Amon, and he'll go to fullback, and they'll push Meillleurs up into centre.
Well, Julian Bonner, 68th cap tonight, and what a performance from him as well. The loose forward trio been quite outstanding. So play to continue, a minute and a half left. And if France can hang on, it'll just be one of these giant killing efforts that they do provide at just about every Rugby World Cup. Just ask the All Blacks in 2007 at the quarterfinal stage. And this is a great drive, dragging England down 15 metres away. It's a penalty offence as well.
Great drive. France started with a secure line out, which has been outstanding all night. Very secure. And so shot for goal by Para. One would think, eat up the clock. What he's got to make sure of here is that he absolutely kicks it dead. So I wouldn't mind betting he actually tries to miss it to the left so it goes dead.
He certainly doesn't want to hit the post, does he?
No, he doesn't.
Well, England well aware that bouncing off the post would give them an opportunity.
But so would a miss to the right, because it would stay in field. So there's a little conference there with Dusautoir and Para. And this might miss a long way to the left, perhaps.
Well, time is actually up.
Yeah.
So he could miss this by an absolute mile, put it into the grandstand, and that would be it. And I suspect the way he's lining this up. So let's see what he does here.
Well, that's aimed well to the left, isn't it? Absolutely miles to the left.
He had a go at the post. Oh, and he's off the post, and it's in touch and goal. And that is it. France are through to the semi-finals.
On the right, and here ends the greatest era in Irish women's rugby. Fiona Coughlin leads him out for one last time. Gail Mignot led her team to the Grand Slam in 2014. Stade Francais is the scene for Ireland's final hour in the 2014 tournament. And who knows? Well, in 3 years' time, the tournament could well be over there in Ireland. Such are the rumours. The first mistake by France and by their lock forward, Asa Koita. Difficult to judge the wind. This then the opening scrum, which has been such a potent weapon for Ireland in the group stages. Held its own against Ireland. It was the swift passing of the English that did for Ireland in the semi-finals. Good drive coming on early from France and forcing Paula Fitzpatrick into picking the ball up at the base. Alison Miller scored that crucial try against New Zealand. Over on the left wing. And France have turned it over. Miller ran in high to the tackle. Relatively simple effort of picking her off, Miller, but the kick goes out on the full. So they'll come back all the way.
France wanting to impose themselves up front. We know the power that is in this pack here, and Ireland are going to have to be very low and show good body height here to stay underneath them. Very strong pack up front once again for this French side, who'll really try and set their mark through the set pieces.
Ireland, as ever, going to Marie-Louise Royley, standing at 6 feet 3 inches tall. She's won some valuable ball for Ireland in this tournament. And here comes Tanya Rosser bringing in Jenny Murphy on the scissors. That's her first start. She's been used as an impact player. The big hits coming in from Mayons in midfield. Stapleton gathers though for Ashley Baxter just outside the French 22. There's an injured player down. It's a French player.
That was Agricole in the tackle here. They tried to double team Murphy.
Rosser, what a proud moment it was for her, winning her 50th cap against the country of her birth, New Zealand, and claiming the win also. This is Murphy. She can do some damage, as can Alison Miller. Miller deep into the French 22. It's all Ireland in the opening minutes here, as it's taken up again by Paula Fitzpatrick, driving hard and low, makes the ball available. Plenty of players over on the narrow side. Good leg drive there from Jenny Murphy from the old Belvedere club. Ireland looking for the early score here, but being driven back by the French. Ireland, however, will get the penalty, and there'll be time to assess the injury to Sandrine Agricole.
No advantage.
Side entry there has been penalised there at the earlier breakdown there, but Agricole back to her feet, which is a wonderful sight. But you can be sure you will just see the clash of heads here as she comes with Mayons as well. And that was, you know, we know that Murphy is going to run those particularly tough lines. Agricole takes her place back in position here. She's got to be shaky after that. She stayed down for some time, caused a little bit of disorder amongst the French defensive line. But a positive start here for Ireland. And yet France, they would have wanted to be imposed themselves. Where are they going to be at emotionally after the disappointment of losing to Canada?
Well, Ireland go down the front this time, and Gail Minio, the hooker, went to the back of the lineup, preparing for the charge that might come from there. And they will surely target Agricole here, knowing that she's still a little giddy probably from that challenge earlier on. And here comes Fitzpatrick once more, straight into Sandrine Agricole. She holds up the Irish player momentarily. Claire Molloy, what a battler she is. If anyone deserves a try, then it's young Claire Molloy. Has done some sterling work for Ireland in this tournament. The number 7 from the Bristol Ladies Club. Ireland's Women's Player of the Year some 2 seasons ago, almost to the try line. Referee Trumbull right on the spot. But good, solid defending there from France.
Well, Sophie Spence carried the ball very strongly there. Unfortunately, she led with the ball, and we'll just see here, the ball is actually stripped, and I think it was stripped and taken away, and well, she managed to keep hold of it, actually. Very courageous defence there in there from the French ladies, but France are going to concede the 5-metre scrum here. Well, the Irish scrum under pressure early, but if they can get it in and away quickly, you've really got to back them here. It's been a very impressive start by Ireland.
Niamh Briggs has come up on the right-hand side of the scrum, and she's got Ashley Baxter on the wide outside, but it all starts at the scrum. Can't hear you, referee. That's no surprise. Coughlin, the captain, on this side of the scrum. Gillian Boak, Ilish, Egan on the far side. Paula Fitzpatrick locking out the scrum. Tanya Rosser feeds. There it is. Ireland get the drive on. Advantage Ireland. Fitzpatrick goes through to the try line. Referee unsighted. But France have done well to hold it up. One more effort perhaps could and should do it. Driving forward, and that is Sophie Spence, I think, but once more the Irish are thwarted. Now that will come out on the narrow side. Rosser can't quite get it out first time. Yes! That's Niamh Briggs. The fullback came up into the line, proving her worth once again for the Irish cause.
Great try by Briggs there. She's been powerful right across the field. Have a look at the upfield blocking by number 1 here, Fiona Coughlin, using all her experience there. helping check the defenders in that situation there. But there's the play from Briggs, and a very well taken try. Coughlin, well, we've spoken about her experience there, and there she used it on 2 occasions there in the build-up to that play. The Irish, well renowned for their detail and their ability to analyse and I won't say push the laws to the limit, but they do it extremely well. And I'm speaking from 2 years' experience, having worked with Munster and knowing the way that they approach the game. And they did extremely well on that situation, Ireland. Very, very, an excellent start.
Good kick this for Briggs. Not a bad effort. In fact, it's an exceptional effort from Niamh Briggs. A try and a conversion. And Ireland lead France by 7-0.
Well, a very well taken try there. It was Guiglion who just slipped over there, just coming in to make that tackle on Briggs, and she's delighted as well. What a tournament she's had when she really has,
fantastic.
Hasn't she?
I had a couple of words after that defeat of New Zealand, and she'd had a message from her sergeant. She's a Gardaí officer in Ireland, and the message read, even the criminals are cheering you over here. Good for her. As I say, she's shortlisted for Women Player of the Year.
Well, I think what this Irish team has done is really given awoken the awareness of just in the Irish public just how good they are when they really have been outstanding ambassadors for Ireland in this tournament and performing as equally as well as the men's side.
That's a huge boot, as I intimated, from Niamh Briggs. It's a marvellous kick once again from the fullback. Taking quickly, did it go the 5 meters? Not so sure that it did. The play on, says the referee.
No.
Well, how fickle this game is. Hero to, to making the mistake at the back there. Briggs with the try. Briggs with the 80-metre clearance kick, and then Briggs with the knock-on. She's done it all in the last minute here.
Ireland so disappointed to go down by 40 points to 7 to England in the semi-finals, but in all fairness, they were outgunned by the English. Couldn't get their hands on the ball in the game early on. An early score, but then it was all England. The early engagement from Ireland being penalised. Safi Ndiaye, another player shortlisted for Women Player of the Year, along with Kelly Russell and Magli Harvey of Canada. The show from Elodie Poblan, very popular centre for France, as indeed Sandra Rabier from Caen. The narrow side being probed again by Ndiaye. Ireland spreading themselves across the field in defence here. Miller.
Hands away, Green, lead it!
Oh, the gap opens up for Chabal, the prop, into the Irish 22. The door just popped open there for France and driven on by Lisa Aricastra, both the props in on rota. Agricole, lovely show hands and decoy running in midfield. But Ireland up to the challenge. That's the energetic Gaël Mignot, the captain from Montpellier. The Irish been penalised for going off their feet, quickly taken by Poblan. Ireland surely not back the mandatory 10 metres. And coming in from the side as well, if referee Trumbull has a mind to penalise. That indiscretion from Siobhan Fleming. Aissa offloading to Tremoulier, the fullback from the Romania club. Picked up swiftly there by Ndiaye. Agricole, wait for the row if she goes over. Very popular player, Sandrine Agricole. This will be her last game in the blue shirt of France. Chabal. And still France come through Safi Ndiaye, 5 metres out from the Irish try line. And France, they surely can't hear the whistle, but they will get a penalty in midfield.
Time is off.
Sustained pressure there from France, but you've got to admire the defence from Ireland there. Albeit they may be infringed maybe once or twice through the breakdown, their organisation is outstanding. Referee wanting to have a word.
Not 10. Okay? Then we got some side entry, we have hands in. Think about the area.
Okay, yeah.
Clean it up.
Stand down there, though.
You take the message.
Sherry Trumbull, well, she could have penalised Ireland twice over, is what she was saying. Been a referee for 8 years, plenty of experience, has Sherry Trumbull, now based in Vancouver. And just like Ireland earlier on, France forgoing the chance of what looks a simple three-pointer.
On the line.
This is we see Chabal making the breakdown here. Courageous work there by Tronky on that occasion, and then out wide, Trimble taken up high. But then, once again, the Irish midfield just so dominant with their tackle technique is just superb. This was Agricole making the break down the side, and then again it was Briggs across with that covering tackle. To break Ireland down, requires an awful lot of patience, because we've spoken about numerous times during this tournament. Their organisation is superb, both in attack and defence. And
you're coming too close. Stay on the mark.
Through the midfield there, David with Murphy. They possess two outstanding tacklers, and you know that's taking nothing away from Stapleton's effort. Very courageous defenders.
Murphy on the tips of her toes, but up goes Laetitia Grande for France, and they're very adept at this tactic. They scored a few tries in this tournament from the driving maul, but Ireland halt their first attempt. Safi and Diaye picks up again. The forwards are there, and they're over, and the arm is in the air. France have struck back. This game already is living up to its billing. Gael Mignot, such an influential figure.
Well, the referee was very well positioned to see that ball being placed. Delight on the French coaching staff, from the French management staff. They'll be very happy with that.
Yeah, Nathalie Amiel there.
It's all based around Ndiaye, isn't it? Very powerful footballer, both when she comes around the corner on the short ball off 9, or what she does do extremely well, and it's something France have done through this tournament. She sits very close to the ruck and just is able to hold her ground when she takes a short pass from 9, doesn't move, and allows the maul to reset on her. We know it's so difficult to bring the ball down. Either you bring it down at source straight away with a low tackle, get the ball on the ground so you can compete and slow down possession, but they were Ireland unable to do it, and they're not the only team who've been unable to do it, because she's been very powerful in that area throughout the whole tournament.
Definitely has Sandrine Agricole. Steps up. Well, sometimes they go over, sometimes they don't, and today it seems it's her lucky day. It certainly wasn't her lucky evening against Canada the other night. She missed what appeared to be two simple conversions, which should and could have taken France to the Rugby World Cup final. She was very, very disappointed, but 4 days on, and she's on the mark. 7 points all, 14 minutes gone. Rabier with the shoulder. Started 4 out of 5 games in the Six Nations, or in the 2010 campaign rather, at number 8.
Outside.
Tremolier outside her own 22. Murphy has this one covered. The rangy block forward. Again, it's Briggs with that booming kick, causing all sorts of problems for Shannon Isa. Isa usually a centre.
Stop, Lou.
Well, Camille Grassigno was down initially to play on the right wing. She failed to make the game against Canada, and still clearly injured, and Isa moves out to the wing.
On that occasion there, Briggs having a lot of open space to kick into there. Tremolier, she strikes the ball just as well as Briggs does. She's had 2 wonderful clearance kicks, albeit one was out on the full. But on that occasion, their backfield not well organised for France, allowing far too much space for Briggs to kick into.
Murphy with a decoy run. Baxter in from the right wing, from the Belfast Harlequins. Fitzpatrick. Tackling is solid on her. St Mary's College in Dublin. Ireland should get the advantage here, and they do.
10.
I could recall the fly half being penalised. Again, Ireland go for territory.
No hesitation there, was there? Certainly no, they've made their mind up about how they want to play this game here. We see the tackle come in there, Agricole getting pinned in there. She's got to make an effort, got to get away from there. This is the Irish number 8 on that occasion. Fitzpatrick really working on the ground hard to make sure she got possession back. Pinned in there, penalty.
Fitzpatrick is another impact player off the bench, but she starts this afternoon. Untidy ball for Ireland.
From blue.
Tapped forward, so France. I thought for a second that France.
There was a clear knock on there at the front of the line out. The assistant referee got the call, as we'll see here going up. There's the knock on, lost control of the ball, and the assistant referee made a very good call on that occasion, helping out the public. Not happy with the call, but when are the French public happy with calls against them? Although we briefly touched on it in previous games. When haven't they been respectful, this public who come to this Rugby Women's World Cup? I've been amazed by the respect that the French public has shown to the kickers, particularly, because they're notorious for their whistling and booing.
Yeah, we just reminded that the top 14, the top 14 started this weekend rather. Good pressure being applied by the French up to their own 22, and they've lifted the pressure. Fiona Coughlin protesting.
She's not happy. She's saying the weight's coming through before the ball comes in there, and Fitzpatrick under all sorts of trouble at the back of the scrum. She's going to have to be careful here, and they're going to have to try and sort something out. Otherwise, it's going to be a long 62 minutes it remains for them scrummaging-wise here. But they have the experience in that 4-pack to sort it out.
Crouch.
France defeated Ireland in the Six Nations down in Po. 1915, the final scoreline.
Leave it 9.
France are the Grand Slam winners. Ireland, the 2013 Grand Slam winners.
No hand green.
So pride at stake here. Ball spills out.
Play the line.
France just missing the support players at the breakdown here. We'll just have a look. Only sending one in, well, and we had the coming in as well to support as well. But what that allows, if you haven't got numbers around the ball, of course, is that stray boot to come through. You've got to be accurate at your breakdown work, and we know in the women's game it's been very hotly contested, the breakdown area.
To the back it goes this time. Claire Molloy couldn't quite gather the first time, but Ireland on the front foot again. Stapleton barking the orders, but it's there for the captain, Fiona Coughlin. Change the direction from Rosser, looking for Miller. Things not quite working out as they should.
Just the communication breakdown there. Coughlin had a very good carry through the middle. They'd possibly be better advised to play the same way. It was Chonky who could see the space developing on this short side, but didn't quite get the reload from her players. She needed to exploit it.
Fine, she's only went in. At the back.
France setting up the maul, led by the number 5, Asa Koita. Agricole looks to bring Mayons in on the scissors. Read well there, though, by Claire Molloy. This is Laetitia Grand. Celebrated her birthday earlier this week.
Blue.
It's a hotly contested area, isn't it, that breakdown? But Sherry Trumbull has it well under control.
Right here.
Well, it's both Fleming and Spencer. I think a bit of a discussion this time, and we're going to have the shot from about 30-odd out. She obviously, 39 out. Obviously feels a bit of a wind advantage, although she's a wonderful striker of the ball. I think on a calm day it would pose absolutely no problem from this sort of range. We'll just have a look here. Here's the carry in from Grand, taken in. There it is, Spence. And Fleming over the ball. Good body positions in there. In there first, they have all rights at that ball. France guilty, just a little bit of isolated runners at the moment at times, and I just wonder why they want to take the ball out of this maul of theirs. I'd be quite happy, and I think their coaching staff would be quite happy if they keep marching that one. If they can go 30, 40 metres, just take it.
Neil Briggs just inside the French 10-metre line, some 18 metres in from touch. Keeps her eyes on the ball. Looks like she's going to drop wide of the mark this time. She had the distance, not quite the accuracy. The score stays at 7 points all midway through the first half.
I think that's a sign of how tight they feel it is out there, that option to take the 3 points. They know that the French are going to be coming at them after the set pieces, and maybe just a touch rattled here early, the Irish team, but opportunity for them to bring it back.
Yeah, we've seen Riley, the lock forward a few times in this tournament, standing back to cover. Well, she did play at fullback earlier in her career. That's a long way too far. And as I say, this swirling wind can cause a few problems.
Well, problems without a doubt, but problems here for the back three of France. Where are they? It's quite amazing that they're just from a dropout restart 22. I spoke about the excellent organisation of this Irish team, and you know, it's been evident, the English girls also as well, New Zealand, wonderful organisation. This French team, their organisation, they were all at sea. 9 changes possibly, different combinations out there. There's far too much space in that backfield, and you just can't keep giving the space for Briggs to kick into. That'll be something that they're going to have to rectify pretty quickly with their positional play.
Chauncey waits just inside the Irish half.
9 out.
And DI controlling the offload to Chauncey up from fullback. That's Tremulia for the Irish. Read it well.
Advantage, 9 blue off her feet.
Chauncey being penalised here for going off her feet. Ireland, one territory. Briggs with a kick downfield. The referee Trumbull will surely bring them
9
back.
blue off your feet.
Well, it's well played off the base of the scrum initially by Ndiaye and with Tronky as well. But I'm just questioning whether Tremoyli, whether she wants to be running into those hard areas. She's running to where bodies are all the time. She's slight once again. Superb play. Look at the technique in there to win that ball. And then it was Tronky over the top there. And that was, and to put pressure on that was David. Very strong over the ball there, David. Superb play. They're so dominant at the breakdown, Ireland. Currently, aren't they? Those one-on-one contests at the moment. Yeah. But when France managed to stay on their feet, they're a completely different forward pack altogether.
It's a very competitive outfit in that back row with Malloy, Fleming and Fitzpatrick. A lot of toing and froing. But in the end, it's taken by Fleming, the number 6. Murphy, she'll have a go. Taking on the French defenders. Very strong in the tackle, always is Jenny Murphy. Deft touch from Nora Stapleton at outside half. Quickly snapped up there.
Nothing.
This is a set move, and this time you've got superb cover in the backfield. That is exactly what the coaches will be wanting to see. Tronky coming across there, and she's got cover in behind. You're wanting your number 9 to track that ball across all the time there. But Riley did very well, get across and force the tackle, make the tackle to force the line out.
One of the shortest players in the tournament, Jennifer Chauncey, up against the tallest player in the tournament in Marie-Louise Riley. Murphy. Lovely pass. Briggs couldn't take it. Ball went backwards. No interjection from the sidelines. So Ireland start all over again, as they do, through Paula Fitzpatrick. Former Leinster Player of the Year, Paula Fitzpatrick.
Luke it out!
Briggs looking for someone to come on to her inside shoulder.
Back,
that would have been Sophie Spence. Murphy closer to the action. Still battling away. Gaining another 5 meters. Penalty Ireland. Well, we've seen a lot of offences in that breakdown area.
Discipline on when to come in. Better discipline. Okay. Talk to them. Nope, nope. Take the message.
Calling for better discipline around the breakdown. Discipline, one thing. Possibly better decision making about when the opportunity is to come in and play that ball. They're very keen to get involved and try and get in there and mix it, but their decision making just letting this French team down at the moment. The penalty count, well, it's starting to rise here, isn't it? It's not going to leave the referee with any choices. They're going to have to get hold of this very quickly. We'll see Murphy once again in contact. She is some footballer, on both sides of the ball. Ball carries as we come in here. Just seeing him there, and pushed away out of it. Rosier. Yeah, over the top there. Once again, the midfield partnership. They've been very, very strong today once again, and it's been a case of right through the tournament. In fact, all the teams win. I've been most impressed by the midfield play. Some of the teams have been outstanding. England as well. New Zealand, very strong players in that area of the field also.
Briggs steps up. No mistake in that one. She'd already turned. Niamh Briggs, 15 metres in from touch, some 28 metres out. And that has brought the smiles onto the faces of the Irish supporters here in their hundreds to support the Irish women. So Ireland regain the lead 10-7. All the points coming from the Irish fullback, Niamh Briggs. There's a quick response from France.
Taken back.
Following the opening score from Ireland. Now it's Molloy does well.
That's good.
The patience to allow the ball to bounce first.
Leave it, Blue, leave it!
Nothing wrong with that. Agricole through very quickly. And France will build again through their forwards.
Back foot, back foot.
Christelle Chauvet, 93 kilograms. Works for the local ambulance service in Lens. And Sandrine Agricole could do with a little of her services by the looks of it. She's down once more. Mayence on the angle. Ndiaye leaves it into the wide spaces behind from Poblan. Close call.
Looked to be knocked out into touch there. Ndiaye does extremely well there. They see the space. The kick is beautifully weighted here. Good pressure coming through there from Izar on that occasion there. I think we have the knock-on had just taken place.
Time is off.
Well,
time is off.
Tight call. Tight call. Agricole looks to be in serious trouble, doesn't she? Took a heavy knock during earlier in the game. Looks like a blow to the ribs.
Yeah, she came through very quickly on that loose ball, and they're calling for...
As we see her here down, and she just takes the knee, and that's just an accident there from Paula Fitzpatrick. She was just holding her body position.
Okay.
Agricole's body height taking her down into there. This is very unfortunate.
You're good with back there?
Well, at no time do we like to see this, but I think the French public will really... it's a bit tough for them, won't it? Given what she went through on Wednesday night in that semi-final, and I think there's a real outpouring towards Sandrine Agricole. And this is very disappointing.
Yeah, I can hear the cry going up. Sandrine all around the Stade Jean-Bois. Words of encouragement. She doesn't want to leave the field. She doesn't want to leave her colleagues. And it looks as if she will have to surrender to the inevitable here. She's in some discomfort.
She's not well, is she?
Well, she would be wise to...
This is where we see possibly, well, if we're to believe what's been said, possibly her last game in the French jerseys win.
Well, that is what she has said herself. This is going to be her last season, and this will be her last game And it's sad that she would have to depart the field under these circumstances.
So my restart.
Christelle Ledouf, an able deputy, prepares to come on.
Can you confirm the restart?
Lots of arguments as to who should have started some of these games at fly half, be it Ledouf or Agricole. But that, as I say, is a sad sight.
I've had a confirmation
The book
from Jack.
is closed,
You've got
is
that?
what Sandrine Agricole said coming into this tournament. There will be no other chapter to be written in my career, and it's a shame that that book will not have a happy ending for Sandrine Agricole. The heroine of the French team and the darling of the crowd. She got a forlorn figure the other night when she went over to acknowledge the support of family and friends as they commiserated with her 2 missed penalties, conversions rather, which could have meant France progressing to the final. But look, wherever you look all around the Stade Jean-Bouin, they're on their feet
I've had touch
to acknowledge
by blue, so 5 meter.
the services of Sandrine Agricole in recent years
Blue, so it's a
in the blue shirt of France. On in her place then, Christelle Ledouf. She will take a place at outside half.
So you've knocked on from blue, touch and goal, scrum.
This is her 3rd Rugby
Right on
World
the
Cup.
line.
Christelle Ledouf.
Straight
Missed
in,
out
I'm
on
gonna go to the
2010.
side, straight in.
Concentrated on the short code.
Crouch! Bind!
But back fitter and stronger for 2014. Defensive scrum then for Ireland. Less than 5 meters from their own try line. The shove, the drive comes on, and France have stolen it. They might get a penalty try.
Binding.
Safi and Diaye appear to have it well under control. An Irish player came round offside. Picked up by Laetitia Grand. There she is, the battling number 7. Ledouf, her first touch. Plenty of players over here. It's a stroll in, surely. Oh my goodness me. Elodie Guiglion should have done far better. She was in the clear, wide out on the left. But somehow, Ireland got numbers there. And Ireland breathe again. On the half hour, France looking to drive home their advantage here through Asakaita. In the shadow of the Ireland posts. Options left and right, dug out by Troncy to Ledouf. This time, surely, it has to come. Tremolier! The fullback is over. Well, France butchering the opportunity less than a minute ago. But Jessie Tremolier gives France the lead with their 2nd try of the game.
Well, once again, it's the powerful ball carriers through the middle of this French side. Open up a short side. Just have a look at the numbers stacking up. On the outside, you had Fiona Cogman, the loose head prop here, with Everett. Very difficult to stop up against the backs. And Tremolier, well, she does well to finish this one. Good to see her running in space. Ledouf, well, she's had a couple of good passes since she's come on. Doesn't see him filled into the number 10 spot. And that's what it means. Plenty of emotion out there, and I think that the emotional lift that this team will take, and the words will be going round. This one's for Sandrine. We saw it in the resulting scrum, didn't we, when they just absolutely overpowered Ireland once again at scrum time.
Ledouf, 5 meters in from touch, on the 22. That's a very good strike from Ledouf, coming on cold. And no doubt that she will have more opportunities before this match is over. But as it stands, France lead Ireland just on the half hour by 12-10. 2 tries to 1 then for France. All Ireland's points coming from their fullback, Niamh Briggs. There she is. Taken in by Koita from the Bobigny club on the outskirts of Paris. French Cup finalists last season, defeated by Montpellier. And there are 4 Montpellier players in that solid French pack. Ledouf into the wide open spaces. Oh, the bounce not kind for Briggs. Now then there was some interference there from the French number 11, Elodie Guiglion. No, play on, says referee Trumbull. France have their tails up. Ireland to get the penalty.
I'm going to check. Jeff?
TMO's been called in here for a check on foul play.
Contact here midfield on the kick.
Exactly as you called it when during as play was running.
Okay. Just making sure. Sorry, say again? Oh, thank you. Just give me a second.
Still waiting for the TMO's decision. We're not getting the benefit of the replay as yet. It seemed that Niamh Briggs was interfered with as she was trying to go for the ball. Elodie Guiglion.
It was an untidy passage, wasn't it? The ball just sat up, bounced away from here. Players coming from all angles.
Got to emphasize that these pictures are being broadcast to you courtesy of French television. And by the way, the pictures are being broadcasted over 90 countries throughout the world, courtesy of 14 broadcasters. It's the biggest TV audience ever for a Women's Rugby World Cup tournament. Here in France alone, the other night we had between 2.5 and 3 million viewers. And more tellingly perhaps, there were 4,200 comments on Twitter. And that reminds me, well, hashtag WRWC 2014 at IRB.com, IRBwomen's.com. Get in touch. Give us your thoughts. Stapleton, this time to Tanya Rosser. Scrum half in the outside half position. Oh, snapped up, well telegraphed there by Sandra Rabier.
Come on.
The French lock forward. Lovely pass from Tronsu. Ledouf, she gets a good distance on her kicks, forcing Briggs to run across field. Has it well covered though on the counter. This is brave from the Irish fullback. Not so brave running into Asa Koita. One of the sturdiest women in the tournament at 100 kgs. It's Patrick. Stapleton. Enterprising stuff here from Ireland.
Right here.
You'll see Briggs on the counter-attack, and there you'll see the technique from Koita, just superb. Managed to set herself. Good, powerful platform to launch off and drove through with the shoulder wrap nicely. Excellent tackle. Briggs did well, though. Managed to present the ball and allowed Ireland to play away. Ireland are having a good patch here.
Loy lifted high. Oh, excellent drive, taking the French on at their own game. This is good stuff from Ireland. Up to halfway. Peter Bracken, their forwards coach, I can see him screaming at the girls from the touchline there. He'll be absolutely delighted with that effort. Rosser. Stapleton finds a path blocked by Sandra Rabier. Fleming standing wide, not going anywhere.
They lost their way completely there, didn't they, at the end of the drive? They knew they had the advantage here. And Rosser, well, she just got a little bit lost there. It was a free ball. When you've got that advantage, I'm sure she'll be encouraged to have a go, try something. If it doesn't come off, we'll bring it back for the penalty. This will allow Briggs to find an incredible touch finder.
Fantastic strike again by Niamh Briggs. There was no way that Tremulia was going to gather that one. Wonderful striker of the ball is Niamh Briggs.
Just evidence on how difficult this maul is to stop. Doesn't matter which, but about the size of the players. It's about technique and how far back you can position that ball in the maul and how much depth you can give to the ball. On that occasion, Ireland were able to have it at 4 deep. It was never going to be stopped legally.
Well, Briggs has given Ireland a sterling opportunity to retake the initiative, but it all starts with a line out, and it goes wrong again for Ireland down the back there. Terrific clearance kick, just about kept in play by Miller. Thought for a half second that she had a foot in touch. Well, there's no quarter asked and no quarter given in this match, is there?
She's sore. She's very hurt down after that tackle.
Good hands from Spence. Rosser to the tight head, Ilish Egan from the old Belvedere club. That's Spence, originally from South Shields on Tyneside, qualifies for Ireland, courtesy of her mother, Myrtle, she tells me. Another big hit. Again, it's Mayons punching way above her weight. And Ireland doing well to push France back, and ball may well have been carried into touch, or was it?
Superb play there by Stapleton. She wanted to settle it down, because there it is again. Mayans on Baxter. Hits her that time. Mayans comes in again. This time it's on Murphy. That's incredible tackling out there. Great technique there from Mayans on that occasion there. Stapleton wanted to settle it down because her girls have been taken out left, right and centre. So she said Baxter getting treatment and back play, and that hurt. She showed real bravery to get back up and try and get back into the line, but just see this, the set, the hit, the control on placing her back in the ground, not continuing taking her through the horizontal. This one's on Murphy, bang. Those are great shots in there through the midfield. Give your real team a lift, that does as well. That psychological advantage, knowing that, well, I think the sign says it all. Rugby and absolutely.
I don't think there are many people here at the Stade Jean-Bouin who disagree with that.
Okay.
When you think Ireland, they not formed a women's teman when the first World Cup took place in 1991. We've played in all World Cups since then. Topped their pool. What a marvellous achievement that was. Following wins over USA,
so I believe she's saying she caught it already
Kazakhstan, and of course New Zealand. And that has set the benchmark, hasn't it, for women's rugby in Ireland? Yeah,
it definitely has, and it's so positive as well. But rather than, you know, I think they've got to get beyond this New Zealand result. And I know, you know, we're probably not helping by keep talking about what an incredible victory it was. And it was a great victory, but they've got to move on from it. And you felt, was that their final? But delighted to see them out here today playing as well as they did against the New Zealand side.
Time's in.
Will Ireland challenge for this one? Yes, they will, through Siobhan Fleming down the front, and she's claimed the ball for the ladies in the emerald green. Stapleton gets inside the tackle of Christelle Ledouf. Fleming again in the thick of it, almost a perfect offload, but well telegraphed once again by the French midfield. The forwards are there in numbers. You can chuck a blanket over them. Ledouf waits. Chauncey spins the pass back right into the breadbasket.
That's the problem, though. There were 12 of them on the ground, and to organise a kick line chase, well, they've done a pretty good job here, the forwards. Oh, that's a huge kick.
Briggs knew exactly what she wanted to do with that one. Ledouf. Well, if it comes a kicking contest between Ledouf and Briggs, I'm not sure where my money would be. Two very expert exponents at the art of kicking from the hand and from the ground.
Definitely, they both are. Ledouf, she's shown she strikes the ball equally as well, and with Tremoulier at the back as well. They've got two excellent kicking options out there, whereas with Ireland you feel it's all about Briggs, isn't it? Stapleton does have a kicking game, a varied kicking game. She's able to hit those little ones in behind, turn them round. But some quality kickers out here on display this afternoon.
Minute or so to the break. Ireland trail France by 12-10. But Ireland have had the territory for the last 5 minutes or so as Ledouf goes blind. It's going to be advantage Ireland. They'll get the put in. And if you are interested, and I'm sure you are, in women's rugby, well, there's a very valuable website called Scrum Queens, and they revealed a couple of years ago that Ireland have a unique place in women's rugby history as the home of Emily Valentine, the first recorded woman to have played rugby, played for a school in Enniskillen back in 1882. So it's a proud boast for Ireland. The midfield, Stapleton. The dying seconds of the first half. Briggs looking to release Miller. She's got pace, looking to get outside Shannon Izar. She's done well to keep the ball alive. Spence, but she'll have to take it up herself. Makes the ball available.
No, no!
Ilish Egan, the tight head prop, who was with her. Murphy, once more. How many times have I said that she's certainly created a favourable impression. Neat little kick over the top from Davitt, and gathers as well. Davitt is away! What a wonderful score for Grace Davitt. Referee Trumbull right on the spot. A touch of individual brilliance from the Cook RFC representative, Grace Davitt. And they'll raise a glass to her at the Cook RFC tonight, that's for sure. Drop of the black stuff will do.
Well, she's done extremely well, hasn't she? Ireland have just been messing around with the ball here in the last couple of minutes in their own area. Davitt does extremely well here. The persistence to go through on the ball, massive head collision and back play there. Both girls are back to their feet, thankfully, but have a look at this. A lovely chip, the technique's superb. There's the bounce into the hands. Determination to get over the line, cover defence, no problem with that whatsoever. It's the collision we don't want to see, goodness me.
Well, how many times have I seen an Irish number 13 do that? But no one does it better than Grace Davitt. Briggs, 10 metres in front of advantage. Struck it well again. Well, it went over for Sandrine Agricole early in the first half. Luck not on Briggs' side here. She claimed the opening score for Ireland, added a conversion and the penalty, but that try from Grace Davitt has given Ireland the advantage at the break. So it'll be France then to restart, trailing by 3 points, looking for the bronze medal, having been denied a place in the grand final itself. England against Canada, that'll come up after this telecast, but for now let's concentrate on the game at hand. Ireland 15, France 12, as they lock horns once more. In goes Koita.
Advantage, 6 green. Counter ruck was good, Sarah.
Fleming, the Ireland number 6, being penalised. A chance perhaps for Ledouf to go for the post and draw France level.
Good aggressive play there by France at the breakdown. Very good counter ruck in there. Discussion going on between Ledouf and the captain. Mignot, she wants a 3 point. 3 points. She wants her to take the 3 points or have the attempt at it. Swirling breeze here, difficult kicking conditions. As we see here, falling into the breakdown area after the very good work being done there by Koita on that occasion there. Just felt maybe did she lose her feet, possibly going over the top. Tough one for the referee to call. Unfortunately, Fleming falling into the breakdown on the wrong side, giving this opportunity here to Ledouf to tie things up.
Well, this is interesting, isn't it? Niamh Briggs from almost exactly the same spot. So her kick, rebound off the upright. Let's see what Christelle Ledouf can do. Can she draw France level here? 2 steps. She's turned. The kick just misses. So the score remains then almost 2 minutes into the second half, as it was at the break. 15-12 to Ireland.
Make sure they're behind you, okay?
Well, France went out to a 19-3 lead in Pau in March in the Six Nations Championship before taking the foot off the pedal, only to recover and take it by 19-15. It was that close, and it promises to be that close again some 5 months on.
Yep. Green.
Rabier, it is, barking the orders with the blue cap. Leaning back for that one was Laetitia Grand. Ledouf. Almost fooling Stapleton there. And here come France then. Tremolier already has 1 try to her name. into the Irish 22. And she's presented the ball as well. Quickly this time, Ledouf into Ndiaye in midfield. Grand, more often than not, a replacement off the bench. But using his skills to good advantage here. Ledouf tracks back. Ball didn't go forward, says referee Trumbull. Trying to do a little too much herself, perhaps. And the impetus is lost. So Koita. Young lady who started playing rugby at 16 years of age. Oh, it's a big handoff coming from Safi Ndiaye. Previously with Castra. Galminho. The roar goes up from the crowd every time the French captain has the ball in hand. 3 tries in the Six Nations tournament for her. Lovely little offload there from Ndiaye to Ari Castra, the loose head prop. Former captain of the French in the 20s, said Troncy. Spotted what she thought was a gap, but it was filled by Fitzpatrick and Spence between them. Nudged forward, touched forward by Fitzpatrick, I think it was, the Ireland number 8. Yeah, when things aren't going right, let's return to the tried and tested. That's France all over for you. But well spotted by Ireland that time.
Forward from green.
Just the sort of start they would have been talking about in the changing room there at half-time. They'd be saying, we want to start quickly. Let's get out there and impose ourselves back on this Irish team. This is Ndiaye, and this is a subtlety she does have in her game. It was a huge hit coming in here from the outside, but what a surprise.
Come on up, green.
Yeah, you're talking about the dressing room there.
Jenny Murphy once again with the huge hit.
Well, you're talking about the dressing room there, Simon, you know. No press conferences, cliches like the men from these women. It's the back streets of Paris and the back streets of Dublin. That's the language we hear often not from these. Shall we call them ladies for now?
No, they didn't mind. She used to stay in.
Nothing wrong with that.
Stay in.
If it challenges your ambitions and aspirations.
Well, you think that France, if they can start, keep their scrum going, as we see the 2 presidents. One Camus of the French Federation and La Passé, the IRB.
Crouch!
I think Ndiaye's the key player here. If the scrum's stable, she's going to look to set the attack here.
France looking for a big scrum here. Ndiaye has the ball at her feet, picks up, offloads nicely to Guiglion. Troncy wants more bodies. Rabier offers herself. Look at the power of Fitzpatrick in the tackle, holding up Rabier. France desperately trying to get that rolling maul going, but Ireland are there in numbers. Spence gets in there, does remarkably well initially. Goes to ground, didn't pull them all down. Ndiaye has control of the ball, striding forward. 5 meters out then from the Ireland try line. But excellent work there by Eilish Egan, the Ireland tight head. Nothing illegal about that. Troncy to Ledouf, to Mayons. The last pass to Guiglion. Elodie Guiglion restores France's lead. Some 5 minutes into the second half, but it all came about again thanks to the power of that French rolling maul, controlled so well by Safi Ndiaye. And when the ball came out to Ledouf, Mayons and Guiglion, that was there on hand to crown the move.
Well, this is what it is all about, the rolling maul. Why use it? Because it draws the defenders in, drawing them in, bring them back to the breakdown area, closer to the source of the play. At this point here, then we have a 3-on-2 on the outside. Mayers has negotiated that beautifully. Well, it was pretty much a 3v2.5, wasn't it? And she picked it off beautifully there, Mayans. Guiglion had a lot to do. Led with the shoulder, great finish, but great work by the blue forward pack. It was outstanding work up front. They were able to reset the drive, get it going again, draw the Irish defenders in. They turned in slightly and then take advantage on the outside. Beautiful play by the French side.
Estelle Ledouf from the near side. Will it turn in? No. So the score remains at 17-15. Just the 2 points, but what a marvellous score it was from Elodie Guiglion, the diminutive left wing three-quarter for France. They call her Le Gig, which literally means the beanpole, and there's only 1.66 m of her. Good score. Allez les Bleus. Familiar rallying call of the French. Grand.
Release green.
The hero is Jean-Pierre Rive, the former blonde bombshell on the side of the French scrum back in the early 70s. Ireland come away through Niamh Briggs. Stapleton straight down the throat of Tremoulier, and Stapleton tracking back for all she's worth. Still has the presence of mind to send that one on its way. Good covering by Stapleton, but it was her kick initially. Straight down the throat of Jessie Tremoulier.
Much better play here in the back three on this occasion here. Tremoulier, that's a beautiful kick, finding the space there. But their organisation looked a lot more solid there, and then under pressure there from the chasers. She doesn't get a long touch finder in, allowing France an opportunity to set once again the potential rolling maul.
Braun can't gather. Troncy ducks under the tackle. It's a fair contest with Claire Molloy. Oh, Koita once more. The ever-present Asa Koita.
The referee was playing advantage there for an initial offside there, and it was Molloy guilty on this occasion here. Number 7 was called out. As we see Fleming and shot. Well, France turning down the 3 points here, and this is a big call. Well, we know where they're going with their rolling maul, don't we? But unfortunately, the times we've seen the option taken, the penalty, we've seen the line out being missed, as you called earlier. As we see here coming in, no, it is the number 6 on that occasion. It is Fleming who is coming in from the side.
Yeah, Fleming has to be careful, because I think the finger has been pointed at her now a few times. And it's getting to that point in the game where referees, well, they will go to their pockets if the patience runs out. But coming on for France, Kouyoumba Diallo, much to the delight of her supporters in the crowd. It's Safi Ndiaye who gives way. Kouyoumba Diallo from the Bobigny club. High flying in the French Championship with Bobigny.
Hold. Time's in.
Oh, my mistake. It's Jussouvia. So Ireland stemming the tide. Initially.
The line-out work a little bit sloppy once again. When you get into these positions on the field, you've got to be ruthless and you've got to be accurate. And France guilty once again of missing the line-out. They're thinking drive. First job you've got to be thinking is about, let's get this line-out right. First things first.
That's Nathalie Amiel. Well, in 1997, the Stade Jean-Bouin hosted the final of the Women's Elite Championship between Herm and Saint-Laurens, won by Saint-Laurens, which had current French team coach Nathalie Amiel in their side.
That is not
For me to correct myself, it's Jussouvi who's been replaced.
Yeah.
Not Ndiaye. By that young lady, Kouyoumba Diallo.
Straight. Okay.
Diallo did extremely well to recover loose ball. Unfortunately, he was just knocked on, just getting a little bit excited. The goal line fever there coming into play, getting close. Everyone wanting to get their hands on the ball. It's the hardest metre to gain, is that last metre to get over that try line. Requires patience.
France, or Ireland rather, looking for a solid scrum here. France looking to get the edge on, as they do. Driving Ireland backwards. Fitzpatrick on her own try line. Has she recovered? I think she has. Tremendous work there by Fitzpatrick at number 8. Not a familiar position for her. Heather O'Brien, of course, is the incumbent number 8. She's been injured, although she is on the bench this afternoon.
Have a look at the power coming through here. Just a great work here by the French 8. Gee, they've done extremely well on that occasion. You've got to say it, as you called it, Paula Fitzpatrick, just outstanding to get that ball back into play. She did a great job, but the pressure's still on them.
It's a French throw-in. Gaëlle Mignot has to find her jumper this time. Diallo, that's why she was brought on, to do exactly that.
Oh, crank it out.
Egan, the Irish tight head, does well. The obstruction called by referee Trumbull. Cool heads are needed now, says Tanya Rosser, the Irish scrum half.
Excellent decision here by the referee. We'll see the maul break away, and this is it now becomes a new maul, and on that occasion there, it's a classic truck and trailer that on that situation there. If it was the same maul, no problem. Unfortunately, touch being missed here by Ireland.
Hotremulia, lovely sleight of hand. Unfortunate for her, the ball went forward. So Ireland then, they've lifted the pressure on their own goal line. Tense times these, 13 minutes into the second half. Just 2 points separating the teams.
Hands out.
How important will that be for the Irish side, who've been weathering the storm here in the first 13 minutes of the second half? This is their first opportunity really to just try and calm things down and sort of impose their play back onto the game.
Just watch them push before the ball is coming in, like.
So just see the side of hand Tremulier. Well, unfortunately, we'll just see here that's only, well, it's only a yard forward. But in this game,
all good.
Forward doesn't work.
Fiona Coughlin there, the Irish captain, just having a quick word with Sherry Trumbull.
You got that side for me,
drawing her attention to.
She's going to try anything, isn't she? She needs some. Yeah, well, they need some respite at scrum time there when they. She's just trying to put an idea, sow the seed into the referee's mind that there is a little bit of cheating going on by there, or cheating, shall we say, pushing the laws to the limit by the French ladies. Certainly from sitting up here with the benefit of the replays we're having, it wouldn't appear to be the case, but I admire her for trying.
Coughlin's been a great captain for Ireland from the University of Limerick Bohemians. Tap in the back from Tanya Rosser, and again the drive comes through. Rosser, Murphy, the direct run, in danger of becoming isolated. Fleming gets there first, willing her to go to ground, and she manages to do so. Stapleton, Malloy offers herself as the decoy runner. Briggs not going to get that offload away to Alison Miller, holding the ball in two hands. Also again Fitzpatrick, so strong. The Irish number 8. She's done some sterling work in attack and defence today. Gillian Bourke. Stapleton to reach for that one. Egan quite prepared for that pass perhaps. She's done well. Murphy once more. What a contest that has been between her and Mayons. Baxter takes her from Stapleton, lays it back nicely. And here come Ireland through Sophie Spence. The weak shoulder of Christelle Lederf, quickly snapped up by Tanya Rosser. The captain, Fiona Coughlin, is there. And Ireland are lying deep and in numbers. Two ranks of attackers ready to take that ball up. A tackle on Briggs was good from Shannon Izar on the right wing. So momentum is lost for a second or two as Egan looks to get Ireland on the front foot, but she is bundled back in the tackle there onto her own players. Fitzpatrick just steadying the ship in midfield, some 10 metres outside the French 22. Ireland once more drive forward. The backs are split left and right. To Briggs, looking for the kick into the wide open spaces, impeding Diallo. So the initial offence was the knock forward by the French lady.
Well, it was good patient play here. Briggs going in. That's a charge down. Now where's the knock on coming? Right there. Superb call by the referee. She got that one bang on.
The knock first. Knock first.
Tell that to the 15, 16, 17,000 French supporters.
Oh, it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter when. They'll see what they want to see. The referee, very good call there by Sherry Turnbull. She's She's got that one right, and well,
it was blatant interference clearly, but the offence had happened before
first
that.
infringement, of course, was going to be the knock-on. She got that one right.
Now then, can Ireland conjure up a score here?
Can they clear it cleanly from the scrum? Their last scrum was excellent.
Fitzpatrick again looking to dig it out. Rosser with the best of passes to Stapleton. And France, they're very quickly onto the ball carrier. We well have turned it over. No.
Very good refereeing there, Wynne. I've got to agree. She asked Uluduff to get out of the area. She did. She impeded the ball, but she could see the effort being made. She got another good call there.
Yeah, calm down, says Fiona Coughlin. The good captain that she is, the Clontarf PE and maths teacher. There are two Irish captains from Clontarf who've won Grand Slams, but there's only one that can say they've beaten New Zealand, and she's on the field today.
Here's the tackle coming in here on Miller on that occasion there. And we'll just see caught in there is enough, trying to get out. Well, it's another replacement from the front row.
We get a straight drive.
Yeah, Portares
Time's
on
in.
the right-hand side. She had a torrid time against Canada the other evening. There she is. Elodie Portares from Montpellier. Again, Ireland somehow managed to bring it away. Miller finds her path blocked initially. Did well to get past the first defender. Stapleton to Malloy. Good hands.
Get out, Blue!
Stapleton to Briggs. This is better. To Davitt. What a marvellous score that was for her at the end of the first half. France have regrouped in defence. Burke, the hooker. Comfortable with the ball in hand. Lost forward. And Ireland going off their feet as well. There's Phil Doyle there with the watch. You could see him just behind the barrier. Well, it's a changing of the guard here for Ireland. Phil Doyle, this will be his last game in charge of Ireland before he disappears into the sunset on his powerful motorbike. Greg McWilliams, also the forwards, the backs coach,
Continue.
is to take up a post at Yale University. Baxter for Ireland. Good work by Rosser, finding Briggs. And the Irish are there in numbers, but the French are very well organised on either side of that ruck as Fitzpatrick looks for a way through.
Well, Porteres on that occasion, she won the earlier penalty with incredible piece of turnover work. On this occasion, though, the referee believed, saying the ruck had been called, that there was contact in there between the two shoulders from the, well, opposing players from opposing teams. Just have a look, Porteres is over this issue. Well, no, I think it's more the tackler who's going to be penalised on that occasion there. No ruck called. The tackler was the actual player who wasn't Porteres who got penalised on that occasion there. She's been very strong, so she's come on there. An opportunity here for Briggs to give Ireland the lead.
Well, as soon as that penalty was called, I could see Briggs reorganising her hair, making sure that nothing falling into her eyes. And the crowd still incensed by the decision not to award France a penalty a couple of minutes ago. So Briggs in midfield to restore Ireland's lead going into the final quarter. Well within her compass. 35 metres out, struck it well. And the flags are in the air. France trail by 1. Ireland 18, France 17. A well-struck penalty from Irish fullback Niamh Briggs. 13 points for her.
Well, they've done extremely well, haven't they, to hang on in here, because the power of the French forward pack were really threatening to take this game right away from Ireland, but they've managed to clear the ball from the scrum and from those pressure areas, and able to apply pressure through different parts of the game. With through their organisation, through their connected carries by the forward pack, they've done very well to live in it in this game with the way the scrum's been performing. It's been very solid, very impressive performance by the Irish ladies here, deserving of this 18-17 lead.
They did well to keep the ball alive there, but it was that period when Ireland were camped on their own try line a few minutes ago. That could well be the turning point in this match, as Tremoulier comes again for France. Ledouf to Mayons.
Leave a green.
Fleming, the wing forward, as she's covered a lot of ground today, has the Ireland number 6. Poublan. Started 5 matches at fullback for France in 2010. Mayons with a quick delivery to Isa, again looking for Guiglion.
Back foot.
The tackle coming in is there. NDI running tall and always finding Koita on her shoulder. Driving hard downfield, Asa Koita. Hint of a gap on the right-hand side. Diallo couldn't get the ball away. Big forwards in midfield. One of them is Sandra Rabier. NDI and Fitzpatrick has turned into a bit of an arm wrestle between the two number 8s. But France still have it. The ball went to ground, albeit legally or illegally, I'm not sure. At NDI, 8 phases of play. This time France do get forward momentum. Breaking away on the narrow side, round the corner. But Ireland will get the scrum. Another let-off. But tremendous work by Ireland, and again the protests come loud and clear from the grandstands. Look at Niamh Briggs.
Well, I think one can understand why the protests are coming in as well there. There seems to be a lot of Ireland are just battling. They're not able to get these big ball carriers onto the ground. They need to really bring the tackle height down and sort of what we'd call the chop tackle, if you like. But well, it's too late now because the ball's been set. They've got to stop this at source, as we'll see here coming through here. Maybe she was connected through, told to get out of it, back she's into it. It's untidy out there, isn't it? I think, maybe mistakes going both ways at this stage here, and possibly it's very difficult, I've got to say, for the referee to get this one right, because players seem to be coming in from the side. We could say coming through the middle, but no, it's very untidy out there. Difficult for the referee at this moment here.
And when there's a defensive body, Simon, on the floor, it's difficult to get that driving maul over that person. You know, it's well, we've seen it done legally, we've seen it done illegally as well, haven't we?
Oh, we certainly have.
It's a ploy in some parts of the world.
Of course it is in some parts, Win. Scrum time now. This is important. You talk about a key moment of the game. You spoke about the one just after half-time. I think we're back to another period of it as well.
Yeah, Ireland going scrimmaging down low, and Troncy once again looking for the ball to spill out. Well, there could be justice after all. It's a simple penalty if that's what Gail Mignot wants. She looked exasperated a minute or two ago.
I think they'll fancy the scrum. Ndai is wanting the scrum. The captain's wanting 3. Who's got the final say out there?
I think it'll be Christelle Ledouf to line this one up. Yeah. There's plenty of time to go yet. No time to press the panic button. So number 18 on for Ireland. That's Heather O'Brien. Tremoulier lining up the kick.
It's interesting. I thought, Ledouf had been striking the ball well. Okay, granted, they've been difficult enough kicks as well, but she Nice strike with the ball, but Tremillier as well. She's shown out of hand. What a beautiful kicker she is. Equal in distance to what the superstar for the Irish team, Briggs, has been doing from fullback as well. Let's see if she's as accurate from the ground.
Just 2 steps back, 2 to the side. This is a pressure kick. Taking France the lead once more.
Oh, beautiful kick.
The roar of the crowd tells you that Jessie Tremoulier succeeded with her first penalty attempt. And Ireland are back in front, the lead changing hands, 4 times now. But Ireland in the ascendancy, 20 points to 18. And I'm just wondering, Simon, we were asking why Christelle Leduc doesn't come on for France in place of Agricole. Well, perhaps she feels a little under pressure as well, taking these pressure kicks, and that's why we saw Tremoulier. We couldn't understand the other night when Agricole, or the French coach, persisted with Agricole.
No, it's certainly, you know, from a coach's viewpoint, you've got to say we're all a lot clever after the event, aren't we? And the decisions are made out there under the heat of battle, under pressure, and in hindsight, well, we're all a lot wiser. But, well, the decision was made early tonight, wasn't it? And proving to be a very good one. And it's this lady here, and you feel she's going to have to carry this French team over the advantage line and try and carry them home, really, isn't she? Because she's at the heart of all this maul play. But once again, oh dear, arms are in the air, hands to the face, disbelief.
Obstruction called. Well, will Briggs fancy chances here? You bet she will.
You talk about things that frustrate you as well. I'm sure they frustrate the players as well, but if I sort of put a coach's hat on in this situation here, you've just scored 3, you've taken the lead, and then you take the kick-off well, you set up and give away a dumb penalty by once again setting up the new maul. And I think it was obviously a call from the assistant referee, and it certainly was coming in. It's the assistant referee gave that call that it was set up on a new maul. Tough to see from there. But now pressure shifts straight away again, doesn't it? And straight away you don't clear your own areas, you put yourself back under pressure.
Well, Briggs that time decided that, or between her and Coughlin, that they should go for territory, and the line out playing by Heather O'Brien, the replacement. Ball bobbling this way and that. Went forward initially, so the opportunity is missed. Waiting to come on is Laetitia Sales for France.
Just see here's the lift. I thought she'd done well to recover this, but then no, the referee ruling that had just gone forward. Tight call. But everybody's under pressure out there. The referee also as well, and her assistants are under a lot of pressure out there.
Galminio geeing up her side. That'll be her last command to this team as captain, Laetitia Sales. 31 years of age. She excels at throwing into the line out, but her first task will be to win this scrum for France.
Time's in.
Some 13 minutes to go. The game as close as it has been.
Fine.
2 points the difference. Never been more than 7 points separating these teams since Niamh Briggs converted her own try after 6 minutes. And this time France will have a chance to clear.
Running round.
Not the longest of kicks, but it's safe into touch.
Anything, Sarah? Good? Yep. Whole green, good there.
So let's see Sales living up to her billing as an accurate thrower. Finding Diallo, the replacement, number 19.
One stop, Blue.
Ireland held up the initial drive once again.
Hands away, Green.
Koita. But Malloy's in there and has stolen it. Good work again by Claire Malloy. Stapleton to Fitzpatrick. On her own. Stapleton to Rosser. Seen her a few times now in the standoff position. There she is, lovely pass. Again, hardly any room for Miller on the narrow side there, up against the replacement Ledanu. Spence. Back to strength. NDI has her hands on the ball.
Thank you.
Oh, that's a close call again.
Release.
Well, you felt NDI was in there first, and you certainly looked that way. I thought the French defence has been marshalling extremely well. Marshalling this Irish side around here in that last phase of play there. Well, they've won the penalty here. They go back to the corner again. They're going to back themselves. I thought the defensive line-out was excellent last time. Obviously, Briggs not feeling overly confident. It's a very long shot out.
Shot called.
Well,
she's taken it on.
I think Fiona Coughlin has told her, look, have a go at it. Have confidence, have faith in yourself.
So we'll just see here. Here's a tackle made on Spence.
Okay.
Oh, gee, I think Ninja, she's won the race into there first, and it's all about winning the race to get over the ball there.
Well, that's a big call from Fiona Coughlin.
From when you see these situations when a goal kicker doesn't immediately step up and want to take the kick at goal, I think it might put a little bit of doubt into the captain's mind as well as whether or not she really wants to take the shot on. I don't think she's going to have any problem with distance, although she's just been guilty today of forcing things a little bit when she gets that little bit further out. She's such a pure striker of the ball. She's got to go through a routine here, head down, just do what she's done so many times before.
Studying concentration, that's Niamh Briggs. Where's this one going? Wide of the mark. Cleared away by Poublan. Only as far as Tanya Rosser. Baxter couldn't gather. And Ireland back in their own half. Taken by Rabier. Murphy. Spence in the wide open spaces. Carries well, does Sophie Spence, as does this lady Heather O'Brien. Rosser to Murphy. Or Davitt rather, with a kick. Tremulia calls for the mark.
Hasn't she been good in the second half? Been well impressed by her positional play, and you know, a little bit critical of her in the first half. She's been covering the ground much better in the second half, anticipating the play, reading play a lot better at the back there, which has given a lot more freedom to the front line to get off the line and make those tackles, knowing that they're pretty well covered at the back. That's a beautiful strike again.
Leaning back into the kick. Expertly done by Jessie Tremoulier. 22-year-old student.
Green is set.
The France have some 7 minutes to hold out. Ireland have 7 minutes to get one score.
It's a long time.
It's a very long time. Ireland assured of their best result ever. 7th is their best result in the Women's Rugby World Cup, and we've already mentioned it a few times. Some good things happening in women's rugby in Ireland. And it's good to see that the 4 teams probably who've reached or who did reach the semi-finals are the countries which have invested mostly in their women's rugby. It's no coincidence. Fitzpatrick. Passed forward by Stapleton. And Ledeuf will put this one way downfield.
Advantage over.
But only as far as Miller. Briggs to run it back. Weaving her way past the first tackle, caught by Ari Castra, the loose head prop. Muldoon is the replacement, wearing 20 for Ireland.
Just losing a lot of bodies on the ground round the ball at the moment, Ireland, which is not allowing them too much width in their attack.
But Mulloy did well. Once again, Rosser looking to bring Davitt onto the ball.
It's tough to understand when, isn't it? Because previously Ndai, she'd won it much earlier than that, was penalised. This occasion here she wins the penalty back, and you probably felt she was in there a little bit slower. Mayans again with the hit. Look at Ndai there. She's in it. She's there. Won the race to the ball. Superb play from the French number 8. Is that going to find touch?
Careful, Baxter. Oh, excellent. Now then the play is breaking up. Anything could happen here. Fitzpatrick collared by Ladanus. The replacement, the blonde hair on the right wing for Shannon Izar. Ireland desperately trying to dig it out here.
All blue. Up. Up.
Leduc
17.
incensed.
Hasn't Fitzpatrick been immense? Her work rate behind a scrum that's really struggling. She's really impressed me, and she's carrying the ball, she's making the tackles, she's working. Her work rate is just outstanding out there tonight. What a game she's having.
She had a tremendous game against the USA when she came on in the second half. In point of fact, Heather O'Brien wearing 18. She broke a finger against New Zealand. She was airlifted back to Dublin the following day, operated on. Her nail was torn off, so to speak, and the finger reset. Then the nail was put back in place, and she was flown back out here to Paris again. My goodness me, that takes some doing.
That's courageous stuff, isn't it?
Llewellyn.
I think that's what these ladies have enjoyed, isn't it? This adventure that they've been on during a Rugby World Cup. You know, an incredible experience for them, and I think the tightness, we're seeing it from these groups, aren't we? That they're wanting to give everything for their shirt and for their teammates, and it's wonderful to see. Whatever team we've had the pleasure of commentating on during this World Cup, it's been the same across the board.
And it's the same between the girls and the management team as well. We've had the pleasure of staying in the same camp as the Irish, and they're a very, very close-knit group, and they desperately want to win this one for Phil Doyle, as I say, whose last game this is. And Greg McWilliams as well, going to Yale. We wish him well. And Peter Bracken, well, he's retraining from being an engineer to a paramedic. And we wish Peter the very best of luck also. Great guys, one and all. Heather O'Brien, midway between the French 10-metre line and the 22. 4 minutes for Ireland, perhaps to bring Briggs or Rosser perhaps close enough to aim for a drop goal. Rosser now in the fly half position. As Ireland slowly but surely edge their way downfield. They must retain possession. Good work there, latching on, leeching on was Burke. She does some tremendous work unseen in the tight. Does the Irish hooker from the University of Limerick Bohemians. You feel for Tanya Rosser, don't you? Lost interest in the game
Taken back
at one stage.
Good refereeing this. Bring it back for the knock-on. Great connected carries there by Ireland around the fringes. You just think they should have kept on going. France are just standing off them at the moment. They're not wanting to commit the penalty because they know the danger that Briggs poses with her goal kicking. Ireland had something really building up there, and you just feel just the release was maybe a little bit premature there for the backs to take over, and well, as it was, a mistake has been made, and well, can Ireland disrupt the ball from the scrum? The first 77 minutes we've watched of it, you doubt it.
France denied a place in the Cup final by 2 points. Canada stealing a march on them. Are they going to win the bronze medal by 2 points? Is it going to be heartbreak for Ireland? But they have done remarkably well to get to this stage. The Irish women, they're not done yet. They can get their hands on the ball here. Ledouf once more then to put the ball way downfield, and will it find touch this time? No. Alison Miller goes up for it and juggles with the ball. Brings it infield. Twists and turns and rolls forward. Heather O'Brien on her own. Needs some support here.
Lead up, Blue. Turnover.
Stolen. Expertly done. Turnover for France. I don't think this ball is going to go far. Diallo, but Malloy is in there to get her hands on the ball. Time and again she's done that so well. Asakoita.
Well, if they can make the tackle and get them on the ground, Ireland are always good for a turnover.
Well, that wasn't the best decision. Now, did it come off an Irish hand? Sarah Cox is the assistant on the far side. Kyle Mignon can hardly bear to watch the French captain. No, it's French ball.
Time's out.
Watch is stopped. 1 minute.
Well, they have a line out that is capable of defending as well. Just here, taking it the short side.
Yes, thank you.
Great call. They've got it spot on, haven't they? Ian Don will show us she's in play when she kicks the ball. It's kicked across, comes off the Irish players there coming across in cover.
It's okay. Time's out.
It's pretty much all or nothing now here for this Irish defensive line out. They're going to have to put the jumpers up.
Yeah, Peter Bracken, the forwards coach, is in there for Ireland. He's the water boy. And he'll be telling his girls exactly what's needed here. Challenge the French line-out. 45 seconds. It looked good for Ireland at half-time. They led by 15 to 12 and by 18 to 17 when Niamh Briggs nudged the ball over. The Tremollier with that kick under pressure restored France's lead.
I'd be taking the scrum here personally with the way that this French side packs down. You just scrummage and kick the ball out. Anyway, she's run the clock down nicely here. They've got 10 seconds to hold on to it.
Koita. To Ndiaye, and isn't it fitting that she should have the ball in her hands when the clock turns to red?
Yep. Release green. Back.
So this time, the ball will surely go into touch, or will it? Ndiaye to Diallo. They're going for another score, and it will be a score for Elodie Guiglion. A second try for the wing three-quarter, and that seals the bronze medal for France. Well, they could have been forgiven, but kicking the ball high into the grandstand. The thousands of supporters who have made their way here to the Stade Jean-Bouin have had their reward, and a second try for Elodie Guiglion and a fourth for France.
Well, Diallo just superbly. And here we have what a wonderful finish on the outside by Guiglion. That's very well taken try. But my goodness me, they put it through about 12 pairs of hands. 80 minutes is up on the clock. You're assured a bronze medal position. The extra try didn't mean a thing, but good luck to them. I love the courage. Love it, having to go, wanting to play, and the crowd appreciate it as well. What a way for France to finish this tournament. An incredible adventure for them. They were so close to being in the final, playing for the title of world champion, World Cup winners. But as it is, they will take a lot of comfort out of this third place position.
Well, they love their rugby in France, don't they? And suddenly there will be a deathly hush as Christelle Ledeuf tries to put the icing on the cake, but never mind that it's pulled wide of the mark. France have secured the bronze medal. They've defeated a very, very plucky Irish side in the end by 25 points to 18. But let's take our caps off to the Irish as well.
Well, despite the fact that all the scripts had Ireland playing here against France, magnificent efforts by Argentina in Lens on Wednesday night ensured that the Pumas would be here at Lansdowne Road in their very first World Cup quarter-final. How much gas is left in the tank for the Argentinians after those efforts, we'll see. It's going to be Christophe Lamaison from the Brive club in France to kick off this quarter-final. And away we go. Huge cheer. Pichot. Back to Quesada, the kicking phenomenon in the Argentinian side. He'll be a target, no doubt, for the French back row of Rivemont, Magne and Juillet. This man, the leading point scorer in Rugby World Cup with 89 points, and remarkably, he's still an amateur rugby player in Buenos Aires. The checkbooks will be out after this tournament, no doubt. Number 6 for France at the back is Marc Livremont from the Stade Francais club. Brisés went up for it, but Argentina steal it at the line out, the first line out of the match. Galtier with a little footwork at the back. France took it in. It stayed above the ground, so it didn't become a ruck, and it becomes Argentina's put into the scrummage. Not much in it as far as the pack weights are concerned, but look at that, front row has gone up. Argentina with the proud tradition and the most feared pack around the world. They really believe that they can push any team around the park. It'll be seen, and it's a penalty to France. Argentina penalised for taking the scrummage down. You can see Derek Bevan speaking to that Puma front row. Keep it up.
Yeah, clearly the Pumas front row don't really agree with that one. But very interesting from France's perspective. They just were expecting them to catch fire anytime, and I think they believe today is their day. I was talking to Pierre Villepreux. He believes they've got the game to beat Argentina, and he believes that their backs can do it for them. We haven't seen it to date in the World Cup, so it'll be very interesting to see if it happens today.
Now this is quite interesting because Christophe Lamaison has been given the duty of the first kick, and all through this tournament it's been with Richard Dott, the Dax centre. Lamaison, who kicked 81 points in the 97 and 98 French Grand Slam Five Nations Championship seasons. Lamaison for France. Nice looking stroke of the ball, and it's the first strike for France. Lamaison puts France in front at 3-0.
It's exactly what France wanted. Good start. Lamaison stepping up and just slotting it over the bar. France are a confident side. As I said, they believe they can start playing rugby at this stage. That's a very good start for them.
Quesada restarts. Up goes Brisés, picked up now by Ibanez, the captain. It's with Galtier. Lamaison, and that's just off the side of the boot, but it's made touch safely. Xavier Rabajosa, he of the Percy Montgomery School of Hairdressing. He's played 14 tests, this is 14th test. It's only his second outing at fullback. He had a pretty uncomfortable experience at fullback against New Zealand this year when France went down by a half century of points. Mario Ledesma now for Argentina, the Pumas hooker. Taken by Alejandro Aylub, one of the young locks in this Argentina pack. Pichot on the narrow side, and the kick intended for Albanese. Augustin Pichot, the man who will play for Bristol at the end of this Rugby World Cup, where he will join his centre partner, Eduardo Simone.
We have a Garda message for the mother or guardian of Simon Lee.
Yeah, you'd certainly have to rate Pichot as one of the better scrum halves in the World Cup tournament to date. Certainly was very influential in the victory against Ireland the other night.
Tremendous drive by France from the line out. Picked up now by Galtier. The tempo is high from France. They've made a good start. Galtier again. Lamaison standing still. Ntamack also standing still. Taken by Santiago Filan and Gonzalongo, the two back row men for Argentina. Lamaison. That's a little dangerous. Taken on by Brisés. That was good support work by the big lock. No second chance this time from Lamaison.
Yeah, static play by the French backs there. Both Lamaison and Ntamack playing out of position, I believe, in the centre. Both taking the ball static, not really making any progress, allowing the Argentinian defence to swarm onto them.
Well, that's the halfway line. it's Argentina's throw. Mario Ledesma taking his chance, of course, with the omission of Federico Mendes, the Northampton hooker. Quesada just took his eye off the ball. This is Olivier Magne. He's on his own. He's got support from Livremont inside the Argentinian 22. Tremendous break by Magne. It's in front of the Pumas posts. But the Pumas look as if they've turned this one. Pichot to Quesada. Takes his time, but he's missed touch. He finds Christophe Dominici. Little chip by the flying winger, and the follow-up by Dominici. Needs a good bounce. Pichot with the tackle. Stirring start this by France. Soulette, Berbizier, La Maison, Dirt. The good tackle from Arbissou. Jouillet with men over here. Garbajosa is going to score a tremendous try for France. And Lansdowne Road comes to its feet. That's the best of France in this Rugby World Cup. Xavier Garbajosa scores the opening try of the match.
Great score there for Garbajosa, right? Here we can see the build-up right from the far end of the field. Durth takes the ball actually and sort of has a go to the centre and sort of slaps the momentum. Juillet does very well right on the corner there, recognised there's men outside. Garbajosa takes the ball right in behind the post, makes sure of the conversion. But just very interesting from that play. The French, their confidence absolutely shook before coming into the game. An early penalty on the board, and just looking at their body language as they came back from the try there, very much into the game, and from their perspective, very much on a high now. Here again, we see the ball to Durth, making the half break, slowing up play slightly. Juillet right on his shoulder and having the presence of mind just to skip the ball out beyond Albanese to Garbajosa.
Great start for France. There's a foot in touch on this side. Xavier Garbajosa, who playing fullback, he likes to play wing. Entrusted with the number 15 shirt for his country for only the second time. Gonzalo Quesada, who has kicked so magnificently for Argentina from Cardiff to Llanelli, back to Cardiff to Lens, and now here in Dublin. Ledesma, to the back it goes, Phelan with a tap, Pichot, Quesada. This is Simone, tackled wonderfully by Livremont in midfield. That was a thumping tackle from the flanker, but it was high. Derek Bevan says the tackle was high from Livremont, and he's going to have a word. Marc Livremont, the elder of the two Livremont brothers, and Derek Bevan said this was high.
Yeah, here you can see Simeone coming in and Livremont coming slightly on the shoulder, I would have thought. Slightly harsh decision there. But high it's deemed to be, and a penalty to Argentina, and it's likely that Quesada will slot this one over.
Marc Livremont playing in this French side. His brother, unfortunately, Thomas Livremont, had to retire from the tournament. 305 points in 22 tests for Gonzalo Quesada. And they can boo all they like. This man is unruffled. He is calm, he's cool, and he's collected. There'll be a little stamp of the feet on the spot. A few deep breaths. One final look at the posts. Has it got the distance? It's wide. Well, that was the least convincing kick I've certainly seen Quesada kick all this tournament.
Very interesting. I talked about confidence earlier, confidence of the French side, and Argentina very much depended on Quesada to keep them in games, to win them games, and his first strike goal, as you said, his technique well off for what we're used to seeing. I don't think I've seen him kick as badly as that.
La Maison, and it was charged down by Phelan, who's taken a nasty bump. Benazi, he's got Benatsal with Garbajosa inside. So to Magne. Oh, the man has got pace. Chased by Corletto. Magne inside. Garbajosa. Benatsal. All the way with Benatsal. That is a magnificent try by France. Philippe Benatsal scoring his 18th try for his country. A quite magnificent try from France.
All came from the dropout here that Argentina blocked. Benazzi does very well here, draws the man in, gives it out to Bernard Sal in the first instance. Back into Magna. Magna takes off, he's very quick, open side flanker. Gets chased all the way into Arvidosa, and Bernard Sal spots the gap and over he goes. So that's 75 metres for France. The players throwing their arms up in the air, and for France this whole World Cup has just started.
La Maison with the simplest tasks, the extra 2 points. France, the sleeping giant of Rugby World Cup 99. The stuttered starts in their Pool C matches, but look at Magna inside the Rabajosa and Philippe Benatsal, a flying winger with the Biarritz club, scores under the posts. It's the France we know, the France we've been waiting for. From the restart, it's with France. Galtier, La Maison. That's a big kick downfield by the Brive outside half, who has a teammate as well in the Argentina side in the shape of Lisandro Arbizu, the Argentinian captain. The French supporters are singing around this ground. Terrific atmosphere as Fernandez Lobbe takes it at the front for the Pumas. The Pumas walk it some 5 or 6 metres. Pichot now, Quesada. Benatsal's underneath it, loses it. Picked up by Simone, it's gone forward though. Of course, the one thing going in for France's favour is the fact that they've not played for 8 days. It's a week yesterday that they played Fiji in Toulouse, and of course Argentina had that bruising battle against Ireland in Lens on Wednesday night. They must be still feeling some of the bumps from their efforts that night. Galtier now linking with Magna, Livremont and Brisés. It's just gone forward. Or was it?
I'm not sure about that at all. I think that's a wrong call, but we'll see. Certainly the French sniping around. Galtier showing his worth, coming back, working his way back into the side and combining very well with Magna and Livremont there. There's the ambassador for French rugby there.
Monsieur le Rugby. He's an happy man.
Certainly is. The French, just their whole demeanour now on the pitch, very confident.
It's on the halfway line, put in by Pichot, and the Pumas pack just went backwards just for a yard or so. Quesada spots a gap. Rabajosa, though, makes good ground. And he's done well. The Toulouse fullback gets an applause from his teammates for that nice bit of gaining ground. Taken at the front by Argentina. Quesada. It's a little bit static. Simone, it's not working behind for Argentina. Mind you, throughout this World Cup, they've not done a lot behind. They've only managed to score 4 tries in this Rugby World Cup, and they've, by the same token, they've only conceded 3. Both the props from France are from the Toulouse club. Cédric Soulette and Franck Tonnerre on this side, wearing 3. Califano, he's suspended, he's also from Toulouse. Galtier to Juillet, breaking through his Dominici, finds Galtier. Magna. France working on all cylinders. Galtier taken by Pichot, his opposite number. Inside the Argentinian 22, Galtier, La Maison strings out the long pass to Benatsal. Thumping tackle by Albanese. And the referee blowing it early, and France taking it in. The ball going to ground. Going forward, it's French ball to the scrummage.
Again, very clever play there by Galtier at number 9. He was certainly a persona non grata on the French team for the previous part of the season, but I think Scrella and Villepre recognising that they needed him in the side, sniping and really creating stuff off the back row there.
Christophe Jouillet at the back. And look at Galtier, nonchalant, relaxed, but harassed by Pichot. This is Jouillet now again. Galtier, Benazi. Galtier, La Maison looked as if he was going to line him up for the drop goal, but it's the high up and under. There's been a collision between two French players, both the centres. Carry on, says the referee. And that was the fullback Ignacio Corletto making good ground for Argentina, taking them away from their 22. That was an unfortunate collision between Richard Dut and Emile Ntamack. You can just see them clashing behind Corletto, who took the mark.
Corletto couldn't believe his luck there, got a free catch. The two centres colliding with each other and allowing Argentina to get away.
Now France, that's the last thing they need, is an injury to Fabien Galtier from the Colombia club, the first man to be capped from that particular club. 30 years of age now, they call him a veteran. This is his third World Cup. He's replaced Pierre Mignoni. And of course, France have had their problems at scrum half. Stéphane Castagnette is on the bench. He hasn't really performed in this tournament in the 3 matches in France. And happily restored is Fabien Galtier. France have a tremendous record against Argentina. This is their 34th meeting since 1949. And France have won 28 to Argentina's 12. 4 rather. This is Ntamack. Leaves it for Galtier. Olivier Magne. He's been very prominent in these first 20 minutes or so. It'll chip into the box this time. Gonzalo Camardon is underneath that. That's a huge kick by the right winger. Back goes Rabat-Josin. He's got lots of time. Whether players take cognizance of records, I'm not sure, Brendan, but France have won the last 7 tests against Argentina, and that must play on the minds of the Pumas.
Very much so, and France, in fact, in their approach to this match, were saying that they know how Argentina play. They play against them regularly, and I think they're very comfortable. They've put up a reasonable distance in the score, and it's a very good start for them.
It was Gonzo Longo who took it at number 8 in the line-out for France. Picked up though by Livremont. They'll have to come back. It's a tap forward. Augustin Pichot with the put in. Longo at number 8 picks up. Back to a scrum half. Oh, lovely little dummy by Pichot. Rabat-Josin has done well. Rabat-Josin is looking reasonably comfortable in that number 15 shirt. Much more comfortable than he was earlier this year in Dunedin against the All Blacks. Number 7 for Argentina is Rolando Martin. But keep your eye on number 5 working around. That's Alejandro Alub, the 23-year-old lock. 2 young locks in this Argentinian side. And they've driven well from the line out. Pichot's waiting for it. Their hands all over the ball. Pichot, Quesada, brings in Camardon. Back to Pichot. Well, the referee was playing advantage, Derek Bevan, and he's given the penalty to Argentina. Now going for the line-out, the attacking line-out, instead of kicking for the 3 points. France are 17-0 in front, and I think that's probably the best thing that Quesada could have done.
Yeah, I think recognising there that they really have got to start scoring through tries, not only from penalties. and too close there to spurn the opportunity.
A couple of big targets for Ledesma, and he finds Ayoub again. Here go the Pumas towards that French goal line. It's a good block by France. Well, Derek Bevan didn't allow it to go on too long. The movement had come to a stop. The ball was on the ground, so it becomes Argentina's put into the scrum. Now, how good is this Puma scrummage? Roberto Grau from the Saracens Club in London is on this side at number 1. The scrum has gone down, and France have been penalised. Now that is Cédric Soulette who's been spoken to. He's the man who's come in to replace Christian Califano, both of them from the same club, Toulouse. The second shove from Argentina. You can see Ledesma has popped out of it. And we'll restart. It's a big battle between those two front rows. Longo with the control, but it's gone through the 90 degrees.
Very interesting, the French just turning the scrummage every time to close off the blindside options that Argentina might try and exploit. I don't really have much of an idea what goes on in the front row, but very clever games by the French there.
Longo, Pichot, he's quick, and he's there. Pichot has dived for the line, and Augustin Pichot has scored for Argentina. That's his 10th try for Argentina. He saw the line, sensed the gap, and took his chance.
Well, again, I've just been saying there that the scrummage hasn't been turned. Pichot actually just gets half a chance, goes in, and Dominici can't prevent him. Lovely feedback there coming from Gonzalo Longo, through to Pichot, and over he goes. Just a half dummy, Dominici not being able to stop him, and over he goes. Interesting, that was the first scrummage the French hadn't wheeled slightly. So it's the first opportunity Pichot got. Lovely pass, and over he went.
Interesting that in all the 89 points that Quesada has kicked in this Rugby World Cup, there's only one conversion in that lot, and that was for the Albanese try against Ireland on Wednesday. Quesada, it looks pretty good. The flags go up, and Argentina have struck back. Pichot, and the conversion makes it 17 points to 7.
Here again, we can just see the score. Again, the French, having turned the scrum 3 times, didn't do it that time. Goes through from Longo to Pichot. Claims the score.
Christophe Lamaison. A little bit wobbly, that looks. Longo. Good feeling was going in for it. Ledesma now, back to Quesada. Hasn't made touch, yes he has now. That's Christophe Jouillet underneath it. It was a good catch by the Stade Francais man, but he just put a toe cap into touch. You only have to touch the line, and that is in touch. I think it's a new pair of shorts for one of the Argentinians. And they will go on to the frame of Ignacio Fernandez Love. Always seems to bring a chair from the crowd. Can't imagine why. Ledesma then. Ayoub is the man who goes up for it, but it was too long. Was that a knock-on? No, it came off his shin, says Derek Bevan. That was Rolando Martin taking it in. Pichot, Ledesma. Quesada on the left. Taken down by Juillet, but still with Argentina. Pichot not much outside him. And that's gone straight into touch. It's going to be a penalty though. A penalty to Argentina. France penalised for coming in on the side of the ruck, the side of the maul. You have to come in from the hindmost pair of feet.
Very good pressure from Argentina there. And again, demonstrating what they did last Wednesday night in Laon, the ability to just put pressure and run. And here we have a replay, in fact, of the try. And here we can see Gonzalo Longo flipping the ball up to Pichot. He goes through. Dominici goes for him. He gets the ball down. I think a good try. Yeah, there was some debate about it. No question in that replay. But just to go back, the Argentinians very good at putting pressure on their opposition, and eventually people succumbing to it. And Pichot demonstrating once again why he is really up there with the top scrum halves in the world.
Gonzalo Quesada, he kicked 6 penalties against Wales. He kicked 8 penalties against Samoa and a drop goal. He kicked 7 against Japan. He kicked 7 against Ireland. He's missed with his first penalty attempt here in Dublin against France. He's kicked a conversion. This to make it 17-10. Quesada for Argentina, and it's 3 points. Quesada is back in the groove. It's France 17, Argentina 10, 26 minutes gone.
And France, having started so well, just a bit sleepy and really out of their play at the moment. They've really got to get themselves back into the game. Argentina have closed the gap to 7 points. And we're back to a situation where Argentina are well capable of closing in on the game.
Alioub with the take, the two-handed take from the big lock. Well, it was a stirring start by the French. And Argentina have come straight back into the match. Pichot waits. Quesada. Oh, that was slowly done by Arbizu, and this is Ntamack, and Ntamack has dived for the try, and Derek Bevan has given it. Emile Ntamack has scored his 25th try for France. Fantastic try-scoring record for his country. And it was the charge down of the Arbizu kick. And he just got there.
Yeah, very slow here from Quesada. Arbizu really shouldn't have kicked it in the first place. Did it slowly. Ntamack got his hand to it, and he's pacey. Even though he's a big, strong guy, he's very pacey. Beat the Argentinian cover back and got one hand to it. Exactly what France needed, we were just sort of saying, to get back into this game. Exactly what they needed. And Ntamack will be very pleased with that.
Christophe Lamaison taking his time, and it's good. 2 more points, and it's 3 converted tries for France, plus a penalty from Lamaison. That makes their 24 points, and Argentina 10.
Here we have the slow pass from Quesada to Arbizu. Shouldn't have kicked it, realised that too late. And Ntamack, showing a lot of pace, beats Corletto to the touchdown. Here we have it. Really telegraphed at that stage. Came off his hand very nicely and touchdown.
Now one of the Puma players is injured, and it looks to be Miguel Ruiz who's come. It's Fernandez Lobe. Fernandez Lobe, no, he's staying in the fray, but he's got a sore shoulder. Up goes Brisés. That was well taken by the big lock for France. Taken on now by Tournaire. Galtier. La Maison into open space, but underneath it is Corletto, the fullback. And that's well played. Ignacio Corletto is just 21 years of age. He's a student at the University of Buenos Aires. And this is his 3rd game in this Rugby World Cup. Now back on the halfway line, Derek Bevan has run back to see how Ignacio Fernandez-Lobbe is, and he's not good. He's got a shoulder injury. And Fernandez-Lobbe is very important to the Argentinian cause. He and Ayoub, 2 young locks who have kept out the likes of Pedro Spurleder, the former captain. He's not in the thinking at the moment for Argentina. This is Miguel Angel Ruiz, who's waiting to come on for the injured Lobbe. Well, Miguel Ruiz wants to come on and earn his 21st cap, but he's going to have to wait a little bit yet. No, he's definitely on this time. So Miguel Angel Ruiz comes on, and rather worryingly, Alex Wiley there, the former All Black and coach to Argentina, looks on as Ignacio Fernandez-Lobbe leaves with what looks to be a popped shoulder blade or collarbone. La Maison, that's a good kick, and that's going to test Corletto. Corletto back in a pretty good position though, and he returns the compliment.
For Argentina, number 4, Ignacio Fernandez-Lobbe.
Nice clearance there from Corletto. The first instance, La Maison showing that at out half, he's just as adept as he was in the centre of kicking crossfield balls. Beautifully positioned, but well returned by Corletto. Brings us back to the halfway.
Ibanez finds Brisés, Galtier, La Maison, Ntamack standing still, Livremont and Magne, both flankers around the centre. Quick hands from Galtier, Brisés. Galtier again, he's a good link man behind his forwards. Argentina were penalised for taking the ball back and then for saying a few words. And they weren't in Spanish. Well, France are leading by 24 points to 10, but the decision has been made to secure the extra 3 points.
And not surprising, really. What is surprising on the French side is their backline is very static. La Maison's really taking the ball quite static, and Ntamack as well, unused to the position of inside centre, is also holding the ball and just taking it a bit too flat. As a result, their backline really isn't moving, and in fact the only impetus is coming from the likes of Magne or Livremont coming into the line.
Christophe La Maison for France to extend the lead to some 17 points. Stroked it nicely, and the flags go up. La Maison is certainly in the groove for France. It's France 27, Argentina 10. Casada. And Brisés has had a magnificent game as far as the restarts are concerned. So often a problem in that area. But Brisés is making his presence felt. This is Albanese. He's elusive, but couldn't get away from the grasp of Livremont. Taken on now by Rolando Martin. Pichot, Ledesma. Big tackle from Livremont. Arbizu. That's the halfway line. Pichot again, Casada. The Pumas' backs were lining up a little bit flat. Rabajosa in a good position. He's outside his 22. And Camardon just looking at the touch judge on that far side. That's Peter Marshall from Australia, but Marshall was already running back to the spot from which Rabajosa kicked.
Yeah, slightly naive there by Garbajosa. took the ball inside his own 25 and stepped out and whacked it down to no avail whatsoever.
5 is Ayoub, 6 is Phelan for Argentina. This is Ledesma. It's one, no it's not, it's lost. Ayoub couldn't quite take it. French causing problems for Argentina in the line-out. Camardon to Corletto, the full-back. Tries to run round Ibanez, the French captain. But they've gone into touch. Rafael Ibanez, who's captain of France in his 22nd test as captain, his 23rd consecutive test. Olivier Magne with the scrum cap on at 7, Livremont 6, Jouillet doing the lifting at 8, Galtier, La Maison, Ntamack. Galtier again, men here for France. La Maison opts for the chip. Oh, it's a good one too. That's a punishing kick from La Maison.
Well, that's the perfect kick from open play. Really just sat back in the box there off a lovely loose ruck ball and fired it into the corner.
Ledesma has to get his throw absolutely spot on. Benazi made himself a nuisance, but this is Rolando Martin, runs into Jouillet. Quesada to Albanese. Oh, he's a tricky little fellow, this one. He's made some 15 meters or so. That's well played. Roberto Grau is the man taking it on for Argentina. Argentina quickly get on with it. Ledesma. France penalised for not retreating 10 meters. There's a problem with Olivier Magne. He's got a cut, but the words that Derek Bevan was having with Magne was that he hadn't retreated 10 meters. He made himself a nuisance, and if he did so again, he'd get a yellow card.
Yeah, adding insult to injury, he actually tackled Pichot, having been sort of not back the 10 yards, and Pichot gave him a right clatter in the jaw for his trouble. So there you go.
Not a fair game, this.
Very interesting statistic, 50% each. Certainly France have made much better use of the ball. They have been lucky in the sense that things have run their way, but they've certainly made that 50% pay.
Good take by Ruiz, the replacement for Fernandez Lobe. That's the French 22. Ledesma takes it to ground now. Pichot, Quesada, they're queuing up for a pass. It's a poor one as well. Simone, Eduardo Simone at centre for Argentina. Oh, it's a penalty to Argentina. Having tackled the man, Derek Bevan says that he tried to turn him over, keeping hold of him. You must release the tackled man after making the tackle.
That's it exactly. Yeah, holding the man on the ground. That's what Bevan said. I think he was penalising Magne in that instance. And again, we've got an opportunity for Quesada to close the gap. And he's just indicated that's what he's going to do.
Now, from the moment that any kicker tells the referee that he's going to have a kick at goal, he has 2 minutes. If he did take 2 minutes, you could rest assured there'd be a few boos going around this ground. But Gonzalo Quesada does take something like 55 seconds over his kicks. Quesada for Argentina. 3 more points. It's 27-13 as half-time approaches, and that was an important kick, one senses, for Argentina.
Very important to just keep them in touch. France are the eternal enigma. Here we see Quesada. The style and the accuracy that we've been used to this World Cup, but France have sort of awoken in spurts. They're 27-13 in front, but yet to establish a steady pattern of play.
Martin, he's a busy man in the back row for Argentina, winning his 54th cap today. The second highest cap man on the park for Argentina is Martin. And that's Quesada. Difficult to believe that he's still an amateur rugby player in Buenos Aires. One or two newspapers suggesting that his phone has been red hot since the start of this tournament. Up goes Olivier Brisés for France. Oh, they've lost it. This is Ruiz to Ledesma. The tackle from Ntamack. Pichot is in there. There's something on here if they can spread the ball. Arbizu, Simone, 2 men over. Scissors move, it had to go back inside. Quesada with a pickup. Taken on by Corletto, the fullback is in there. There's no one back for Argentina now. And Argentina get the penalty. They did have a try-scoring chance. Albanese, Ledesma, quickly taken on. The momentum with the South Americans. Quesada, Arbizu, there's no one outside him. Yes, there is, it's Camardon, but Arbizu has gone himself. Arbizu, the captain. A tremendous try by Lisandro Arbizu. Camardon was outside, but he was too far.
What a great passage of play for the Argentinians. Spurned the opportunity to kick the penalty. Here's Arbizu, one-on-one on Ntamack, takes him on the outside, decides it's time to go to ground and floats himself through to the line. Great skill there in a one-on-one situation. But really the momentum with the Argentinians. Pichot out to Quesada, long ball to Arbizu. Here you see, one-on-one, takes Ntamack on the outside, slides in for the score.
Well, Camardon was standing so far away, you can just see him in shot now, but Arbizu saw his chance and took it.
Well, very interesting, Arbizu just taking the responsibility there. He did recognise that Camardon was a bit too far out. Took on Ntamack, and Ntamack caught very flat-footed, and just a bit of inexperience from a centre's perspective there. Ntamack much more used to playing defensive full back lines.
Quesada with the conversion attempt. This to take Argentina to 20 points and to within 7 of France, and he's done it. It's 27 points to 20, and Derek Bevan blows for half-time. A racing start for France, a racing start for the French, but then Argentina came back with 2 tries themselves, and Argentina are very much back in this match. It's 27 points to 20 at the break. And we're all ready for this second half, with Gonzalo Quesada, who stands on 99 points for Rugby World Cup 99. And interestingly, in the last World Cup, Gavin Hastings scored 104 and Thierry Lacroix 112. Quesada could go past that today. Juillet was in there. That's the French 22. This is Benazi. Galtier, La Maison. And the ball has run kindly for him. It's found a good touch on that far side. Christophe Lamaison from the Brive club, and of course one of his French colleagues is Lisandro Arbizu. And before the match, both players were having a pretty good hearty conversation. But there's something more at stake now for the next 40 minutes. Alex Wiley, 13 times capped All Black flanker, coach of the Pumas. Up goes Alejandro Aylub, wearing 5. Pichot to Quesada. And that's gone a mile high. And coming in at a rate of knots is Gabajosa. Oh, that's a nasty collision. And Arbizu and Gabajosa mercifully got back to their feet from that. It was a knock-on, says the referee, first of all, by Gabajosa. Glad to see both players getting back on their feet.
Yeah, it looked a lot as if it was going to be a serious clash. In fact, about 2 centimetres away from a serious clash of heads there, but knocked on by Arbajosa first, and Arbizu second, scrum to Argentina.
Coming in from the blind side was Albanese. This is Simone. Pichot waits. Quesada is back for the drop goal. He had to hurry, and it's just wide. This man doesn't like to hurry, but he had to on that occasion.
Yeah, you can just sense again the importance of the occasion, the fact that it's going to be a tight score. Quesada recognising not a lot on, goes for the drop goal, misses.
5 tries in the match. Joseph, Benatsal and Ntamack for France, and for Argentina, Pichot and Arbizou. This is Quesada to Galtier. Run straight into Camardon. It's good work by the French forwards. Joseph is in there as a scrum half because Galtier is in the melee. La Maison, change of tactic, hasn't worked. Aloub brushes off tackles. Albanese, he does get through some gaps, but not this time. Magne brings him down. Ledesma, tackled by Tournaire. Ledesma carries on. Albanese's taken a bump. Quesada had to bring it back. There was only one man outside him, and they've lost it. Benazi now. Dominici against Corletto, and Dominici's got pace. So too has Corletto, and the fullback has done well. That's the Pumas 22. And Argentina have to concede the scrummage to France. There are a few injured players back on the halfway line. Albanese and Miguel Ruiz. This is Albanese. He's taken a bump. He'll have to go off for a few repairs.
Yeah, Albanese, 33 tests already. A real live wire. Man of the match for me against Ireland during the middle of the week with that superb score. And he's been threatening all this game. I think going off for a blood injury, but he should be back. In fact, 2 blood injuries at the same time for Argentina.
Santiago Phelan is going off, wearing 6. Albanese wearing 11 is going off. Clash of heads, I think it was. Oops, oh no, that was a couple of studs down the side of the head. And so on the field now, wearing 19 for Argentina is Lucas Ostilla. And wearing 16 is Manuel Contepomi, one half of a set of twins. Felipe is still on the bench. This is Jouillet. The signals weren't good. Picked up by Arbizou. This is Ntamack. Not retreating 10 metres. Penalty, Argentina.
Yeah, you really have to say when Argentina get into a rhythm, they're very effective. They take the ball up, they retain possession, and generally force the opposing team into conceding a penalty. There we can see one of their main players there, Pichot. It's been outstanding so far for them.
And there's some hasty running repairs going on in front of us on the sideline. There you go, that is Santiago Phelan, and this is Diego Albanese. Both of them with stitches. Tough game.
Yeah, it's like a Formula 1 pit lane down there. People coming from all over the place to administer repairs.
I think they'd want more than 5 millimetres round about the packaging area. What do you think? So Albanese and Phelan are getting repairs, and Quesada has lined up a penalty goal here, some 2 metres inside his own half. He stands on 99 points for Rugby World Cup 99. Quesada, how good is it? Not good enough. La Maison, right underneath his posts, brings in Dominici. Change of direction. Galtier, Ntamack, Brisés, lays it back nicely, the big fella. Galtier again, but he finds Camardon. Camardon stood up nicely. Garbajosa, this is Arbizou, Simone. Back to Arbizou, taken down by Livremont. Good tackle by the flanker. Ledesma. The big man, Roberto Grau, and it was a good tackle by La Maison. Pichot again, Martin, and Martin just took his eye off the ball. But Argentina are stringing attacks together.
Very much so, just as we said earlier, just really stringing attacks together, putting the opposition under pressure. Both Phelan and Albanese both coming back onto the pitch. But France, here we see Galtier just giving the ball away there to Camardon, takes the ball on very nicely in a counter-attack. Back into Arbizou there, who's tackled by Livremont coming over. But good pressure from Argentina.
Galtier, Richard Dutt. Ooh, that was a big thump on him. And that was Maurizio Reggiado. And he is going to get a yellow card because Richard Dutt took a really big bump there. And Reggiado, who plays his rugby for the Castres club in France, might have a little friendly warning from a Frenchman in the next time Castres play Dax.
Yeah, fairly blatant elbow tackle there, straight into the face of Duerth. He's got a yellow card, he's gone the next time he does something like that, I'd imagine. Funny enough, I think he specialises in those. I think he clattered Brian O'Driscoll on Wednesday night doing exactly the same thing.
Reggiado, who's moved over onto the tight head of the scrum. Not so much technique with that little blow. This is Richard Dutt. His father Claude played some 34 tests for France. And Reggiado is actually going off. He's been replaced by one of the biggest men who are playing World Rugby these days, wearing 22. Is Martin Celso. This is the late tackle, bang. So Reggiado is off and Martin Celso at 130 kilograms. That's a couple of tins of baked beans short of 21 stone. It's France on the drive. Ibanez leaves it for Galtier. La Maison, it's on here. Ntamack, Rabajosa, and a good tackle by Albanese. But Ntamack takes it on again. Benazi, France at full tilt. This is a tremendous drive. Galtier, Benatsal, Quesada with the tackle, and Albanese. Stirring defence by Argentina, and France were piling in.
Great defence by Argentina there. Albanese and Quesada, as you said, making the final tackle, but everyone piling in there. This is the French at their best, stringing together a couple of passes. Lovely tackle there by Albanese on Arbajosa. Ntamack carries it on, big man, puts his head down and goes for it. There's the French pack coming in. Ntamack getting stuck in again. Ball going out, but Argentina holding out.
Galtier, La Maison, nicely picked up, ducked, tackled by Arbizou, but he was tackled before the ball got to him. That's exactly why Derek Bevan has his hand up for the penalty. Lisandro Arbizou was anticipating the man taking the ball, but he got there a second too early. And the captain of Argentina rather clumsily affords a penalty chance now to France. Arbizou there in his 66th international. And he was actually Argentina's youngest captain at the age of 20 when he was given the job some 7 years ago. Took over from Pedro Sporlida when Sporlida was originally suspended from this tournament before Argentina got on the plane. And that's all history, and this is now happening, and it's La Maison for France. Christophe La Maison strokes it through the middle of the posts, and France are up to 30 points, and the gap is now 10. France 30, Argentina 20. La Maison, who has his boots with him. Quesada has missed one or two for Argentina. Benazi went up for it. Pichot. That's Aloub, taken by Tournaire. Pichot again. Ledesma. Magna this time with the tackle. This is good play. That's the mountain man, Celso. He goes to Northampton after this World Cup. Arbisu, Dort with the tackle, but Arbisu is not held. Rolando Martin taking it back into the heavy traffic. They were queuing up for the pass. Quesada held by Brisés. Continuity is good. Longo now. Gonzalo Longo, the tackle from Ibanez, the French captain. Albanese, bandaged, wounded, but still going for Argentina. This is good play. Martin, no way through there. Yes, there is. Brisés. Tackles going in thick and fast, and Argentina still retaining the ball. Corletto is up from fullback now. This is a great period for the Pumas. The penalty has been given. Offside. France lining up offside in defence.
Yeah, certainly Argentina in the ascendancy now. They're putting together some very good passages of play, putting pressure on France, and France really out of it, forced to defend and conceding penalties. Here we see the last incident, in fact, where Pichot was held by the jersey and dragged back into the ruck. But again, he's had an outstanding World Cup, an absolutely world-class scrum half.
"51 years of age now, Derek Bevan, but he's still respected worldwide. The man who refereed the '91 Cup final, World Cup final, England-Australia. Now Argentina do need this kick. They need it badly. 10 points between the two sides. Long way to go in this match yet. Only 14 minutes played in the second half. Quesada for Argentina. He puts over the penalty goal and he goes past the 100 mark for Rugby World Cup 99. But more importantly on the day, Argentina trail by just 7 points.
Yeah, Argentina really clawing themselves back into the game, and very much, as I said, in the ascendancy. France have really sort of sat back, and Argentina have run at them very effectively, and France need to get up there, need to get back into some running patterns.
La Maison. Oh, that was Benazi, beautifully taken. Manya now. Into the Pumas 22, Galtier hands it on to Soulet. La Maison, Dort, oh nicely played, Ntamack, oh the little dummy in the standoff, beautifully played by Ntamack. Rabajosa, it takes 3 to take him down. That was wonderfully played by Emile Ntamack in the centre. Galtier, La Maison, the long pass to Soulet. What's he doing in the centre? It's still French ball. Galtier, where is his options? Momentum slow just for a moment. Ibanez, big tackle by Phelan, picked up by Pichot. That was all right, says the referee. The ball was out. And France have just lost it for a moment. Quesada, desperately kicking it away. Chased up now by Arbisu and Corletto, and that's a thumping collision between Dort and Rabajosa. And it was late off the ball by Dominici. He's taken a shove. It's all happening off the ball. And the referee, Derek Bevan, meanwhile, is trying to referee the match. He's offered Argentina the kick or the scrum, and Argentina has said they'll have the scrum further upfield.
Yeah, amazing events here. Hard to keep track of it all. This could be, you know, one of the defining moments of this game. France all on the attack. Argentina defending courageously, eventually clearing the ball. Here you see Arbajosa clashing with Dort, his own man. Incredible that. Dominici slightly late. In fact, what you don't see is Longo, the Argentinian, coming in to the fray there and sorting Dominici out.
Quesada. Arbisu, Corletto from full back. He's got a bit of pace, this boy. He's gone round Dort. Corletto on his own. Terrific run by the 21-year-old fullback. Still though with Argentina. Longo up to the French line. Pichot, Albanese. Albanese is there. He stretched for the line. The Pumas are claiming the try. Derek Brevin has brought them back for the penalty.
Amazing here. I just thought one-on-one Albanese would have it, but in fact Bernard Sal, yeah, rightly taken into touch there. French had infringed just before that, and hence Argentina get the penalty.
Argentinian flags flying round the ground now, and they're cheering Argentina. And the Pumas have gone for the scrummage with the penalty award. How good is their scrummage? And France are pretty equal to the task. They've held firm. Longo now with a pickup. Aloub with his hands on the ball, helped by Grau and by the big man Celso. Celso dragging his man forward. La Maison is in there. But the penalty goes the other way. Not a grimace on the face of Alex Wiley. And this mountain of a man, Martin Celso, has been spoken to. He dragged La Maison, who had possession of the ball, he dragged him round the other side of the maul. And he said that that was illegal.
Well, amazing, really. I wonder will Argentina look back and rue that decision. With a goal kicker like Quesada in your team, you get a penalty on the 15-metre line, eminently kickable, to take them 3 points nearer. And I'm not so sure a scrum was the right decision there.
Number 21 you saw there running on the field for France is Peter de Villiers, the Stade Francais prop. He's on for Cédric Soulette from Toulouse. And Peter de Villiers, who made his debut in the international against Wales just a couple of months ago, born in Malmesbury, just outside Cape Town, South Africa, playing now for France in this Rugby World Cup quarter-final in only his second cap. So de Villiers is on in the front row for France. Qualifies, of course, through residential qualification, lived there for 4 or 5 years. This is Ducht, he's through his man. Ntamack has broken through with Carpajosa coming up at a rate of knots outside him. He didn't see him. He looked inside for Livrement. Quesada now, Simone. It was knocked on, and had Ntamack looked to his left, he would have seen Carpajosa going like a train on the outside, and Dominici outside him.
Yeah, a lovely break by the French there. Ntamack going, cruising along like a nice Bentley, just moving into fourth gear there. Didn't actually stay on his left. Here we see him just accelerating out there. There was a man overlap there. Decided to pass it infield. Argentina won it. Lovely overhand there. A lovely piece of skill by Pichot there. Just too quick for Quesada to hold.
Amazing things have happened. In fact, Gonzalo Quesada's gone off. This is Carpajosa, picked up by Jouillet. France, you just sense, have stepped on the accelerator just a little. La Maison, Ducht with the tap to Dominici. He cannot hold it. Camardon with the tackle. That's the three-quarters doing backs, doing forwards work. But the Pumas have been penalised for diving over the ball. It's one of the areas, the tackle area, which causes so much problems. You have to stay on your feet. And while that was happening, would you believe Gonzalo Quesada has left the field. It didn't look as if he was injured, but he has been replaced by Felipe Contepome.
Number 17, Felipe Contepome, to replace Gonzalo Quesada, number 10.
And the prolific kicking machine Quesada has gone, and so Contepome joins his brother Manuel Contepome on the field, his twin brother that is. And what effect will that have on Argentina? An amazing substitution. that certainly won't be in any part of the mind of Christophe Lamaison, who lines up now. Hasn't missed a kick all afternoon. Kicked 3 penalties, he's converted the 3 tries. Lamaison, well, he's missed his first. And Lamaison retreats, and the scoreline stays France 30, Argentina 23. Juillet, lots of pace, the big number 8, takes 2 to bring him down. Galtier with Ibanez in support, all done at pace, picked up now by Benazi. Good tackle by Longo. Galtier, he's knocked on. Referee's seen it. What a sight that is when Benazi picks the ball up and starts galloping upfield.
Good play there by Juillet and Benazi. And really the French pack having to work hard to get themselves back into the game.
And suffering with the wounds round the head is Santiago Phelan, the back row man. That's Felipe Contepomi, a genuine fly half or centre. His brother is more of a fullback. Both the brothers play for the Newman club in Buenos Aires. And this Felipe Contepomi is also a medical student at the University of that city. Could probably rapidly increase his studies, but if he has a look around his teammates. Quesada, now a spectator. Unbelievable that he should be off. Phelan is leaving the field. I think he needs more repairs. Benazi takes the ball at the front of the line-out. Benazi, the most capped French forward of all time. Here he is earning his 68th cap. Taken on again by the forwards, Galtier, Lamaison. That's a huge kick. Durt is after as well, but that's wonderfully taken by Corletto. Inside his 22. Penalty to Argentina. Hands been used in the ruck, and a couple of words of choice French. And here goes Pichot, taken on by Albanese. The referee has seen it. Carried on now to Gonzalo Longo. Brisés with the tackle. Pichot, tricky, Ledesma. Pichot again to Arbizu, to Contepone, Felipe. Now Derek Bevan is explaining he saw what he thought might have been a trip on Albanese. And he is explaining to Diego Albanese, I saw the trip, but I gave you advantage and I felt that was sufficient. And so the penalty was not given and they've carried on.
Very blatant trip there, all right, by the French player. But Bevan, one of the best referees in the world, and very consistent, and I think he was absolutely right in playing on there.
Christophe Juillet has gone off, and onto the field comes Arnaud Coste from the Montferrand club for his 10th international. Coste wearing 19. France leading by 30 points to 23. Lamaison. Straight to Gonzalo Camardon. Outside his 22 now. Benazi with the catch. Benazi out of the tackle. Here he goes. Oh, that was a good tackle by Ruiz. Taken on by Galtier. Lamaison lines up the drop kick at goal. It's not a bad one. It just swerves away from the upright.
Yeah, great break again. Break out of defence by Benazi. Here's Lamaison. Hits it. Never really got any great height. Wasn't particularly elegant. At the end of the day, didn't go through the post.
Pichot, Arbizu.
youngsters.
Some 13 or 14 minutes to go in the second half, and there'll be some time added on for injury, all right. And even though France lead the series between these two countries rather convincingly by 28 wins to 4, and they've won the last 7 matches between these two, Argentina have made so much of a game of it, and up goes Ayoub. Ledesma, he's been a busy man, the Pumas hooker. This is Ayoub again, wore a head guard in the first half, down to the serious business now. He's left it alone. Corletto takes on 4 or 5 would-be tacklers. Pichot, Contepome, Felipe. Arbisu, taken by Livremont. Good tackle by the flanker. Pichot again. You see how Argentina are working with the hooker. Pichot and Ledesma. It's close quarter stuff. Grau, Pichot, Ayoub, Martin, Camardon. Oh, the pass didn't get a hand. Albanese, though, retrieves it for Argentina. That was good handling by Argentina, and they're still queuing up for the pass. Argentina with Arbisu and now Contepome. That's Arno Cost getting out of the way of it. Pichot to Corletto. Corletto going the long way round. Has he got the pace? He steps back inside. That's wonderful footwork by Corletto, the fullback. And Argentina still have the ball. Grau, it's got to go outside. Contepome, what a tackle by Livremont. But France are offside. This is a magnificent period for the Pumas, who trail by 7 points. They must be desperately tired. It took all their energies against Ireland on Wednesday, and they are taking the game to France.
Fantastic, really fantastic play by the Argentinians. Continuously recycling the ball and setting it up, and France really just forced to defend, and then Corletto taking Ntamack on the outside, setting it up. And I would say a try-saving tackle there from Livremont on the French side, who came in and clattered man with ball. Otherwise, it was a 4-on-2 outside, and Argentina would have got in for a score.
And Lansdowne Road is making a noise. The Puma supporters are chanting for their side, as Felipe Contepome lines up for this penalty attempt, slots it through the posts, and Argentina are up to 26 points, and the gap is only 4. What a scoreline, what a match.
Yeah, and Argentina very much in control at the moment. I think France just trying to look at the time and just sort of seeing how they're going to survive this match, staying in front. Remember, Argentina finished very, very strongly in their playoff match against Ireland in Lens. And if that was anything to go by, you'll see them finish very strongly again tonight, or today.
It probably feels like tonight for them. They've expended so much energy, but they seem to have found second breath. Stéphane Castagneda is on now for Fabien Galtier. Benazi taps back, but it's picked up by Ostilia for Argentina, and Pichot, first man there. Ruiz can't take it. It's gone forward. So the Colombia scrum half, Fabien Galtier, has gone off, and on to the place comes Stéphane Castagneda, wearing 18, plays for the Mont-de-Marsan club, where Vasily Serevi, the Fijian outside half, plays.
France have replaced Fabien Galtier, number 9, with Stéphane Castagneda, number 18.
Here he is, Castagneda, first touch. Ntamack runs into Felipe Contepome. It's a penalty against... It's a penalty against Felipe Contepome. He had made the tackle and then he didn't release his man. You've got to let the man go. You can't hold on to him.
We've seen it for the whole World Cup. Referees being very, very strict on that. Effectively, the tackler holding on to the man who has been tackled, not letting him roll away from it, not letting the ball being played. And referees have been very strict on that. They've been blowing it the whole World Cup. And certainly I think Bevan was right to blow it there.
Well, now Christophe Lamaison has missed just the one penalty attempt. He is a prolific kicker in his own right, in the sense that he kicked 81 points in the 2 Grand Slam winning championships, the 5 Nations, in 97 and 98. But people at Brive will tell you he missed an important kick against Bath that earned Bath the European Cup. That was in Bordeaux a season ago. Lamaison with a stab at the ball, but he's got it right. Lamaison on target, and France go further ahead. It's 33-26. Argentina, can they stay in touch? Christophe Lamaison giving France a 7-point lead. Argentina must go from here. Castagned, Lamaison. That's Corletto, the full-back. He's had a pretty good game. He's got Cambrandon outside him, but hands on to Simone. Big tackle by Dominici. Picked up now by Magne, Olivier Magne. Taken by Pichot. Good tackle by the scrum half, Castagned. Onto De Villiers. Castagned runs across. Lamaison, Ntamack. Arnaud Coste. This is Krabajosa with Benatsal outside. A wonderful tackle, but the pass is made, and Philippe Benatsal will score his 2nd try this quarter-final. He thinks that has sealed it, but there's some way to go yet. Philippe Benatsal is on target for the 2nd time.
Yeah, a lovely ball here by Castagned, firing it out. Ntamack recognising there's a bit of space over there. Costes delays the pass, goes to Bernard Sal, goes to Arvajosa, who flicks it inside to Bernard Sal. Goes underneath the post to make sure the 7 points. Argentina, you sense, just running out of tacklers. There's Arvajosa. Martin getting him in the tackle, flicking it back into Bernard Sal. And again, I think Argentina just running out of tacklers and just running out of strength. They've had a long road to this match. And France just delighted now, I'd say, to put the conversion over here and take the match.
Lamaison bangs it through with a touch of contempt, you felt, but France are up to the 40 mark. It's 40-26, 5 minutes of official time to go, and was that the killer blow by Philippe Benatsal? Coste did well. Rabajosa, who's had a good game at fullback, showed Albanese the ball, brought it back inside for Philippe Benatsal, and the Biarritz man scores his 2nd try under the posts. This is the first time that Argentina have ever been in the quarterfinals. They were dreaming of a place in the last 4. They still have some time, but they've got an awful lot of work to do. But you can rest assured they'll try from here. That is Manuel Contepome, who misfields, picked up by Corletto. Pichot tirelessly working at the base of the scrum, but Magne, who's had a big game, and so too has Benazi for France. Castagned, Lamaison, the little chip for Benatsal. Back goes Manuel Contepome. He's done well. He's got to his feet. That is really well played by Manuel Contepome. Penalty, Argentina. Ledesma. There are bodies strewn all over the field receiving treatment from trainers. There are people with cramp, there are people with cuts. And still play goes on. Richard Dutt to Marc Livermont. And a knock-on will just bring just a breather for a second or two. What a game.
Yeah, you just get the sense again that France have that extra bit of energy, taking them forward, lasting the last 5 to 10 minutes much better. Argentina been tackling all day, hitting the big men like Benazi and Manya, and obviously they're counting the cost at the moment.
And there's going to be another replacement. Argentina look with that extra possession in the second half, 56 to 44%, and they just haven't been able to convert that into tries. All they have to show is 2 penalties, one by Quesada, one by Felipe Contepomi in the second half. France have scored 4 tries, and their captain Rafael Ibanez is leaving the field. The man from Perpignan is leaving, and there you can see popping up, having a little conversation. That's Rafael Ibanez, and he's been replaced by Marc Dalmazo from Colombia at hooker, picked up by Stefan Castañed, by Arnaud Coste rather. Now with Castañed, first touch for Dalmazo. France pressing for another try. Richard Dut, the little chip, on goes Rabajosa. It will be another try, and Rabajosa scores his 5th try for France. And that is it for Argentina. Rabajosa's try has taken them, France, into the semi-finals. The chip by Richard Dut. Rabajosa got there before Dominici.
Yeah, again, just very tired Argentinian players there. A lot of positional changes. Durt chips it in. Dominici or Rabajosa, one or other of them. Rabajosa got there first. Again, Castañed firing the ball out. Nice move to Durt. Lovely chip. And again, the Argentinian defence, fullback playing on the wing. I think positionally they're all over the place. And Rabajosa goes in for the score.
Christophe Lamaison to convert the 5th French try. Oh, he stroked that one well, and it's through the post as well, and it's 47 points to 26. And just in the last 10-12 minutes or so, much as Argentina pressed, France have come back and have put the Pumas on the back foot. Tired Argentinians after their efforts on Wednesday.
Yeah, very tired Argentinian team now. Also players out of position, substitutes coming on, and a lot of confusion, I think, in the Argentinian back three now. And France just taking advantage of that, substituting a number of their key players now, getting them ready for the semi-final.
And that is David Ohardou from the Stade Francais club. This his first appearance at Rugby World Cup 99, but his 7th cap. He's a tall man at some 6'7", 2 meters, 2 centimeters for those of you in metric. Big enough to be in the line-out.
16 for France, replaces Xavier Garbajosa, number 15.
And Garbajosa has gone off. There he is. A hero for France with 2 tries. And France, very much the sleeping giant of this Rugby World Cup. They played in Béziers, they played in Bordeaux, they played in Toulouse against the likes of Canada, Namibia and Fiji. Didn't quite fire on all cylinders. You might say they haven't quite fired here on all, but my word, they've shown glimpses of the France that were Grand Slam champions in the 5 Nations in 97 and 98. Now off goes Augustin Pichot for Argentina. He's had a big game, the little man. Huge heart. Signals to the crowd for the applause he's receiving. It's the final moments of this match, and Argentina are still pressing, but it's broken down and it's picked up by Stéphane Glas. He's come on the field, wearing 17 for France. Hugo Muller is also on, the Castres fullback. He's on wearing 16. And that is the end of this quarter-final in Dublin. This has been a magnificent match, but the French, from whom we were expecting so much, certainly provided it with 5 tries. 47 points to 26, and Argentina, you just felt, ran out of steam.
Fabien Galtier, Keith Wood lead their respective sides out into the sudden death quarter-final. Listen to the crowd. This is a game of epic proportions tonight. There is no place for the faint-hearted and no prize for coming second. And the whistle sounds and the quarter-final is underway. That's Dempsey. It's Ireland now with Costello charging forward. The big number 8. Ireland lined out. Stringer. O'Gara. Or solid hit in midfield. That's great defence, and the ball has been knocked forward by Ireland. Now a chance, Galtier, Mania, they move it wide straight from the start. Marsh and Jalzian out there, and Dominici. Dominici knows his way to the try line. 2 tries in 99, 3 already at the World Cup. Here's Betson, scored the opening try against the Scots, and Rougerie looking for space on the right, but it was Keith Wood that came across in desperate cover defence.
Well, I can tell you this will be a sensational game. Jonathan Catlin in the mood to see this game run. Both sides will go for it. The Irish believe in themselves. They believe they can win this game. The French, so much attacking power out there. And O'Connell there, big jumper for the Irish.
Important line out. They've secured it. A great start for the Irish. Now Costello. You'll see a lot of the big number 8 being heavily involved. Corrigan, Betson's very quickly onto O'Gara, but he got his kick in. Back it goes for Nicholas Brusque, and an angled kick for touch. Dempsey takes play 8 metres short of the halfway. This will be a French throw to the line out.
Well, speaking to Tony Darcy, the former Wallaby, about this Irish side, they know they have to try and eliminate the advantage this French type 5 have. They are supreme players, and that's where the Irish will be really directing their enthusiasm. Ibanez about to throw in.
To the back they go. Good quality ball by the French. Michalak, cut out pass. Rougerie from the right wing. This is wonderful stuff. The French have shown their intentions early. They are going to move this ball wide. Michalak again, angling it away. This is space. Pressure on the fullback. Haranudorki, try time. Olivier Magna. What a great French try to start this quarter-final. And he celebrates. So do the fans. It's 5-0 to France.
What vision by Michalak. He saw Costello hanging out the side from the last play. He realised he had the speed in Harry Nadorki. Quick ball, he's had a look, open side, no one home. The big men couldn't get there. Harry Nadorki swooping on the ball, simple play in between the Marsh, and then the ever-present Mania over for a simple one, quick and easy.
Well, they swept it down to the left-hand side, then open spaces out on the right. And there's that wonderful loose trio operating together with Marsh involved.
And now the leading point scorer in the World Cup, Michalak, takes his tally to 80 at Rugby World Cup 2003. And France lead the quarter-final by 7-0.
Oh, it's great to see such a positive start from both sides. Magna, world class, this number 7. And he's figured in so many great French tries recently.
So the big question, can Ireland come back after the early setback? They have been rocked in the opening minutes by a very enterprising French side who take them on down the middle. And they advance it up towards the halfway line. But finally, the ball has been knocked forward, and the Irish team breathes just a sigh of relief.
Well, what a powerful performance from the French so far. You can see in the anthem the tears in these players' eyes. This game is just on.
Stringer, Costello off the back, but beautifully picked up by Fabien Galthié. He read it beautifully. So that's against Easterby for killing the ball.
And put that down to the French scrum. Tremendous pressure up front. Beautiful push straight down the park. Costello having all the trouble in the world trying to take it out. And now they reef the ball and reap the rewards with a line out 15 metres from the line.
Stu, after the early try, this is perfect field position. But look at the pressure from Galthié.
Well, this is where they want to attack Ireland. They want to control the game in their tight five. They're a very well-oiled machine. Good line out, good scrum. Great finishes.
And great reward for a perfect start by the French. Now they'll try and roll it on the Irish again. They're 15 metres out from the Irish try line. Repelled initially by the Irish. That's great play, but it's still mobile and going forward. Now a chance to free the backs. Michalak, Jalzian, ball has been knocked back, towed forward by the Irish, and it's into touch. It was from inside the 22, so the kick will take play up about 15 metres outside the Irish 22.
Well, I'm sure Shane Horgan would love to see that ball go further downfield, but the French just the missed timing then on the kick, on the pass, and the ball sails out. But the pressure still being applied by this French pack.
Number 5 at the back there is Jérôme Thion for the French. Now taken up by Marcanet, the big tight head prop. That's Jalzian. Hat-trick of tries in the opening World Cup match, showing wonderful strength and drive. Terrific leg drive by the big centre. Now Michalak, the playmaker. That pass looked forward, and it's been knocked forward by Jean-Jacques Krenker. And the Irish now will try and work it outside their own 22. O'Gara stepping. Stringer arrives at the breakdown, but...
Oh, tremendous work by Betson, then straight onto O'Gara, and referee Jonathan Kaplan going back for the knock-on.
Timeout. Green. Cross forward.
Well, Betson, fantastic work, straight over the top, excellent tackle. Plays it very wide, Betson.
So the scoreline reflecting the enterprising start by the French. A terrific try by Olivier Magna.
Jonathan Kaplan giving Reggie Corrigan a little bit of advice in the scrum on his binding, making sure he keeps it up. But O'Gara still on the ground after copping a little bit of treatment from the breakaway surge. Betson came over the top, fantastic cover of defence. It looked like O'Gara could have got away, but that's what breakaways do, chop them down at full flight.
Serge Beston, born in Cameroon, and tonight playing his 35th international. He scored 2 tries in his run on debut, coming off the bench against Italy, and then he came on for his first game against Fiji, where he scored the double. And he's also scored 1 try already at the Rugby World Cup 2003. So this is worrying times for the Irish, with Ronan O'Gara still down injured. But they have a worthy replacement in David Humphreys, who has 59 caps to his credit. Well, the Irish are still singing, but they have been rocked to the rafters early, and there's O'Gara, key player.
It was good enterprise by O'Gara to try and run that ball out from the Irish line.
Oh, another big scrum by the French. They're putting on tremendous pressure at the set piece.
O'Driscoll, back for Nicolas Brusque, linking up with the big lock forward in Fabien Palouse. Very experienced lock of the French side. That's the 22-metre line. They're making easy yards, the French. Michalak goes to the line. Here's Betson. Rougerie on the outside. Show him the touchline. Foot into touch, no try.
Oh, that was great cover from the Irish that time round, but the French just pushing this ball wide. Serge Betson has been just lurking out there all night. He's got beautiful hands. Sends Rougerie down the line here, but watch the defence come across. And that foot, right foot on the line, that's out.
What a call from the touch judge.
Yes,
that was a
Nigel
hair's
Williams,
breadth in it, wasn't it?
But he got it right.
And the Irish are still down to 14 men with O'Gara off to the sideline. Who will slip into 5'8"?
Back it goes for Dempsey. And he only gains about 15 metres. And they're still working on O'Gara on the far side. He's about to come onto the field. So Ireland back to their full complement. Fabian Palouse, there's O'Gara. He made a great run, but he was thumped. Now, watch the power of this French pack. They roll it forward again. But again, terrific stuff by the Irish. Now they go right. And a chance for the French again. Well, on attack, ill-disciplined play by the French at the breakdown. Not staying on their feet.
The line-out options for the French are really frightening. Harry Nortaki at the back has been reigning supreme. Tion Palouse. Got plenty of opportunity there. Manya. So Ireland now a chance to take some pressure off as Ronan O'Gara looks to clear.
But again, with the Irish with their backs on the ropes, who comes forward but their captain Keith Wood? Hooker on hooker, takes a great tackle, rolls Ibanez over onto the Irish side as he should do in the tackle. And the only thing Magnan could do was come in over the top to try and regain the ball.
O'Connell at the front now. Wood loves to run with ball in hand. Keith Wood. He scored 4 tries in a match against the USA in 1999 at the World Cup, which was a sensational performance by a hooker. Great involvement at the breakdown by both teams, and Ireland have the benefit of the put into the ensuing scrum.
No easy yards for the Irish. The French just coming through low, hard, applying the pressure at the breakdown. Stringer has to clear the ball quicker.
Galtier putting pressure on. Now O'Gara. Low angling kick away for Brusque. But the angle and the trajectory of the ball too good. And it turns the French around. And Ireland are in French territory. A rare occasion in this first half so far.
You're right, Fordo. It is a rare occasion. Limited ball. They've got to use this ball. They've got to try and get some points quickly. Get some confidence up. They just can't defend all night. Huge Irish support here at Telstra Dome.
Haranadorki, the number 8. He and Simon Taylor. Just fantastic exponents of their skill and trade. Now a dart from Galtier, 34 years of age, but still fleet of foot. The French captain. Now Michalak. Put under pressure. And that's spun off the side of the boot. Rougerie had a chance for Marsh. What a tackle from O'Driscoll.
And recovers.
Splendid play. That's why they say he's the best number 13 in the world. Brian O'Driscoll. Tremendous play. Stu Wilson, the crowd loved every minute of that.
Well, yet again, it's Michalak that gets them down there with the boot. Empty spaces.
But superstar play by O'Driscoll. Rougerie is not a slump when he runs running out there. He's fast, and O'Driscoll made up 5 metres on him.
But Simon, it was the way in which he did it. Full flight, diving, full through. We see Michalak wouldn't be a best kick. It just came off and bounced the right way. But O'Driscoll does the tackle, gets to his feet, is allowed to play at the ball, sets it up, not only saves a try, got a bit of claret coming from his forehead, doesn't only save the try, but then gets the penalty and again gets the Irish out of trouble.
So we have an injury problem at the front here for the French. It appears to be Marcanet. It's 7-0 to France over Ireland. Well, O'Driscoll and Maggs, the two brains trust in the Irish backline. Just watch this tackle again. This is copybook. The head position, that's where he got the knock. And then he got to his feet. Now, once you're at your feet, you're allowed to play at the ball, and that's what O'Driscoll did. Maggs takes it to midfield. Turnover ball and a chance to strike back by the French. Marsh got it away for Dominici. And there's a wall of green defence there. Betson got it to Fabien Galtier. And that's Jean-Jacques Klenker, the oldest player in the French squad. Second oldest is Fabien Galtier. And now Olivier Magna, the try scorer. Phases building for the French. Haranadorki slips. Wood is in there. Tried to steal it. It's an Irish ball. Turnover ball for Ireland. And it all came from Haranadorki losing his footing. Now Michalak will put it back into the corner. But the ball bounces infield. Gervin Dempsey, playing in his 43rd international tonight for Ireland, takes play outside the 22.
Michalak, he got back and covered that position for the French. The fullback Rusk was caught up. Michalak back straight away. It's just such great professionalism from this French team as Ibanez's jumper is opened up.
Rafael Ibanez, 70th cap tonight, charges upfield. Tion arrived. Now Fabien Galtier and Betson. This back row of France is very proficient. They've got a great playmaker in Michalak at 10. There he is handling for the second time. The pass has gone astray. Horgan is out there putting pressure on Dominici. Betson in there again, like all good back rowers should be. Now Georgian, Galtier, little pass off the hip, and I think it went forward. And the referee threw the touch judge on this side as Jean-Jacques Klenker gets to his feet.
Well, the French are very deliberate. You know, they've got a very good set pattern. They want the tight five just to get control of this match, allowing their loose forwards to roam around with Betson out in the midfield, out wide. Very simple game plan, get control of the game, and they certainly have.
Stringer tonight becomes the most capped Irish halfback of all time, passing Michael Bradley's tally of 40 test matches. Stringer tonight involved in his 41st.
It's amazing at ground level down here when the Irish defence is just watching the French runners for coming at them. They don't know where they're coming from. There's forwards, there's backs, there's back rowers everywhere. There's just no set pattern to this French attack out there, and it makes defence very tough.
Twice finalists in 87 and 99. They reached the quarters in 91 and won the playoff at 3rd and 4th in 95. The best credential side for the Northern Hemisphere, if Rugby World Cup history is any indication. Can they go the one step further in 2003? Their form so far in the tournament, in the pool matches, suggests they are one of the top sides. Tonight, though, they saw it as their first real test hit out in the World Cup so far, and they've started brilliantly.
Well, John Hayes penalised there for trying to take Magna out in the air. The penalty was because Magna was in the air and Hayes has had a go at him while his feet were off the ground. You must let the man with the ball come to the ground first before you attack him. Now, again, simple mistake, putting France hot on attack.
Tion won it at the front. Now Dominici in from the left wing. Terrific defence there by the Irish in the form of the tight head Hayes. Now Galtier, but just manhandled by O'Connell. Well, full marks to the Irish. Full marks to that man's Paul O'Connell, the 24-year-old Munsterman.
Yeah, Galtier was looking for a runner then. He got nothing, had to go on his own, got swamped. by big Irish defence, and a turnover for the scrum. It's their first mistake tonight in the fringes.
Isn't Galtier putting tremendous pressure on Costello? That all starts because this French scrum is working at such a unit. They're really giving a lesson to the Irish so far. It's a hard night at the office in that front row for the Irish. Look at Galtier, he's small, Costello big, but he's in there like a terrier.
85 kilos on 118. The difference in their frame. Now O'Gara. Chance for O'Driscoll. Oh, the pass just went astray and O'Driscoll towed it forward. But again, just breaking down Gervin, Dempsey, and John Kelly.
Yeah, John Kelly ran the wrong line then. He should have stayed wide. It was a good overlap there. O'Driscoll, beautiful break from him. Kelly should have stayed wide. He comes in here. That was the wrong move. Rougerie was in on O'Driscoll.
That's the first time the ball's been given some air in the Irish backs. Nice, good straight running.
Ibanez straight to the line out. Again, the strength of the French pack. Galtier, clever little kick over the top. It's probably gone too far, and so this will be marked. And the fullback in that situation is allowed to call for the mark, and he gets the free kick. He played on. In fact, it was Kelly. He realised he had come to the 22. Then he was forced to kick it and only made 5 or 6 metres.
Well, a huge follow through by Rougerie. He can do that, and Kelly should have kept on going. The kick has got them nowhere.
Stolen. Mania plays on quickly. Rafael Ibanez got across the advantage line. This is a great opportunity now for the French. They'll move it wide through Michalak. He's got great skills. Georgian, great tackle coming in from Horgan. And it breaks down out wide. He read it beautifully from the right wing. He's a likely lad, 193 centimetres and 102 kilograms. And he came off his wing in great defence. Terrific work by Horgan.
French backs lined out very deep. That's a feature of their play.
And watch for Dominici.
From the side, releasing the binding. 8 and 7.
Well, the two back rowers, Costello and Keith Gleeson, left that far too early and have been penalised. They must stay attached to the scrum finishers.
Look at Costello, only holding on by the hands. He didn't have a shoulder attached to the side of the scrum.
They've given away 2 very soft penalties, Dan, particularly when they had the numbers in the lineup. They had 8 when they should have had 7. Soft penalties in the way this guy kicks.
Okay.
Yes, he's mentioned the leading point scorer, 80 points so far in the World Cup. Two tries, 14 goals, 13 penalty goals and a drop goal. It's been a great tally. Keith Wood can only look on as Frederick Michalak hopes to chalk double figures for the French. And he's done it. It's 10-0 to France.
Well, the French so far have had a mountain of possession. Well, the French have had a mountain of possession but only scored 10 points so far. They started like a train, but the Irish with their defence have been smothering them and slowing the play down.
That's Betson. Was the ball knocked forward by Palouse? Michalak onto the right foot. Torpedo punt. Taken by Kelly. In turn for the fullback, Dempsey, now Horgan, the big strapping winger for Ireland. He's got a ton of pace. Picked up and driven forward. Advantage being played to Ireland. And the penalty forthcoming.
Beautiful back row play there by Keith Gleeson there for the pick-up when the ball was spilt. Horgan really wanting to have a crack at this French defence.
Now O'Gara will drive it up towards the 22. And now Ireland with probably their best chance to attack so far. A very likely land. Look at the great work there by Gleeson. Born in Dublin, but played most of his rugby in Australia before being capped a couple of years ago against Wales. One of the Australian back rowers that got away. I think the general consensus in Australia that he was too small to play for the Wallabies. And once again he's called Ireland home. Now they drive it inside the 22. And Costello driven into touch. The big number 8, 118 kilos.
And look who is there, Galtier comes across. He's just an inspiring captain, just leg drive. And Dominici, the two small men in the French team.
Galtier. Nicolas Brusque. Well, that's a great touch finder by the French fullback.
Ireland just needs some hope. They just need a sniff of some points here to get them back in the game. They've got a huge French Irish contingent here just willing them on. O'Connell.
Easterby won it at the back. Swarming defence by the French.
No.
Stringer. O'Connell. Ball becomes available again for Ireland. But the French are up so quickly. Here's Dempsey. Double teamed by the outside backs of France. Just watch the pace of this French defence. They are attacking the Irish defensively. They are up in their faces. Maggs. One down low, one up high. Stringer again. Goes wide. O'Gara. Look at that defence. Double teaming again. There's nowhere for the Irish to go.
Well, you can throw a blanket over the Irish at the moment. They haven't got a man over halfway across the field. They've got one person in Horgan. And now they just keep wanting to bash it up the centre. The French, you've got to give them respect.
Now they go wide. O'Driscoll with the kick in behind the defence. Horgan is flying. So too is Dominici.
Great result for the Irish. They've got the position. You're right about that bunched attack out there. Very ordinary. But eventually the genius of the kick gives them the opportunity. O'Driscoll again. How important is he to this team?
Well, it takes O'Driscoll to see the space in behind. He wrapped round and ran wide and then put a beautifully weighted kick through.
25 minutes gone first half. Can the Irish pull some points back? They'll try and drive it. They'll come out to Stringer. Now Horgan shows his bulk and strength. He's been very impressive so far. But that was against Easterby, not coming in behind the last man. And the penalty coming in from the side. And that's silly stuff by the Irish.
Well, again, another soft penalty, David. They had done well. They haven't been down in this part of the territory for basically the whole half. And a soft penalty puts them back on halfway around the 10-metre mark. Line out throw to France.
Jonathan Kaplan is giving players latitude and releasing the ball. Horgan, this stage, he rolls back across again. He could have been penalised technically there, but Jonathan Kaplan, good refereeing, he's giving them some latitude.
Notice how deliberate the French are at coming to this line out. Ibanez with the throw. Up goes Palus. Now they go wide again. And that is into touch on the fall. So one of the rare mistakes in this tournament by Michelak. And they're going back to the crooked throw by the French. No advantage being forthcoming there.
Yeah, there's no doubt that we're seeing a targeting of Kelly on this wing. Rougerie, a much taller player. And Michelak really setting that ball through consistently onto this commentary side.
And Stu, you notice that Kelly doesn't hug the touchline. He leaves a very big gap from where he stands at the touchline, and Michelak has picked that up.
He stands he's inside his man. In fact, he's probably marking Tony Marsh at centre at the moment, but he's just hoping that the drift defence of the inside centre and centres of Ireland will move it across.
The line you can see is the 10-metre line. It's in French territory. They lead by 10-0. Opening try by Mania. The rest of the points coming from a conversion and a drop goal. That's great defence by Costello.
It's over Cook too.
And that's the correct decision, Nick. He was outside his 22, only just. And the ball, you cannot kick it out on the full if you're outside that 22-metre line.
And as Brusker's kicked that, he's realised he's put a little bit too much oomph on it. His body language was trying to will it back in, curve it back in, but he knew he was out by a metre, and Ireland on the attack.
O'Gara, Maggs. Oh, great play by Maggs, straight through the first line. O'Gara. Easterby, over the advantage line and beyond. Stringer nips away on the short side. Keith Wood goes past the advantage line as well. Now a chance for Ireland to spin it to the right. O'Gara, undisciplined pass. Clever play, Ibanez. Betson, Dominici, he will have too much pace. Second try to the French. Fourth try in the World Cup for Dominici. Well, a mistake by Ireland, punished by the French. It's 15-0.
Well, there he is, that man Dominici, the try scorer. There isn't much of him, but what it is, it looks like he runs scared. The Irish hot on attack, but it was that man Magna who picks up the crumbs inside to Ibanez. Again, the back row of Betson, and then Dominici. They were looking for the fast man, and it was just a straight sprint to the line, and Horgan just didn't have the gas to keep up with him. Try time.
It's all about reducing your errors. Ireland created a huge error out wide. The loose forward's getting involved. This guy's got a huge amount of gas, and they will punish you if you cough up errors like that. That's too easy.
And Munier, reminiscent of the semi-final in '99 against New Zealand, Stu. That just breakout, he's got so much speed, so much vision. Super player.
But we spoke earlier about how the Irish are bunching up in their attack, and if they cough the ball up, this French side will punish you with quick turnover and down the other end of the park stuff.
Frederic Michelak, 21-year-old from Toulouse, has a magic right boot, and it's 17-0. The French celebrate in Melbourne. Betson did very, very well, and you'll see the little push here from Galtier putting Dominici in space, and he scores a wonderful French try. So 2 tries to the French in the opening 30 minutes.
Well, that ball went forward off French hands first, so it will be an Irish feed. And coming into the last 10 minutes of this first half, desperate for points. O'Driscoll, can he work some magic?
Scrum feed by Ireland. Look at the pressure Galtier putting on Stringer. Now O'Gara. O'Driscoll. Beautiful play, O'Gara. And Betson, what great defence. This blindside flanker. Now they go again. O'Driscoll just wants to get his hands on the football for Ireland. He knows that he can penetrate out wide. But again, at the breakdown, the Irish are penalised.
Great tackle there by Tony Marsh on O'Driscoll. That's 1 for 1.
What a great story this is, Stu.
Outstanding.
Had testicular cancer. He went through chemo and radiation back in the early part of the year. And he's back playing in a Rugby World Cup and hoping to play in the final in 2 weeks' time. Betson has been outstanding, the head-geared back rower for France.
But more importantly for Marsh was the confidence that Laporte put in him, the coach, the French coach, saying, you are good, I know you will get back from this and you will play in the World Cup, and so he has.
Great inspiration. Tony Marsh, the New Zealand-born centre for France. Now Galtier takes another snipe at this Irish defence. Beautiful play back on the inside. A chance again. Harry Ndorke, third French try. Are they bound for the semi-finals? The fans in the stadium say, I think we're on our way. Allez les Bleus, 22-0 to France.
Harry Ndorke, 23 years of age, the snipe by Galtier. He goes to the ground, there's no one in there. It's popped up by the big man Cranker, who then goes to ground again, looks for support. Harry Ndorke is there, 23 years of age, a fantastic athlete, one of the greats of the future for France, if not already. And he outsprints them all to the line to go over untouched. Look at him, raises the finger to the crowd. I'm there.
And Michalak to make it 24-0. He'll play a great role in the future games of this World Cup. 24-0 to France.
Well, French supporters, they couldn't be happier with this first half. It's just been a steamrolling, skillful display by the French.
Well, Stu, a lot of people came here thinking that a surprise might have been on tonight, that this French side hadn't really been tested, but gee, they've served notice here tonight that they are very serious contenders for the William Webb Ellis Trophy.
Well, I haven't been surprised with this French outfit. They've been very smooth. They've been so composed in this tournament. They haven't panicked. They're very well disciplined. And they're playing the game, the same game that I saw them when they opened up their game against Fiji in the first round of their pool play. They're clinical, they're ruthless. Their big men can run. They've got great touches. They can finish, and every opportunity they've got to score, unlike what we saw in the All Blacks tonight, they've made points on the board count.
And the longer they go in this tournament, it's a great reward for Fabien Galtier, their captain. He didn't start as the #1 scrum half in 2 or 3 of the World Cup campaigns that he's played in. But after being named the IRB Player of the Year last year, he comes as their #1 halfback and captain. And he's done a sterling job. He was put under pressure last week, and through all that, he stayed so composed. He's a great leader, and he's done a terrific job out there tonight for France.
Well, so much pressure being applied to the breakdown by the French. The Irish are giving away penalties there very freely. They've got to stay on their feet.
Up goes Mania. Good service by Galtier. And a good break by Josian. They move right again. Even the tight five are just so involved. Tight head props, loose head props. Now the back row of Betson coughs it up.
Great defence, Keith Wood. Easterby, gang tackle, hit Betson, up she goes.
Now Costello takes on the small frame of Michalak, and like good fly halves impeded him and then got away from the breakdown. And the kick by O'Driscoll takes play to 10 metres short of halfway.
You can see O'Driscoll, he didn't want to kick that ball, but he knows just the pressure is there. He's booted it downfield and shaking his head because he just feels the pressure of this French defence. They're all over him.
What a great fill-up this will be for French rugby if the side can make it all the way to the final, because they are destined to host the 2007 Rugby World Cup. Galtier, even on the back foot, gives it to Michelak. And again, Kelly in very, very much in field, which has freed Rougerie up on the right-hand side again. Now they've got a chance to go left and go wide. Brusque got the ball away. Dominici was picked off in a great tackle by Easterby. Now Michelak. Ball beats him into touch. The flair of the French. Ireland up offside. Advantage wasn't forthcoming. Penalty France. Chance for more points before half-time.
Well, I hope that Jonathan Kaplan keeps having a look at the French back line too, because both defensive screens out wide are using the banana defence. The outside backs are coming up very quick. Now he pinged Ireland on that occasion. I just hope he's a bit even. You just notice out wide, see how the backs, well, in actual fact, was in the midfield. He said it was out wide. Oh, I don't think that man was offside.
Rougerie, he's down injured here. O'Driscoll hit him high, getting some attention to his nose and also to his neck.
The man they call the Blonde Lomu. Not quite as devastating as the man we saw in 95 and 99, Stu.
He's got a few tracks to cut before he gets to that stage.
Now Michelak. He's been really on song with that boot tonight. 100% record that he keeps intact. 27-0 to France.
And this is where Ireland have to put their hand up. They have to stand and deliver now. Less than 2 minutes from half-time. They need to put points on before this break.
Stringer, O'Gara, Dempsey. Ten minutes inside French territory. Costello.
And again, the French, because they're aggressive at the breakdown, are making this ball for the Irish pedestrian.
Yeah, they're so aggressive in their defensive technique. They are racing up and getting in the face of the Irish.
Crinker on that occasion, in on the ball, didn't release. Ireland got no choice but to go for touch. They've got to go for 7 points.
Well, France beat Ireland 44-5 back in 2002, and that obviously is sticking in the craw of Ireland. They don't want a repeat of that particular performance here in a Rugby World Cup quarter-final.
Just before that, Fabien Galtier, the captain, gave the Crinker a big word saying discipline, keep it. That's the first penalty.
Costello was picked off at the breakdown before getting across the advantage line. That's Hayes. Stringer, O'Gara, forward pass. That was an absolute forward pass from O'Driscoll. Undetected by referee or touch judge. Ireland play on with ball in hand. Stringer barking at the heels of the Irish pack. Horgan has come in from right wing looking for work. But this French defence is like a brick wall. Maggs. And back for O'Connell.
They won't get through there if they've got to run onto the ball. They're turning too flat.
Now Gleeson, Horgan. Benson came in cover. Just like you'd expect from a world-class back rower. The ball kept in play, but finally the body of Costello, still attached to the ball, goes over the touchline. The last play of the first 40 minutes. It's been all France.
Well, for the Irish at half-time, Eddie O'Sullivan might be looking for Wood and O'Driscoll, but he'll be needing divide intervention.
Restarts by the French. O'Kelly claims it. That's the 22-metre line at the Irish end, you can see. 3 tries to 0 by the French. Totally dominant display. Oh, and that's the start that Ireland didn't want. The referee playing advantage, but the French will have the scrum feed.
Well, no change for either side of the second half, and that man, Ronan O'Gara, was probably the most likely. Very heavy knock in the first half from Serge Betson, and just juggles that one, has a look.
So he's side immediately under pressure. Will we see, well, the bind not correct on the loose head side by Corrigan. And Fabien Galtier says to Michelak, come up and look for the 3 points.
Reggie Corrigan slips his bind down. I don't really know if he was actually doing it on purpose or just trying to keep his balance, but the penalty was awarded.
A 21-year-old on the big stage. It's a Rugby World Cup time for Frédéric Michelak. 16 metres in from touch. Smooth as you like. And so first points in the second half go to the French. 30 points to 0.
Well, international rugby is all about eliminating and reducing errors. So easily a coughed up drop pass, 3 points down. Systematically and clinically, France just roll on.
O'Gara with the restart.
And again, the French go out and look to just drive it downfield.
Back for Dempsey, linking with Kelly. He tries to be charged down by the French. O'Driscoll, beautiful pass, but it's been hushed into run into touch by the French. Knocked forward by Ireland, so the French will get the ball into the line-out.
Well, the Irish do need some luck. A little bit of luck came through then. Brian O'Driscoll, the pass, a flick back inside to Horgan, didn't actually quite find the man. So the French again back to attack.
And again, Corrigan has picked up on the loose head side, and straight away Fabien Galtier went forward. Michelak arrived, and now Manya. Knocked forward by the French, now Stringer. Looking for the support, puts it to the boot. Back goes Nicolas Brusque. This French fullback was picked for the '99 Rugby World Cup, but didn't actually get there. He withdrew through injury, but he's been in splendid form in 2003. Well, that's a poor kick by the Irish. Turnover ball again, and a chance for the French to break out.
And how good is Martinet going? The tight end prop recovers the ball and flicks.
Now Horgan got the intercept there.
Yeah, there was no deliberate knockdown there. Horgan had his sight set on the try line down this end of the field.
Yes, the ruling there, if the referee had deemed that that was a deliberate knockdown, that would have been a penalty to the French. But you could see from the reaction from Horgan, he was looking for the genuine intercept. What a likely lad on the right wing. He's had limited opportunities. Late in that first half, he went looking for them. So Stringer hands the ball over for Fabien Galtier. Harinadoki through the legs. Georgian out wide. Nicolas Brusque spilt cold by Rougerie. Irish ball. 22-metre line. On defence. Costello. And O'Gara's trusty right boot drives play deep. At no advantage, the referee will come back to pack the scrum. The knock forward by France. Ireland with the put into the scrum just outside their own quarter line.
Well, virtually no handling mistakes in the first half from the French. The second half, Magna and Rougerie both had dropped the ball.
Good scrum by the French, trying to disrupt the Irish ball. Keith Gleeson took it forward. In fact, it was Kelly. And O'Gara just forced to put it on the left foot. Aurélien Rougerie links up with Nicolas Brusque, who in turn tries to find Dominici. Manhandled in defence, the little winger from France. Ibanez, Olivier Magna, Fabien Galtier. Irish defence tested again. Jean-Jacques Crenca. Look at the skills of the loose head prop. 103 kilograms of him. Stepping run, Michalak. Jalzian. Out for Ibanez. Dominici, Fabien Galtier. Desperate defence by the Irish. The French have started the second half like they started the first. They'll go wide again. Michalak, wonderful hands. Betson arrives at the breakdown. Distinctive with that headgear. Ibanez, the veteran, the former captain, drives it forward. Now they've got numbers to the right. Michalak, Magna. Beautiful play by Olivier Magna. And finally, the oldest man in the French squad scores his second try at this Rugby World Cup. Jean-Jacques Crenca. The French celebrate the fourth try by France.
What a build-up by the French. Just repeated pressure. They kept hammering away. And Crenca, after sustained pressure, Michalak could see wide that they had the opportunity. Magna does the speculator across to Harry Ndorki, who just flicks it inside to Crenca, sitting there, catching a bit of wind, and he just scores it as if he scores one every day of the week. Nonchalantly puts it on the ground for the try.
Well, yet again, it's jerseys number 7 and 8 that are in blue are involved in this. And the final touches to the big man in the front row.
You're right, Stu. Harry Ndorki, Magna and Betson, they are featuring so much out wide.
Michalak, he's been superb tonight, as he has been right through this tournament. Takes his World Cup tally to 95, and the French to 37-0.
Simon, would it be fair to say that this tight five of France is doing a wonderful job setting up a great platform for jerseys 6, 7 and 8 to roam around the track?
Well, change for the Irish. Humphries on, O'Gara's off.
Restart. Brusque flew high, took it brilliantly. Now a chance for France again. There's Marsh, driven over the touchline by some spirited Irish defence.
Yeah, Kevin Maggs threw on Marsh. But again, it's the athletic ability of the French getting up high above the Irish. They're getting the ball back so many times from the kick-throughs.
Irish throw to the line out. They go to the back. O'Kelly tried to get the pass out the back, but the throw was not straight, and the French elect to take the scrum. Replacement player on. David Humphries, the fly half tonight, playing in his 60th international. The most capped Irish fly half of all time. On for O'Gara.
Look at that platform by the French at that scrum.
Big kick downfield. Back goes Horgan. If he forces it inside that in-goal area, play will restart with the 22-metre dropout. Michalak, what a World Cup he's had.
You might say a wasted kick from the French, but they just continue to apply the pressure to the Irish. The Irish now, the drop out from the 25, and the French will bring it back yet again.
Humphries hoists it high, bets it off his head, and Ireland get it back. Now David Humphries. The kick down to Nicolas Brusque. He's been So safe in that custodian role for the French. Dempsey, his opposite number, took it well. The ball has been coughed up, taken by Kelly. Humphreys, Maggs. Now will Ireland come right? Humphreys again. This time goes short with the kick. Beautifully regathered by Humphreys. O'Driscoll's lost it forward.
Number 6.
Now, Serge Betson's going to be a tackle not using the arms. You must use the arms in a tackle. If we see the replay, the referee has got the number 6 for France for tackling and using the shoulder charge.
Great little chip through there by Humphreys. Bit of variation, just trying to break this French defence, which has just been brutal.
Just watch this. No, it was before the referee was playing advantage. But clever play by David Humphreys. Variation by the Irish.
Well, that's what they need. You know, that's the first little chip kick in behind the French defensive lines that they've done all year, all game. They need just to vary their kicking game around a bit, put more height in the ball so they can go and claim it in the air. The long wipers kick downtown have basically done nothing for them all night.
Marcus Horde has come on for Corrigan and Liebenberg has come on for Georgia. And here's a great break, Kevin Maggs. Going for the try line. Try to Ireland. Finally, the Irish have something to cheer about. And Kevin Maggs has come up with a try. He has been to 2 World Cups. It's his 14th try at Test rugby, but his first ever at Rugby World Cup.
The French line has been very, very good on the defence tonight. Was a wraparound from Keith Woods from the front of the line-out, and he found a hole. A couple of French loose fours of big reputations. He made a mockery of them, shrugged the big winger off and said, too late.
But what the important parts of Maggs did was he ran hard, he ran fast, and he ran straight. Great angles.
Humphreys hoisted high. 37-7. France over Ireland.
Terrific ball from Paul O'Connell down to Keith Wood. Gave this man the room. Rougerie, nothing could do about it. Just powerful drive to the line.
Restart by the French. Well, it took the French 52 minutes to the line to be crossed. It was a splendid try by the number 12 from Ireland. He's been one of the real mainstays of this Irish side. And David Humphreys, quite amazing. France had just made the midfield change with Georgian off and Liebenberg on. But it was closer to the action of the breakdown where the break was made, not out wide. Galtier, out for Mania. He's had a terrific game. So too has Palouse and Haranadorki, a brilliant back row for this French side. Now Galtier searching down that left-hand touchline, but he didn't touch on the full.
Well, Meunier, the ball control in. He had 4 Irish defenders on him. He turned, he got the ball back. Galtier upset with himself, not with his team.
Well, is this the spark? Is Maggs giving them the spark to make the Irish bring out a massive, it would be a massive comeback, but can they do it?
Humphreys pumps it away towards halfway. What a great career this young fellow's had. And when I say young, he's 32. The most capped Irish fly half of all time. Serenity spot to O'Gara. He's only 3 points short of the all-time World Cup point-scoring record set by Ralph Keyes. France.
Not straight, referee Kaplan judges. So Ireland now just into the French half. can David Humphries work some more magic?
They've got their most experienced scrum combination of Stringer and Humphries in the history of the game in Ireland. O'Driscoll cut out pass, Dempsey's in the line, Kelly. Good defence by Aurélien Rougerie on the far side for France. And Liebenberg was in there doing good work as well. Good, heavy, strong rucking in there by the Irish.
Now that's a great ruling from the referee. Now people out there don't know the game may think the boots on the player is a bit brutal, but he wouldn't get out of the way. It is legal if he's lying on the ball. And the Irish gave it to him.
Theon was lying near the ball. He's fair game, a little bit of soft shoe shuffle shown on top of him to get him out of the way. There it is. Nothing wrong with the feet on the body to try and ruck the man out as long as the foot is going backwards.
And more fool him not getting out of there quicker, Dan. If you stay there, you will feel the brunt of the Irish feet.
And here come the Irish.
Straight through the line out. So close, the Irish. Will the ball come out? Costello. Ball copped up by Haradadorki. It's still an Irish ball. Humphries through the dummy. O'Driscoll. Ball copped up. And Liebenberg kicks it away.
Referee's got him offside there. Back to the try line. Another chance for Ireland.
Will they take the scrum?
Surely.
Well, since Oran's come on, the scrum has stabilised. The last one they had was rock solid. They've got to go for it. It's all or nothing tonight for the Irish. There's nothing to be left in the tank. There is no tomorrow.
This is sudden death rugby. Wood, they drive it forward. Stringer through the hands of Humphries, and he's coughed it up. The pressure was mounting. That's Haradadorki, the number 8 for France. A rare mistake by the Irish fly half. He'll be so angry with himself because they had a wonderful opportunity. Now Horgan, he will not go home wondering tonight. He's been looking for work all night. Dempsey smashed in great defence by the French. Midway between the half, 22. Horgan again. Terrific aggressive defence once again by France. Stringer, the pass has gone behind Humphries. Now Kelly, and they've lost 10 or 12 metres. Now he must release.
And again, look where the body of the French are.
And the penalty's gone the other way.
Illegal use of the boot.
Well, the Irish, against this French defence, you cannot show any weakness. You just have to run very, very hard at them. You show a chink of nerves or fear, they'll slash you in two.
Whereas before we saw the penalty was, we saw that the rucking was with the foot going in the backward motion. This time with O'Connell it was straight up and down, penalty against him.
It's 37-7 and a chance for France to go further ahead. Galtier, impassioned plea to his players. Keith Wood, listening to the referee Kaplan.
I've penalised on 2 occasions. Listen, I'll let you have a say. That man could not move away. It was gratuitous use of the boot. Now he is.
They're putting their legs in the ball as if they're rolling away. They're just slowing it down, tipping the ball.
That's not to me. That's not to me.
So, spirited discussion with the Irish captain and Jonathan Kaplan. That's the offender there, the number 5. Dan, your thoughts?
Well, he's saying that Galtier's got his legs over the ball, which he has quite rightly there, but it still says you're not allowed any downward motion with the ruck.
Now Michalak. He has been superb tonight. .20 haul, 40-7 to France.
Keith Wood's getting frustrated, talking to the referee, Jonathan Kaplan, saying, we've got to get them away from the ball so we can get quick phase balls, sir. We need to feed our backs quickly. Slow ball means it allows the French to get up in their face.
Aerial skills by the French from the restart. So we're into the final quarter of the third quarter final. The last game at Rugby World Cup 2003 to be played here at the Telstra Dome in Melbourne. The heartland of Australian rules football, but the Melbourne fans have supported this tournament magnificently. They had a great game here 2 weeks ago when England played Samoa. They had another cracker when Ireland played Australia, and they have thoroughly enjoyed watching the skills of the French tonight.
And Keith Wood, he knows the time's ticking away. It could be the last time he plays on the international circuit.
Humphreys steps, and again 3 French defenders there to wrap up the Irish fly half. Keith Wood, he possesses all the skills. He can score tries, he can kick the ball, he can lead by example. What a great ornament of the game he's been.
Super kick, sorry Fordo, just watch that past Ibanez, and you're right, not only a fantastic player, inspiring captain, but he's such a great guy.
You can't possibly tell me he meant that, to get it inches inside. He's a hooker, for goodness sake. They don't have those skills.
Dan, some front rowers didn't have them, some did. Keith Wood's got them.
Well, he stole mine, and I want him back.
Dan Crowley thought he had them. You always said, though, that you were a back trapped in a forward's body, Dan, didn't you?
God was cruel.
Keith Wood carries on a tremendous family tradition. His father, Gordon, was also a Irish representative and Alliance tourist. And we wonder, are we seeing the last of this great Irish hooker tonight? Now the kick downfield by Liebenberg. Safe hands of Dempsey. Wonderful pass across field. That's freed up Kelly. Knocked on by Brusque. O'Driscoll. Beat one. Lost it forward. Well, the referee said no knock on. Stringer. Horgan. There's advantage still being played. Stringer again, beautiful inside pass. Ireland have not given up. Horgan looking for play in centre field. Humphreys stolen by the French, but the referee was playing advantage for France being offside. And a chance for another penalty to Ireland. They will play on quickly through Stringer. Keith Wood crashes that body at the French defence. Now Humphreys, wide pass, O'Driscoll goes around that French defence. He's probing out wide, Brian O'Driscoll. And another penalty. Will we see a yellow card? Continual infringements by the French.
Tony Mars, super tackle on O'Driscoll. Cut him off from a try. Here's O'Driscoll getting across, Marsh down. Ibanez is the one who's been penalised. Hands in there, the ball was already into a ruck situation.
Let's listen to Jonathan Kaplan. No yellow card that chastised the 30-year-old Raphael Ibanez, the former French captain, who lost his captaincy to Palouse. Palouse in turn handed over the captaincy to Fabien Galtier, who is in his 4th World Cup here tonight. He's playing like a 21-year-old. He's led the French side superbly in this quarter-final. Now Ireland drive towards the French line. Stringer at the back there in 9. They wheel it left. The French are under pressure. Look at Galtier in there trying to stop Gleeson. Costello, clean out by the Irish. That should be a yellow card, Ibanez. He's already just got a caution. A deliberate bit of foul play there. He will go.
He shouldn't even worry about talking to the referee. He should just walk. Yep, put his bat under his arm and walk.
He's gone. Wrong guy.
Shuey. Yep. I'm about to make a decision. The histrionics are not helping the situation, so just calm down, all right? Yep.
Tion off for the French, gone to the blood bin. Olivier Brisés, the big man, on for the French.
Now, Ibanez is the man. No right to play at that ball at all. Look at that. That is just unforgivable. He must go. Au revoir, Rafael Ibanez. He's off to the 74th minute of this game.
So the French, if the scrum has been packed, will now need to bring a hooker on with Ibanez off.
So on comes Olivier Brisés, and we'll also have the French hooker that must come on straight away. And that means that one of their players will have to leave as well.
Olivier MEILLEURS will come on for the French, and Meunier comes off.
So Yannick Brou from Toulouse made his debut against the Australians in 2001 in Marseille, takes his place in the middle of the French scrum that is now minus Ibanez and Olivier Meunier. Now what can Ireland do? Costello goes straight to the light man in Michalak. Stringer, Humphreys, the little kick in behind. No, did he get it down?
That's try time.
I think he's got it down. Try of Ireland, Brian O'Driscoll. Clever play by Humphreys. Good lead-up work by Costello. Ireland back scoring their second try.
Well, with the French packed down to 7-man, it was a good scrum by Ireland, giving them the go ball forward they wanted. A nudge in behind it. Oh, yeah, that's classy.
Well, Humphreys saw the little gap, put it in behind, the only way you could breach the defence. And O'Driscoll just took his time. It looked like it was in slow motion, but one-handed just plucked it out of the air and whacks it down before the line. That is skill.
And it was the second little nudge in behind the defensive line of France.
Humphreys adds the extras. 40 points to 12. The French hold the dominance.
Just all class. Brian O'Driscoll, Humphreys made a big difference coming on. Perfectly weighted kick. Just watch the concentration, the control.
Brian O'Driscoll, and Stu, you'd relate to this being an outside back. That's 100 test points purely in tries by Brian O'Driscoll. His 20th try in test rugby.
Well, he's world class, and he showed it then. But it was that wonderful little, just that chip kick in behind the defensive lines of France. Not too big, just weighted nicely. That have caused a few problems for the boys in blue.
O'Driscoll, 20 tries and 4 drop goals for 112 test points. But he really is a class act.
It's a real pity a bigger crowd hasn't seen this wonderful game. Price is very high coming to the quarterfinals, and in a non-rugby city like Melbourne, you're just relying primarily on the Irish, travelling Irish, local Irish and the French.
The French have had a great record in the World Cup quarterfinals. They've played 4, they've won 3. Their only loss was to England in '91. But for the Irish, they have never progressed further than the quarterfinal stage. Twice beaten by Australia in '87 and '91, and that '91 clash is memorable. And again beaten by the French in 1995. But they have not given up here tonight. They trailed 27-0 at half-time. They have outscored France 14-13 in the second half.
And we've still got plenty left to see yet. The wind is in the sails of the Irish. They want to rack up more points.
Yannick Brou with the throw. That's Hayes, the tight head prop. And again, the lightweight fly half, Michalak, forced to defend.
Oh, good work, Betson over the top in the tackle. He caused the turnover.
And taken forward by Olivier Brisés, but knocked on by the Irish at the breakdown. That's Marcus Horan.
Well, I don't really think the French have actually taken the foot off the pedal. I just believe that I thought Ireland looked very tired in that first half, but they've risen the game. The bars come up a bit, and they've frustrated the boys in blue.
Haradadorki and Galtier working on the blind side with Brusque and Rougerie, but they have turned the ball over. Line out ball, Ireland. Look at Galtier, he just won't stop. He's leading the side to victory in the most emphatic way tonight.
You see big number 19, Eric Miller, has replaced Costello. That's a good move by Eddie O'Sullivan.
So Miller, distinguished or easily defined by a shock of blonde hair. You'll see at the back of the Irish line-out. But a free kick, a short-arm free kick to the Irish, which means they can't look for 3 points, but they can look for 7. Inside the 22, they're lined deep in attack to the left. Now they peel off to the right, trying to commit Ireland to the breakdown. Galtier, Michalak, one of the rare mistakes, towed through by Humphreys. That's a knock on to Ireland, to France. The referee playing advantage, but none forthcoming. So back they'll come 15 to 20 metres for the scrum with the Ireland feed.
Oh, it's getting contagious out there. Errors after errors. They're losing a little bit of their composure. They've lost complete discipline when they were 33 points ahead and lost their hooker to Emmons in the bin. There's the first mistake Michalak's made tonight.
Remembering the French are playing one man down in their pack.
And still putting pressure on that Irish scrum.
Humphreys on the right foot. Takes play to the halfway and beyond.
Well, if the Irish crowd was the contest tonight, they've won it hands down. Huge noise, huge support here. Believers in their side. The French have just been too powerful.
Lebanese has still got 5 minutes left in the bin. This is where the Irish have to capitalise and score points and score them quick.
So Olivier MEILLEURS has come on as a replacement in the French side for the try scorer Jean-Jacques Crenca at loosehead. MEILLEURS playing in his 14th international tonight. Relatively light but very technically strong on the loosehead side for France. Look at them drive it forward. And like the good blue heeler dog there, Fabien Galtier. He's not adding weight, he's just adding inspiration. Now he wants the ball. And they've got the penalty instead. The big lock brought the play down. He collapsed the ball, Paul O'Connell.
As the maul's being pushed forward, the opposition players cannot pull it to the ground. They have to stop it in its momentum. They cannot pull them to the ground or it is a penalty.
And it was tremendous control by Arinot the key at the back there. Galtier providing the vision, but the drive was perfect.
Just watch it. Ball tucked under the arm, you can see there. He must stay bound. And look at Galtier just giving that great direction in this French side. It's 40 points to 14. Frederick Michalak, a chance to be the first player in 2003 to score 100 points at the Rugby World Cup. And he's done it brilliantly. He will play such a vital role. What a showdown of the kickers next week should England get over Ireland later tonight. And Johnny Wilkinson up against Frederick Michalak.
Well, he's outstanding for a 20-year-old player who occasionally or sometimes plays for his club. I think it's Toulouse. He plays at the scrum half. That number 10 jersey tonight, he has not missed a shot at goal. Outstanding performer.
23-point haul tonight for Michalak. Hoisted high again. We're into the final 10. In fact, 8 minutes to go. The ball loose on the ground. Galtier wrapped up, trying to get back to his feet. Secured ball by the French again. No halfback, so Aurélien Rougerie comes in. And Nicolas Brusque on the right boot. Back goes David Humphries. Caught in midfield by Dominici.
But that's what the Irish have got to do now. There's no use kicking it. Throw it, protect your man, back him up. And what does Horgan do? Kicks it. He's got to hold it. The man's built like a mountain. He can run like the wind. He's got to use those skills.
Now
here's one man who doesn't know any other way than going straight ahead.
And that's great defence by Michalak again. That's one thing that's impressed me about him, Stu. They have tested Michalak in defence tonight. He's only lightweight. He's only 77 kilos. But his technique is very good.
He hasn't flinched all night. You know, big heart, superb player, great future.
Look at O'Driscoll, basketball skills as well, but it's been knocked forward. Here goes Liebenberg. That pass from Aurélien Rougerie was picked up beautifully by Dominici, but the referee has ruled that it went forward.
Well, you can see the tanks are running low on the Irish end. Terrific break by Brian O'Driscoll, looking for his men to come and support. There was a perfect opportunity to bust through the French defence, but just running out of fuel.
Here at the Telstra Dome in Melbourne, France lead the quarter-final 43-14. $33,000 fans here in Melbourne tonight. The last chance for the Melbourne fans to witness action in the Rugby World Cup 2003. And they've seen a very powerful performance tonight. A performance by the French side that has served notice to the other side still left in this World Cup tournament, that they are here on a mission.
Well, on this occasion, the French have knocked the ball forward, Betson, so the scrum comes back and it'll be an Irish feed. They have another chance to try and get some points, get some respectability.
Well, the sin bin over with Bruce staying on and Mania coming back onto the side of the scrum, so the French back to 15 players.
And there will be a replacement because Patrick Ntamack from Stade Francais is about to come on for his 15th international. And what a performance by the number 8, the man he replaced, Imanol Aranadork. He scored a terrific try in the first half. He was everywhere there tonight, leading this French
look at
pack.
that scrum by the French. They have just slaughtered the Irish.
That's a big one.
Ibanez had plenty of time to think about it in the sin bin. He's come on for vengeance.
That is an emphatic statement by the French pack.
And does that not hurt not only the body but the pride of the Irish, especially a front row getting folded back over their second row? They are completely helpless when that happens and at the mercy of the opposition.
Galtier's been wonderful tonight at the back of this French scrum that has dominated proceedings. 34 years of age, 63rd cap for his country. He was desperate tonight, Dan, to make sure that this wasn't going to be his last test for France.
Well, we've talked about how quietly, efficiently and effectively and clinically the French have gone about it. They've been the silent assassins so far of this tournament, and whether or not it's Wales or England, they have put up the flag and said, beware, we're coming.
Stu, for the fifth time in the tournament, they've scored 4 tries or more in each of the matches of the pool matches. So their strike power is enormous.
It is, but they'll take out of this game an area of discipline. When Ireland have put a bit of pressure on them in this last quarter, they've made mistakes, they've folded, but still their scrum goes ahead. Still they just keep, this is the first time I've seen them in 5 games actually lose a little bit of composure.
And Simon, you back up that try-scoring potency with a brilliant goal kicker like the 21-year-old from Toulouse, Frederick Michalak. You've got the complete outfit.
Well, it's a warning to the English or the Welsh for next week that anywhere from 50 metres out, this guy can slot them.
Across the advantage line again, the French go. Michalak, wonderful skills. Dempsey's been very sound tonight for Ireland in that 15 jersey. Behind a losing side, he's hardly made a mistake. Maggs got it away for Humphries, back for Maggs again, that's good play. O'Driscoll, great body strength, great skills. Now they've turned it over, unfortunately. Now Betson takes it away for Dominici, the lightweight winger for France. And smashed to the ground and into touch.
Yannick Brou coming back there, the reserve hooker for France. General play, the ball's come back accidental, so that's what we saw play on.
Splendid tackle by Keith Gleeson on Dominici.
And we see Brisés far side down injured, and that's what the French don't want now. In the last dying minutes of this game, they want to get out of it without injury. Good passing in between. O'Driscoll, he's going to keep fighting. Look at the brute strength he's got there, the power and the agility. Gets the one-handed pass away. Good skills all round by Easterby, Guy Easterby that is. But again, it breaks down.
Yeah, a worry there for Olivier Brisés. He played in the World Cup at 95 and 99 as well. And tonight has equalled the record of 15 games for the French at the World Cup by Abdelatif Benazzi. A man, Simon, that you have absolute respect for, Benazzi.
One of the hard men, one of the hardest men ever in French rugby, Benazzi. But Olivier Brisés leaves the field.
And Pepito Elorga, the flying winger from Agen, is warming up on the touchline. Brisés has stayed on.
As we wait for Jonathan Kaplan to come across, getting a little bit of a technical assistance with his microphone. Just holds the game up for a fraction.
Kaplan, of course, refereed Ireland against Romania, Scotland against USA, and England-Samoa. And the England-Samoa game and this one tonight, both at the Telstra Dome in Melbourne, have been the pick of the matches for the Melbourne fans.
And Brisés finally relents and comes off the field.
Now Keith Wood, kick and chase again by the hooker. This time it's into touch on the full. That's what you're more adept about for front row forwards, Dan.
You stick to the basics. Sometimes it helps.
Can't remember me seeing you do that, mate.
Rougeray in his flanker at the back of the line out.
Yannick Brou, that throw is not straight. Humphries, advantage being played to the French. Betson, Liebenberg. Toulouse goes over the top for the French. Now they go right-hand side. Yannick Brou, replacement hooker for Ibanez. Now Michalak steps, darts and probes. Makes it available for his captain, Fabien Galthié. Now Olivier Magna spent some time off the field when Ibanez was in the blood bin, in the sin bin. Galthié, Liebenberg. Just relentless pressure by the French. Turnover ball. But the referee will play the scrum feed to France. So into the final stages. Kept him off the ground well, the Irish.
And who is that man underneath? But the ball avenger, Keith Wood. Minutes to go and he's still in there scrapping as if it was his first test.
And it could well be his last. A decision made by the Irish captain after this game tonight. A career that started back in 1994 against the Australians. 2 Lions tours. The heart and soul of Irish rugby. Betson. Cameroon-born, has had a superb game in the back row for Ireland, for France tonight. There's Manu at the breakdown again. Galtier, Michalak, Liebenberg. Wood affects the tackle. Palus. Knocked forward by France.
Let's get on your feet before you play.
In fact, the penalty for not staying on the feet. Here goes Keith Wood. Kicking down inside French territory. Dominici soccer skills. That's Brusque. And offside ruled. So a chance for Ireland. Horgan.
The guy used to be coming flying through.
Ball available. Stringers off, Easterby on. Keith Wood puts the head down. Wouldn't he like to score his 6th World Cup try tonight in his final appearance? Now O'Driscoll's got space on the left-hand side. Couldn't get the pass away. They had numbers.
Oh, great tackle round the bootlaces by Tobacco.
Easterby away with Humphreys. Penalty. Chance now for the Irish. Humphreys. O'Driscoll held up. Try. Second try for Brian O'Driscoll. The 3rd for the Irish. And they have avoided the humiliation of their worst defeat in a quarter-final of the World Cup. That came against France in 1995, a 24-point loss.
Well, the tanks are not empty in the Irish team. There's still a bit of petrol. They're not giving up. That's the 2nd try for him, and what a great player.
What fantastic character from this Irish side. Never say die, and O'Driscoll, their best player, possibly the best centre in the world, scores 2 tonight. Eddie O'Sullivan, he's made a huge impact on this Irish side.
And David Humphreys becomes the highest point scorer for Ireland in World Cup rugby, beating Ralph Key's record of 68 points. In the end, a 22-point loss by Ireland, a farewell for that man in picture. Triumph for the experienced captain Galtier. World Rugby says, Keith Wood, thanks for some memories that's lasted 9 years.
Voilà, avec justement Monsieur Bishop que vous avez vu à l'écran, qui sera assisté de Monsieur Hawke et Eriksson, un néo-zélandais d'Australie, donne le coup d'envoi, frappé par Rob Andrew, balle reprise par Olivier Roumat dans les 22 mètres français, et ballon pour les tricolores, Fabien Galtier, qui va vraisemblablement donner à Jean-Luc Zadourny s'il le peut pour dégager, mais non, la balle est toujours française, balle toujours petit côté peut-être, non, Abdel Benazi, ballon pour Ojomo qui est venu pour récupérer ce ballon. Je regarde Monsieur Bishop, il considère que le ballon a été gardé un peu trop longtemps par Abdel Benazi et il accorde une pénalité à l'équipe d'Angleterre qui, de 22 mètres complètement à gauche, va essayer de tenter cette pénalité par Rob Andrew, qui a déjà passé 70 points depuis le début de cette Coupe du Monde.
Quel dommage, Patrick, parce qu'on avait bien récupéré ce ballon à 2 mains, on avait formé un regroupement. Il aurait été peut-être souhaitable d'envoyer tout de suite le ballon à Jean-Luc pour trouver une touche. On est reparti un peu dans l'axe, on a perdu le ballon, malheureusement, on se fait pénaliser.
Condition de jeu, Eric?
Pas de vent, les drapeaux ne bougent pas.
Pelouse en bon état et près de 60 000 personnes pour assister à cette rencontre. Voilà. Rob Andrew, ancien joueur du Stade Toulousain d'ailleurs, comme Albert Sigagna. Et Califano aussi. Le ballon va passer à gauche des poteaux. Oui, c'était quand même pas très facile, hein. C'est vrai que Rob Andrew a un gros coefficient de réussite, mais complètement du bord de touche, ce n'est pas évident, même s'il n'y avait pas de vent. Quoi qu'il fût sur son bon pied. Renvoi aux 22 mètres pour les Français. C'est Franck Ménel, votre beau-frère avec Blanc.
C'est Thierry Lacroix maintenant. Les Français se sont mis 4-4.
Qui n'est pas votre beau-frère.
4 avant d'un côté, 4 de l'autre. Il tape très loin au fond dans les bras de 4.
L'arrière de l'équipe d'Angleterre qui récupère son ballon. Chandel Qui est-ce qui est à la réception? Il semble que c'est Jean-Luc Sadourny qui est à la réception. Alors ne vous fixez pas sur les numéros de maillot, parce que les Français nous ont offert une petite facétie, il faudra savoir pourquoi ils jouent. Ils ont complètement changé les maillots, les numéros de maillot derrière et même les numéros de short.
Ntamack joue avec le 15 et Jean-Luc avec le 14.
Philippe Saint-André ici, capitaine de l'équipe de France. C'est le dernier match des Français dans la Coupe du Monde. C'est notre dernier match avec l'équipe de France, puisque samedi nous avons rendez-vous avec la finale et la Nouvelle-Zélande et l'Afrique du Sud.
Touche complète, lancé pour Moore.
Brian Moore, le talonneur, un petit peu intrépide. Ouais, superbe prise d'Abdelatif Benazi sur la ligne des 50 mètres. On avance sur ce môle, on avance, on avance, on avance, on avance, on avance, on continue d'avancer. Les Français poussent dans l'axe, se retournent. Ça repart, Fabien Galtier, mauvaise passe pour Abdelatif Benazi. Non, 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 un petit en avance, si.
Olivier Merle ne s'attendait pas à recevoir le ballon, dommage, on avait bien libéré. Galtier a voulu relancer un peu le paquet d'avant. Olivier ne s'attendait pas en avant de Benazi.
Il faut mettre un peu d'huile dans la mécanique alors que les deux premières lignes se sont effondrées. C'est la première mêlée de cette rencontre. Avec 12 kilos, 13 kilos de différence entre l'Angleterre et la France, à l'avantage des Anglais.
Attention, 4, l'arrière anglais dans la ligne. Peut-être une sautée ou un jeu au pied.
Voilà, coup de pied de Andrew qui va trouver, semble-t-il, une superbe touche là-bas. Très bon coup de pied du numéro 10 de l'équipe d'Angleterre. Qui joue avec l'équipe de Wasps, des Wasps en Angleterre, qui en est à sa 69e sélection. Il égale le nombre de sélections de Roland Bertrand, qui a été longtemps le détenteur du plus grand nombre de sélections en équipe de France. Laurent Benezech du Racing qui fait son retour en équipe de France. Il avait cédé sa place à Louis Armari. Balle déviée par Merle. Qu'est-ce qui se passe? L'arbitre a sifflé. Jean-Claude.
Eh bien, l'arbitre ramène maintenant les deux équipes sur la ligne des 15 mètres et ordonne une mêlée, introduction française.
Introduction de Fabien Galtier. Non, ça ne bouge pas au niveau de la première ligne. Si, même la première ligne avance un petit peu des Français. C'est bon signe. Et dégagement de Jean-Luc Sadourny. Très bonne touche sur la ligne des 50 mètres. Non, pas tout à fait. Je me suis trompé. Voilà Jean-Luc. De Colomiers.
Touche raccourcie des Anglais. Les deux piliers sont détachés. Léonard et Ubogou. Attention à Ubogou.
Avec Béfield ici.
Il se met derrière le deuxième centre, Patrick.
Brian Moore qui avait deux superbes yeux au beurre noir après son match contre la Nouvelle-Zélande. J'ai l'impression que ça va un peu mieux. On ne touche. Balle déviée par Lolo Cabane. Rodbert, Clark. L'arbitre a sifflé, me semble-t-il.
C'est un en avant, Patrick, oui. Commis par les Anglais. Ce sera une mêlée. Introduction Galtier.
C'est très intéressant, Patrick. Sur deux lancers anglais, on récupère les ballons. C'est de bonne augure pour la suite.
Oui, d'autant plus qu'en mêlée, on a l'air de bien se comporter. Introduction Fabien Galtier. Voyez, on avance là. C'est bien, on est facile. Albert Sigagna qui va essayer de combiner. Voilà, avec Fabien Galtier. Albert Sigagna qui se retourne, qui attend un petit peu le soutien. Le voilà. C'est bien. Ça repart là-bas, petit côté. Bien joué. Petit coup de pied de Jean-Luc Sadourny sur l'aile gauche. Et Kat a attendu. Et le ballon est sorti.
Très bon départ de Fabien Galtier qui libère le ballon. Albert le récupère, reprovoque un regroupement et on alerte Sadourny dans le côté fermé avec son pied gauche et on gagne 50 mètres.
C'est très net, très clair ce qu'a fait Albert Sigagna. Johnson au premier plan et maintenant Brian Moore. Touche, balle reprise par Béfield. Deuxième ligne anglais. Moll qui part un petit peu en crabe. Ballon pour Maurice qui s'échappe, qui est pris par Galtier, qui essaie de redonner sur Clark. Et Jean-Luc Sadourny qui était venu et poussé en touche.
Bon départ de Maurice, une petite toilette à la troisième ligne française, il faut faire attention. Et il a enchaîné. Et les Anglais récupèrent le ballon.
Depuis 1988, nous n'avons pas battu les Anglais. Les Anglais qui sont, je crois qu'on peut le dire, les leaders du rugby européen actuellement. Ils ont gagné le Grand Chelem. Vous en souvenez peut-être encore cette année. Balle reprise par les Anglais. Ojomo, ancien décathlonien, ancien basketteur Ojomo. Andrew qui est pris. par Abdelatif Benazi. Ballon pour les Anglais et M. Bishop a sifflé.
Oui, il nous accuse d'avoir plongé en avant du ballon. Schéma classique et nous écopons d'une pénalité.
Alors que vous avez tout à l'heure à l'écran Christophe Delot, le d'ouverture du stade toulousain.
Bonne défense de Benazi qui est allé chercher Andrew. Bon pressing de la troisième ligne.
Andrew se relève alors que le soigneur de l'équipe d'Angleterre était venu.
Et Kat va essayer de trouver la touche pour s'approcher de la ligne des Français.
Bon coup de pied de 4 qui va trouver la touche sur la ligne des 22.
Le match n'est pas encore lancé, Patrick. Ça ne serait tardé, je pense, d'ici 5-10 minutes.
Mike Kat, qui est un Sud-Africain, qui est né en Afrique du Sud et qui est parti en vacances un jour en Angleterre. Il a joué avec l'équipe 3 de l'équipe de basse et depuis il joue avec l'équipe de basse.
Attention, Ojomo le 8 et Clark le 7 sont détachés.
Le faute en touche, un ascenseur. Hein.
Oui, Monsieur Bishop ordonne un coup de pied franc, faute dans l'alignement anglais.
Sur Johnson, le deuxième ligne anglais.
Alors rapidement donné, je présume, à Frank Menel qui va essayer de trouver la touche de l'autre côté. Voilà qui est fait. Très bon coup de pied de Frankie.
C'est son premier ballon. Toujours intéressant de bien le négocier au pied. Oui, et on voit la faute au ralenti.
Exact. Rien à dire, hein, Jean-Claude?
Non, elle était évidente.
Encore Bayfield, des meilleurs sauteurs au monde avec Hills et avec Jones, le néo-zélandais, avec Olivier Roumat, le français bien sûr. Il y a du beau monde sur les pelouses là, dans ces phases finales de la Coupe du Monde.
Roumat qui est en train de parler avec Bishop en anglais.
Il est touché,
Roumat. Voilà. Monsieur Bishop s'est aperçu qu'Olivier Roumat était touché au coude et lui demande de se faire mander le coude. Olivier doit saigner, certainement.
Oui, il est obligé même de quitter la pelouse.
Non, mais ça n'a pas l'air grave, ça va être rapide.
Si ça ne se fait pas rapidement. On en profite pour saluer les supporters français. Il y en a qui sont venus du Pays Basque, notamment de Briscous, de Mayotte, ce qui est plus près d'ici, mais plus loin quand même de la métropole. Et puis on salue aussi des représentants de la fédération marocaine, les frères Boudja, président et vice-président. De la Tunisie, du Portugal, évidemment, les Marocains sont là pour soutenir la France. Et également Abdelatif Benazi, qui est un Marocain, vous le savez. Touche Moore, balle reprise par Bayfield. Il y a un petit en avant là, me semble-t-il. Non, c'est avantage au Français. Benezej qui a récupéré cette balle. Fabien Galtier derrière lui. Et on saute tout de suite pour Thierry Lacroix. Thierry Lacroix qui est pris par toute la troisième ligne anglaise, qui reste debout, Thierry. Est-ce qu'il va pouvoir conserver le ballon? Franck Bénal vient l'aider. Le ballon est du côté français. Et Monsieur Bishop accorde la mêlée à l'équipe de France.
Oui, Patrick, puisque le ballon étant au sol, c'est nous qui progressions. Et cette introduction récompense l'effort de l'équipe de France.
La France a essayé d'élargir le jeu. Mais Francky n'a pas allongé sa passe suffisamment pour Thierry Lacroix. C'est pas bien grave, on conserve le ballon. Ojomo est détaché, le numéro 8 anglais, il est dans le fermé.
Exact, balle pour, non pas Albert Sigagna, si pour Lolo Caban. Oui, très bien crocheté de la part de Sadourné qui redonne sur Albert Sigagna. Regardez comment il attend Albert Sigagna, comment il sert de relais. C'est très très bien fait ça pour le néo-castré. Touche directe malheureusement de l'équipe de France de Jean-Luc Sadourny. C'était du très très bon travail, il bonifie. On l'appelle Matabio à Albert Sigagna parce que c'est le nom de la gare de Toulouse et on considère que dans le jeu, notamment dans le jeu du Stade Toulousain et peut-être aussi dans celui de l'équipe de Castres, eh bien il est vraiment la gare de triage de tous les ballons. Là il l'a prouvé pour l'équipe de France aussi. Pas droit de cette touche de Monsieur Bradbourg, pardon. Avantage aux Français tout de même. Crochet intérieur de Francky Menel. Francky Menel qui reste debout. Attention, il est obligé de lâcher le ballon. Et que dit Monsieur Bishop? Il accorde une mêlée avec l'équipe d'Angleterre.
Oui, curieux. La balle était au sol. Les Anglais l'avaient gagné d'ailleurs, mais il a sifflé un petit peu trop vite. Il redonne. C'est peut-être une décision d'équité. Balle introduction en Angleterre.
Je me demande si Francky n'a pas fait un petit en avant au moment où il a lâché la balle aussi. Jean-Claude.
Je n'ai pas vu.
Même les meilleurs, hein, des petites faiblesses. Hein.
Bon, vous savez.
Allez. Fabien Galtier qui surveille tout ça avec l'introduction de Maurice. Derrière lui pour Andrew, coup de pied, très grand coup de pied de Andrew qui renvoie les Français à leurs chères études. Eh non. Philippe Saint-André avait envisagé de rejouer rapidement, mais non. Les Anglais étaient arrivés très rapidement. Je pense notamment, quand je dis les Anglais, à Hunter.
Andrew est très clairvoyant car Philippe Saint-André se tient à plat au niveau des centres. Donc il tape dans son dos et trouve une très bonne touche. C'est son deuxième coup de pied.
Touche avec un lancer de Jean-Michel Gonzalez sur la ligne des 22 mètres. Toujours 0-0 entre l'Angleterre et la France. Et il reste 27 minutes, c'est-à-dire que l'on joue depuis 13 minutes. Balle reprise par Olivier Merle. Ballon derrière, Franck Ménel pour Thierry Lacroix. Et oui, parce qu'il a un bon pied aussi, Thierry Lacroix. Et il trouve la touche de l'autre côté. C'est bien fait.
C'est très bien joué. On donne le ballon au premier centre qui trouve une touche de l'autre côté, surtout lorsqu'on possède en Thierry Lacroix un très bon botteur.
Ça, c'est une façon de jouer qui ne déplaît pas, j'en suis persuadé, à l'ancien entraîneur de Grenoble et également de la Voulte, Jean Liénard, qui adorait faire frapper son premier centre. C'est vrai que ça permet au premier centre d'avoir un angle beaucoup plus ouvert.
Les Néo-Zélandais le font souvent.
Oui.
Allez, il faut que le match se lance parce qu'on est quand même sur un faux rythme.
Mais ça va démarrer, ça va démarrer. Vous savez qu'on est habitué, c'est assez faux rythme. Puis après, ça s'accélère dès les premiers points marqués. Balle ratée par Ojomo, reprise, me semble-t-il, par les Anglais. Voilà qui est fait, Maurice pour Andrew. Coup de pied d'Andrew, chandelle d'Andrew. Et joue toujours comme d'habitude, les Anglais. Philippe Saint-André est en réception, non, plutôt Jean-Luc Sadourny, balle pour les Français. Galtier pour Ntamack qui revient à l'intérieur, Ntamack qui reste debout, qui n'est pas plaqué. Balle toujours pour les Français, non, reparti dans les mains des Anglais avec un ballon de Will Carling qui est pris par Franck Ménel. Oh, attention hors jeu là.
Très bonne récupération des Français, d'abord une très bonne relance dans les 22 mètres. Sigagna a libéré le ballon, Émile est parti le long de la ligne de touche, a provoqué un regroupement. On a perdu dans le même temps le ballon, mais on le récupère derrière.
Pierre Berbizier, vous êtes avec nous pour ce dernier match d'ailleurs de l'équipe de France de la Coupe du Monde. Votre commentaire sur ces 14 premières minutes de jeu?
On sent les deux équipes qui ont du mal à rentrer dans ce match. Elles s'observent, donc deux équipes qui, j'espère, ne vont pas tarder à libérer leur jeu. Les Français semblent avoir de bonnes intentions, il faut concrétiser maintenant.
Eh bien, on va essayer de concrétiser. Dieu vous entende, Pierre. Et coup de pied de Franck Ménel qui devrait trouver une magnifique touche. Superbe coup de pied de Francky Ménel.
Un départ au ras au préalable de Galtier qui remet à l'intérieur. Abenazi provoque un regroupement et Francky tranquillement trouve une très bonne touche.
Touche anglaise, mais nous sommes à 10 mètres seulement dans la ligne de but. Vous le voyez ici d'ailleurs, de l'équipe d'Angleterre avec Johnson et Beffield. Les deux deuxièmes lignes sauteurs en touche d'ailleurs de l'équipe d'Angleterre.
On va sûrement faire sauter la deuxième ligne anglaise au milieu d'alignement.
Vous ne vous êtes pas trompé. C'est Johnson qui a récupéré le numéro 4, le ballon. Avec Rodberg qui est là, qui protège Maurice. C'est Olivier Merle qui essayait de passer un bras discrètement pour récupérer le ballon. Et la balle va sortir en touche. Non, Philippe Saint-André est là, mais le ballon était sorti beaucoup plus haut, juste devant la ligne des 22 mètres de l'équipe d'Angleterre. Pas gagné beaucoup de terrain les Anglais sur cette action, mais c'est-à-dire qu'il y avait quand même un gros pressing français. Maurice ici au premier plan.
Touche à 4, on raccourcit. Merle derrière Franck Ménel et Cabane derrière le deuxième centre.
Abdelatif Benazi, balle reprise alors que Clark était là. Ballon pour Fabien Galtier qui redonne sur Jean-Michel Gonzalez. Oui, pour Jean-Luc Sadourny qui libère son ballon, c'est bien. Laurent Benezès. On est à 5 mètres à vite. Oh là là, balle reprise par Hunter, jetée en touche par Hunter. Ah non, l'arbitre de touche, qu'est-ce qu'il a, Califano?
Je ne l'entends pas, Patrick, il n'a pas de micro.
Ah bon?
Non, mais il devait parler en patois plutôt qu'en anglais, certainement.
Patois toulonnais en provençal, disons.
Provençal.
On vient mourir à 2 mètres de la ligne anglaise sur un très bon enchaînement, une intervention de Sadourny très propre. Malheureusement, Benezès s'est fait subtiliser le ballon par Hunter. Lancé Moore.
De profil. Balle reprise par les Français. Benazi, peut-être essai. Attention. Non, ça marque pas. On a des problèmes avec les lignes.
Il a manqué encore 10 cm, Patrick. Et c'est moins grave.
Ne remuez pas le couteau dans la plaie, je vous en supplie, Eric.
Je vais lui donner mes petits bras.
Il faudra qu'il se fasse greffer vos bras, oui.
Mais elle est très importante pour l'équipe de France. Peut-être un départ au ras avec Sigagna. Je vois que Galtier est en train de lui parler. Mais il faut d'abord conserver le ballon avant de le jouer.
Et il parle, Brian Moon. Il est avocat, c'est normal. Non, 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 le pack français n'a pas bougé. Si, il recule un petit peu. On essaie de se relever, de tourner la mêlée pour aller marquer avec un ballon de Galtier. Toujours pour les Français, bien défendu de la part des Anglais. Et que faute, oui, hors-jeu anglais.
Hors-jeu anglais, signale Monsieur Bishop, offside line. C'est une pénalité pour la France.
Qu'est-ce qu'on fait, Eric? On la tente?
Je crois que Philippe va la tenter. On est là d'abord pour gagner. Il faut marquer au score et le jeu va se libérer par la suite.
Alors, si Thierry Lacroix passe cette pénalité, il deviendra le meilleur marqueur de points, je dis bien de points, de cette Coupe du Monde. Puisque pour le moment, le record entre guillemets est détenu par Gavin Hastings avec 104 points. Thierry Lacroix, lui, compte 103 points, c'est-à-dire qu'il passe les 3 points, il passe devant. Il aura 2 points d'avance sur Gavin Hastings. Vous êtes d'accord avec moi, les enfants là?
Oui, Patrick.
Voilà, et il est sur son bon-pied, Thierry Lacroix. Allez, c'est pas déterminant pour la suite de la compétition, mais c'est des petits records qui font plaisir comme ça.
Et il est dans son jardin, car il a joué ici le Tonga et l'Écosse.
Allez, Thierry. Le ballon passe à gauche. C'est toujours Gavin Hastings qui détient le record de points, 104, 103. Et en ce qui concerne le tableau d'affichage, il ne bouge pas. 0-0 entre l'Angleterre et la France après pratiquement 20 minutes de jeu, pardon. Je vais plus vite que la musique, moi. 20 minutes de jeu dans cette première mi-temps.
Andro qui va sûrement faire un renvoi très haut pour une récupération.
Oui, un peu trop profond. Balle reprise par Fabien Galtier qui redonne sur Albert Sigagna. Albert Sigagna qui a le temps de se retourner, qui doit libérer son ballon. Voilà qui est fait. Fabien Galtier, Franck Ménel, Thierry Lacroix, petit coup de pied au ras dans le dos des défenseurs anglais. Gus Scott qui n'a pas récupéré la balle. C'est Hunter maintenant qui s'est emparé du ballon. Le 3 quarts et le droit anglais. Maurice, Gus Scott là-bas sur le petit côté. Gus Scott qui donne sur Rory Underwood, qui est pris Rory Underwood. Ballon toujours pour les Anglais.
Le jeu commence à se libérer, Patrick.
Oui, oui.
Récupération des Anglais après un petit coup de pied derrière le premier rideau de Thierry. Et ils essaient de mettre un peu le feu au terrain.
C'est bien, on alterne beaucoup de choses. On essaie de pratiquer un petit peu des choses différentes, de pratiquer un rugby allègre. Et c'est bien. C'est bien, ça vient. Introduction, Maurice Whoop, directement dans les bras de Jomo. Jomo qui est parti sur Franck Ménel. Jomo qui libère sa balle. Balle reprise par les Français. Et oui, avec une maladresse anglaise. Et ballon pour Philippe Sella qui essaie de passer, qui a été pris par Gus Scott. On vient de franchir la ligne des 50 mètres. Balle toujours pour la France. Non, reparti de l'autre côté, me semble-t-il, pour les Anglais. Ballon pour Will Carling. Carling qui tape dans les pieds de Philippe Saint-André, qui va profiter du lancer en touche.
Carling qui a été surpris. Maurice l'a alerté. Il n'a pas pu trouver une touche. Attention à un joueur blessé, Patrick.
C'est Gus Scott. Oui, j'allais le dire, merci. Oui, Gus Scott, 3 quarts centre de l'équipe d'Angleterre. Jeremy Gus Scott, 1m88, 85 kg. Il en est à sa 38e sélection. Il porte, vous le savez peut-être, les couleurs du club de Bath, qui est régulièrement champion d'ailleurs d'Angleterre. Il est en relation publique pour la British Gas, qui est la compagnie nationale du gaz en Angleterre. Voilà, et vous savez que son grand plaisir, je ne sais pas si ça vous est arrivé, Eric, son grand plaisir c'est de jouer avec les 3 quarts français. Parce que là il touche les ballons, il se régale. Je l'avais vu pour un match avec les Barbarians, notamment avec votre ami Jean-Baptiste Lafont, que l'on salue au passage. Et il adore ça, c'est là, Jean-Baptiste Lafont, tout ça, vous lui en parlez, il en rêve. Parce que c'est vrai qu'il souvent il n'attrape pas les ampoules quand même, quand il joue à l'équipe d'Angleterre. Voilà, soit dit en passant. Encore 20 minutes de jeu environ avant la fin de cette première mi-temps. Toujours 0-0 entre les deux formations. Touche pour les Anglais. Balle reprise par les Français. Par encore Benazi. Ça repart. Ménel, Thierry Lacroix. Coup de pied croisé de Thierry Lacroix qui trouve une touche. C'est bien fait ça.
On fait monter le 3 quarts pour taper dans son dos et trouver une touche. Et l'arrière ne peut pas couvrir toute la surface du jeu. Donc belle touche.
On tente beaucoup de choses, vous avez, on part au ras, on essaie de donner un petit coup de pied dans le dos défenseur, un grand coup de pied pour avancer. C'est bien.
Ce qui est intéressant, c'est qu'on avait récupéré le ballon sur le lancer des Anglais.
Maurice, balle reprise par le numéro 4, Martin Johnson, avec presque demi-ascenseur, dirons-nous. Ballon, attention, oui, Laurent Menezes. Attention hors jeu, ça repart pour Rodbert. Troisième ligne à l'anglais. Encore avec maintenant Clark. Encore un ballon pour les Anglais qui partent au ras. C'est leur jeu de prédilection. Andrew, Carling, oh, contré par Thierry Lacroix. Balle pour personne aussi pour Maurice. Oh, malheureux. Pourquoi il n'a pas gardé ce ballon? Et attention à la faute de Philippe Saint-André là. Alors qu'un joueur anglais est resté au sol. Je regarde si c'est Ubogu. Oui, c'est Ojomo. Ojomo qui est resté au sol là. Très correct ce match, quoi qu'il en soit. Très fair play. Numéro 8 anglais. Alors là, s'il devait quitter le terrain, ce serait handicap pour l'équipe d'Angleterre, puisque les Anglais ont déjà perdu Dean Richards lors du match contre la Nouvelle-Zélande. Mais non, ça va. Steve Ojomo peut reprendre sa place. Je vous le disais, c'est un ancien décathlonien. Numéro 8 anglais. Il a joué aussi au basket et il est nigérian d'origine. Tout comme d'ailleurs Ubogu.
Bonne mêlée pour les Anglais.
On est bien mêlés. Oh là là,
Rodbert
les Anglais.
détaché.
Petit en avant dans les mains d'Ojomo. Non, Monsieur Bishop laisse jouer. Andrew qui croise avec Gus Scott. Gus Scott qui est pris par la patrouille. Il faut libérer votre ballon, Monsieur Gus Scott. Voilà. Rodbert maintenant pris par Lolo Caban. Rodbert qui part. Maurice pour 4 pour. Donc qui a hésité à donner à Hunter. À mon sens, c'est pas le bon choix. Ballon pour les Français. Oui. Voilà. Petit coup de pied au-dessus de Fabien Galtier qui ne trouve pas la touche. Attention, il faut récupérer le ballon, messieurs les Anglais. Monsieur Hunter se relève et il est poussé en touche. Dangereuse cette action. C'est vrai que pour le moment et depuis le début de la rencontre, ce sont les Français qui ont été les plus dangereux. C'est eux qui se sont retrouvés le plus souvent près de la ligne de l'équipe d'Angleterre.
Très bon pressing de Franck Menel qui a pris 4 et Galtier a joué au pied derrière. Il a gardé le ballon dans le champ de jeu. C'est très intelligemment joué puisqu'on récupère le ballon. Peut-être une bonne occasion d'aller derrière la ligne.
Vous avez vu pour les touches, vous le voyez, un avantage pour les Français, 67% contre 50 seulement à l'équipe d'Angleterre. C'est bien, c'est vrai qu'on leur a pris des ballons aux Anglais, ce qui est déjà une belle performance. Très bonne prise ici d'Abdelatif Benazi. Ballon pour les Français qui essaient de repartir sur le côté, de dérouler le maul, qui est écroulé ce maul. Balle reprise par Maurice, par Hunter maintenant, qui est repoussé en touche, non, qui a pu donner à Johnson. On enchaîne du côté des Anglais. Maurice qui avait été pris. Et Andrew qui tape un petit peu comme il peut. C'est direct ça, non? Ah non, il était dans ses 22 mètres. Mais il excuse.
C'est dommage, Patrick. On conquête à la touche à deux mains de Benazi. On provoque un regroupement. Mais à la sortie, on a encore perdu le ballon. Et les Anglais reviennent dans notre camp. Il faut éviter ce genre de petites fautes qui nous empêchent d'enchaîner. Touche raccourcie de l'équipe de France. Rouma Benazi.
Jean-Michel Gonzalez ici de profil de l'Aviron Bayonnais. Balle prise par les Français, Benazi. Et faute, Jean-Claude.
Oui, Monsieur Bishop considère qu'on a anticipé sur la déviation anglaise, donc on a franchi la ligne de hors-jeu prématurément. Coup de pied de pénalité contre la France.
45 mètres légèrement à droite des poteaux. Rob Andrew va tenter cette pénalité alors que les Français vont aller se désaltérer. On revoit la faute au ralenti. Jean-Claude, je vous écoute.
Eh bien regardez, sur la déviation, on considère donc qu'il y a eu une infiltration, mais je crois que M. Bishop a vu Benazi à l'arrivée, non pas au point de départ. Ce n'est pas une faute évidente, Patrick.
Non, c'est bien ce qui me semblait, c'est pour ça que je vous écoutais avec beaucoup d'attention. Rob Andrew.
Il reste 14 minutes de jeu dans cette première mi-temps. Et Rob Andrew à la manière de John Wayne.
Le 13 sifflera 3 fois. Et là, le 13 siffle une fois pour les 3 premiers points de cette rencontre. Pénalité de Rob Andrew qui permet à l'équipe d'Angleterre de prendre l'avantage au tableau d'affichage. 3-0.
On fait un 4-4 pour le renvoi, Patrick. 4 avant à gauche, 4 à droite.
Et 13 minutes encore à jouer dans cette première mi-temps entre l'Angleterre et la France. Voilà, mauvais coup de pied de Thierry Lacroix. Et mêlé avec une introduction anglaise sur la ligne des 50. Ça, c'est un ballon que l'on perd de manière un petit peu stupide. J'ai l'impression que les Français doivent se reconcentrer parce qu'on perd des ballons en route, on fait des étourderies. Il faut se reprendre. Mêlé donc. Introduction pour les Anglais.
Attention, l'arrière anglais 4 vient dans le côté droit.
Du diable Vauvert.
Avec Carling à sa droite, mais il va jouer au pied.
4, oui. Petit coup de pied de 4 qui va jouer dans le camp français. Vite, il faut rejouer rapidement. Non, Jean-Luc Sadorni n'a pas voulu jouer rapidement. Je vais en profiter pour demander à Pierre Berbizier ce qu'il pense là donc de cette première demi-heure de jeu. Pierre Berbizier, votre commentaire sur cette demi-heure pour cette première demi-heure de jeu pratiquement.
Écoutez, le jeu s'équilibre entre les deux équipes. Malheureusement, nous relâchons trop de ballons pour mettre une pression continue sur cette équipe anglaise qui profite de nos moindres fautes, notamment pour prendre ces 3 premiers points.
Merci Pierre. Touche. Gonzalez, balle reprise par les Anglais. Oh non, par Lolo Cabane qui est bien venu récupérer la balle. C'est bien vu de la part de Lolo Cabane qui a fait une très très grande Coupe du Monde, le 3e ligne de l'équipe du Racing et de l'équipe de France. Et très bon coup de pied de dégagement.
Franck Ménel qui alerte encore le premier centre, Thierry, et qui trouve une très bonne touche.
Avec Christophe Delot et également Aubin Weber que vous aviez à l'écran là, les remplaçants de l'équipe de France, 9 et 10. Aubin Weber de Toulon et Christophe Delot de Toulouse. Olivier Maire, le premier plan, l'homme le plus lourd de cette Coupe du Monde. Après Jean-Claude. Oui.
Non, alors Eric, pas vous. Pas vous, ça suffit.
On n'accable pas l'homme qui tombe. Ah, balle pour les Anglais, Rodbert. Balle pour les Blancs. Andrew. Chandel d'Andrew. Ah, vous connaissez le scénario. Hein. Balle reprise par Jean-Luc Sadorni. On ne joue pas le ballon, messieurs les Anglais. Oui, faute. Bien, monsieur Béchop.
Bien sûr. Bien sûr, Jérémy Guscott a pris notre sauteur alors qu'il était encore en extension. C'est une pénalité indiscutable.
Ce qui est bien, c'est que maintenant les arbitres sifflent alors qu'avant, Jean-Claude, reconnaissez-le, ça se sifflait un coup sur deux. C'est vrai que quand on disputait pas trop le ballon, eh bien, l'arbitre ça n'offusquait pas. Là, j'ai l'impression maintenant que des directives ont été données. On revoit l'action d'ailleurs. Ouais, voilà, Guscott qui fait presque roulotte, c'est-à-dire qui passe sous son adversaire pour le faire tomber, ce qui peut être dangereux d'ailleurs. Et l'arbitre, monsieur Béchop, siffle.
Très dangereuse la roulette espagnole, hein, Patrick.
Allez, Jean-Michel Gonzalez, balle reprise par Abdelatif Benazi. Ça repart maintenant, Fabien Galtier qui a redonné sur lui pour Ménel. Puis maintenant pour, me semble-t-il, le numéro 3, Califano. Et ça continue maintenant pour les Français. Il faut que cette balle soit libérée. Eh oui, le ballon est gardé.
Gentil monsieur Bishop, regardez quand ils vont se relever. Regardez où est le joueur anglais.
Oui, monsieur Rodbert.
Au-delà du ballon. Et les Anglais auront l'introduction, dommage.
Oui,
comme le souligne Pierre Berbizier, on perd un ballon, on va peut-être un peu trop loin, on libère mal, on se tourne mal. Et c'est les Anglais qui récupèrent.
Je pense qu'en plus contre les Anglais, il faut essayer d'en jouer le maximum debout. Car au sol, ils sont très très forts. Ils arrachent les ballons très facilement. Emile Ntamack, oui, bien joué, oh là 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 là, dommage. C'était bien parti pour un coup à la Cosaque, ça. Entre le numéro 15 et le numéro 14, ici Sadorni. Il faudra que vous nous expliquiez pourquoi ils ont changé les maillots d'ailleurs.
Touche raccourcie, je vous le dirai tout à l'heure à la mi-temps, c'est un secret.
Ah, d'accord.
Il faut que je demande à Jean-Claude Dacier.
Alors, Jean-Luc Sadorni ici, et la touche pour les Anglais.
Attention à Ojomo qui est après Andrew et Ubogou derrière les centres.
Oui, balle, faute.
Oui. Alors
faute
là,
sur Béfield.
Indiscutable, Patrick.
Pénalité pour les Anglais. Comme d'habitude. Robando qui a déjà marqué 3 points. Sous les yeux ici d'Olivier Roumat, deuxième ligne de Dax et de l'équipe de France, qui a fait une grande Coupe du Monde lui aussi. On revoit l'action au ralenti, Jean-Claude.
Oui, et voilà la main française qui balance Benazi, qui balance le sauteur anglais. Non, non, la faute est indiscutable, Patrick.
Nous ne la discutons pas d'ailleurs. Attention. le ballon est parti à gauche des poteaux. Donc toujours 3-0. Hein, il n'est pas vraiment réussite, Andrew, là.
Il avait connu quelques problèmes en demi-finale contre les Blacks.
Vous savez que souvent le buteur c'est le baromètre de l'équipe. Hein. Encore 7 minutes de jeu et 3-0 en faveur de l'équipe d'Angleterre face à la France. Le coup de pied de Frank Meynell. Balle reprise d'ailleurs par Rob Andrew, dont nous parlions il y a quelques secondes. Chandelle de Rob Andrew, un peu trop profonde. Sadourny pour un marque.
Sadourny va peut-être la jouer rapidement. Il regarde. Non.
Là, il y a trop de monde, et à droite et à gauche. Ce qui était trop dangereux. Et boum.
Et les Anglais connaissent cette tactique. Touche non trouvée. Attention, Hunter qui relance.
Balle reprise par Ojomo. Il faut se sortir de là, les enfants. Voilà, Christian Califano. Maurice qui attend un petit peu. Qui redonne sur Clark, Rodberg. Maurice Andrew, Carling qui est pris, qui a essayé de faire cadrage débordement sur Thierry Lacroix, ça lui a pas vraiment réussi. Et ça continue avec Ojomo qui est pris par Abdelatif Benazi, donc qui a échappé mais qui est repris par le défenseur français. Mêlée.
Chabal avait récupéré le ballon, mais l'arbitre a sifflé. Introduction anglaise.
Monsieur Bishop explique, balle au sol, mêlée spontanée, introduction Angleterre.
Possession de territoire. Ah.
Attention au départ d'Ojomo en 8 qui va peut-être aller provoquer un regroupement sur le demi d'ouverture. Frank Meynell.
On a vu les stats, avantage pour l'occupation du terrain et puis pour la possession de la balle aussi aux Anglais qui reculent sur cette mêlée là. Balle reprise par Fabien Galtier, attention hors jeu des Anglais.
Très très bonne poussée en mêlée, très beau travail collectif. Olivier Merle qui est touché à l'œil.
J'espère que c'est pas trop grave. Qu'est-ce qu'il a, Olivier?
Oui, il saigne un petit peu sous la pommette, je crois, l'arcade, oui.
C'est pas trop grave, il a pas l'air d'ailleurs.
Et Olivier Brouzet qui se prépare, Patrick, qui va peut-être rentrer.
Oui, il va faire l'intérimaire du spectacle, comme vous le dites, avec toujours beaucoup de plaisir. Ben, je vais peut-être vous en profiter pour vous donner la question Minitel. Hein, vous pouvez gagner des cartes téléphoniques spéciales Coupe du Monde et puis aussi le ballon officiel du mondial dédicacé par le 15 de France. La question, quelle équipe a remporté en 1987 la première édition de la Coupe du Monde aux dépens du 15 de France? S'agit-il de la Nouvelle-Zélande, de l'Australie ou de l'Angleterre? À vous de répondre, 3615 code TF1 ou au téléphone 36 68 75 76. Ah là là, ballon, oui, repris par les Français. Qu'est-ce qui se passe, Jean-Claude?
Il y avait un en avant, Patrick.
Il me semblait bien, mais je voyais un bras cassé.
Non, il y avait un en avant de Francky qui a récupéré cette balle, qui l'a sauvé d'ailleurs. Et c'est une mêlée balle Angleterre.
Maurice avait contré Fabien derrière la mêlée. Et Franck a fait un en avant en essayant de récupérer le ballon.
Et là, l'arcade qui est ouverte.
Attention à Ojomo qui part au ras.
Qui est repris par Frank Meynell. Ballon pour les Anglais. Non, perdu en route, me semble-t-il. Attention, Rodberg. Il joue carrément avec nous, hein, Rodberg. Il faut lui donner un maillot bleu.
Allez, Fabien, il joue à la main.
On joue, voilà. Avec Lolo Chabal qui saute sur Abdelatif Benazi. Oh là là. C'est pas possible. L'avantage est à l'équipe d'Angleterre.
Qu'est-ce qu'on a aujourd'hui, Patrick? On a l'impression d'avoir des moufles à la place des mains. On perd trop de ballons, malheureusement. L'intention était bonne. Fabien qui dynamise le jeu, joue vite une pénalité à la main avec Cabane. Malheureusement, un en avant.
C'était pas mal, c'était bien vu en plus de ce côté-là.
Regardez les ballons perdus, Patrick, dans le jeu. Les stats viennent de le prouver. On a perdu 13 ballons.
Et un joueur reste au sol, il me semble qu'il s'agit de numéro 4, que je dise pas de bêtises, Johnson, ou alors le numéro 7, Clark. Je regarde. Ouais, c'était bien ça, c'était bien le 4, c'était Martin Johnson. Je m'étais donné deux possibilités, vous avez remarqué quand même, hein, je me donne des petites marges d'erreur.
Non, c'est ce qui fait votre force, toujours là. La carte dans la manche.
Est-ce qu'il vous reste de la place pour les cartes dans vos manches?
J'ai des grandes manches.
Les cartons jaunes, les cartons rouges. Voilà, et on repart. Ojomo, balle récupérée hein, par Fabien Galtier, non? Il la joue au pied. Monsieur Bishop.
Oui. Et monsieur Bishop brille d'ailleurs, indiquant à Fabien qu'il a commis un en avant. Mais Fabien, effectivement, a laissé l'échapper le ballon, mais il a repris du bout du pied. Allez, ils en discutent tous les deux gentiment, c'est pas grave.
On pose énormément de problèmes en mêlée fermée à cette équipe anglaise.
Oui, même en l'absence d'Olivier Merle. Avec Fabien Galtier qui récupère le ballon derrière. Non, non, en touche Fabien Galtier. Touche pour les Anglais. En mêlée, ils souffrent, nos amis anglais.
On est en train de les bouger. Ce travail risque de payer en deuxième mi-temps.
Je vais vous dire quelque chose, c'est que j'ai bien l'impression que Califano, Gonzalez, Benezech ou Armari, c'est ce que l'on fait de mieux en première ligne actuellement dans le monde. Je ne sais pas ce que vous en pensez, Eric, mais alors, en mêlée, ils ont bougé tout le monde, hein, y compris les Sudaf. Balle récupérée par les Français après cette maladresse de Jomo. Que dit monsieur Bishop?
Monsieur Bishop considère que le lancer n'était pas droit, il revient, touche, mêlée pardon, sur la ligne des 15 mètres, introduction Angleterre.
Et on change de joueur avec Olivier Merle qui va rentrer en lieu et place d'Olivier de Brisés. Olivier Brisés, oui.
Les Anglais vont sûrement jouer au pied. Andrew est en profondeur. Chandel.
Chandel, Andrew, avec le ciel qui se couvre un petit peu là-bas. J'espère que c'est pas trop grave. Balle récupérée par Jean-Luc Sadourny. Pas une faute de la part de Jean-Luc Sadourny sur les réceptions. C'est important. C'était un petit peu notre talon d'Achille il y a quelques saisons, ça. Et maintenant, ça va mieux. Allez. On essaie d'organiser le maul, de récupérer le ballon. Oumat derrière lui. Franck Menel, petit coup de pied au-dessus. Qui c'est qui hésite? C'est Rory Underwood qui hésite. Il a été pris par Franck Menel encore, qui avait bien suivi le demi d'ouverture de l'équipe de France et du Racing parfois. Il reste debout, Rory, pilote de chasse.
Nous sommes récompensés. Monsieur Bishop considère que l'équipe de France est attaquante et dynamique sur cette phase de jeu. Balle France.
Bon choix de jeu. Francky a tapé juste derrière la ligne des trois quarts qui était montée à plat d'une façon agressive. Bon repli défensif d'Underwood.
Et Merle est rentré à la place donc de Brisés. Il retrouve sa place. Merle, 1 minute de jeu encore avant la fin de cette première mi-temps. Et 3-0 pour l'Angleterre. Une pénalité de Rob Andrew.
On avance. Sigagna garde le ballon dans les pieds.
C'est bien, c'est bien. On reste... Attention Albert, il faut garder cette balle. Voilà, Fabien Galtier. Ouais, qui s'échappe là-bas sur le petit côté. Ballon encore pour Olivier Roumat. Bien secondé par Jean-Michel Gonzalez. Fabien Galtier. Francky Menel pour Philippe Saint-André. Abdelatif Benazi pour Lolo Caban extérieur. Lolo Caban qui redonne maintenant, attention. Philippe c'est là, ça repart. Philippe Saint-André qui va faire un point de fixation. Attention, hors-jeu anglais là, non? Ça repart. Sadourny qui a été pris par Ojomo. Ça joue. Fabien Galtier pour Philippe Sella. Non. Il n'y avait pas hors-jeu là. Philippe Sella. Ballon toujours pour les Français. Il ne va pas le perdre, Philippe. Vous ne faites pas de soucis. Quand on le connaît, petit coup de pied au-dessus. Enfin, au ras plutôt.
On conserve toujours
Thierry
le ballon.
Lacroix. Oui, Thierry. Pour Olivier Merle. L'homme et demi qui se couche, qui libère sa balle. C'est bien, attention. On repart sur le grand côté. Tentative de droite de Franck Menel qui revient à l'intérieur, qui a été pris par Hubogu. Franck Menel, il faut qu'il puisse donner son ballon. Il y avait hors-jeu et pénalité pour la France face au poteau. On va égaliser pour la fin de la première mi-temps. C'est parfait alors que le Caban me paraît être touché là-bas. Monsieur Bishop ici au centre du terrain. Et le record, très certainement, très vraisemblablement, pour Thierry Lacroix. 15 mètres face au poteau. Je ne pense pas qu'il y ait de problème pour le meilleur buteur de cette Coupe du Monde. Alors que Lolo Caban me paraît être touché. Qu'est-ce qu'il a, Eric, d'après vous?
Il a pris un coup de chevrotine. Hein. Il a le souffle coupé.
Oui.
Et il fait quand même que du 42 en pantalon. Donc, sa ceinture abdominale est un peu faible.
C'est-à-dire la moitié de la taille de Jean-Claude Hichet. Le ballon passe. Voilà, record de points dans la Coupe du Monde pour Thierry Lacroix. 106. Et alors que Gavin Hastings, qui le précédait jusqu'à présent, n'en compte plus que 104. Ça ne changera pas puisque l'Écosse a été éliminée depuis bien longtemps. 3-3. Et je pense que M. Bishop va siffler la fin de cette première mi-temps. Vous direz qu'il y a eu quand même quelques petits arrêts de jeu, hein, Jean-Claude?
Oui, mais très peu. Moins d'1 minute.
C'est un score à l'ancienne, Patrick. Hein.
Ben oui, mais ça va démarrer. Vous en faites pas. Vous savez que c'est surtout en deuxième mi-temps que ça se passe dans les matchs entre la France et l'Angleterre. Donc pour les essais, il faut revenir pour la deuxième mi-temps. Attention, hors-jeu anglais. Voilà, Fabien Galtier derrière lui pour Jean-Luc Sadourny. Et voilà, la fin de cette première mi-temps avec un score de 3-3 entre la France et l'Angleterre. On se retrouve évidemment dans quelques petites secondes, alors que Pierre Berbizier va retrouver ses joueurs pour la deuxième mi-temps. 3 pour la France, 3 pour l'Angleterre, à tout à l'heure.
Oui, tout simplement de continuer au niveau de la conquête, cette pression en mêlée, de continuer les défis individuels sur les touches, bien évidemment d'éviter ces fautes inutiles qui nous pénalisent dans la continuité du jeu et surtout de ne pas hésiter à lancer le jeu sur 2-3 passes avant d'aller chercher la défense anglaise.
Avec ici un hors-jeu, merci Pierre, de la troisième ligne, d'un des troisième lignes de l'équipe d'Angleterre. Il s'agit de Clark, le numéro 7, Ben Clark, qui avait d'ailleurs disputé sa première sélection en 92, ici même en Afrique du Sud.
Et on s'est essuyé les crampons sur Gonzalez.
Sur le coup de Jean-Michel Gonzalez, qui est pourtant solide, je peux vous l'assurer. Spécialiste de la force basque.
Monsieur Hawke, le juge de touche du Néo-Zélandais, a signalé la faute d'ailleurs à Monsieur Bishop.
Oui, c'est le numéro 7, Clark, qui a été convoqué par l'arbitre. Mauvais geste. Et il est averti une première fois. Je pense que c'est gratuit. La deuxième, ce ne sera pas gratuit.
Exactement.
Il reprend sa place, Clark.
La deuxième fois, il met au frigo.
L'intervention d'ailleurs de monsieur Hawke est tout à fait justifiée. Il est officier de police dans le civil. Et il a l'œil.
Il serait très intéressant que Thierry la transforme. Oui. Ça pourrait peut-être lancer le jeu tout de suite.
Il est sur son bon pied, Thierry, 40 mètres légèrement à droite. C'est pas évident, mais il sait faire. Il sait faire. Le ballon s'élève et me paraît parti en bonne position. Voilà, avantage pour l'équipe de France. Salué d'ailleurs par le public du Lotus Versfeld, qui nous laisse penser que le cœur des spectateurs du stade de Pretoria est un petit peu tricolore, alors qu'un coq tricolore lui aussi, semble-t-il, vient d'être lancé sur la pelouse du stade du Lotus Versfeld pour célébrer ces 3 points d'avance de l'équipe de France qui, après 2 minutes de jeu dans cette deuxième mi-temps, mène sur le score donc de 6-3. Ballon, attention, pour les Français qui doivent vite regagner du terrain et se reprendre car les Anglais sont dangereux. Avec un molle français, Fabien Galté derrière lui pour Jean-Luc Sadourny. Long coup de pied de Jean-Luc Sadourny qui va trouver une touche là-bas. Très bon coup de pied de Jean-Luc qui donne de l'air à son équipe.
Très bonne récupération sur le renvoi qui a été très bien tapé par Andrew. On s'est réorganisé, bon regroupement avec et bonne touche.
Le coq français qui est repris, qui est remis dans ce sac de couchage.
Attention, les Anglais raccourcissent la touche. Ubogu derrière Will Carling et Léonard derrière Andrew.
Johnson, Bayfield derrière, Rodbert.
On va sûrement lancer les piliers au milieu du terrain.
Attention, balle pour les Anglais. Voilà Ando qui redonne sur Guscott. Guscott pour Ubogu. Attention, Maurice, Andrew. Attention, hors-jeu là de Emile Ntamack. Que dit Monsieur Bishop? Il dit rien. Maurice derrière lui pour Clark. Coup de pied au-dessus de Clark qui n'aurait pas donné grand-chose. Balle reprise par Philippe Saint-André qui du pied droit, c'est bien fait ça, a ouvert son angle et a trouvé la touche. Vexer les Anglais maintenant, ils doivent essayer de revenir au tableau d'affichage. Ce qui leur va très bien, c'est de mener un petit peu et de laisser venir l'adversaire. Là, évidemment, dès qu'ils ont des points de retard, leur schéma tactique est complètement remis en question. On l'a vu notamment quand ils ont encaissé 2 essais dans les 5 premières minutes de jeu face à la Nouvelle-Zélande. Là, c'était pas prévu au programme.
Touche sûrement au milieu d'alignement avec Johnson Bayfield.
Et Benazik, vous venez de voir, balle reprise par les Anglais. Ubogu qui plonge.
Monsieur Bishop intervient, oui, il considère qu'il y a un en avant dans la récupération anglaise. Balle France.
C'est Ubogu qui avait fait le peel-off, ça veut dire qu'il vient rechercher le ballon à la descente et il a fait un en avant.
Mêlée introduction française donc. Fabien Galtier. C'est un très bon match contre l'Afrique du Sud, Fabien.
Bonne mêlée, bonne assise. Sûrement pour Franck Menel.
Francky du droit. Et boum.
Lee Davis.
Lee Davis, il retrouve 4. L'arrière. Chandelle de 4. Qui est-ce qui est à la réception? Abdelatif, non. Olivier Roumat. Bien la prise d'Olivier Roumat. Là encore, on va peut-être pouvoir attaquer là-dessus. Non, on va dégager. Thierry Lacroix du droit. On joue classique, on mène au tableau d'affichage. Évidemment, 3 points d'avance à 35 minutes de la fin de la deuxième mi-temps, c'est quand même pas une avance trop confortable. Mais enfin, c'est toujours ça.
Bonne récupération de Roumat sur cette chandelle qui a protégé Sadourny. Bon maul, bonne libération. Touche raccourci des Anglais avec Clark et Hugo Gou derrière.
Avec ici un supporter anglais, très chic. Bon, balle déviée par Johnson, Andrew, Carling à l'intérieur, Carling qui essaie de rester debout, qui est plaqué. Ballon toujours pour les Anglais, Morris pour Andrew, pour Gus Scott qui a failli échapper à l'intérieur, donc qui a été pris. Ballon encore pour Andrew qui se retourne, on libère, attention, Califano est là. Ballon de Clark pour Rodbert qui est pris par Abdelatif Benazi. Ballon encore pour l'équipe d'Angleterre, qui enchaîne devant avec ses avants, avec sa troisième ligne. Ballon au sol. Morris qui essaie de l'extraire. Clark pour Andrew. Petit coup de pied au-dessus d'Andrew. C'est bien vu de la part du numéro 10 anglais. Oh là là. Et Gus Scott a lui aussi manqué. La réception, ça repart avec Ntamack. Ntamack qui a été repris, qui est revenu vers les avants. Il a croisé les avants anglais. C'est jamais bon ça. Et coup de pied de dégagement de Jean-Luc Sadourny. C'est bien fait de la part des Français.
Dommage quand même Patrick, parce que côté ouvert on était en surnombre, mais on a préféré solliciter l'arrière qui a trouvé une touche. Mais sur la récupération d'Emile, il y avait un coup à jouer au large. Dommage.
C'est sûr, mais les Français quand même derrière ont été soumis à rude épreuve avec ces successions d'attaques anglaises. Donc j'ai l'impression qu'Emile a surtout joué la sécurité. Alors qu'un joueur anglais est touché, je me demande si c'est pas Bayfield. Complètement caché par le soigneur.
Très bonne séquence de jeu des Anglais. Devant, conservation du ballon, enchaînement.
Et les supporters suisses même. À quand l'équipe de Suisse dans la Coupe du Monde? Pourquoi pas? Il y a du rugby en Suisse. Et le président est français d'ailleurs, la fédération suisse. Vous saviez ça?
Oui Patrick.
Vous savez tout.
C'est un ami.
Ah, Jomo, bien, qui se souvient qu'il a été basketteur. Balle pour Gus Scott. Pris dans l'entonnoir français. Carling intérieur, oui, t'as le bonjour d'Abdelatif Benazi. Hors-jeu français. Merci.
Nous sommes au sol au-delà du ballon, Patrick.
Oh bah oui.
C'est pénalité.
C'est classique. Les Anglais nous provoquent sur la ligne d'avantage. Ils nous mettent à la faute. Et l'arbitre nous pénalise. Une pénalité très facile pour Rob Andrew, avec un joueur anglais blessé.
C'est Will Carling, le capitaine de l'équipe d'Angleterre.
Regardez Carling qui fait la feinte
du plâtrier.
Plaqué par Sella et Benazi, regardez.
Je vous l'ai dit, il avait le bonjour d'Abdelatif Benazi.
Et Benazi qui joue la balle un peu
dans le camp adverse. Absolument, Eric.
Oui, il y a pénalité, il n'y a rien à dire malheureusement. Petite étourderie des Français. On fait trop de fautes de ce genre. Encore, Dieu sait si on a fait des progrès, mais on s'oublie encore un petit peu. Je fais référence, Eric, à notre match contre l'Afrique du Sud. Si on ne fait pas ces fautes directes, si on ne donne pas des points, alors que le ballon de Rob Andrew vient de passer entre les poteaux, voilà, si on ne donne pas ces points, eh bien on serait champion du monde, je peux vous l'assurer. Il faut encore travailler. Et je crois qu'il n'y a personne de mieux passé que Pierre Berbizier pour faire progresser les Français dans ce sens-là. Égalisation donc de l'Angleterre, après 10 minutes de jeu en deuxième mi-temps. Toujours aussi chic, je vous le disais, les supporters anglais. Beaucoup de bon goût. Et 6-6 donc entre les deux formations.
Un renvoi sûrement très haut pour les avants français avec Olivier Roumat.
Thierry Lacroix, oui, superbe ce renvoi. Olivier Roumat qui a dévié, mais qui a vu ce ballon récupéré par le numéro 5, Bayfield. Morris, Andrew, Rodbert, ils enchaînent les Anglais, ils enchaînent. Pris par Benezech et Sadourny. Et Frank Menel, attention, Gus Scott qui a rodé là-bas sur Henry Underwood, qui redonne à l'extérieur. Ils sont pris les Anglais, il faut lâcher le ballon. Gus Scott qui reste debout. On essaie de le pousser vers la touche, Gus Scott. Oui, touche avec un lancer français. Bien défendu de la part des Français.
Très bon pressing des deux Toulousains, Ntamack et Albert Sigagna, qui est en bout de ligne. Et la France va bénéficier du lancer.
Ici, Rob Andrew, qui connaît bien Sigagna et Emile Ntamack, puisqu'il a joué avec eux au Stade Toulousain pendant 2 saisons. Et j'ai l'impression que sur l'action précédente, Martin Bayfield, qui est policier de son état lui aussi, comme l'arbitre d'ailleurs, ils sont entre flics. Là.
Regardez, Underwood plaqué,
boum, bien
beau
plaqué.
plaquage de Sela, et regardez le pressing, Sigagna et Emile Ntamack, regardez.
Ouais. Vous avez vu ce tampon? Même à la poste, ils n'ont pas ça. Hein. Allez, Bayfield qui se relève, il s'est fait secouer. Deuxième ligne de l'équipe d'Angleterre et aussi des Lions, c'est la sélection britannique, des îles britanniques.
Un fond de touche avec Laurent Cabane.
Non, Benazi, ça repart pour Franck Menel qui retombe mais qui a eu le temps de donner son ballon à Christian Califano. Fabien Galtier et on enchaîne. Allez, il revient à l'intérieur. Franck Menel qui redonne sur Jean-Michel Gonzalez. Ballon perdu en route. Ça, et oui, en avant. Oh là là, qu'est-ce qu'on fait comme faute?
La défense des Anglais était à plat. Il y avait peut-être un petit jeu au pied derrière la ligne. Mais on a préféré essayer de revenir avec les avants, de reprovoquer l'adversaire. Malheureusement, un en avant. On les plie, on met les fermés. Hein. Ils souffrent énormément.
Maurice derrière lui.
Une chandelle sûrement. Non, renversement d'attaque.
4 oui pour Robandro. Petit coup de pied, bien de Robandro. Il faut vite que Jean-Luc Sadorni vienne redoubler là. Est-ce qu'il peut... il va laisser le ballon sortir.
Très bien joué de Jean-Luc Sadorni. Il ne touche pas le ballon, ce qui permettra à la France d'avoir le lancer. En tout cas, les Anglais ont bien joué. Un renversement de 4 qui alerte Andrew par une longue passe vissée. Et celui-ci trouve une énorme touche de 60 mètres.
Excellent ouverture, Robandro. Un des meilleurs au monde avec Bertens, le numéro 10 de l'équipe de Nouvelle-Zélande, que l'on retrouvera pour la finale en direct sur TF1 samedi. Afrique du Sud, Nouvelle-Zélande, 15h. Coup d'envoi. Et puis évidemment dimanche en suivant nous aurons télé rugby à partir de 11h. Dégagement de Sadorni.
Très bonne conquête à deux mains de Roumat avec Benezet Champilov qui vient récupérer le ballon pour bonifier la sortie et la libération de balles.
Il faut signaler qu'à propos de télé rugby, l'âme de cette émission, Yves Kupferming fête aujourd'hui ses 37 ans de télévision, donc 37 ans de cours. Voilà, et on le salue au passage, notre conscience et notre mémoire parfois aussi. Avec Maurice qui repart, qui est pris par Albert Sigagna. Ubogou, repris. Oh, quelle séance de plaquage. Il n'y a pas beaucoup d'essais, mais il y a le superbe tampon. Et ça repart. Maurice derrière lui pour Robandou, me semble-t-il. Non, c'est Rory Underwood qui a tapé.
Touche directe.
Oui, c'est Underwood. Il a venu remplacer Andrew. Je ne sais pas ce qu'il vaut mieux qu'il reste là-bas sur son aile, hein, parce que ça n'a pas été vraiment concluant.
Bonne défense des Français. Très bon plaquage.
Alors que le monsieur avec les cheveux blancs et les lunettes, là, c'est Jack Rowell, l'entraîneur, le coach de l'équipe d'Angleterre.
On a raccourci la touche. Olivier Merle derrière Franck Menel et Sigagna derrière le premier centre.
Olivier Roumat, Galtier, Francky pour Lacroix, Lolo Chabal, ça va peut-être aller au bout ça. On redouble avec Lolo Chabal qui redonne maintenant sur Philippe Sela pour Albert Sigagna, voilà, qui garde ce ballon. Ah, il faut le garder. Oh là 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 là. Mais qu'est-ce qu'on fait? C'est pas possible. Vous avez raison, on a l'impression qu'il joue avec des moufles. Allez, Maurice pour Ubogou. Oui, le cadrage des bords, ça n'existait pas hein, à l'époque où il était à l'école de rugby. Et coup de pied de Hunter qui est venu redoubler ici, là. Et direct, le coup de pied de Hunter.
Cap Giresse et Jean-Michel Larquet. C'est dommage, Patrick. Très bon enchaînement de l'équipe de France. Sigagna qui bonifie le ballon. Malheureusement, une mauvaise entente avec Philippe Saint-André. On repère le ballon. Heureusement pour nous que le jeu au pied des Anglais n'est pas très bon de la part des deux ailiers. Deux touches directes, Underwood, Hunter.
Regarde les possessions là, sur les stats.
Encore une touche à deux. On va sûrement élargir le jeu.
Avec un avantage, vous l'avez vu, pour les Anglais, dans pratiquement tous les secteurs de jeu. Mais c'est pas énorme. Enfin, Abdelatif Benazi, non, qui a été gêné par Rodberg, qui récupère le ballon, oui. Il n'y a pas d'avant, c'est jouable. Galtier avec Franck Menel qui redonne maintenant sur Albert Sigagna. C'est bien ça. Albert Sigagna qui libère, parfait. Christian Califano, c'est presque que du rouge et noir ça. Et ça repart avec Olivier Roumat. Attention, hors-jeu de Brian Moore. Il laisse jouer, monsieur Bishop, il a raison, ça va peut-être aller au bout. Thierry Lacroix à l'intérieur. Balle reprise par Maurice. Toujours pour les Français ce ballon. Oui, faute. Rien à dire, hein, Jean-Claude?
Non, tout à fait. C'est Robandro qui est hors jeu. Il est au-delà du ballon, il nous empêche de jouer.
Qu'est-ce qu'on fait? On la joue à la main, Eric? Oui, on va la jouer à la main, j'ai l'impression.
On va jouer avec la grosse artillerie. Les avants, en tout cas, s'organisent dans ce sens-là. On va jouer sûrement cette pénalité à la main. Non, Philippe Saint-André préfère qu'on l'attente.
Non, il a dit Pierre Berbizier, je le vois ici. À la main. Eh oui, c'est trop tard. Il n'a pas été entendu, Pierre.
Et Philippe Saint-André n'a jamais battu les Anglais. Et c'est vrai que c'est une possibilité de passer devant. Et je suppose que Pierre Berbizier préférerait...
On va voir avec Pierre Berbizier, justement. Pierre, on vient de vous voir vous lever, leur demander de jouer à la main. Visiblement, la décision avait été prise avant que vous n'interveniez. Pourquoi vous souhaitiez qu'on joue à la main, Pierre?
Tout simplement, je crois qu'il faut mettre du rythme à cette partie, se passer le ballon, écarter les Anglais, il faut leur mettre la pression, mettre un peu de rythme. Là, ça casse le rythme, surtout une pénalité difficile. J'espère que Thierry va la réussir, mais c'est vrai qu'en étant très près de la ligne, je crois qu'en mettant un peu de rythme, on peut faire exploser ces Anglais. Ce n'est pas en ralentissant le rythme.
Merci, Pierre. Voilà, avec Thierry Lacroix qui a quelques petits problèmes avec les câbles des caméras de télévision. Il a quelques difficultés à trouver ses appuis pour reculer, à ne pas être gêné dans ses appuis. Non, ça y est, c'est fait. Il a fait le ménage, Thierry. 6-6 et peut-être 9-6 si, bien sûr, Thierry passe le ballon entre les poteaux. Complètement du bord de touche, mais s'il a demandé à taper, c'est qu'il doit bien le sentir, ce coup de pied. Et il le sent très très bien, d'autant plus que le ballon passe entre les poteaux, sous les applaudissements des supporters français. 9 pour la France, 6 pour l'Angleterre, avec, c'est vrai, là, l'obligation pour l'équipe d'Angleterre de prendre des risques et de s'exposer au contre des Français.
Et le banc des remplaçants avec Brisés, Christophe Delot et Weber.
Que François Lano nous remontre même au ralenti. C'est-à-dire s'ils les aiment, les supporters français, les remplaçants français. Fabien Galtier, je sens bien ces Français là sur ce coup. Emile Ntamack toujours, qui redonne à l'intérieur sur le Locaban qui s'enfonce. Et on met le rythme, comme le demandait Pierre Berbizier. Sadourny pour Thierry Lacroix pour Philippe Saint-André. Et touche pour la France. Oui.
Très belle action française, Patrick. Après une récupération sur le renvoi. Une croisée Galtier-Ntamack qui retrouve Cabane. Qui retrouve au large sa ligne de 3/4, un très bon enchaînement. Et des supporters français là.
Oui.
Très belle action française. On vient mourir à 1 mètre de la ligne, mais on garde le lancer. Peut-être on va solliciter Olivier, Merle ou Roumat et essayer de jouer devant, Patrick.
Là, on attendait Johnson qui était blessé, qui vient de reprendre sa place en fond d'alignement. Lancé de Jean-Michel Gonzalez.
Allez, la conquête, une très bonne conquête, on s'organise.
Elle est chère cette balle. Olivier Merle, superbe prise de balle de Merle. Et le Moll, et on avance, on essaie d'avancer dans l'axe. On avance, les Anglais reculent. Ils essaient d'attirer les Français vers la touche. Ballon pour qui? Et peut-être essai français. Alors qu'est-ce qui a marqué? Je regarde un petit peu.
C'est un essai collectif, Patrick.
C'est un essai de collectif. Je vais vous dire, moi, qu'est-ce qui a marqué. Il me semble que c'est Olivier Roumat. Oui, moi, je le donne à Olivier Roumat.
Il faut le donner à tout le monde, Patrick, car prise de balle à deux mains d'Olivier Merle. Très bon regroupement. Et on a désaxé ce regroupement. Et on a enfoncé le paquet anglais. Et c'est très rare pour le souligner. Bravo.
Oui, alors, il est un peu à tous et beaucoup à Roumat.
Regardez ça, on désaxe. Regardez, les Anglais subissent. On rentre dans l'embut, on tire, regardez ce travail. Et on emmène Robert, Hunter et on aplatit. Très beau travail, regardez, oui. Benazi, Sigagna.
C'est très bien fait, très bien organisé. C'est Abdelatif Benazi et Albert Sigagna qui ont tiré Olivier Roumat dans l'embut anglais. Et Olivier n'a eu qu'à aplatir.
Et le Peter Pan, là, Pierre Berbizier est très content car le travail paye. Malheureusement pour nous, il y a une semaine, on n'a pas pu marquer ce genre d'essai à cause des conditions climatiques.
Et oui, c'est la vie ça.
Allez Thierry.
Alors,
Je pense qu'on peut assister maintenant à un match qui va prendre de l'ampleur, car les Anglais vont être obligés de jouer et de revenir au score.
14-6 et peut-être 16-6.
Quelle facilité!
Ça passe entre les poteaux! Non! Oh, il touche la barre.
C'était très bien tapé quand même, très bien buté.
Égalité à 103 plus 9 points, ça fait 112 points. Me signale Laurent Micoulot, le spécialiste des comptes.
Attention maintenant, on renvoie, faut récupérer, repartir dans leur camp.
112 points, donc c'est le record pour cette Coupe du Monde.
Très bien, Olivier Roumat à deux mains.
Ballon pour Galtier. Jean-Luc Sadourny. Et oui, messieurs les Anglais, il faut tirer les derniers maintenant.
Très belle performance d'Olivier Roumat sur les renvois. Très bonne conquête. Les Anglais raccourcissent la touche. Ojomo derrière, Andrew et Clark détaché.
20 minutes de jeu dans cette deuxième mi-temps. 1 heure de jeu sur l'ensemble des deux périodes. Et donc maintenant, 8 points d'avance pour les Français. Faute française.
Obstruction, Patrick, dans l'alignement qui n'échappe pas à M. Bishop. Pénalité pour l'Angleterre.
Et là, là dans le stade. Vous voyez que les supporters du stade de Lotus Versfeld sont entièrement acquis à la cause française. Tout le monde est content de voir les Français mener face à l'Angleterre.
Regardez la faute.
On ralentit l'angle opposé.
C'est une faute au sol. Les soutiens qui ont basculé les sauteurs anglais.
Regardez un petit peu là sur cet écran. Superbe, quelle ambiance ici. Vous vous rendez compte? Et je rappelle que le vainqueur est qualifié directement pour la Coupe du Monde 99 au Pays de Galles. C'est-à-dire que les Anglais qui sont battus devront se taper entre guillemets les qualifications. Alors que le ballon vient de passer entre les barres et que donc les Anglais reviennent à 14-9. 5 points d'avance seulement pour les Français. Et 20 minutes encore avant la fin de cette rencontre.
Il faut rester concentré jusqu'au bout. Car l'Angleterre a un besoin de gagner après sa large défaite contre les Néo-Zélandais.
Quelle ambiance ici en Afrique du Sud pour cette Coupe du Monde. Regardez ça un petit peu. C'est formidable. C'est bien le pays du rugby. Un des pays du rugby. Belle déviation d'Olivier Roumat qui redonne sur Laurent Bénézet chez les Français qui enchaîne. Olivier Roumat à 15 mètres de la ligne. Encore un ballon pour les Français. Il faut le sortir vite ce ballon. Hors jeu anglais, oui. Que dit monsieur Bishop? Eh oui, il ne peut pas sortir le ballon.
Il leur donne une mêlée parce qu'il considère que le joueur anglais était involontairement au-delà du ballon. Mais nous aurons l'introduction, Patrick.
Martin Johnson. C'est dommage parce que c'était un bon ballon pour enchaîner ça, Eric. Allez, mêlée, introduction, Fabien Galtier. Et on pousse et on avance. C'est bien la mêlée. Francky Ménel qui croise avec Thierry Lacroix. Oh là là, les ententes avec Lolo Cabane. C'est maintenant Ojomo qui est là. Ça repart. Rodbert pour Andrew. Coup de pied de Andrew qui trouve la touche directement. Il était devant ses 22. Ah, est-ce que le ballon a touché le sol avant?
C'est probable, Patrick.
Bon.
Faisons confiance à M. Eriksson.
Voilà. Confiance aveugle.
Comme toujours.
Comme quand vous arbitriez. Il valait mieux être aveugle d'ailleurs. Alors.
Touche raccourci de l'équipe de France. On garde Roumat Benazi. Sûrement une déviation, une tapette dans les bras du 9 Galtier pour envoyer tout de suite à Ménel. Et on sollicite les avants.
Voilà, la commande est passée. Fond de touche, oui. Balle reprise par Rodbert. Oui, ils ont compris la combinaison là, les Anglais. Que dit monsieur Bishop?
Oui, mais qu'il y a eu un contact avec un partenaire anglais passé devant, le porteur du ballon. Mais les Bleus.
Rodbert, très bon en touche, 1m96.
Grand joueur de rugby.
Ojomo détaché dans le côté fermé, le numéro 8 anglais.
Regardez un peu.
On envoie directement à Ménel.
Superbe. Francky saute sur Thierry Lacroix. Petit coup de pied au-dessus de Thierry Lacroix. 4 à la réception. Et coup de pied de 4. Balle reprise par Jean-Luc Sadourny. Jean-Luc Sadourny là-bas sur le grand côté. Jean-Luc Sadourny qui fait semblant de repartir, revient à l'intérieur. Qui attend un petit peu le soutien de ses avants. Faute sur Sigagna. Faute sur Sigagna qui a été plaqué sans ballon. Accroché par le maillot sans ballon.
Non, l'arbitre laisse la règle de l'avantage maintenant. Il voulait signaler un en avant, je pense. Les Anglais continuent. Rob Andrew.
Ça repart avec Rob Andrew sur la ligne des 50 mètres. Rob Andrew, balle pour les Anglais. Monsieur Bishop a sifflé.
Oui, monsieur Bishop considère que Rob Andrew a mis la balle au sol, que c'était une mêlée spontanée. Il donne balle à l'équipe attaquante, c'est-à-dire à l'équipe d'Angleterre.
Encore 15 minutes de jeu dans ce match France-Angleterre et les Français mènent. Et oui, vont-ils se qualifier pour la Coupe du Monde 99? A priori, c'est bien parti, c'est pas fini, mais c'est bien parti.
On va jouer autour de la mêlée, sûrement. Rodbert est détaché.
Ils reculent les Anglais. Rodbert qui a pris un ballon et tous ses adversaires sur le dos. Ils ont du mal à enchaîner, ça fait rien, ça repart là-bas sur Andrew qui revient à l'intérieur. Bien vu de la part d'Andrew qui s'est fait plaquer, oui. Il n'avait pas vu le retour de la troisième ligne française. Gus Scott qui n'a pas grand-chose à faire si ce n'est venir retrouver ses avants. Maurice pour Andrew pour Rodbert qui est plaqué par Abdelatif Benazi. Non, il pouvait jouer, Abdelatif Benazi. 4. Hunter qui libère derrière. Balle jouée au pied par Albert Sigagna. En dribbling pour Philippe Sentala. Aïe pour Jean-Luc Sadourny.
Il s'est précipité, dommage. Il était seul avec Saint-André. Il a cru que les Anglais revenaient en travers. Il a fait un en avant, dommage.
Mais l'arbitre ne l'a pas vu, mon cher Eric, et c'est une touche que nous allons jouer.
A peut-être pu essayer de jouer en dribbling. Je ne sais pas ce que vous en pensez, Eric. C'est difficile.
Sigagna a joué en dribbling. Il était seul. Il a cru qu'un Anglais allait arriver. Malheureusement, il fait un en avant. Benazi est touché.
Là-bas, au fond du terrain, ici, on le voit.
Regardez en dribbling.
Non, c'est Califano qui est touché.
Regardez Sigagna en dribbling. Regardez, il pousse, il donne un coup de pied à suivre. Et regardez, les deux sont seuls pratiquement. Et il ne peut pas récupérer le ballon. Regardez la croix rouge autour de Califano.
Ça y est, il peut vous le repasser 3 fois, il ne le rattrapera pas quand même. Hein. Qu'est-ce qui fait? C'est Gallard, ça, non? Oui. Allez dans les vestiaires, qui est allé se préparer. Non, c'est Califano qui rentre, qui est là et bien là.
Il faut marquer, Patrick, faire la décision maintenant.
Je dois vous dire que Albert Sigagna a fait un très bon match international face à une des plus grandes équipes du monde. Voilà qui va peut-être donner des remords à tous les précédents sélectionneurs. Parce que ça fait presque pas 34 ans qu'il atteint une sélection, Albert Sigagna, mais ça fait bien une bonne dizaine d'années. À condition, Albert, à condition qu'il ait un gros pack comme c'est le cas avec Toulouse et comme c'est le cas avec l'équipe de France, eh bien il peut vraiment pratiquer son jeu de la meilleure façon possible. Formidable ce qu'il apporte au jeu. Le Jomo, ballon, attention, Lolo, il faut se remettre en place. Califano qui est monté sur Andrew, coup de pied d'Andrew. Bon coup de pied du numéro 10 anglais qui porte le jeu sur la ligne des 22 mètres de l'équipe de France.
On vient de perdre encore un ballon, malheureusement, sur lancer français. Et les Anglais en profitent par Andrew.
Touche pour l'équipe de France tout de même.
Il reste 10 minutes de jeu.
Bayfield, deuxième ligne anglais. Touche avec un lancer de Jean-Michel Gonzalez, comme d'habitude.
Ils mettent 2 sauteurs, Rodbert et Clark côte à côte. Rodbert et Johnson plutôt pour gêner Merle.
Balle reprise, oui, par Abdelatif Benazi. Il fait une moisson en fond de touche, la Genet. Et ça repart. Jean-Luc Sadourny, oui, on réattaque. Franck Menel qui a fait semblant de donner, qui est revenu à l'intérieur. Il a bien fait de ne pas donner. Ballon pour Jean-Luc Sadourny. On va passer la ligne des 50 mètres. Tous les Français sont là. Il faut libérer cette balle. Oui, Fabien. Non, petit côté, voilà.
Allez, bonne.
Pour Francky. Il était trop loin là, Philippe, c'est là. On garde le ballon. Olivier Roumat. Ah non. Hors-jeu.
Non, monsieur Bishop pénalise les Anglais par un coup de pied franc, un en avant volontaire.
Et on joue. Peut-être tentative de drop de loin. Non, on va jouer à la même, pas de problème.
On ne peut pas tenter le drop.
Non, mais en faisant une passe, voulais-je dire.
Non, plusieurs. Il faut que l'adversaire joue le ballon.
Voilà. Bon, alors, autant pour moi, long coup de pied de Franck Menel. Qu'est-ce qu'il fait, 4? Oh, le pauvre garçon. Quelle erreur de 4.
Franck Menel qui lève le bras au ciel, mais quel d'or. Car son coup de pied aurait pu aller derrière l'embut. D'ailleurs, il rigole et je sais qui c'est.
Il les enregistre les matchs, Franck, à la maison?
J'en sais rien, mais regardez, une touche à 50 cm du drapeau. C'est la première de sa vie.
L'action de 4 vient de me rappeler les placements légendaires de Patrick Tillet lorsqu'il jouait à l'époque.
Oui, je vous remercie. On va parler aux arbitrages après.
Bon, allez, on redevient sérieux.
Balle, hop, reprise là de manière parfaite par Johnson. Derrière. Oh là là, Robin Drouet, mais...
Très bonne montée défensive de Cabane qui a empêché Robandrou de trouver une bonne touche.
Oui, et Robandrou n'est pas tout à fait satisfait de la passe de Maurice, hein, qui n'était pas terrible non plus. Hein.
Patrick, si on veut gagner ce match, il reste 10 minutes, il faut marquer encore une fois pour se mettre à l'abri.
Mais attendez, on va poser la question à Pierre Brisés dès qu'on en aura 2 petites secondes.
Même touche que sur le premier essai. Est-ce qu'on va jouer de la même façon?
On pourrait leur conseiller quand même. Hein. Allez, Jean-Michel Gonzalez. Oh là là, superbe prise de balle d'Olivier Roumac. Tellement belle d'ailleurs qu'il y avait, semble-t-il, une faute. Jean-Claude.
Eh bien écoutez, je m'attendais à une pénalité de M. Bishop parce que l'ascenseur était assez évident. La preuve, vous l'avez vu, Patrick. Et non, ce sera une mêlée, 15 mètres, balle Angleterre.
C'est vrai que Roumat est monté au 5e étage, très rapidement.
La première faute qui compte, Jean-Claude.
Bon, vous savez ce qui compte, c'est le coup de sifflet de l'arbitre. Hein.
Oui. Exact.
On les fait reculer en mêlée fermée.
Ça tourne. Bon, je vais demander un petit peu à Pierre Berbizier là, ce qu'il pense de l'évolution de nos affaires. Pierre, on a 5 points d'avance, 9 minutes de jeu encore. Qu'est-ce que vous en pensez?
Oui, je crois qu'il faut continuer à imposer notre rythme, à faire courir ces Anglais qui sont au point de rupture. Donc il est important là de mettre la pression près des lignes. Ces Anglais doutent, à nous de mettre la pression et de concrétiser cette pression.
Voilà. J'avais presque envie de lui faire commenter l'action à Pierre Berbizier, merci. Et Maurice a pu récupérer la balle. Non, c'est Jean-Luc Sadourny. Il y a eu un petit en avant. Avantage toutefois l'équipe d'Angleterre. Il faut vite se replacer. Messieurs les Français. Maurice qui repart là dans l'axe et hors-jeu français.
Voilà, nous sommes aux hors-jeu en bordure de ce regroupement.
Qui c'était le plus pénible à arbitrer, Jean-Claude Dichet, Éric Blanc ou Patrick Tillet quand vous les arbitriez?
Mais écoutez, à tout prendre, je préfère arbitrer Éric. Hein.
Ah, je vous remercie.
Robandrou qui trouve une petite touche.
Je ne vous le pardonnerai jamais, Jean-Claude, jamais.
Peu m'importe, Patrick. L'heure de la révolte des gueux a sonné.
Qu'est-ce qui se passe là?
Bien écoutez, on a tout simplement une touche sur le coup de pied de pénalité. Lancé anglais.
Ah, Jomo. Bien, Jomo. Maurice, ouais, il a été tenté de partir petit côté. Il y avait du monde dans le corridor.
On récupère le ballon.
C'est logique, Eric. Les Anglais sont bloqués, ils sont porteurs du ballon, ils ne progressent pas. Balle France.
Je n'ai pas dit le contraire, cher maître.
Je vous en prie, mon enfant.
Bon, allez, une bonne attaque là.
Fabien Galtier.
Thierry Lacroix qui se met en position de 10, peut-être pour monter une chandelle.
7 minutes de jeu et 14-9 pour la France. Ça fait depuis 1988 que les Français n'ont pas gagné contre l'Angleterre. Et ça nous ferait bien plaisir.
Arrête volée d'Andrew qui joue rapidement à la main.
Et oui, il sait qu'il y a 5 points de retard. Attention au contre. Balle reprise maintenant par Thierry Lacroix, me semble-t-il. Monsieur Bishop.
Oui, nous sommes porteurs du ballon. Nous sommes bloqués par la défense anglaise, c'est exact. Balle Angleterre.
C'est QFD.
Patrick, il faut le rappeler, l'équipe de France n'a pas gagné depuis de longues années.
Je le disais. Vous ne m'écoutez pas visiblement.
Un arrêt de jeu.
Depuis 1988, nous avions gagné au Parc des Princes 10-9 avec un essai à 3 minutes de la fin de Laurent Rodriguez. Une autre question? Et Yann Delegue là se prépare à rentrer sur le terrain, ce qui voudrait dire que Thierry Lacroix est touché. Non, c'est pas Thierry Lacroix. Non, Thierry, je le vois. Oui, vous avez raison. C'est Philippe Sella. Oh, Philippe Sella, il est indestructible. Indestructible. C'est du caoutchouc, c'est du béton, c'est de l'acier, c'est tout ce que vous voulez, mais c'est inaltérable.
Attention, Rodbert est détaché, on va jouer sûrement autour de la mêlée. Non, on les enfonce.
Il a eu tort de se détacher, Rodbert. Parce que là, il se faut secouer sur la poussée.
Et M. Bishop va faire refaire la mêlée parce qu'elle s'est désaxée, ce qui certainement n'arrange pas les Anglais.
Non.
Par contre, attention, toute la ligne d'attaque anglaise est côté introduction.
Bogu, il n'est pas pressé de se mettre en mêlée. Il n'a pas passé une très bonne fin de soirée, une très bonne fin d'après-midi. Ah, les Anglais, ils ont souffert contre la Nouvelle-Zélande. Et là aussi, pas dans les mêmes conditions, pas de la même manière. Mais cette fin de Coupe du Monde est pénible.
Attention, une bonne attaque.
Oui, Carling qui essaie de partir, qui est pris par Thierry Lacroix. Bien défendu, ballon pour les Français. Petit côté, Franck Menel qui essaie de rester debout en attendant le soutien de la troisième ligne. Enfin, des avants français, Albert Sigagna est là pour arracher le ballon. Touche avec un lancer anglais.
Bon plaquage de Thierry Lacroix sur Carling. Récupération de Menel, mais on est porté en touche.
Alors que Franck Menel me paraît être touché à la main gauche. Et au visage aussi.
Il reste 5 minutes de jeu.
Toujours 5 points d'avance pour l'équipe de France face à l'Angleterre. Avec un billet gratuit pour la Coupe du Monde. Autrement, ça repart pour les Anglais. Aïe, 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 aïe. C'était Underwood là, me semble-t-il, qui a essayé de s'échapper. Ballon pour les Anglais. Carling un peu gourmand. Carling, alors que c'était jouable. Ballon pour les Anglais par le numéro 7, Clark. 4, Rory Underwood. Boum. Ah oui. Il a fait une mise à merde. C'est pas terrible. Hein. 4 encore, oui. Attention au contre, messieurs les Anglais. Maurice, petit côté. Carling, Clark. Pris Clark. Encore un ballon maintenant pour Johnson.
Nous aurons la mêlée, Patrick. Un en avant, Anglais, la balle au sol.
Très bonne défense des Français. Ils ne veulent pas encaisser cet essai. Il n'y a pas d'alternative de toute façon pour l'Angleterre. On a 6 points d'avance. Ils sont obligés de marquer un essai.
5 points d'avance. 14 à 9. Mêlée. Introduction Fabien Galtier.
Thierry Lacroix en 10, sûrement pour un jeu au pied.
Pour envoyer le ballon dans le camp. Mais voilà, Thierry Lacroix complètement de l'autre côté. Non, Chandel, Thierry Lacroix. Qui est-ce qui est à la réception? Ntamack qui a été pris par Sela, qui a échappé. 4 qui a échappé à Ntamack, mais qui a été pris par Sela. Et mêlé avec une introduction pour l'équipe d'Angleterre sur la ligne des 22 mètres.
La balle provenait directement d'un coup de pied français. L'arrière anglais n'a pas pu faire action de jeu. Bonne Angleterre, c'est normal.
Ouais, et les Anglais qui aident Philippe Sela et ses 111 sélections à se relever. Parfait esprit tout au long de cette confrontation.
Attention à la dernière attaque anglaise.
Regardez le pack anglais. Jomo qui est pris par Galtier, qui est pris par Sigagna. Ils ne font pas un mètre les attaquants anglais. Maurice, Andrew à l'intérieur, pris Andrew par Galtier. Et ça repart là-bas. Andrew, pris encore. Ça ne savent pas trop quoi faire quand même les Anglais. J'ai l'impression qu'il y a une faute française. Monsieur Bishop laisse jouer. Attention, 4 qui redonne à l'intérieur là-bas maintenant pour, me semble-t-il, Clark. Ça repart, balle reprise par les Français. Non.
Oui, monsieur Bishop a considéré que la balle était mise au sol. Les Anglais progressaient sur cette action, balle au camp attaquant.
Nous sommes à 2 minutes du bonheur, Patrick.
Oui, presque 2 minutes. 2 minutes et 3 secondes. On dirait que ça change tout le temps.
4 en bout de ligne, derrière ses centres.
L'arrière anglais, oui. Allez, mêlée. Introduction Maurice. Première ligne qui s'écroule. Je ne vois pas l'intérêt des Français à écrouler la mêlée. Surtout quand ils sont dominateurs comme cela. Joël Dumais et Patrick Robel, les 2 arbitres français qui sont juste devant nous là. Qui ont fait une très bonne Coupe du Monde. Ando, peut-être la dernière attaque. Balle pour 4 qui a été pris par Thierry Lacroix. Ballon bloqué et repris par les Français, me semble-t-il. Attention à l'arrachage là. Oui, balle pour les Français. Galtier qui redonne sur Thierry Lacroix. Coup de pied de Thierry Lacroix qui essaie de porter le jeu dans le camp anglais. C'est de bonne guerre. Le ballon n'est pas sorti.
Il faut monter.
Et oui, 4 il attend. Et oui, mon petit. Perdu pour perdu. Il faut essayer de relancer. Et le public n'apprécie pas.
1-2-3.
Pierre Berbizier est inquiet.
On tient cette victoire, il faut camper dans les 22 mètres anglais maintenant. Il ne faut pas céder du terrain. Je pense que Robandrou va faire un renvoi court pour essayer de récupérer le ballon.
Robandrou. Voilà, le temps réglementaire de ce match est donc terminé. 5 points d'avance. Les arrêts de jeu ont commencé avec un petit côté là-bas, peut-être laissé pour Émile Ntamack, l'intérieur, Émile Ntamack, et c'est Émile Ntamack, lors de la dernière seconde, c'est fini. Je peux vous dire que la France a battu l'Angleterre. Ça faisait 8 ans que l'on attendait cela. Et voilà Émile Ntamack du Stade Toulousain. Formidable.
Sur le renvoi, Galtier fait un petit côté fermé. Regardez, il s'échappe côté fermé. Regardez-le, il fixe Maurice. Il donne à Ntamack qui échappe à Maurice et crochet intérieur. Une valise, un Bristol et l'essai. Bravo Émile.
Bravo. Superbe l'action. Regardez, il est content. Et il s'embrasse avec Philippe Sella. Tentative de transformation. Je pense qu'après la transformation, Jean-Claude, vous avez le détail du temps passé. Je vois que vous consultez votre chronomètre.
Bien sûr, il est à l'heure. Oui. Et Monsieur Bishop va siffler la fin après cette transformation.
Alors, 19-9 et peut-être 21-9 si Thierry passe la transformation. Déjà 1 minute de temps réglementaire dépassé.
J'ai une petite pensée pour Sigagna. Première sélection, première victoire contre les Anglais.
Moi, ça place, j'arrête là-dessus. C'est pas tous les jours. Et une charge, oui. Oui. Il a le droit.
Bien sûr, il s'agit d'une transformation. On peut charger. Et
regardez,
Monsieur Bishop.
Regardez au ralenti, Galtier qui part côté fermé. Tac. Et Émile accélère.
Ah, dès qu'il accélère, c'est crochet. C'est la façon de louvoyer sur le terrain. D'abord, c'est magnifique. Et puis ça rejoue maintenant pour les Français avec Thierry Lacroix. Thierry. Oh là là. Oui, en avant, ça peut se jouer pour les Anglais. Monsieur Bishop siffle, considérant qu'il y avait un en avant français. Et Monsieur Bishop regarde son chronomètre. Non, hein, on peut encore jouer 30 ou 40 secondes, je crois, Jean-Claude.
Oui, et puis Monsieur Bishop et moi n'avons pas le même chronomètre, visiblement. Mais enfin, c'est Monsieur Bishop qui est le maître de l'heure. Oui, on va faire la mêlée.
Carling qui est blessé.
Oui, je pense que c'est plus moral que physique, peut-être, la blessure de Will Carling. Alors, vous savez que Philippe Saint-André, depuis maintenant plusieurs années, il entend Carling à la fin du match lui dire good game avec un sourire narquois. Et là, je peux vous dire qu'il ne va pas le rater. Il ne va pas le rater à la fin du match, Philippe Saint-André. Ça fait des années qu'il en rêve, le capitaine de l'équipe de France. Ah, c'est une très bonne fin de Coupe du Monde pour les Français. Je vous dis, il se classe 3e. Ensuite, il se qualifie pour la prochaine Coupe du Monde. Et puis, ce qui est important, il nous donne presque pas des regrets ni des remords, mais enfin, on peut penser que leur place aussi était en finale de la Coupe du Monde.
Il est sûr, on aurait très bien pu battre les Sud-Africains. Vous avez vu le match, des conditions météo très difficiles. Ça s'est joué à 10 cm, mais on ne peut pas refaire l'histoire.
Avec les supporters, oui, les remplaçants français qui sont aussi des supporters, les premiers supporters de l'équipe de France. Au Jomo pour Maurice qui essaie de partir, attention Albert Sigagna, Rodbert Maurice pour Andrew qui croise avec Gus Scott qui a été touché quand même par Franck Menel, qui a dû s'arrêter. Ballon toujours pour les Anglais qui essaient d'enchaîner, c'est courageux, du panache enfin de la part de l'équipe d'Angleterre, on dirait c'est presque un peu tard. Maurice pour Andrew, petit coup de pied au-dessus d'Andrew pour Kat à la réception les Français, les Anglais maintenant par Rodbert. Oui. Philippe Saint-André n'hésite pas à se mettre hors jeu puisqu'il vaut mieux une pénalité que d'essai. Voilà, et là voilà.
Ils vont la jouer à la main avec Maurice. Et c'est fait, Andrew.
4 minutes de jeu réglementaire, balle récupérée par Clark. Regroupement, on est à 10 mètres la ligne de but française. Les Anglais continuent d'enchaîner. Visiblement, il se régale, Monsieur Bishop. Nous aussi d'ailleurs. Avec 10 points d'avance, on est moins inquiet. Quand même, ballon là-bas pour Hunter qui essaie de jouer, qui a été bousculé. Nouvelle pénalité.
Position de hors-jeu au bord du regroupement. Vous savez, là, c'est bien discutable. Mais enfin, bon, Monsieur Bishop a raison. Le hors-jeu ne gênait pas l'action.
Et ça repart avec Rodbert qui a perdu le ballon en route. Ballon toujours pour les Anglais. Là on se lève parce qu'on ne voit plus rien. Remarquez, on a quand même notre écran de contrôle. Ballon toujours pour l'équipe d'Angleterre à quelques mètres à la ligne de but. 19-9 pour la France. Même si les Anglais marquaient, ça ne changerait rien. Voilà, la France a gagné. Très belle sortie de l'équipe de France dans ce mondial 95. Bravo Félicitations à l'équipe de France. Et puis aussi, je crois qu'on peut féliciter les entraîneurs français, Pierre Berbizier et Christophe Mombay.
So here they come, France and Wales for the first of the semi-finals in the Rugby World Cup of 2011. And the referee sounds the whistle. The first semi-final is underway at the Rugby World Cup. And France make the clearance, and it's not a particularly good one. And Wales have an early advantage.
Well, interesting. A long kick from Hook. It went nice and deep to Yashvili. He did have time. Didn't strike it as nice as he would have liked. A very good start for Wales. A chance to build some early pressure.
So Hugh Bennett throws to the first line out. And Wales have got it as they bring it down. And Bennett has it back. And this is a good start by the Welsh as they get over the 22 metres line. Early ascendancy up front. That's what it's all about. And Bennett's still going. And they've gone about 20 metres already, and they come up about 10 metres short of the line. And now it's time to release a ball drop, though. It's been lost in contact, and so the opportunity, the early opportunity, has been put away, and it was Faletau who dropped it to the ground.
Well, very standoffish, weren't they, the French, in that drive? Bennett got his hands on the ball, and they never really committed to it. They almost paid the ultimate price there, but they shelled the ball in the finish. The Welsh, just a little bit of moisture, obviously, from that shower. The handling will be key.
Big advantage pack weight for Wales, and a vastly experienced Welsh front row too. So Dimitri Yashvili gets it in, and the early penalty, that'll be on the loose head, no doubt. And it is on the loose head side of the Welsh scrum. Gethin Jenkins playing in his 81st Test match tonight. So the referee is making an early statement.
Yeah, but while they Grant actually gave away the penalty, there was a nice shunt there from the Welsh, and the early drive as well, which is a good start for Gatlin's men.
So the kick made into touch by Maxime Meda, and folding in on this near side. Not sure that Adam Jones entirely agrees. So William Savat, first line out throw, and nicely handled by Aaron Ordicke, who was just tremendous last week. Here is Savat, bit of space, and he's got good speed too. Excellent run, 25 metres from William Savat. And now France looking for quick turnover ball if they can get it, as Yashvili away to Aaron Ordicke, and the number 8. Looks like going to work the blind side. These little kicks were outstanding last week. Halfpenny waits, and he's knocked it on. It was awkward. It's going to be a scrum anyway. That's already been signalled. So France looking for a quick throw, but it was a knock on, but a lovely little kick.
Beautiful little kick, executed well. This is the break from the line out. Servat, he goes through, pins the ears back, and he's hard to pull down as well. Faletau finally gets him down there, and there's the perfect little executed box kick from Yashvili. Halfpenny, it was difficult for him to pick up, and this is a great launching pad. You can see the French back line there, nice and flat, all to the line. On the far side, Vincent Clerc is right on the touch.
Pause! Engage!
Now Yashvili gets it in. Aaron Ordicke holds. Trying to put a bit of pressure on, now he goes. And good defence by Warburton. A little bit of water just splashing up off the ground there for a moment. Heavy shower before the game started. Jones adds his weight. Now snapped up by Pape for France. 15 metres away from the line. And that was a poor pass. And Jean-Baptiste Poux had no hope. And Wales are going to clear this through Mike Phillips. In fact, he goes for a bit of a dab. He used to be a loose forward, and he's a big man, Mike Phillips. Now the clearing kick made by James Hook. Lining this up is Palisson. Alexis Palisson on the left wing side. Now Mena tries to bring it back. Good Welsh defence, and they're getting numbers to the ball too. 5 metres on the Welsh side of halfway. And Yashvili stands over it. 4.5 minutes gone on the first semi-final. No score as yet. Douce-Trois. The loose forwards were quite outstanding against England last week. Now Para, that's going nowhere really. It's pretty much straight up in the air. And Wales getting plenty of numbers in there, but it's in fact been won by the French. It's been won by Vincent Clerc. How he got in there, I'm not sure. But then he didn't release it. So the right winger got right across.
Do you know who did it?
Well, they did very well there, the French, because the kick from Para was not a good one. However, all the French forwards were very well disciplined, moved their way out of the zone so they didn't get pinged for offside. And there's Palisson there, and he just picks it up. He had gone to ground. He's quite entitled to do that. Hugh Bennett was the man that got the turnover.
France going to use a lot of boot. They're going to go for the aerial tactic against the Welsh. Just to remind everyone, the viewers, it's a very hard base here at Eden Park. There's been a huge deluge of water, so it is very slippery. They need to really be sure of the pass, as the ball will be very slippery here tonight.
Slightly shortened line out here by the Welsh, and they've done it easily, and it was nicely done by Alan Wynne-Jones. Now the cross kick, and George North, who wears 14 but stationed out on the left wing side, as Phillips gets it across to Faletau, and the Tongan-born number 8 trying desperately to keep it in the field of play, and he got his hands on it. Well, he appeared to get his hands on it, but I think he's got deux sautoirs for being offside. But of course, the moment the hands touch it, they're entitled to have a go. But that's the decision, and James Hook is going to line this up. It's a pretty difficult angle.
Here's the cross kick from Hook. North did very well to get it, and look at the strength. He could have easily been pushed out for a touch there. He kept it in play. It was Faletau that got very close, but Phillips has got his hand on that. Deux sautoirs is very entitled to come around there. Harshly penalised there, Deux sautoirs in France. Will they pay the price for that?
Well, absolutely hard call there for the French. He was totally in his rights. I wanted to check if he was behind the hindmost. He definitely was, Justin. Hard call for the French.
I just wonder where one of the French players on the ground might have just had a wee fiddle with that.
Well, a big opportunity, isn't it, for James Hook back in for one of the real stars for the Welsh in pool play and Reece Priestland. But what a man to bring in, Justin.
Yeah, very composed and also a very good goal kicker. I hope I just haven't put the hex on him, but generally good accuracy and great temperament.
So James Hook, oh, he's judged it beautifully. What a start. James Hook kicks the early penalty goal and Wales have the lead.
Well, they were harshly penalised, but it goes to show you in these games, in big moments, big players step up. That was a superb first up kick from James Hook, and against the run of play, you'd have to say Wales have taken the lead in this semi-final.
Adam Jones looks to be struggling a wee bit. Welsh tight head prop as the kickoff is made by Para, and nicely taken in by Alan Wynne-Jones. Now Mike Phillips. And he's called back George North, who was in front of the kicker, and he heard the call, so he hasn't chased. In the meantime, Medard punches the kick forward, and Phillips claims. Aaron Ordeke was there very quickly, though. But Wales have got numbers behind the ball. So Adam Jones, acting halfback, lobs it across to Wynne-Jones. Now Phillips and Hook. Good distance in that kick. Medard waits. And the fullback. This time he's going to bring it back into contact. A little bit of hesitation, and Vincent Clerc's put it down. They've lost it. Well, they appeared to lose it forward. Wales, though, are hoeing into this. He did get the knock on eventually. And Phillips, who clears it off to Roberts. Partially charged. And he's going back for the original infringement, which was a knock on, which took a wee while to pick up. And looks like there's a real problem here for Adam Jones. And it looks like they may need a replacement fairly smartly.
Yes, and Paul James, the man from Ospreys, and that's a sad side, isn't it, for Adam Jones, the very experienced player for Wales, being replaced by Paul James.
Well, it is a big blow. This guy playing in his 75th Test match tonight. But Paul James has experience, 30th cap for him tonight as well. So it's not as though they are using a greenhorn. And it looks like the hooker, Hugh Bennett, might need a little bit of assistance as well. So they are going to hold things up here and just wait. So what are your thoughts early on? Justin Marshall, 9 minutes gone. France really haven't had any attacking opportunities.
No, they certainly haven't. They've started reasonably well, but the Welsh are going to compete at the breakdown. That's what they're very good at. That's what they've been effective at this entire tournament. However, they have been penalised a lot in that area. So the French are going to know that they're in for a scrap. They're in for a battle at the breakdown. But the Welsh do give away penalties, so they have to get numbers there and secure the ball. At the moment, the Welsh are winning the breakdowns. Very interested in this scrum. As we look at it out to the right, as Spider zooms in, Spider cam, what a great shot that is. Shane Williams will be first receiver on that right-hand side, and I'd imagine that he's the man who's going to get the ball off the scrum.
So the two wingers are on this near side. Williams as the first receiver, and then outside of him and a long way from him is George North. There is Williams, lurking with intent.
So all the other backs, the four backs are set up to the left. And it's North, both wingers, North and Williams. And look at the space they've got. You can see those two French defenders there. It was a perfect shot. They've got all that room to weave their magic. Tons and tons of room. They just need good scrum ball.
Touch. Pause. Engage.
And they need to keep the scrum straight too. And the whistle again. Penalty against France. And this is kickable once more. And James Hook will be there like a shot. Give me the ball. And an opportunity to double their lead. Another scrum penalty.
Well, you can ill afford to give away these types of points. There's Adam Jones, and what a disappointing moment for him. You can see how disconsolate he is. He'd be absolutely emotional, and oh, it's hard to describe what that would feel like for him. He'll just be obviously trying to get over whatever injury he has got, which must be serious, and try and hope and will his team to get through the semi-final and see if he can still play some Rugby World Cup rugby next week, perhaps.
I can confirm, Justin, it is a calf injury, and as you know, they take a while, don't they? James Hook, 40 metres out. He's got the breeze behind him, and like that last kick, he seems to be in good form.
This time he's pushed it away.
I think he slipped there too. I was just looking at the left foot. Looked as though he had a little bit of a slide on his when he planted his foot.
Well spotted, he did. He actually slipped with his planting foot, which put him off. He just didn't get through the ball, and it's just, here he comes in. Look at this, is a fantastic shot, and it's just, he's got no stability there to get through the ball. It's a brilliant shot of how when that situation happens, you've got no control, and he just pushed the ball.
So the 22 dropout. Phillips calling for it. Just on halfway, the big halfback Mike Phillips. Off it goes to Falatau. He's had an outstanding tournament. Drops the pass off to Williams. Williams gives it to Hook. Now here's North in a bit of space. Just didn't find a Hook on the inside, but Wales looking good inside the 22 as Phillips gets it off to Falatau. And he sets it, looking for quick ball if they can get it. And Phillips goes again. Here's Hook. Using North a lot out on that left wing side, and that's a deliberate ploy by Warren Gatland to put the big George North up against Vincent Clair.
Well, I think they just stopped. Here's the Falatau offload. Williams, this is what he does so very well, and Hook, that one there, they thought that it might have been slightly put forward, and a few of them stopped. Vincent Clair, I think, was the man who stopped. He almost got caught out.
Well, he's coming in off his line too, which is a big issue for Clair. He's coming in on the second player, and they've got the overlap. They did the kick before. Good tactics from Warren Gatland.
Servat to throw, shortened line out. Nicely taken by the veteran, Nele. Yashvili. Big advantage being a natural left footer down that side of the park.
That's a superb kick. No angle. He's got it right down near to the halfway. It's an excellent kick.
Well, he's an outstanding number 9, isn't he? Just a brilliant player. He was outstanding last week against England. And he just seems to be the real cornerstone for this French side.
And this time they use Wyn Jones. He seems to be the man in the line-out now. Hook.
Too far.
Should be claimed. It is. Did he call? I don't think he called the mark. Obviously not. And France looking to attack down the left wing side through Talisson, but well covered by Lee Halfpenny. Can't kick it out directly, but he's given it a good heave. That's a lovely kick by Hook. And drifting back after it, Morgan Parra, but he's got all the time in the world to make his clearance. And Wales once again end up with a big advantage on that long punt downfield.
That's a huge punt from James Hook, and the worst thing possible for the French was the fact that it didn't roll any further into that in-goal area, so Parra was forced to clear it. They're certainly winning the kicking battle at the moment. Meda, why did he not mark that ball?
Well, James Hook has slotted in at number 10, Reece Priestland, with a shoulder problem. Now there's big Luke Charteris winning it up the line out for Wales. Their line out is working well. They've had a lot of throw-ins early as they crunch it away down through Captain Warburton. Phillips now across for Faletau. And the ball is pretty quick. Phillips again now back on the choppers. Roberts. They know that he's a danger, and the French have put their loose forwards on him. Now Phillips works it off to Warburton. And down he goes. Good run by Sam Warburton. Phillips now rips it away for Hook. Bennett. Still 10 metres out from the 22. Did he lose that one forward? No, apparently not. So Wales still have it. Wyn Jones over the top of it. Now it's Lydiot. Faletau got hit hard, but it went back. He was lucky. And Wales retained possession. Phillips now for Hook. Awkward pass, handled well though by Williams. Back on the inside to big Jamie Roberts. Oh, and he smashed it into the face of Jonathan Davis.
Double knock on.
It's a double knock on. I don't know whether he got his hand to it or not. It certainly hit him on the head.
I think it hit him on the head. Whether or not he got a hand to it, if it did hit him on the scrum cap and go forward, it was play. That's play on. So for people out there, it needs to actually hit your hands and go forward for it to be a knock on. Here's the Williams inside ball to Roberts. He gets the one-handed offload through his hands and possibly right into the face of Davis. But they're looking good with ball in hand, Wales.
Well, the obvious danger of players like Shane Williams, but particularly big Jamie Roberts in midfield. And France really being forced to defend in the first 16 minutes of this game.
Touch. Pause. Engage.
Now Yashvili. Aaron Ordeke, oh, he hooked it back in. It's a bit of a shambles. But now he's managed to bring it under control. And Yashvili looks like he's ready to make another kick down the blind side. There aren't too many options available to him here. Looks like they've had a change of tactics. It's going to go to William Servat. The Wales are up to that, defending well. Now Yashvili. And the right-footed kicker, and that touch to one of the Welsh players, I suspect. Let's just see. Jonathan Kaplan. Yeah, yes, it is. It is a French ball.
Oh, they looked a little bit lost there for ideas of how to get themselves out of that zone. And Parra, for me, he was right up flat. He wasn't offering any options to Yashvili, and in the end, they almost got themselves into big trouble.
So Morgan Parra looks across. They look as though they may be interested in running this line-out ball if they can do it right. And Yashvili takes it back in. Hello,
that's not good. Well, you can see why Dissatoir is upset. But Warburton is in big trouble. Now, I don't mean yellow card trouble. He's in red cards territory here for me. This is not great.
Pardon? Yes, take time out. Take time out.
Here's Warburton. It's Vincent Clerc, and oh no, that's not good. Unfortunately for Warburton there, that is very dangerous. And
time is out.
We'll listen to the ref.
Here we are.
So we're just trying to work out what colour the card was.
Well, he's off. He's got red.
Okay, have you had a word? Two, have you had a word?
Sorry?
Have you had a word with them?
Yeah, we just saw who's captaincy.
Okay.
For you to speak to.
Okay.
Well, that is a huge moment in this game.
No, not yet. I'm going to go back time on and I'll let you know what they do. I'm going to go time back on and then I'll let you know what they're going to do. Okay?
Well, here's another look at it. And the minute that you lift somebody up into that angle, you're entering into very dangerous territory. There's the signal and there's the red card. Oh my goodness, this is such a disappointment, not only for Wales, but Sam Warburton. By no means is it his fault. He didn't intentionally do it. But when you enter into that zone, you do run the risk, and ultimately it was very dangerous, and it's red rather than yellow. You have to feel for the young man.
Well, he realised straight away, didn't he, when he hit him at that height, and he let him go, Justin, but it was too late. It was well above the angle, and he turned and let him down. Too dangerous, and a massive blow. How big now is the resolve of the Welsh team?
Well, what a moment as Servat throws.
Gethin Jenkins is captain.
Okay. France have ventured into the 22 for the first time. Now Wales, all the resolve possible. As Pooks stands over the ball. Now it goes to Servat, and a knock on in there. Well, we can tell you that that is the second time a Welshman has been sent off at the Rugby World Cup. Hugh Richards against the All Blacks in 1987, also in a semi-final, and now Sam Warburton.
Well, I really must stress to everybody out there that you have to feel for Sam Warburton, because all he did was make an aggressive tackle. He timed it perfectly in terms of picking up that ball runner, but unfortunately by making the aggressive tackle he just lifted him too high, and there's no intent in there, no malice whatsoever. What a shame for him.
Well, he's a class act, Justin. He's going to be around for a long time. He's going to be one of the world's best players, Sam Warburton. But unfortunately, it's a terrible result for him and for the Welsh.
Well, it's going to obviously mean that Wales, the scrum is going to be under enormous pressure. 7 men against 8, unless they put a back on the side of the scrum, but they'd be reluctant to do that.
Well, they have. There's one over the other side there right now, and Jamie Roberts.
Not a bad one to pop on the side of the scrum. He'll certainly add his weight, that's for sure. Gethin Jenkins now the captain. He needs to get this front row, these 8 working.
Well, France are inspired by this, and a penalty goes against Wales.
Shot signal, please.
Well, this is just the power of the French now. They've got to back Wales on the side of the scrum, but they're also enthused, and you can see the shunt there. Who goes down first or not, I'm not sure, but Alan Roland judges it to be the Welsh, and they're going to have a conference. They're going to have to talk tactics now. It's going to make a huge difference to the way that they play this game, having their open side, their captain missing from this team. They're going to have to compensate for having 14 men as well, which is just not going to be easy. And the other side of it as well, you have to also feel for Sam Warburton in the respect of no damage done. Vincent Clerc is fine. He landed awkwardly, but he's okay. But it's just the rules are the rules, and that's just the way it is.
So Morgan Parra takes over the goal kicking from Dimitri Yashvili, who came into this game just a little bit suspect. So Parra, first kick for him, and judges it nicely. And France immediately, following the loss of Warburton, have gained their first points, 3-all after 21 minutes. Well, this will call on all the resolve of the Welsh. They've been a popular team at this Rugby World Cup. And boy, if they could get through with 14 men for fundamentally the next hour, it would be some achievement.
Well, it's time now for the likes of Mike Phillips, isn't it? And Alwyn Jones and And all those key players, Jamie Roberts, I mentioned, those key players in this Welsh side, the leaders, the lieutenants to Sam Warburton, to stand up now and take charge.
You just couldn't prepare to lose a player with 75 caps in Adam Jones, and then your skipper, all in the first 20 minutes, as Roberts goes piling through. Now the charge from Alan Wynne-Jones. Phillips once more. Bennett in the tackle of Dusatoir. He is a magnificent defender, the French skipper. Now a charge from Luke Charteris, and up goes the flag on the far side, Jonathan Kaplan.
So that's a big tactic of the Welsh. What they do is they work their way across the field. Even when there's a 5-metre blind, they like to go down there, try and pull the defence right across to that far side of the field, and then open up on the way back. That time they got too close to the touchline, got pushed over.
Servat. Knocked down by Pape, but it was not good ball. And the Welsh put some pressure on. Here is Wynne-Jones. Held up by Aaron Ordeke. And he's held up off the ground. He needs to get it down there. And in fact, it's been ripped away by Pape, who made the original mistake. Then a loose pass thrown by Yashvili, snapped up by Servat. And France have good running opportunity here. Mermos, though, steps back on the inside. Now it's an opportunity for Para, finds himself in a big gap. And the kick through for Palisson, covered back by Halfpenny. And Wales need to get players back behind the ball. Halfpenny hanging on. And they might have just about achieved this. Phillips is there. And Wales with Mike Phillips looking to set it for a better angle for the clearing kick. And pressure, and it's taken. Chance for Pooks. And France just a metre away. A golden opportunity as Yashvili goes blindside. Rips it across to Bonnier. And they form it just a couple of metres short. This is going to be tough for France. Nelle. As Yashvili swings it away. Para.
Good tackle.
Very good defence. Wales are going to need to make a lot of tackles now in this game. The French have been handed a lifeline. They weren't going particularly well. Here is Servat. Now Yashvili sends it wide. Roucherie lost in the tackle and claimed by Paul James. Playing advantage here. And Phillips and Hook with a little more space this time. Oh, he hasn't got it out either.
There's not a lot of advantage in that. No, that's right.
Back they go. Yeah. I'm not sure there is an advantage when you've got a weakened scrum anyway, but Wales will be forced to take the scrum.
Well, they must be frustrated. Livremont and co up there, because the French really, for me, they just went about that the wrong way. From the minute that the charge down came, they had a huge opportunity out to the right, Matthew. Vincent Clerc was on his own, waving for the ball. They had numbers out there. Yashvili went down the wrong side for a start off, and from there they couldn't capitalise and end up going backwards.
Absolutely, and I think that once again Yashvili, as you mentioned, went the other way. There's the kick from James Hook and the charge down from Yashvili. One of the biggest problems for the Welsh now is they haven't got a true fetcher, haven't they? The ball going wide here in defence there from Jamie Roberts and George North. There's the knock on. But they haven't got a fetcher, and they really haven't got one in the reserves either when you look at Ryan Jones and Bradley Davies coming on later on. So that's going to be the real issue now, is when it comes to phase play, when the players are getting tired, it's that guy that can win penalties for you. And that's going to be the hard part for the Welsh tonight.
Crouch! Touch! Pause! Engage!
Jamie Roberts in number 12 across on the far side again. France apply the weight and the pressure, and this is going to be really tough here. We can tell you that in 88 previous games between these two nations, there's only ever been one previous sending off. Kevin Mosley, sorry, was sent off in 1990. A Welshman was sent off in 1990.
So there's Roberts who's packing on the scrum. The other big problem this poses for the Welsh, by putting him in there, they don't threaten the French with the backs because they're down a back now. So they've only got 6 backs on their feet. So the French know that they're going to try and clear this ball and not use their back line to attack.
So Phillips gets it in as quickly as possible. Again, they're on the back foot. But it looks as though it's still on the Welsh side. Phillips himself this time. Again, it's not into touch. And so Medard, drop kick. Hasn't got the distance by any means. And Hook from inside his 22. And that's a little bit aimless downfield from James Hook. Now Medard. Did this touch a Frenchman earlier? I think it might have, so he can't kick it out on the full. Oh dear, almost had it charged down. And Halfpenny goes in and claims it. He really is outstanding under the high ball, Lee Halfpenny. And Wales have this on the French 10-metre line. Now Shane Williams has a dab. Phillips away for Hook. Now Roberts. Again, they work the blind side with Faletau running into Nelle, but he turns. Aaron Ordeke tries to get his hands on the ball, and it's been lost forward by Wales. Aaron Ordeke has stayed down too, although slowly gets to his feet as Yashvili hands it off to Para. A little weighted kick, but Halfpenny read it brilliantly. Then he lost his footing, got up and went again. Plenty of courage from Lee Halfpenny. Now Phillips, and referee's got the arm out here. They'll take the penalty, Wales. And it's in a kickable position too for James Hook.
Non, si. Il avait un bon avantage. Non, il avait un bon avantage. Il n'y a pas de pression. Ça fait rien. Il n'avait pas de pression. He's not under any pressure to play the ball. L'avantage est défini.
So does his own translations.
Oui.
Alain Roland.
You got that?
Well, I got the move away silver play, but 45 metres out, James Hook. Justin, tell me why they're not using the big centre, Rougerie, coming back on the angle. If they've got Jamie Roberts in the midfield, packing on the scrum, why wouldn't you use the big French centre, Rougerie, to come in and then go wide? There must be holes in that Welsh back line.
Yeah, there has to be. And there again, also Para, not a regular 10, playing out of position. They got a good turnover there. The Welsh were scrambling to get back because obviously they were up flat because they had the ball. He went for the little pop-over kick. And this is what's happened from there. They've managed to get a ruck infringement and a chance for Wales to get themselves back in the lead. That ball needed to go long, you know. A player needs to sum up, and game management's very important for a 10. Didn't quite read it that way that time.
So Hook. And this time he sprays it away to the right. Well, he started with a good kick from an awkward angle, but he's missed a couple since then. So it stays at 3-all. 10 minutes remaining, first half. Para's kick. Now Williams away for Halfpenny. Now leading the charges north, and he's going to be first there. And somehow France have managed to scramble out of this. But now it's Roberts. What a great run from Jamie Roberts. He beat at least half a dozen Frenchmen. Now Phillips works it away. The cross kick. Williams is sprinting. But so is Palisson. And the Frenchman wins the race.
Wow, he did. Palisson showed his speed there because Williams had the momentum. He was already on the run. Palisson had to turn, even though the advantage of having the ball just closer to him. Williams had the run on, and he did very well to turn. Showed some real speed there.
Morgan Para. Again, it's Williams. Now Shane Williams looking for Lee Halfpenny. Not a lot of distance on this kick. And the French come charging in and knock it on. Snapped up by Charteris, and it'll be there for Phillips to move it on to Lydiot. He has been quite outstanding at this tournament as well, Dan Lydiot. Now Phillips, short pass, running hard onto it was North.
Oh, Bonnier. Wow, he was there so quickly. It was a good line from Roberts. He had it coming back on the angle, but Bonnier came back on him and got the ball turnover. This is the earlier Roberts run, crashing his way through. Rougerie gets brushed aside in the finish. Roberts, he's such a weapon for them. This is the hook cross kick. Speed, Pelisson there. Did so well. And this is the turnover. Look at Bonnier. He's there, he's on his feet, in perfect position. And he was always going to win that penalty.
Tight first semi-final. 7.5 minutes remaining in the first half. Goes down as far as Doucetois. Now it's been popped back, loose from France. Para stepping, hook fell over. Slipped on the slippery surface, and penalty goes against Lydiot. Had a shot at it, but he was off his feet.
Stay on your feet. Hey,
well, he needs some new boots, James Hook. It's already cost him a goal kick. There's the signal from Doucetois to take the kick. It's right out in front. But you can see here, Hook, probably not a footing thing, actually, now that I look about it. He just got stood up. He came up very quickly on Para. And in the finish, there's the infringement for diving onto the ball.
It's going well, Morgan Para. He's controlling things nicely. He's made a couple of nice breaks, and he's also now taken the responsibility 38 metres out at Eden Park to put the French in front.
Yeah, I wonder though, Matthew, like you said, they haven't brought Rougerie back or Mermoz back on a cut. You know, he sort of looks like he's getting the ball and trying to make up his mind once he's got his hands on the ball, rather than being decisive, hitting his ball runners. The French look a little bit disjointed, a bit scrambly to me. They don't look like a well-oiled machine for a team that's playing with a one-man advantage.
To give France the lead for the first time in the game, and he does that. So the French have a 6-3 advantage, 6 minutes out from the break.
Outstanding kickers, aren't they? Yashvili and Para, beautiful left-footed goal kickers.
So James Hook down to Pelisson. Off to Savat, the hooker. Just opening up the angle here, so the clearing kicker can get himself a better angle. And Para does get the quick kick away. Halfpenny thinks about going quickly, but no real opportunity to do that.
Well, that was much better. That time, Yashvili decided not to catch the ball, because he's been the receiver and hasn't been making many yards from catching it and kicking. That time, he left it to Pelisson, and they went infield with Servat, which gave them more options. They could go right, they could go left, or they could run. Better organised from the kickoff.
Big Toby Falatau, the number 8, going outside. James Hook there for Wales. Short line out for Wales.
Not a great throw. France coming through onto this. They've knocked it on in the process.
Well, they have to, don't they? They have to have some line-out variation now. They're a man down, so they're a lifter down or a jumper down, whatever it may be that they use Warburton for. It also affects them on defence as well, where they have to compensate. They can't compete as much as they would like because they haven't got that advantage now in terms of numbers in the line-out. So it's a huge effect that it has on the team, just losing that one player.
6-man scrum. Sorry, 7-man for the Welsh. Roberts came in, he's gone back out to second 5, trying to use the big man.
Oh, they're on the back foot immediately. Falatau, he did pretty well in the finish. It's a question of getting it in and out as quickly as possible. Now Bennett works it across to James. And Phillips. Short Faletau, he's pretty high though, and Nelle tries to drive it underneath. Phillips back now. Pressure on the French. And lost it. A chance here for Bennett. Slips through one tackle. And
in the side, no! In the side,
that's a lengthy peel on the whistle. And in the end, it's just a knock on.
Knock on.
And is this Nelle?
Meda, I think. You can see why the Welsh are going to the kick go, because the French are just not dealing with it back there. They look so unorganised. Meda there, who's the man who drops it in the finish, he was way over to the right-hand side for the fullback, wasn't central at all. Had hedged his bets on that far-hand right-hand side, so when he had to catch, he had to come way infield from the touchline to try and take it on a difficult angle. He wasn't coming forward to the ball, getting up and going forward to the ball. He was coming to it side on. And they're getting a lot of change out of the kicks at the back there.
And probably keen just to keep the French here in this part of the field and going at half-time and just regroup the Welsh if they can and just look to see how they play their second 40. Important, no more points from the French, but they're certainly holding the territory.
So it's a Welsh scrum, but the problem, of course, is they're a man down. To get clean and quick ball is not an easy task.
Big George North, the left wing, has come right across. You can see him. And, geez, if they got some opportunity to get him in space, he's electrifying, this young boy, 19 years old, youngest player ever to play in a semi-final at the Rugby World Cup.
Roberts has gone back onto the scrum again, so he's come back out. He's all over the shot.
Touch.
He's got me deceived.
That's not a bad scrum. Faletau with a bit of space and a good run too from the big number 8. Finally taken down by Dusatois. And Wales in a good attacking position here. If they can free the ball up, that is. Now they do so. And across it goes to Wyn Jones. Phillips directing the traffic. Across for Hook, taken down by Rougerie. Now Phillips, they work it across. Lydiot. Phillips goes again. French defence pretty solid. Now Phillips works it away to Hook. Halfpenny. But once again losing his footing in midfield. French trying to stand over the ball. But Wales. Bennett goes in quickly. Now Gethin Jenkins. They might even consider a drop kick here. I think
Hook's there.
Yeah, Hook's gone into the pocket. And here he goes. And he's hooked it away. And he never really got anything on it. Well, they'll just take anything they can get now, Wales. As we count down to half-time at Eden Park. He was hurried. The French knew what was coming. And that was the result. So just a minute out from the break. And Para down to Phillips. Williams. Good jinking run from Shane Williams. He's always a danger. 34-year-old. Now Phillips. Away for Hook. Hesitation. Lydiot. Roberts was pretty much on the back foot. Phillips again. Hook. And the inside pass to George North has been spilled. France trying to keep it alive, but they'll have to take the scrum.
Blue scrum.
That's better. That's what George North needs to do. He's a big man, the inside pass, and that's a big focus if they're trying to break through in the second half for the Welsh side. Didn't take the ball from the Hook pass, as we'll see here. Beautiful shot there.
Well, I think what they need to do is they need to go direct. When you're down a man, you're not going to outflank the opposition. It's going to be very difficult to do it. They've got some big centres. They've got Roberts. Davis is a big man as well. North, as you mentioned. Use those guys to batter into the French. Try and hit targets. get quick ruck ball and then try and out the flank them. At the moment, they're just shoveling a little bit, the Welsh.
Engage.
Well, it's a dominant scrum, and so it should be. Aaron Ordeke hangs on to it. Doesn't always look comfortable with the ball at foot, but he's snapped it up now. Bonaire adds his shoulder as time ticks by, and they're going to kick it out, and so that'll do us for the first 40 minutes of the game. Well, no tries as yet, but the big talking point is Sam Warburton off the field in the first 20 minutes. All in readiness then for the second half. The prize at the end of this game, a place in the Rugby World Cup final next Sunday right here at Eden Park, as Morgan Power gets the second half started. Lining it up as Alan Wynne-Jones. He's over-jumped, and France have got it immediately. That's a bad start by Wales from a set piece as Julian Bonaire takes it in. And now it is Aaron Ordeke for France. Servat. He's been running hard all day, the 33-year-old. Yashvili. France have been presented with this opportunity in the first minute of this second half. Bonaire makes good ground once more. Now Para gets it across to Pape. Now Para dropping back into a drop-kicking position here now, but they've decided to work it away to Aaron Ordeke. Now here's Para. Here comes the drop kick, and it is away. Well, you could see it coming 30 seconds ago, and he's made a hash of it.
Well, they're just not getting quick enough ball. He's being forced into it. They got some good quick ball initially from the kickoff, and then they turned it into slow ball again. So this had to happen. Para is in a great position. He had plenty of time, just didn't get through the ball, didn't execute it. He knows that. Smacking his hands together, it was probably one that he should have got.
There's the game plan, isn't it, from the French, is just to build pressure, and they'll be going for the drop goals for this next 40.
Now Meda right from the back. Well, the Welsh in the end didn't pay for their mistake from the kickoff. Halfpenny, oh, brave again. There's not a lot of little E Halfpenny, but he does a great job under that high ball. Now Phillips whips it away for Hook. And George North, I think we'll see a lot of him, the big man. And it's offside in midfield. And a real break here for Wales, because territory becomes so important for them.
Outstanding play from the Cardiff Blues fullback, Lee Halfpenny. He's an outstanding player, can play wing. He's had a very good tournament, but his ability to take the high ball under pressure is excellent.
Well, it's his timing. He times the ball so well. He's not a big man, as we've mentioned, but he gets underneath the ball well. Look at his eyes. He never takes his eyes off it until the last minute when Aaron Ordeke was about to hit him, but he had the ball there. He had it in his grasp, and he gets up, secures it very well. He's so solid at the back there, Halfpenny.
Well, he wasn't a starter until the game after the Samoan game. He came on as a replacement in that match. Well, that's a bad throw. And Bonaire has been able to kick it away downfield. That's pretty good play from the loose forward. Showing good vision, Julian Bonaire, but it was a bad throw.
Well, that's one area, isn't it? The set piece, the line out. Scrum's under a lot of pressure for Warren Gatland's men, but you've got to take your line out, Wales. It is at least one platform that you can still achieve here this evening.
So Bennett tries to get it right this time, and he does. Charteris. They don't get any bigger at this tournament. Down it goes to Maxime Meda.
That's a clever kick.
Yes, he's dropped it into a nice little gap, but it's just running a bit too far. Wales will get out of this because they'll bring it back to the 22.
Lucky for Wales, he spotted the gap beautifully there, Medard. Just rolled out a little bit for him.
Hooked in from the 22, looking for distance and getting plenty of it. Down to Aaron Ordeke. That was forward, surely. Oh dear. If it wasn't, it was pretty close to it. Yeah, look at Halfpenny. That's brilliant again. And he's got a little bit of support this time too. Driving him forward was Luke Charteris. Now Phillips releases off to Hook. Changing direction, and that's not a great kick. No pressure whatsoever on the French players. And Mida, who seems intent on kicking all day from the back today. Williams charged into that, and he knocked it on. He was never really set under the ball, Shane Williams. He was running at it the whole time. Changes coming up early on in the second half from the French.
Here's Dimitri Zazowski, number 16 and 17. Vassala coming on, replacing number 1 for the French. Brooks is coming off, and also Savat. That's a big change there, Justin. I thought Savat's have a big game for the French.
He's been one that's been willing to carry the ball, and he's actually gone forward, so that is a big call. Here's Halfpenny again. He's so solid under that high ball, and this is how not to do it. Just got ahead of himself there. That's the timing thing that I was talking about. Williams there had jumped too early. Halfpenny's timing is exceptional.
Leave him alone. Touch. Pause. Engage.
French scrum. Again held by Aaron Ordiki. Now Yashvili. Away from Mermos. Straight through the gap. Can he link up with Clare? Now they're going to have to make some tackles, Wales. Vincent Clare, 10 metres away. And looks like it's been stolen by Falatau. Yes, it has. And Phillips gets it back to Hook. And in a big hurry, James Hook gets it away. But there was a yawning gap in the Welsh defence.
Well, something happened to Roberts. I think Roberts might have got impeded somehow. Somebody knocked him over and enabled, I think it was Parra, to go through. It was a nicely executed set move. We've got more changes. We'll have a look at it in a minute, but this is a massive change.
Big change. He's gone for structure. He's gone for somebody to guide the Welsh team. Number 21, Stephen Jones, and his 103rd cap for Wales, replaces James Hook.
Well, it's not bad when you can get a Centurion on as a replacement. So Stephen Jones goes in there. And one of the French replacements, Zazowski, to throw. First throw for him as he lobs it in. Both coaches have gone to the bench early. French try to muscle it ahead. 6 minutes gone, second half. No change. 6-3. De Sautois. Now Yashvili. Away for Zazowski. Oh, he's made a hash of this, but he's gone backwards. And a little kick and chase from Vincent Clare, and lobs it into touch.
He did very well out of getting a terrible situation given to him. Yashvili was forced into it because he just fumbled the ball. And Vincent Clare did very well there to make something out of what could have possibly been a turnover. Look at all the defenders that are around him, and he does well to keep the French on the attack.
Well, they're starting to play rugby now, the French, aren't they? They're looking good with the ball in hand.
Well, they've also won a line out against the throw. De Sautois out of midfield. Real opportunity now for France as they set it in midfield. Looking for quick ball. Yashvili knocked it on, though.
Falatau did enough. He got warned by the referee, but he was there nice and early and on his feet. And he just did enough to disrupt that quick ball. They can't get quick enough ball, the French. They're away and behind. It was a beautiful reverse pass from Yashvili. Watch this reverse pass. There you go. Out the back door. De Sautois gets it in midfield. But this is where the ball needs to be quick. Parra, you can see he's got his hands out. He wanted that ball. He needed it quick. Too slow.
8-man scrum. Jamie Roberts there on the side there for the Welsh side.
Everybody looks nervously at the referee when the big peal comes on the whistle. Who are they going to pick on?
Work with them as well.
So far, Falatau at the back has dealt very well with the ball going backwards, scrum going backwards, and the ball bobbling around down him. He's under a lot of pressure back there. He's dealt with it very, very well to date, but it must be starting to tell that pressure in the scrum.
Pause. Engage.
Crowd getting into this game now. Falatau leaves it there for Phillips. Back now for Davies, and the clearing kick is made. Haven't seen much of Jonathan Davis on attack. Haven't seen many attacking moves in this game entirely, really. Tight, tough semi-final rugby. 6-3, France. Zarzewski goes to the back for Bonaire. Now the little hooker holds it at the back.
It's well set, they're nice and low.
Hard to combat. Wales have sent a man down, and that'll be a penalty. Referees have been told to look at that. A player goes to ground, and the rest collapse over the top, and it looked like 17, Paul James.
It was. They set it well out the back there, the French.
Points, please.
They got nice and low as they're all pointing to the post.
17, stay on your feet.
And Paul James was the man that went down and was penalised.
Another big game from Julian Bonaire tonight. And just see if you can see number 17 goes to ground, and he gets a bit of a working over too, but that is illegal. Looking to increase the advantage, and he does so. 9 points to 3. It's getting tougher for Wales.
Well, this is a look at the earlier break from the set piece. You can see Roberts here gets impeded by Rougerie. That allows Parra to go through. The best piece of attack from the French.
Stephen Jones with the kickoff. And Yashvili, there was a real misunderstanding, but he did scramble it away, and he's made a great kick too. It looked as though nobody was going to catch that kickoff. In the end, a late scramble by Dimitri Yashvili, and look where he's kicked it.
That's what the French can do. Look unorganised, look like they don't know what's going on, and bang off a 60-metre touch finder.
Well, the French are now, as they did against the English, are contesting the opposition lineouts to good effect. Pelisson kicks it off downfield, but not a good one. Williams under it, now Halfpenny. And he gets good distance. Of course, he's an outstanding goal kicker from distance as well. Now Parra runs it up to the 10-metre line. Falatau gets underneath it. He's knocked it on. So advantage France. Aaron Ndorki takes it in. Nelle. Wales try to scramble it away. Now Parra getting up very, very quickly on defence. Roberts leading the charge. Davis is there with him. France have gone backwards, but they still have possession. Yashvili turns, and another clever-looking kick. They're working the angles well. Halfpenny. And that's a big thump from a little bloke. Fielded by Medard. And he carries on. Now North lining this up. Nicely done by George North. Gets his pass away to Charteris. Now Falatau. Jones. Spinning it wide for Williams. They're going to have to take some risk now, Wales, no doubt about that. 12.5 minutes into the second half. They're not putting enough pressure as Jones. And the kick from Stephen Jones easily fielded by Maxime Medard, and he's kicked it out on the full. Threw his head back in disgust.
They're just kicking too much. Ball away. The French, they need to fatigue the Welsh. They need to take advantage of the numbers advantage that they do have. There's North soaring again. The Welsh are dealing with the kicks pretty well in general. Just surprised they don't want to keep the ball in hand more, the French. They're turning the ball over a lot as well, but it's just kicking it back to Wales, keeping them in the game.
Just a little worried when Stephen Jones did kick it. I think the Welsh, when they do have the ball, they haven't had possession for a while, they need to keep it in hand as well.
Agreed.
Bennett throws, and this time the line out is clean. Phillips goes flat to Jones. On the charge is Faletau. Wasn't held, so went again. Now Phillips goes short to Bennett. Great defence, Dusatois and Sarzuski. Ball loose, and Phillips having a real scramble. Did well to get it away to Davis, and then he fired a loose pass to Jones. And the veteran has to tidy up on his own 10 metres line. Now Phillips works it across to Charteris. Phillips looking across for runners. Finds James. Now Phillips again as Stephen Jones. No real pressure on the catcher of the ball, Palisson. And it's virtually handing the ball over to the opposition. Off now for Para. Flat kick. Here comes Clare. And the judgment is outstanding again. Just managed to land it short of the chalk.
Well, it's just so static. Nobody can get over the advantage line and get lightning quick ball to be able to punch onto it and continue their attack. They're all forced into kicking because the ball's so static. Backs aren't getting the ball on the front foot. And, it's a real grind for both teams at the moment.
Crowd figure for tonight at Eden Park, 58,630.
So 58,000.
Well, we haven't had a drop of rain, have we, Matthew, since that downpour before the game? As Lydia, we can see, has got some blood.
Now, beautiful weather now, Justin, as we enter into that second half now. And just seeing how good Poland was. They had 2 weeks at the Olympic Centre in Poland, the Welsh team, and they've come here as a very fit side. And just watching the two of them, they are blowing the Welsh, but gee, so are the French forwards now too, Justin. So as Lydiard comes off to get some repairs, and that'll bring on Ryan Jones, number 19 for Wales.
Well, he hasn't seen a lot of action, Ryan Jones, but he is a vastly experienced player. 56th cap. What a great man to have. You can bring him on. He's a leader. Former Welsh captain, of course. So Lydia being attended to.
Faletau, you can see out there in the back line again.
Again, the French are in there contesting. And taken down by Barcella. Well, they did this to the English line-out last week. They contested, and Sarzuski puts the foot down. Almost found a gap there too. Now Yashvili for Para. Mermos. And again, happy to play.
Well, they're just squeezing them, aren't they, Grant? The tricolours are just keeping the ball in. Their field kicking hasn't been too bad. I know Justin Marshall mentioned they're not actually going too much forward, but they're just keeping the Welsh Dragons camped in their own half.
They're not increasing on that scoreboard, and this game is still very much in the balance. Obviously, one score gets Wales straight back into this match, big time. Can't be complacent, the French.
Here Bennett, grabbed by Wyn Jones. Phillips, yet another kick, easily fielded. Now another kick from the back by Meda. Oh, nobody wanted it. Halfpenny has to tidy up, which he does effectively in the end. Complete breakdown there in communication by the Welsh players. Now Phillips. Happy to take it, and now Phillips gets it back. Stephen Jones standing in the pocket. That's a good raking kick. And George North is flying up after this. Bonaire gets back. And the kick is in touch, but Wales have gained a lot of ground.
Oh, this is what I'm talking about. The French, it's just kicking the ball persistently back. And the Welsh, they'll get inspired when they get these opportunities. They have to take them, though. They haven't had this type of field position so far in the second half. They need to come away with this. The big thing for them is their line-out. It's not functioning now. They're getting asked to get into the line out quickly by the referee. Lots of conferring and talking going on. They need to execute, take their opportunities. There won't get many more.
Shane Williams floating outside there behind the second 5'8", Jamie Roberts. They're all in. They've got to have a go, the Welsh.
They've got the line out right. Now Phillips sends it away to Jones. Roberts. Good defence in midfield by the French. Up the middle goes Ryan Jones. Lays it back for Phillips. Now Charteris, short pass to Faletau. Haven't been in this territory for a while. Phillips. Phillips! Phillips! He's going to score! Well, well, well.
Well, I said that it could possibly happen. It certainly has. At your peril, you try to protect your lead. You give the opposition, even though they're down on numbers, an opportunity. And if they take it, you can find yourself then behind on the scoreboard. Phillips, this is his strength. The opportunity to snipe down the blind side. Got through some pretty average tackling. And this has really spun this game on its head. You can see here, there's two defenders there. Phillips just shows the short dummy, pushes off. Pape, and over he goes, and boy, we've got a contest now, Matthew.
Oh, you could hear the roar from the Welsh Valleys in the Millennium Stadium as Mike Phillips goes over for his 8th try for the Welsh team. And good speed from Phillips, good fend, and you need your big match players to come in. Justin Marshall said you've got to go out and win knockout football, and the French have just been sitting on their lead.
Big kick here for Stephen Jones. Wales could be back in front.
I'd back him.
And he's got it, has he? No. Just dragged it. Well, Wales know they can do it, though.
They do. There's nothing in this game now. Still plenty of time. And how is this going to... How are the French are going to react? Here's Phillips. He knows where he's going. You should have gone in a little bit closer, maybe. This game is on.
It's on well and truly. As Para restarts, dragged down by Wyn Jones. Now the try scorer, Mike Phillips. Aaron Ordicki knocked it on. Here goes Faletau. The big number 8 on the charge. Now they get him to ground. Phillips rips it away to Jones. Here they come, Wales. Jamie Roberts, they're inspired now. And Dousa Toia came through. He came through the middle, so he was okay. Now Phillips. Oh, Aaron Dornicky really felt that. That was a head-on-head clash. Now Phillips. They might start thinking drop kicks as well. Jones, I don't think this time, maybe. Yes,
he wants it.
He wants it. Here he goes. Left foot. It's not the right way. It's been, well...
Wow, what happened there?
What happened? Pinball stuff. He didn't want to kick it left-footed.
He certainly did not. I can see why. This is the break from Faletau.
What do you want?
Smashing into Medard. From there, you can see Roberts is get going forward. This is his charge, and they're getting good quick ball here, Wales. A different team with the ball on the front foot. There's plenty of players around. Stephen Jones, this is just the finish of it. He went to go off the right, propped back onto the left, just didn't quite work. But they have certainly got their tails up, the Welsh now.
Bradley Davis on for Alwyn Jones for the Welsh side. And there's also a change to number 18, Julien Pereira. There he is. He's going on to replace number 4, Pascal Papi.
Well, 20 minutes remaining, and we're going to see a few more changes before this one is finished. So Mike Phillips is going to feed this scrum. And it's a very sound scrum too. Have a look at this. Got to be careful they don't turn it right round. And I think maybe they've survived here, Wales, because it very nearly went through the 90, but the front rows came up, so they get another go.
So they're back down Roberts, you can see there the 12 lurking. He's gone on to the scrum, so Wales, on that evidence, look like they're going to be trying to get a penalty out of this, Matthew.
Yeah, might do, but I like the look of Halfpenny and Jonathan Davies. We haven't mentioned him a lot tonight. And, of course, the big George North on the left wing here. But you're right, there's been a good plate replacement from Gatlin. He might have missed the conversion, but what a man to bring on, Justin, for the last quarter of the game in Stephen Jones.
Now it looks like somebody's got hurt in this scrum. I mean, Nicholas Mars, perhaps. So the big number 3.
Yeah, Nicholas Mars, he's the man who's been injured in that scrum. Well, big moments. This is a semi-final of the Rugby World Cup. Wales have just scored. They've now got momentum. They've got confidence. They look a lot more inspired than what they did 20 minutes ago. Opportunities like this you need to take. They need to have a great series of attack here from this field position. This is the time. This is the time. These are the moments where you take your chances. Grab the game by the scruff of the neck.
Touch. Pause. Engage.
Crowd in good voice as Phillips. Now Phillips away to Jones, to Davis. Well contained by the French defence, but it's there again for Phillips. Now the short pass goes up to Jones and driven across the touchline. They flirted with the touchline a little bit too much.
Well, that's what they do. That's their attack. Again, they try to just bring all the defenders right across, but it's such a narrow blindside to get down. You can see very good work there from the outside backs. Onside Clerc and Medard, who keep Jones up and then are able to get him pushed across the touchline. They're not out of the woods yet, France. Going for a short line out here.
Sazuski to throw. And nicely done. Taken down by Nello, but Wales making a real nuisance of themselves here. It's going to come, though, for Dimitriashvili. Heaves it high into the air, but not gaining a lot of ground with the kick. Wales won't be too disappointed with this. Well, what sort of dramas are going to unfold in the next 16 or 17 minutes of this game?
Jones just had a word to George North in the area as he's forwarding just outside. I'd like to see an in-ball to George North.
They need to get the line-outs right, though. It's been a weakness from Wales tonight. And Aaron Ordicki takes it down for France. Medard is way back on the goal line, looking as though he might do the clearing. No, in fact, Yashvili does it himself. It's not a great kick. North tries to keep it in, and no, he doesn't. Now, let's see what Jonathan Kaplan says here. Did it go out anyway? Yes, it did.
Great kick from Yashvili. He's just did those lovely little probing kicks. Let's have a look at the foot there. The plane of touch. What I talk about there, Graham?
A dodgy one. Might have kept that in.
Now Hugh Bennett, got to get this right. Well, it falls for Faletau. A little bit lucky, Wales, but they'll take it at this stage of the game, I'm sure. Ryan Jones has it. Now Phillips directing the traffic. Bradley Davis in 18. Now Phillips. Off it goes to Stephen Jones. To North. Big and powerful George North. Takes a big man to put him away too, Rougerie, who has been rather anonymous tonight. Rougerie. That big George North, as Matthew said earlier, the youngest semi-finalist ever. And that's a don't argue for Mermos.
Their ball, blue ball. Seconds in. Seconds. Crouch. Touch. Pause. Engage.
Just under 15 minutes remaining in this first semi-final as Yashvili serves it up for Para. Now Rougerie, and once again playing the field position. France not prepared to chance their arm under any circumstances.
They are not, and yeah, they're obviously confident in their game plan and confident. They would have talked about it at half-time. They would have recognised the fact that they have this advantage, and they would have spoken about what they want to do to manipulate that situation. And obviously that is territory. They'll kick the ball, trying to keep Wales under pressure, but they're keeping Wales in the game. They're not accumulating points themselves. That's their biggest problem with their game plan at the moment.
Speaking of problems, Welsh have the throw to the line out again, and this time they nail it. Phillips. Clare waits. A little awkward, but he gets it. Wales trying to get players there, but not quite. They're lying over it. Squashed under a body there, but it's going to come back on the French side. Now, just in Welsh territory. Deux-Sautois. They don't care how they do it, as long as they do it. They might have turned it over here. Looks like Wales have stolen this. I reckon they have. And here's Stephen Jones. Off it goes for Roberts. Now halfpenny. And Wales, it's precious possession. That's what they need. Can they manipulate their way downfield? They'll use the blind side. Bradley Davis. Now Phillips for Bennett, the hooker. Wasn't held, so he stood up again. Now Bonnier. France putting pressure on. Williams is in there. Shane Williams. So Phillips gets it away. Gethin Jenkins puts a step on, but he doesn't go anywhere.
It wasn't a step, I don't think. It was he hesitated.
He did. Now Stephen Jones. And a nice bounce for the Welsh. Back for fullback Medard. Oh, flying at him was Davis, Jonathan Davis. And finally the ball in touch.
Oh, just a chest checking if he was outside his 22 there. Very, very close. No, he's fine.
Just managed it. 11.5 minutes. Tipped by Davis. Now here's Phillips, the big man. The ever-present danger. Shane Williams. Good aggressive tackling by Bonnier. Wales. Davis. Place in the World Cup final at stake here. 9 points to 8. Wales have done a wonderful job up to this point. Faletau. Phillips again. Stephen Jones. And that's nicely judged as well. Can he get it out? He can. Well, that's the value of experience. 103rd cap tonight for Stephen Jones.
Well, the difference as well was Wales were prepared to run at France. So they run at them, and to the point, look at that thing. It's got me in my stride there. I don't know what that's doing, but it's obviously helping Bonnier. But my point is, they brought the defence up to enable Jones to make a nice kick. France at the moment are just kicking the ball back aimlessly. They're not fatiguing them at all, or they're not asking any questions defensively first.
3 or 4 big carries from Toby Faletau too, the number 8 for Wales.
Sarzuski throws to Nallet. And Sarzuski's got it, but he's only 6 or 7 metres from his own goal line. Yashvili kicks, and this one drifting into touch. And again, not a lot of ground gains. And so Wales now, if they can get their line out right, are a real threat.
They're making it difficult for themselves. Yashvili's on a hiding to nothing to try and kick that away. Need to make their way infield, perhaps open up a decent opportunity for either him to kick or Parra to kick. At the moment, he's being stuck there and he's not getting any distance.
So Bennett, dramatic semi-final. It bounces nicely for Phillips. Jones back here to Roberts, and the big man crunches it over the 22. Now Phillips goes again. France wary of the danger of Mike Phillips in close. Now Faletau. brings it back. Ball lost behind. France might have grabbed this. No, still on the Welsh side. Nobody lined up for a drop kick at this point, but it'll be going through the minds of the Welsh. Here's Davis, good run. Now Phillips works it away for Jenkins. Phillips once more. Jones. Oh, he lost it in contact. That could have been a big moment. Wales putting pressure on and getting the penalty as well.
Wait for the ball, please.
Falatau, who's playing advantage, was the referee, and then Wales infringed.
Well, he's talking with North a lot, was Jones. I think he needed to give him the ball nice and early here. You can see him there. He's taking the ball forward, but there's North, who just came into picture there. He would have been better to give it to the big man, let him carry that ball forward. As it was, he took it to the line, got hit by a couple of defenders and spilt the ball.
Great defence from the France replacement hooker, Zazulski. He put the big hit on Stephen Jones. He shouldn't have been taking it up. He's not the man to carry the ball into that defence.
Seven and a half minutes remaining at Eden Park. Well, Wales. It's all about possession now for the Welsh. Jones aware of that. Clout waits. Safe under the high ball. He's an outstanding player. Oh, he's gone down in a Hollywood. Referee's not going to buy that, no. Now Phillips might have just nudged this too far. He has, and it's a fair catch. And Medard takes that fair catch. And nicely into touch.
Nice kick. Let's play on though.
And away go the Welsh again through Lee Halfpenny. Now Phillips. Jenkins heaves it wide. This is what they've got to do. George North. As Phillips waits. Now Bennett works it away for Jones. Halfpenny. 5 metres in French territory. Slowly working their way downfield. Jenkins.
Need to be patient, Wales. They know they've got Lee Halfpenny, who can certainly kick them from this area.
Now Stephen Jones away for Charteris. Trying to steal the ball off him. And he's played it on the ground.
Here we go.
Here we go.
The architects of their own demise springs to mind, the French. They just haven't been positive enough, and an opportunity you would think for Lee Halfpenny. This could be just out of Jones's range. The young man.
Wasn't he entitled to that ball?
Time off, Julio, time out.
I thought that it was fine when I first saw it, but he was lying on the ground. They go through the ruck very well, the French. So he's entitled to that. He's pulled that back, and he's held on to it.
Yes, it went the wrong way. No doubt about that.
He's got every right to put his hands in his face. Another change for the French. Fulgence, Redrago, he comes on. He's going to replace a very good player in Julien Bonner.
Well, he's taking an eternity to line this up as Lee Halfpenny. Obviously, if he gets it, then the French won't have much time left because... sorry, he had turned the clock off. You could just hear Alain Roland say there that the clock had gone off, so he had time to Halfpenny.
Cometh the hour, cometh the man, Justin.
Well, he certainly has the ability, and we saw that in the quarterfinal against Ireland. He will get the distance, I reckon. It's all a question of can he get it straight. Lee Halfpenny halfpenny from halfway. Up it goes and just under. Oh dear.
I thought he would have well had the distance. I think he just hit the ground a little bit, Matthew, did he?
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see there. And here's this must be the penalty here, and that's Aeronautica. And then there's a couple of grabs there, wasn't there, from
you'd have to say, yeah, justice has been...
Yeah, I've certainly seen...
Probably served.
The kick, and there it is, just falling. How close is it to make a Rugby World Cup final?
Well, it's not over yet. The big kick is away downfield. Wales have to bring it all the way back from inside their own half, and here's Halfpenny again. Now Phillips. Jones works it across. Bit of space here for Roberts, but they ran out of room in the end.
Well, how many times have they done that, Wales? They need to stop getting pushed into touch. Many times it's happened in this game. But the French, they just look lost. They haven't fired a punch at all in this half. They have not contributed at all, really, to this game. It's hard to believe they're actually ahead. The Welsh have dominated all aspects, even though they've been down a man. France guilty of protecting a lead that they possibly could have just about given away a couple of minutes ago. And this game is still not beyond the realms of Wales winning. Still need to be nice and accurate, the French.
We can tell you that Julien Bonner has been named man of the match. And France, well, they have possession. They have 3 minutes to hang on to it. And they won't take a lot of form into the Rugby World Cup final if they do hang on.
No, they won't.
Wales, I reckon they've turned this. No, they certainly thought so. They're going to get a scrum anyway. So they've stayed in this. It's unbelievable. And some of the French coaching staff can't watch anymore. Someone's gone for a walk.
Well, they're doing everything that they possibly can to give Wales every opportunity to win this game, Matthew.
Julien Bonner, man of the match, just part of a very strong French loose trio who really have distinguished themselves 2 weeks in a row. But can they hang on and make the final? Wales. Now Phillips away for Jones. Williams, Shane Williams that is. Well taken in midfield by Mermos. Now Phillips goes again for Charteris. He's worked his heart out tonight too, Luke Charteris, the big number 4. Now Wales building. France have got to be careful not to give away a penalty as well. Here's Faletau. Ball is there again. As Phillips, short to Bradley Davis. Phillips once more. Stephen Jones. Back to Davis. They've worked it up to the 10 metres line. Phillips has another dab down the blind side. Now Hugh Bennett. Just over a minute remaining in the semi-final.
Now or never.
Wales are all gathered around the ball. Now they spread out a wee bit. They can work it down to the 22. Stephen Jones, I'm sure, will have a drop kick. It's a wee way to go, though. They're in the last minute. They've worked themselves to a standstill, the Welsh, tonight. It's been a very brave performance. Ryan Jones, that's a good run. Now they sling it away for Shane Williams. Here is Jamie Roberts, a key man. Now Bradley Davis, he's been strong too. The French are only hanging on as Phillips finds Charteris. Another strong carry. France putting some pressure on. Phillips has it. Faletau taken immediately by Ouedraogo. Now Stephen Jones has dropped back, but it's a long way to drop kick. They're going to try and hang on to it for a bit longer.
Still too far for him to drop kick. Just need to be patient. French aren't committing. They're trying to stay nice and clean.
Big defence. France have got to be conscious as well of not giving away a penalty.
That's right. Look at them. They're all standing off. No one in the breakdown. They're saying, let us run at you.
So much at stake here. Wales have held this ball for a long, long time. 20 phases. Ryan Jones. They're not really going anywhere, it has to be said. So France won't be too disappointed. They'll just sweat on a mistake. So Mike Phillips. Now they're coming to this near side. Great rush of red jerseys. Ball lost. Faletau tidies up. And it went back, so it's okay. Here's Phillips again. Now Jones. Stephen Jones has to lay it back again. Well, this is real drama. It's like a game of chess. They're trying to maneuver each other around the park. But France are making the tackles.
Still not committed. Look at the French. They're all just standing off.
Faletau drops the pass off. Again, it's there. Now a chance to maybe open it up. Jones gets the call. Ball lost behind. Snapped up by the French.
Of all people, Jamie Roberts.
That might be enough. They'll scramble this into touch. They can't wait to get it into touch. They do so. France go to the final, as they do every 12 years. And they are through to the final by 9 points to 8.
The 10th meeting between France and America. The French looking for their 6th consecutive win, whilst the Eagles, who have only triumphed twice, will look to repeat their heroics of 1996. And these are two quality sides looking to try and bring home the bronze medal for their respective countries at the Rugby World Cup of 2017. Tim Baker, the referee, says, let's get started. And we're underway for the bronze medal final. First touch to Stacey Bridges, taking the ball down. Ocean gets it out, and here's Rogers. Hope Rogers in the loose head prop position. Go back to the right now, where Canet just releases the ball to Gray. Jordan Gray, the 24-year-old number 8 for America. Rogers again puts her hand up, never afraid of charging forward. There's the 24-year-old in good yards. Now the backs look to get the ball. Canet quickly out to Kauta to Hevelin. Ember's up. Ember thought about passing to Thomas. The better option was to hold on to the ball, and they've gone lateral now. Oshana gives it out to Kauta. Lovely tackle around the bootlaces from Ménager. America controlling the tempo. Ember now out to Canet, the 19-year-old. Looked up. Good defence coming in from the French. You'd expect that. Their defence working at around 92% efficiency, and now America, not too many other options, but the kick downfield to look for some territory. Nice kick from Cheddar Ember. And they get on with the game quickly. Amadi says, let's get it in, and here comes Glacinou. Glacinou around the corner. Tackle from Gray. France first possession, and just happy to take it into the contact as Nissan.
First girl there, she's won it.
Clean steal from the Americans, so the turnover. Here goes Gray. Tackle there from Minot, the captain for France. Frantic start to this game, and now they get it out. Here goes Ember. Couldn't find Thomas on that occasion. The high kick, or the fly kick from Bouzard. Thomas the offload to Kauta again. They leave Kauta to the 22. Ocean gets it out to the captain. Faye gets it to Canet. Canet, that pass a little low. Rogers, who's been in everything in the opening 2.5 minutes of this game. Options left and right. They bounce back to the left. Now to Ember. Ember gets it out to Thomas. Christine Thomas, they know what a threat she is. Good tackle coming in from Corson. America still in control of the tempo and possession. They've gone 5 phases. No clear release there, possibly. The ball is up, and so now they've got to let it go. Ocean gets ball and defender. Here's Hevelin, the offload. 6 phases gone for the Americans. Out to the right they come. This is Parsons. Parsons challenges the line. First up tackle's been made by the French. Again, it's recycled. Here's Bridges. Bridges to the line. France look interested, but America still have possession. Canet out to Coulter. The kick and chase. How's the bounce of the ball? Out towards the touchline. Not too much there that Brizard could do, but take it in, and now America have to defend. Now the French
stay there, White.
Have had to make a number of tackles in the opening 3 minutes here, and now they get possession, but they're only 5 out from their own goal line. Ménager takes it. Lepesque
use it now.
In at half. Drouat back in the pocket. That's a nice contact. Down to where Canet takes it above her head. Gets it into Tapper. Stand by when Tapper gets the ball. Naya Tapper to the line. Good defense from the French. Ocean gets it, and they look to try and get it out. Bobbled there, Gustitis, and strong defense again
Here
from
it
the
is.
French.
Let it go.
Looking for the turnover. Again, America controlling the ball. Ocean gets it to Canet. They got some forwards in front, and so Coulter takes it, then throws the ball out.
Knock on.
Ember has lost a forward, and finally, perhaps the French will get possession with a turnover here. It's on the French side. They'll come back for the knock-on. What a start to this game, Melody Robinson.
Oh, how about that? Fabulous play, really, passage of play from the United States. They showed a lot out there. They used their forwards. They've been using their backs like Coulter to try and get the ball out to Ember, Thomas, and also Tapper on the right-hand side. And here's that run from Tapper. She probably needed to straighten up a little because she made it easier for the defensive players to come across and cover her. But man, she puts a shiver in the defensive spine when she runs up. And look at the offloading that they've been putting into this game. This is a step up from what we saw from them in their game against New Zealand. They are looking good, and so's Hope Rogers with great bullocking runs like that.
First scrum of the match after 5 minutes. Lepesque to feed.
Advantage.
They've got an advantage here. The French, they run a few decoys, and then they look to try and get the pass out to Glassanu as quickly as they can. Beats Tapper, then the offload to Amadi. Mosera. Amadi wears 15 for the French. The offload and lost forward there from Forlani. That's an advantage here if the Americans want to use it. And Cheddar Ember looks up and decides to go into the shoulder of Duval. Ocean. Here's great. It's gone backwards, and Bridges is there. She's such a good player as Stacey Bridges, the 29-year-old. We're in jersey number 4, and now back to Canet. She makes contact and it's kicked out on the full. There's no advantage here from the original lost forward from the French, and the Americans will get possession.
They're kicking it at the right time too, aren't they, the United States, just to try and relieve a bit of the steam on the pressure cooker, which is test match rugby.
Stay straight.
The knock on there.
Stay nice and straight for me. Okay.
French will look to offload a lot too in this match. There is a little bit of space for the French on Tapper's wing side. She comes off her man quite a bit. If they use quick hands, they might be able to get some good meters on that left-hand edge.
Plenty of support for Les Bleus, as well as the Eagles. And Devon.
Sit. Hold blue.
Oceani, a 28-year-old. Helped win the bronze medal for America at the Rugby World Cup in 2013 in Moscow as Gray tried to create some space for Tapper. It's gone backwards and then finds the touchline. But how impressed have you been with Jordan Gray throughout the tournaments?
Yeah, she's been outstanding. She's been their main ball carrier in the team, more than this young lady Tapper, who's also just been outstanding. She hasn't played rugby for that long, Naya Tapper, but Gray, that intention to get the ball out to her right wing was the right one. She just couldn't quite get it out.
First line out for the French. It's gone down the side of the Americans, and Augustine gets held up. You can see the French, the strength of the French players there, holding Augustine off the ground.
Knock on. No, it's a knock on from the line out.
They are terrific athletes.
We'd have to suggest with that little hiccup in the line out that the French might be feeling the heat a little.
Try and get a hit there, okay?
Just really calm yourself down when you get to the set piece. concentrate, make sure you do those basics right.
Oceani with the feed. So she was in Moscow in 2013 with Team America for the World Cup, and of course they get to host the World Cup next year in San Francisco. To the Americans, Gray gets in, gets the ball out, but she also gets the defender, and Zuli Aneri as well to hold on to possession, does Gray. Hope Rogers. Good meters from Rogers, not held, releases, gets up and goes again. French captain needs to roll away from there, and she was too slow.
Have to say, Hope Rogers, excellent work. She's quite low to the ground. She's got a good centre of gravity, extremely powerful. She has fought for the starting position. She's come off the bench most of the tournament. She even made a big impact at the Sydney Sevens this year, where she went and played for the USA. No one could stop her, and that's why.
She made her debut against France in 2013, did Hope Rogers, and she started playing rugby as a sophomore at Chambersburg High School in Pennsylvania. The kick. I think it crossed the plane.
Has it gone, first or into touch?
It's gone into touch first, so they will get the line out.
Yes, but that new rule, Thomas, if she had have leapt in the air and got it back, it would have been the United States ball.
Well, they've got the ball, it was the penalty.
Back, you've already got one. Thank you.
And so Augustine gets it in. Washington tips it back. Gustitis can't hold it, but referee says play on. Here's Bridges. She's been involved in everything in the opening 10 minutes. Canet out to Parsons, standing in the midfield. Good contest that between Parsons and Ménager. Two of the great loose forwards at this World Cup of 2017. Out to Ember. Chedoremba draws in 3 defenders, and now Drouin goes in to effect the tackle. It's on the ground. Canet, such a good first 5, out to the captain, and now out to Washington. She's not afraid of going into contact as Alicia Washington. They go the same way. Kelter gets it back. Here comes Rogers. Rogers running like a 3/4.
Tackle, please.
Into the heavy contact. They've got to release now. Out to the left again they come. This is Parsons who got it started. Looking to try and steal it is Duval. She's done well.
Leave it now.
Initially has Duval, but now she must release the ball. Gray with the sidestep. Here comes another tackle from Polani. Big hits coming in from the French. America controlling the tempo. And here goes Fa'ai. Good run from the captain. Kelter in at first receiver, now out to Canet. The pump and then out to Ember. They get it out to Tapper. Ryan Tapper close to the line, picked up and went again. Rolls a couple of times as well. And there's advantage. I think she's lost it forward.
Look at the aggression from that French defence on Tapper, because they know I guess the threat she is. Second 5'8" for France. Pouplan had come right across and made the hit on the inside to help out the winger. Much better pass from Ember, trying to get it out early now to her outside. Have a look. 2-on-1. Rassano in 2. And the first 5, Drouin comes across as well. She did some big hits. Ménager, she is one heck of a defender. Just a little high there for Gray. I think her body position just needs to get lower. She's 6 foot tall, so it's very difficult.
35, in fact, 43 tackles made here. So the 35, 2 missed, you can see for France. 6 by the Americans. And so they've had a wealth of possession, have America, but they've got nothing to show for it.
Control your body weight, keep it up, and don't go down. Okay.
No surprise, Mel, with France, 92% efficiency.
You can't see it here, but the number 14 just at the bottom of your screen is really flat. What that indicates to me is that France are probably going to kick it, and she's going to put the chase on. There she is, right on the number 10 there.
Well, she's been marked by the invisible woman as well, because no one's marking her. Now the feed, Lepesque. The French hold it in up, doing so much defending now on the attack. Parsons shuts down the space on Ménager.
Push back, White.
They regroup, and now they get it out to Drouin. Across they go. Pouplan straight into Kelter. No way through there. French now Sure, Lopez back into the pocket. Amedi weren't too many options, so she's gone to the air, and Ocean gets it back now to Emba. Cheddar Emba, in fact that's Tapper, the right winger. Quickly it's Heveland out to the captain and Fai. Tiffany Fai, born in America, raised in New Zealand, now back in America, and now the Americans on the attack. This is Emba in jersey 15. Up from fullback, looking for some work. Gray again, puts the head down, runs into a couple of defenders.
Stay 4.
Oceani gets it out, Kinnett. In fact, that's Heveland at first receiver. Nice catch there from Gustitis. Not how it goes again! Gustitis gets into the backfield. France, all hands on deck.
Advantage.
And now the penalty will come. Annette
Penalty
thought that
advantage,
she had all
right?
rights, and she went at the ball again, and now Rogers picks and goes. Hope Rogers. Good 5-metre gain there from the loose head prop. Out to the right, they want to go. Kinnett out to Kelter. Kelter steps, gives it back to Kinnett. Now they've got numbers. Parsons has got Tapper to her right. Holds on to the ball. Still an advantage here for America. You'd think Kinnett gets it out to Gustitis, who started it with a big run.
Advantage,
A new advantage. They're offside. Menage is offside. 14 gone. Kinnett, the 19-year-old, to Kelter. Heveland looks, gives it out to Emba. They've got numbers here. And good defence again from the French. They've made about 3 million tackles in 15 minutes.
Well, they've made a total of 52. They've missed 5, whereas the Americans have made 8, and they've been huge defensive hits, and that's probably the difference here. The sheer physicality and size and strength of the Americans at this point, plus they've got the majority of possession, and they're putting a variety of attack moves out there too, which is just so fantastic to watch.
83% to Team USA for possession. Look at that stat there, and they'll be wanting to get some points. They need some reward on the scoreboard.
Yeah, if you have that much of the pill, it has to end up with points. Same thing against New Zealand. They had a number of opportunities out wide. It looks like they're really trying to identify that better in this test match, and it's just great to see how they've really grown through this Rugby World Cup.
Well, the dual international, having represented her country in hockey as the captain of the ice hockey team at the under-18 World Champs, where they won gold under the guidance of this young athlete on your screen at the moment. Aleve Kelter decided to chance her arm in the sport of rugby and has never looked back. Such a great asset to our sport. And the 26-year-old who was in Rio last year with Team USA looks to try and get the first points of the test match. The bronze final, first points to Team USA. 16 gone, they lead by 3.
They really deserve it. They've been fantastic so far, with 16 minutes on the clock. And Kelter's been involved in a lot with that wonderful pass she has. It allows them to get it out wide. France have got to come up with something.
Well, they need possession. They've had 16% of it in the opening quarter of the game, and that's a nice high restart coming in to take it cleanly. Was Abby Gustitis, wearing jersey 6, gets the start. She's been good, and so is this young lady. Here goes Hope Rogers again. Picks up and goes again. Valuable meters. There's no stopping Rogers. Gets to the halfway. And now out to where the backs are. Heveland. They shut the space down here for Thomas. They drive it towards the sideline. Throws the ball back in. Heveland reacts well. Now Oceanic Kinnett to Fahy. Now Washington. Washington with the offload. America. They're queuing up. Here goes Bridges. And now long. Parsons to Tapper. Into the 22 go Team USA. And it's been stolen. Publan. They needed something special, and Elodie Publan has stolen the ball. Now the French have got numbers out here. Menage. More forwards along the chain. Corson lost it backwards, and here goes Nissan. Nissan now into the backfield. Ember makes the tackle. Thomas looks for the steal. France have it. France had numbers, and they needed to release it there. They come to the right. Amadi now out to Aneri. France first real attacking opportunity and first time inside the American 22. Amadi out to Ménager, holds it up. America get the ball, so an advantage here possibly for Team USA. Well, there's going to be some tired bodies, and there's going to be a tired commentator at the end of this game. As Rogers goes on the attack again. Boy, it's just frantic. This is quality World Cup rugby. End-to-end stuff. The ball's gone backwards again. The counter-attack comes in from France. Washington picks it up. Ember says, let's get out of here. Looks for the sideline, and we all get a breather.
Another good decision from the fullback from the United States, but wow, we talk about excitement. Here's Rogers. She's been doing a lot of work just like that, and her appreciation of the law there, because she wasn't held by the tackler, she was able to stand up and pick it again. Just one point to note, those American forwards just need to get on her, their body on her as she's hitting up to help her out. Here, Tepper, fantastic work, but maybe just a little bit isolated, maybe needed to go down earlier. She had the support there, but gee, this is just sterling stuff.
They go high, and Maya gets up. Maya, good take from the loose forward. 26-year-old who has scored a try in the tournament. Now pulled across the line, Drouard. They give it to Ménager. Didn't play in the last game and was sorely missed, and we saw the effort and the impact that she has as now Caroline Drouard.
Stay positive.
The 21-year-old first five. Here goes Amadi, a basketball type pass. Just shuffled it out along the back line. Here comes the captain, Mino. Gayo, picked up by Lepesque. Lepesque will challenge any defence. Not how it gets up and goes! Lepesque up to Tapper. Gray is there to make the tackle. The French finally arrive. Good contest. Referee says play on.
White, you've lost it.
They pick and go again to France. Aneri. Nice bend from the loose forward. Pass on the inside. Lepesque again gets involved in it. Gracenu is there. Mignon.
That's fine.
Is how the ball is there. America look interested, and then they get back on side. Here is Gracenu. Gets it out to Drouard. Out to Amadi. They've got numbers, and they've got some pace. Poublan. No, out to Nissan. Along. Here comes the first try, possibly. Reaching. Kazan. What a finish. She had never had to score that. And France, after doing so much defending, score the first try in the bronze final.
We are getting absolutely everything in this match. It was unbelievable. The captain Mignon, she took control first up, and then we got a nice little break here by Lepesque. She had the support, she had people behind her, she took it herself, just like Hope Rogers did only a few minutes ago. And they swarmed over, then they used that beautiful skill set that we know they have. Perfect straightening up, draw, pass, simple stuff, and then the power of Croissant over. Wonderful.
She says in her profile, Mel, that her favourite rugby player was Jonah Lomu, and that is Jonah Lomu-esque. That is just pure power.
Yeah, she's a great athlete. We've seen her on the World 7 series as well. You don't often see locks playing sevens, but that you can see why right there, because of that superb athletic ability.
Here is Mosera Amedi. 21 points. She scored a try against Japan in a match that they won 72-14. Lovely connection just out to the right. And what a response from the French. They've had very little possession and they lead after 30 minutes.
Well, actually, they're such a dangerous team. They do this often if they get a little bit of the pill. They've got all these exceptional X-factor players that can pull something out of nothing, and Croissant is one of those.
22 gone, rather.
Make sure they're behind 12.
France take the lead. And how do America respond? France currently ranked 3rd in the world, America 5th.
And this is Kelter with the restart, nice and high, down to where the try scorer takes it. In fact, that's wow. Lovely take from the loose forward, now out to Drua. They've got some forwards standing out in the midfield. Here's their captain, and that is Duval as well. Amadi wanted the ball at first receiver, finally gets it, then releases. Good defense, great read from the Americans. The turnover's good as well. Washington, illegal. Someone put their hand in there. I think it was Thomas.
Well, the Americans have been very good at slowing up that ruck ball legally, but that time was just basically hands in a ruck. So once you've got opposing players from each team standing over the ball, you cannot put your hands in there. You've either got to do the counter ruck, which is driving through with your body and using your feet.
Oh, Christine Thomas, track and basketball background. Have a look at this. Jersey 11. There she is there. The hands go in, and that's where it comes back.
Yeah, that's when you've just got to use your strength of your body to drive over rather than the hands. She's been good, though. Even when she just gets a sniff of space, somehow she manages to glide through, and it's because she's got blistering speed.
There is Gail Mignon in her third World Cup, having been with France in 2010 and 2014. They send some forwards out, the loop around back to Drua. Nice read there from Gray, and Parsons out in the midfield. Again, they move it out to the left. Corson runs into the American captain and also Kelter.
Tackle, release!
Got a release now. Presented, and here's Amadi up looking for some work from fullback. Gray makes another tackle. Parsons is alongside her. They quickly clear it out to Poublan, out to Nissan. Nissan trying to create some space. Bouzat and to Thomas. Good clean out. They kept possession, and now Drua gets it out one wider to Maya. Again, Lopez goes in, and again they come out to the left. Nice hands from Amadi. Out to Anieri. Goes on, Tapper gets rid of it! Anieri can't get to the line. Good shot coming in from Ember.
Oh, she's slippery, isn't she? Artery, a little like a eel. If you know anything about eels, they are slimy. And she just gets past the tackler by using that lovely fend. She's also very quick as well. Once again, the width of the passes, the straight running. She's got a little in and out. One of the work-ons for Tapp is probably the D, but hey, 3 defenders there, they took care of her in the end.
Defensive line out for the Americans. Augustine throws it to Bridges off the top ball, and now they use Parsons at first receiver out in the midfield. Parsons runs into Ménager, now out to Canet. Makes the contact, Amadi's in good field position, the fullback will clear it. Goes on one of those trademark runs, looking for the winger. Gray with another tackle on Gracenu. Out to the left, they slow it down, and this is Maya. Gets met by Parsons.
3.
Lepesque out to Amade, and now Nissan. Good shot coming in from Heveland, but they've managed to offload the ball, and France again continue to drive forward. That's the 22 you can see. Out to Drua, change of angles, nice tackle from Kelter. Had to be made. France now slow things down. Lepesque out to Nissan, and now out to Bouzat. Caroline Bouzat, the 23-year-old. That was Corson. Now Ménager, sit out, she says. Then the offload. Duval goes 7 short. Washington looks to try and steal, can't get it. The French have got the full back line out to the left. Amadi has it. Amadi challenges the line. Great tackle from Rogers. The loose head prop steals it illegally.
1.
And she couldn't help herself after such a great tackle.
Over the ball.
Oh, it was like a little lollipop there, wasn't it? She just wanted to get it, but it wasn't legal. But gee, I tell you what, the French, what I'm liking about them is that they're running onto the ball. It sounds like a simple concept, but a lot of teams live really deep behind the last ruck, and the French are not, and then they spread their numbers across the field. That puts that defence of the United States under all kinds of duress. There it is there. She was not on her feet in the slightest. But wowee, the girls in blue are going good now.
And so are their fans in the stand. And a sign of respect from this French side. They have opted for the points. This is the bronze final. It is a tournament and a competition in third place that they have basically had a mortgage on. They've been here 7 times. 5 times they've claimed third position. Looking to try and move her total for the tournament from 21 to 24. Amadi moves in, just pushes it to the left. And so the score remains 5-3, 12 to play in the first half.
In golf, you call that a gimme, but of course, she didn't get it through the posts. How crucial will that be?
I'd never give you a gimme on the golf course now, never.
You know how bad I am.
Exactly.
Rugby players don't make good golf players, do they?
The chant comes around the stadium, USA and France. Drouard will take it here. That's the halfway line you can see. And France look to try and build the attack from inside their own half. Amadi says, let's go for territory, bounces it in between Ember and Tapper. Ember with some time, takes it and then makes good contact with the right foot. Finds touch.
Yeah, she's covered the kick receipt very well, has Ember. She stands deep, she moved well there, covering a lot of metres at the back, and when she does decide to run it, she's the 4th best metre eater in this competition as well.
Oh, she holds the ball like it's a loaf of bread in just one hand.
She does, doesn't she?
Mignon can't find the target, but Augustine gets it, and now out to Gray, to Coulter. Just inside the French half, they look for the counter ruck.
You did everything right.
And then they leave it. Canet gets it back to Ember. Back to Thomas, and now a mistake there. The French look to try and bounce, and they have.
Advantage.
Turnover here, Lepesque. Straight back to Amadi. In at first receiver, and now here goes Maya. Go one way, and then they come back to the French, and unorthodox type of pass to Gorson, and now Duval. Duval throws the dummy. That's Nissan rather. Nissan, last line of defense. What a dummy. 7 short. France on the attack. Lepesque needs some help. Gets it out. Gives it to Folani. France 5 short, and now out to Drouard. They loop around. Here goes Duval, who started it. Julie Duval. 3 short. Advantage. Again out to the left. They've got an advantage. Reaching just a metre short is Aneri. They think about pick and go, and then they throw the pass, and Maya scores! France have got their second. Great patience.
You're offside, okay?
And a
Keep
great
coming
finish.
back under quick ball, okay? You're offside, that penalty advantage.
They're celebrating in the stands because once again we've been entertained. Big time. This time it was France. And look at that. The unorthodox options. The dummy went on. She knew that Ember had the wing covered, and what that meant going into contact was that they were able to recycle again. One of their forwards took it up, and in the end, Mayan with the try. She's got speed too. She had a man outside her, but the options they're taking are taking the United States by surprise, because when you expect them to keep it in the forwards, then suddenly they put it out to the backs, and every one of this team has got great skills.
What about the run from Carla Nissan down the right-hand flank? They got them over the advantage line, and then it was just a matter of being patient. And this is one of the best skilled team at the 2017 Rugby World Cup. Player for player, French flair has been shown over the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, this is how they love to play. They have belief and confidence, and that is why they're able to put it out there in a big test match here in Belfast.
Amedi. That's a better strike. And she moves her tally to 23 for the tournament. And Ale Bleu are on their feet.
Yeah, Mayan, she's the one with the points in the end. She's been doing a heck of a lot of work too at the breakdown. She deserves that big time.
Possession looking a little bit more respectable for the French, now 55-45 to America. At one stage there, France had 13% of possession. We'll restart. Justitis chases, and there's Mayans, the try scorer. He takes the kick off, and now Drew up. Not afraid to move the ball out of the French, and that's where they find space. Thomas made a tackle on Menage and had to make it because they had some players out. I think the tackle, though, no arms used.
Number 11.
And it was high.
Number 11.
Almost a try saver.
What about, you know, they're in their own half. Usually you would get your forwards to set it up, but no, what do the French do? They look to throw it around.
They haven't found touch, and Ember will look to try and bring an American team back into this game. Out to Tapper. Tapper gets it out. Canet to Kelter. Stay strong, does Kelter. Mayans makes the tackle. Now, Oshian out to Fahy, to Gray. They're working well. Other forwards.
Stu, stay there. Stu, stay.
Just the offloads have been good for America. Canet again. Throws the dummy, not really much on there. Washington will have to go in and help.
Tackle! Tackle!
Got to release now the tackle. Shiani gets it out to Parsons, who's so good on defence and also there on attack. Duval tries to steal it, can't do it. Now out to Augustine, goes sideways, which means that it's easy for Anetti to come up and make the tackle to cover two players at the same time. Canet again. Parsons gets it and gets rid of the ball that's been lost forward, and now France with an advantage. Lovely pass back to Arikas, and that is Bouzart in 14. They pick and go. Here's Lepisque. Lepisque gets it back to her captain, and Mignon. Oh, it's open! Magnificent for Mignon. Third World Cup, third try for France.
They're playing direct rugby now, which is the opposite from what they were playing just before when they were throwing it around. And who else but Captain Fantastic to finish that one off. The little dab around the blind side, that beautiful offload out the back, recycle. And here she is there. Look at how she changed direction, stepped off her left foot, and then went straight through. Oh, yeah, they just didn't number up on defence there, the United States.
I'm fine, thank you.
They had too many numbers out to the right-hand side, and they didn't perceive the threat that is Mignon.
Mignon, 3 carries, 24 metres. And there is the reaction from the supporters. They've been a fantastic team at this World Cup. Some suggesting French rugby has gone to a new level.
Well, they've had a great system in France for a long time with their top 14 sides. A lot of women play there. They're well supported in the 15-a-side game, so I'm not surprised that they're always good at World Cup level.
And Amadi is now starting to make good contact. That extends the lead to 19 points to 3. There's the captain with the third try. And it was like the parting of the Red Sea. Once she got through, I think she surprised herself as well there.
No, she wasn't surprised. She's done this before. 2 Six Nations ago, she was the high-scoring forward in the competition. And there they are with the face mask, because she's a legend, a hero.
And I think this is her last tournament as well, Mel, in her 70th cap. What a way to celebrate it. But now America through Rogers. Finally, the Americans get some possession and territory. Rogers takes it in. The offload header. Bridges goes through. Then she passes it back to Augustine. Good work from the hooker to hold on to it. Canet gets it to Kelter. Heveland is there. Heveland to Thomas. Back to Ember. Now they need to be patient here, America. They've got the ball and it's been stolen there illegally.
Yeah, initially she was all good.
Tackle was complete. You must release.
But then when she was on the ground, that's when she had to let it go, and she was just lying on the wrong side there, Mignon. Good effort initially. And here is a great chance for the United States. They've won 3 of their own lineouts. They haven't lost one yet. Got to get those back 3 involved.
And here is Katie Augustine, the 33-year-old. She comes from an ice hockey background as well. She was the goaltender.
It's fine, they're on the line,
2002 to 2006 for the Northeastern Huskies. Goes to the back, they tap it and falls in the side of the French, but it's gone forward into the hands of Duval, and so America's still on attack. And they really need to score a try here to get back in this game.
Blue at the top.
They do, and once again, they'll just have to make sure that their set piece is tidy. They weren't able to manage it then because Mayan got in front of the jump up. They went to the back there, the US. But this is a good opportunity, you know, the defence is back. You can bring all the numbers in, man on.
They need to use Thomas on this, the left winger. She's standing behind the first five. No real threat there, but I think she needs to get ball in hand.
Bind. Sit. Steady, Blue.
Gray looks interested in going off the back from number 8. Gray does go off the back. Out to the left she comes, she gets isolated. Annette drives her back, and now they'll look to just pick and go here through Rogers. Hope Rogers again with one of those great runs. Supporters there. Now the Americans looking to break through. Gray, who started it, goes 4 short. They move out to the right. Oceani gets it out now, and this is Rogers again. Hope Rogers is hopeful, but can't get there.
Push on the line. On the line.
Just a metre short.
Short.
That's the captain. Rogers this time.
Release.
And it's short again. Gustitis has it. Gustitis reaches and scores. They have to score next, America. And that is great strength shown from Abby Gustitis. America are back.
Way to get back into this game, into this test match. Gustitis did it by herself in the end, but the work from the rest of the pack helped immensely. And Rogers, back to the future with the forward setting it up, wasn't it? And they've got confidence that they could do it because of the strength and power in that pack. It is the biggest pack they've named this tournament. And her long levers just got over the line.
Well, the Americans celebrate their first try. And 13 carries by Hope Rogers in the first half, Mel, from the loose head prop. 13 carries, 69 metres. That is phenomenal.
Well, it's a funny old World Cup because we've seen loose head props doing a lot of work, a lot of carries. It's like that position has evolved where the explosive runners, it's not just about taking care of breakdowns, it's about running it up as well.
And as they'd say in America, she's been tremendous. Tremendous. Count up. Makes good contact, and the flags are raised. A 9-point game here, 3 tries to 1. And France, after doing so much defending in the first 20 minutes, scored 3 tries. America responded. It's halftime here. The French lead 19, the USA 10. The bronze final is now 40 minutes away to decide who will be crowned the third best team that hadn't gone the 10 metres, but taken by Gustitis. The try scorer now out to Bridges. Bridges finds the shoulder of Mayans. And now Oceani out to Kelter, throws a dummy and then gets it wide to Wimber. Nice defensive line from the French, just holding their width and also their shape. America have possession, and here goes Hope Rogers. They send in 3 defenders to try and stop her. Out to Canet, young 19-year-old. Here's Parsons. Sarah Parsons, the 25-year-old, continues to drive forward. Oceani out to Kelter, back to Heveland. Heveland into the contact, almost isolated, but Gray gets there. They recycle again, and now it's out to Augustine, to Bridges. She'll pop the ball out. Lovely work from the women in the short numbers, the low numbers, and now out to Ember. Gives it to Parsons. Parsons says, see you later. And now Thomas. Oh, it's Harlem Globetrotter stuff. Look at the basketball passes here from Team USA. Into the 22 they go. 6 phases for the captain, possibly her last World Cup. And Canet, good start out to Heveland. Nice tackle there from Anetti. To the right they go, Gray back to Wemba. Kicks it along the carpet, Ahmadi's in good field position, gets it and just looks for the relief of the sideline. And America starting the second half as they ended the first.
They're playing with a lot of freedom, aren't they? Pushing those passes, turning the tables a little on the French, playing the style that they like to play.
Set the nice gap again.
And yes, the forwards out there involved, and they are not your typical rugby passes, but they are effective, and Thomas able to keep the ball alive there too.
And they win the line out to Canet. Here's Parsons in the midfield. Short ball to Coulter, changes the angle, that's been lost forward.
Not.
And so an advantage here for the French. They get back quickly in their first touch of the second half. They go through the middle for Lani. Now Lepesque.
Advantage over.
The advantage is over, and so Ménager stands at first receiver, gives it back to the try scorer, and Courton. Lepesque. Here is the captain, Mignon. Two captains come together. Lepesque looks like she's lost it forward there. And I think the Americans will get possession and very good field position.
Ooh, I'd like to see that again. I think there might have been a wee sneaky American hand in there. Let's have a look before I start. Oh, no, it was actually Mignon who put her hand on her own possession and upset the flow for the halfback. Sorry about that, United States fans.
And so the 24-year-old Hope Rogers, who made an impact from the bench, she got a start here today in this game, Alan. What have you made of her 42 minutes?
Well, she is doing everything her coaches have asked her to do. That is hit up the ball. She's very direct. She's running it straight. She's using her strength and her rugby nous to make great meters. Look at that. It's taking a couple of them to get onto it. And she hasn't even got her forwards backing her up and helping her with the momentum. It's all her. And that there, fantastic work, because she knew she was allowed to pick the ball up again. Honestly, the amount of work she's doing out there is outrageous.
Well, now she needs to put her mind on the scrum.
Hold.
Rogers, Augustine and Fa'ai up against Aricast, Mignon and Duval. Scrum strong, and now they give it to Thomas, coming looking for some work, the left winger. Breaks out of the first, goes close to the 22. To the right they come, America. Canet just got the defender at the same time. Heveland tidies up and keeps on hold of possession. Ember plays halfback. Bridges is just so good at first receiver as Stacey Bridges. To the left, Heveland gets the ball out, and Rogers looks like she may have sustained a little bit of an injury there, but it's Augustine who takes the ball into contact. Advantage here. Mignon didn't roll away quick enough. Heveland out to Ember. Tapper showing her strength. Naya Tapper, the tackle of Ménager.
Yeah, their discipline has been quite good so far. France had only, before that, given away 2 penalties, but that one, when you make a tackle, sometimes it's difficult to get out.
Shot at goal.
And that was the case there. So Kelter's going to take the shot at goal, which is an excellent choice to make. Mignon, she's the one that got penalised. And this will take it, if she nails it, to within a try, converted try.
Well, Gail Mignon is in her 3rd Rugby World Cup, the captain for France. 30-year-old, played in 2010, 2014, scored a try against Australia this year's from the Montpellier area in her 70th cap, and possibly her last. What a career she has had.
Yeah, she has. 30 years old. She's a front rower. She can keep going if she wants. Well, you don't write her off yet. She's a finalist in the 2015 Player of the Year Awards as well. Well deserved to be there. She does lead this team very well.
100% off the kicking tee is Aliyev Kelter, known on the 7 circuits. There she's made a real impact, and 12 months ago in her debut 15-a-side match she played against France in a game that they were beaten 31-6 in that match. They also lost 36-10 and 19-13 last year, so they've the French, they've played them 3 times, and Coulter strikes it beautifully. 6-point game. All to play for.
Number 5.
Yeah, and this is a different American team that's really evolved over the last 12 months with all the sevens players like Kelter on your screen coming in. She hadn't played 15-a-side rugby before November last year, and what an impact she's made as we see the bald eagle go crazy in the sidelines.
Lovely high restart from Drouard down to where Parsons will take it. Makes a couple of meters. Shani Canet throws a pass. Lovely hands there from Fa'ai. Really had to reach and pull it back in. And she got the defenders at the same time. Bridge comes around the corner to carry it forward. Now France thought about stealing it. They can't. Shani Canet, who's just a distributor. Back to Ember. She's carried it back so she can't get it out on the full. Ménager is back, covering to Amadé. There's plenty of space in behind here. Canet comes across, and that's a nice kick from the French fullback. What a player at 21.
Absolutely, she is. It looks like she's got a very good head on her. She's very calm. She's only little, but she makes some good hits out there as well. And she looked up, she knew that Ember, the fullback, was well in the middle of the field.
America go quickly and win the lineouts, controlled by Washington. Washington gets driven towards the sideline, shows strength to keep the ball in. Guess who? Rogers wants to go with the ball in. Here she goes again. Rogers. Adikas had to stop her. Canet, some decoy runners, they give it to Tapper. Thought about the offload, and now she gets it to Heaverland. Heaverland out to Ember, gets it quickly to Thomas. Christine Thomas steps on the inside. Ménager makes another tackle. And the number 8 shirt for France.
No, you
Shani tries to milk a penalty, and the referee says no chance.
Advantage not.
Look to try and offload there. The right intention, just the execution, unfortunately, for the 34-year-old captain.
Yeah, she's been good too. 7 carries for her. A lot of them have been in the midfield, and a lot of them she's passed the ball out to the back, so she's quite a versatile player, the captain.
You didn't have to.
Have a look at Thomas here. Hasn't seen too many opportunities with green grass in front, but has been good in the contact, and there it is there. Looked for the offload. Maybe should have kept that ball in tight to her body as she was sandwiched by the French defence.
Born in America, raised in Auckland, New Zealand, where she went to Birkenhead College, which is in the Auckland region, and then now living in America from Samoan heritage. And she's also part of the New York Rugby Club. So a big hello to our New York rugby fans who I'm sure will be watching.
Crouch. Bind. Sit. Hold.
Azad Ipesk. Ménager controls it there with the lovely green boots.
Stay bound. Balanced.
Good control here from the French. They've got the advantage. Lepesk says give it. Parsons is onto her so quick.
That was an excellent scrum and control at the back. It wasn't milking a penalty, it was, I guess, creating one, because obviously the French team have a lot more test match internationals underneath them.
Going
more
round
confidence
under pressure.
keeping that ball at the back there. It was excellent.
They've got a lovely kicking style, have the French players. You saw it there from Amadi. Makes good gains, and here's that control in the scrum.
Yeah, she just keeps it just at the back, underneath the foot. Looks like she's got soccer skills as well as rugby skills to me. Hallmark of a great number 8, and she plays open side as well.
Mignon with the throw. They're on in jersey 20, you can see as well. He's played a lot of number 8, comes onto the field and gets her hands on the ball in the yard from the Montpellier club. It's the maul called. Mignon has it in the back. America stay strong, and now they rumble forward to the French forwards. Good body positions from the French. Quickly, Lepesk says get it out. Drouard to the line. Contact made and just breaks through the tackle of Parsons. That's not easy to do. To the left they come again. Lovely offload. India gets it out. Now out to Amadi. Amadi to the line. Back to Grassinu. High tackle coming in from Calta. France still have possession, and now they get on the blind side. Lepesque. We might be going to the TMO.
Time.
Well, listen in.
So, B, what I've seen.
Yeah.
You're playing advantage for the high tackle against number 13.
Yep.
I'm happy with the grounding. Do you want me to check?
I want to check to if she touched.
So try yes or no. TMO, Dave?
Go ahead, Tim.
Did you hear what I said?
Try yes or no.
Try yes or no. I'm happy with the grounding. Just check the sideline.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, there was an advantage here, Mel, and great awareness from the 24-year-old live wire halfback.
Yeah, absolutely. Lepesque has played plenty of rugby. She's been in New Zealand playing rugby before college rugby. That is a try. Take it away, Lepesque.
Get number 12.
Very versatile, can play anywhere in the back line virtually, and that was fingertip stuff, wasn't it?
She kept her feet in play, which was even more important. You can see there the foot is off the
You know
ground.
what you did wrong, okay? You're playing advantage, okay?
And so this is the best angle here. And there is no reason why France won't have their fourth. That is as good as it gets.
Tim?
Yes?
You may award the try.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was great. A great finish by Lepesque, but also the way that the French took advantage of that penalty. They just played on. They continue to push the ball out. I think it was Amadi, the fullback, who was involved as well. Lepesque. This keeps her team in front now. A couple of tries.
3 tries in the first, the 4th in the second, and you may have heard over the referee's microphone that he had a talk with Olive Calter as well about the high shot on Camille Grassinu.
Yes, I did. Yep. Yeah.
Mosera, Amadi. Around 30 metres for the kick, gives it a good old strike off the ball.
Yes, so USA are going to have to try and get more possession again. Let's have a look at the high shot that initially came in from Kelter. Great run by Amadi again. There it is there, and it's quite difficult when the player is coming back on the angle.
Yeah, that's good old-fashioned coat hanger, is what they call that. And so the try is there, but they've made some changes, have the French. Here comes Ménager on in jersey 21 is
Leave
Levo
it now,
Allen.
5-5, you've gone passable.
The new halfback, Levo Allen, gets it out to Drouin. Drouin challenges the line, Gustitis makes the tackle. Levo Allen digs in and gets the ball out to where Nissan is held in the tackle of Bridges. Levo Allen back to where Drouin is sitting in the pocket. Nice contact down to where Ember will field it. Cheddar Ember comes forward to get the ball. Is met by the French defence. Ashani out to Bridges. Set up a lovely try for Kelter in their match against New Zealand in the semi-final. The dummy pump in there, and they give it to Thomas. They've closed Thomas down today, have given her very little space. Ashani. First up tackles again being made by the French.
She was going for the ball.
Agnelli. What about the work of the loose forward trio from France?
Yeah, they're dynamic, aren't they, that back row? I mean, this young lady here, her ability to run in the open and find herself in a great position to get good passes. She's been outstanding. In just 5 carries, she's made 41 metres, beaten 4 players. And she complements the style of Ménager, who in this one has been asked to card it up and take a bit of pressure off the backs. And of course, Mayan with her work rate too.
Front row, shoulders out,
She's been
long line,
outstanding.
okay?
She's had 9 carries,
unplayable.
6 big tackles. So the 3 of them at the back there for Le Bleu are working together very well.
Crouch.
Couple of new forwards in the front row for the French.
Sit.
Karikaburu. Now they put the heat on. Gray gets the ball and gives it back to Mashani, out to Calter, running a nice line as a left Calter. Got a bit confused about which way she was heading. Lets it go and then picks and goes a couple more meters. The Americans are out to the right. This is Rogers. Puts the big fend up on Cosson.
Release 20.
Now they must release and America will have the ball.
Barnage. Too slow, not rolling.
Out to Canet, to Thomas, looking for some work from the left wing. There you can see the 3 strike weapons for the Americans all together. A double blast normally means he wants to have a chat.
Hold the ball on the mark.
Well, they've got a new captain as well.
Speaks English.
And Mignon is no longer on the field, and so...
Okay. You speak English?
A little, yes.
A little? You've had 3 times down in the 22 and you're not rolling away.
Okay.
I may have to escalate to the next level if you don't change something, okay?
Okay, 22.
So change your time, not rolling away, okay?
Yeah, I think in the second half, any time the Americans have been in the French half, we've seen these penalties coming, just slowing that ruck ball and trying to upset that attacking flow of the United States. And that, of course, is against the law of the game.
Tees on.
And certainly fair play.
The new captain for the French is Elodie Poublan, who came up to the referee, said, I speak a little bit of English, just a little.
That's just in case she doesn't interpret what he says, yes.
Of course, I like that. But here is Calter again.
4 and 5.
The American women's game founded.
The captain for France, just confirm.
The game was founded in 1975 in America. The women's game started in 1987, and they were such a threat in the early stages of the Rugby World Cup in '91, where they were the inaugural winners, and then they were runners-up in '94 and '98, and they're back on the big stage and at the big dance here in 2017. Calter dissects the posts and brings them a little closer. 8 points the difference. And the American fans, liberty is here. And there is Peter Steinberg in his final appearance for the Americans. He is retiring at the end of the World Cup.
Number 3.
He's done a great job now.
Well, he has, and they've actually had a strong coaching team here. Richie Walker from the Sevens has also helped out a lot in terms of 15s here at this World Cup. You know, they've got great athletes, cross-code athletes we call them, who've come from other sports, and their learning has been very fast indeed.
A new captain for the Americans as well will be Chetaremba, but the French get up and Mayans batters it back to Devo Allen, the new halfback, who had very little option but to just control position. Lovely ball to Cosson! Now Cosson! Up to Ember, Cosson goes in! Now held up. 8 short. The French on the attack out to the right. Amadi gets it out to Mayans. They've got numbers! They're going to score! No one deserves it more than Amadi! The loose forward crashes over, and it is Le Magnifique.
It was absolutely magnificent because the forwards just look like they're absolutely comfortable in the backline. Croissant, lovely hands, bringing that ball in. Anyone else would have knocked that on. She has incredible athletic ability, and then she just set it up nicely. And once again, we're seeing those superior rugby passing skills coming into play for this French team. They still had an extra man on the outside, didn't need it in the end, because Annery who looks like a winger slash centre slash second 5'8", was out there.
Well, the defensive work that she has done throughout this match as the crowd responded to the French flair. The build-up, the execution started by Corson. And the hardest job today, Mel, is going to be to pick the Aon player of the match.
Yep, very difficult indeed.
I wonder if they've got 7 prizes we can hand out. Caroline Drouin takes over the kicking duties. It's over! She almost kicked it from Paris. What a conversion and what a statement from France.
Well, if anyone who hadn't seen women's rugby before is watching this game, they'd be amazed it is a playoff for the bronze position, because the scintillating rugby we're seeing out there is just class.
Almost into the final quarter of this game. America wanting to make rugby great again.
Options.
France looking to retain the bronze medal. This is the bronze final.
Well, they've got a big backer in the States who helps fund the women's program, which is fantastic. See private investors who know that promise that these athletes have. And remember, this is quite a new team. They don't have as many test matches as others. The sevens players, many of them inexperienced in the 15-a-side. And imagine the potential if the squad stays together, majority of them for the next World Cup.
Tanky comes on, and jersey 16, plenty of experience there from the 34-year-old veteran into the front row. And she comes on into a white-hot atmosphere.
Down. We'll have a reset, blue ball.
France ranked 3rd in the world. And America, actually the highest they've been ranked since they've started collecting the rankings from 2016. So I was having a look at some of the profiles for the French team, Mel, where they said that the greatest sports person, they had a number of players, people that were there, but Teddy Riner, so I had to check, he's an 8-time world champion of judo. And a lot of these players love the way that he fights right to the end, and so does this person here, Ménager. Off the back she goes. Revo Allen. One-off runners again in the close channels. On that occasion it was D, nice hands into India. She offloads to Buzard. Caroline Buzard. Again, drew up, out along. Here's Ahmadi. Went through the 2 defenders, and the quick ruck ball comes out again. Revo Allen throws it back on the inside. India ran into one of her own players.
Took number 16 out of play. Accidental. White ball.
Yeah, I just think that's a little miscommunication there.
White 7 and 11
halfback just has to get
number
the
7
comms
and
back
number
up
11
with some of
white
the players.
sub.
And sometimes it's that level of trust as well. We see Chabal come on. Now, we've talked about the speed from Thomas and some of the other outside backs for the United States, but Chabal is absolutely incredible as well. Some fresh legs in the pack.
Time's
there she is. Former professional hockey player, very slight, lithe athlete. And looks like she's happy to be there.
Why wouldn't she be? It's a bronze final and a Rugby World Cup. There she is, Jessica Javelet, or JJ. And she's known to her teammates, and
time on.
As they say in rugby parlance, she's got gas.
I'll go this side again.
Yeah, she really has.
Shoulder.
So have the outside backs for France as well.
Crouch. Bind. Sit.
19-10 was the halftime score. The French have scored 2 tries, 2 penalties to America as Gray takes the ball off the back and gives it to Tapper. She's been pretty much unemployed, Naya Tapper, for a lot of the game. Ashiani gets in, and the one-off runners again take it up. This is Nicole James and jersey 19, Canet, out to Hope Rogers. This time the defence gets up there quickly to make sure that she doesn't go on one of those trademark runs. Here's Washington. She gives it to Gray. Gray thought about handing it back, thought about releasing it, but holds onto it here. But it's just static ball for the Americans. That's the problem. No consistency, and now Anetti goes up and makes another tackle to the right and then back to the left into the midfield, and then they give it here to James. Canet and a first receiver out to Kelter. Nice pass from Heveland out to Javelet. Javelet in the tackle of Bouzard.
Pushback.
Here goes Bridges. Such a good player as Stacey Bridges for America. Reliable, does her core jobs, gets over the advantage line. Canet runs the line and gives it off to Fiel. Big defence again coming in from the French. The wide pass, Heveland, Ember, and look at this French defence, it's so strong. They're just holding their line, not missing any tackles. And the French have made 115 tackles in this game, and we've still got 18 minutes to play. No way through, and so Kelter just says, let's give the ball to the French and ask them to respond from inside their own half. That's picked up, I think she was on the touchline. And Bouzard has tiptoed down the sideline and kept the ball in. Wonderful play. Revo, Allen gets in. Here she goes again. And Drouat. France on the attack. What a step! Lovely footwork and the offload. It's fallen forward. Wow.
Forward pass.
Gracia New showed something out of Beyonce. Is that better with timing?
I love it, yep. She looked like she was doing a dance with that wonderful footwork on Kelter. Kelter went on the outside, so just couldn't change direction, and there is a forward pass, but contrasting attack from both these teams, because here you can see the French attack run straight, they go through the middle, whereas the United States, some of their attack is just getting a little too lateral, they're running across the field, and this is the way that you have to attack, be more direct.
Well, Gracianu made history by scoring the first try at the Olympics, the Summer Olympics of 2016. And with that step, you can see why. She just bamboozled the defence. Only our camera crew caught her.
You've just come on the
field. But the
field,
thing is, if Kelter had stayed on her inside shoulder, she would have been able to tackle her, because then she would have stepped into her, but her inexperience there, just standing on the outside. And this is interesting, just 74 carries by France, and what that says is that they're actually scoring tries not from multiple phase, but from attack from set pieces, so in under 3 or 4 phases, and that's where their danger is. Midfield
scrum, they've got options, and they've got real threats out to the right, have America.
Get it in!
With Ember and Tapper, but scrum first. They come out to the left though. Canet out to Kelter to Heveland. Ball always in 2 hands with Heveland. Such a classy midfielder. As Javelet goes forward to Gray. Jordan Gray through the gap. Nice run from the number 8s. Slow ball.
No hands on it.
Oshani to Canet. Throws a dummy. No one falls for it. And now they try and hold her up. Tackle, they've got to release her. Oshani out to Rogers. Hope Rogers on the attack. Nice tackle there from Kari Kaburu. Again out to the left. There's Mayans making a tackle on Kelter. Looking for someone to carry the ball forward. Again, it's Rogers, and again she holds on to possession. Now it's James.
Tackle!
Into the 22 they go, America. It's slow and patient build-up. Canet to Heveland to Ember, and now to Tapper. Tapper puts on the hammer, puts on the gas. Gets up and goes, but didn't release the ball. And there's just no way through this French wall.
Yeah, by the time Ember and Tapper are getting the ball, that French defence is already up on them. The forwards probably have to do a little bit more work to set up the platform, get a little bit more go forward, but this French defence is just pressing up the whole time in a line. Their speed is unreal. And here you go.
White one.
Tap up, try to go straight up.
Blue
lifted
14,
in the air
15.
there by Mayan, who's
Blue
been
14
outstanding.
and 15.
And right there, she just needed to release the whole ball before she got up.
Oh.
Then she could have re-picked it up again, but you know, you could
14
argue she
and
was also
15.
held by the tackler, so it was never on. Looking to add some punch here, the United States, with another good runner.
Time on.
Well, you can see the changes for the French as well. Izar is on. She scored a hat-trick in one of the earlier matches. Just one of 7 players to have scored a hat-trick here at the Rugby World Cup 2017. Nice take from Cousson,
I'm happy with the set.
who scored a try in the first half for France. Out to the right they come. This is D. Anial D. Scored 2 tries against Japan, so she knows her way to the try line, as does Anieri. Ball on the inside. America now caught on through some defence, playing the ball on the ground as tapper, and you can't do that.
Oh, that's
number 14.
A little bit of
form.
frustration, maybe a tiny bit of inexperience there. You've got to trust that your defensive systems will take care of the attack and try not to give away penalties like that.
France have won the last 5 matches between these two sides. They met 3 times last year, 3 times in 2013. America winning one of those in 2013 by 13 points to 10.
What's the front B?
So let's have a look. Initially, you can see she is on her feet, but she dug a hole for herself because she lost her footing and was well on her knees when she went for that ball.
Lovely angle to show you where the ball is. There's an advantage to America. Often happens when changes are made, new personnel come in.
White ball.
Well, I have to say one thing, France have done well. Very few errors from them, just 4 handling errors. It's great considering the style of rugby that they're playing out there.
Oh, I'm happy.
Pushing the passes, getting the offloads. And interestingly, the United States have made more offloads than France, but they're just unable to finish moves off.
France 130 tackles. They've only missed 13 of that. Americans 63 made, 19 missed. And the scrum.
I need you to control your bind and leave it up there, okay?
Yes,
Don't bring it down, okay?
I think the United States have competed really well at this set piece as well. When they played England in pool play, they were pushed back a number of times, but they seem to have shored that up. Technique has got better.
Crouch! Bind! Sit!
France had scored 23 tries heading into this match. Add the 5, they're up to 28 as Gray takes the ball off the back. Just seems to get better and better, and Tapper gets possession, keeps driving those legs. You can see the determination. Brings in 3 defenders. Mashiani out to James. Nicole James, the 28-year-old.
Release!
Side head.
Back.
Now to Canet, and it's slow ball again, isn't it? Bridges thought about the offload and has thrown it back, but now France look interested. And France have possession. India plays halfback. Lovely run here from Poublan. And loses the ball. Chabal has got pace, gets it out to Ember. Ember knocks out one of her own players. And then kicks it into the hands of Carter. Now it's about pace, and Carter's got plenty of it. Carter passes, Ember scores. Unselfish play from Carter. And what about the reaction from Cheddar Ember?
Brilliant response from the United States. We've still got just over 9 minutes to go, folks. Don't think this is finished yet. And the support play from Ember means she gets a try. And have a look here, it was the footwork first of Chabal, who's also played soccer for her country. And then Ember uses the brain, pushes a kick through, which somehow went to Kelter. I don't know what happened there. Must have bounced off a French arm. Kelter has got fitness, repetitive fitness, so she was right there, able to speed away, but decided to give it to Ember to make sure that she got over, because she was being chased by the very fast Anna.
Well, she looked like a catcher in baseball. That's a game that the American fans will certainly understand. She caught that. It was like a bullet into the hands of Kelter. And then her instincts just said to run, Forrest, run, and she did. 31-21. This kick from 32 metres out.
Looks good.
Oh, absolute magic. It's just gold to watch this American team. And now they find some belief, and they've got 8 minutes to score twice.
Time off.
Honestly, Kelter, the pain is in the face. She was like, I need a rest before I kick this conversion. And they are very happy with how their team never gives up, never dies. Pinpoint accuracy on that kick too.
Threw up. And now it goes back. France will have possession through D. Securing it. Now the counter-ruck comes in from America. They walk over the top. And they've got it. Gustitis gets it out. Here come America. Oh, they get it out. Kelter. Out to Canet. Now Heveland. Javelet. Lovely hands. Drouin gets across to try and steal it. America have possession, and James says, follow me. That's the 22 line you can see. America from the kickoff. Canet out to Heveland. And now that pass. Back to now.
Advantage, knock on.
And there is an advantage here for the French. Taken into the contact is
right, push.
Back to Drouin. Advantage is over. And Ember takes it on the full. Cheddar Ember sets it up. Ocean out to Gustitis.
Advantage.
They've got an advantage here, America.
Number 19 offside.
The French were never onside. 19 was offside. Adre.
Save.
Canet will be first receiver.
Keep him up,
out
please.
to the backs. Another good tackle coming in from Drouin.
Push.
America with possession. They need to score twice. This is Reinhardt. Nice little pop pass as well to Fiel.
She's won there.
And they're really starting to find their runners now.
19 offside.
They are absolutely the USA. Their heads are up. Confidence high. They've got a sniff.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you take the shot at goal here?
19.
That'll bring the score to 26 if successful, and that means a converted try or even a try would draw them level.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice because it was well within Kelter's range right there. She's been kicking them out from the sideline today. But it shows that they want to try and score tries, that they believe they can.
France on the line.
And they do have the strike weapons out wide.
Best possible entree
France, you're on the line.
to the World Cup final between New Zealand and England, coming up a little bit later on this evening, local time. What a match. 54 points we've had. And now America, they go high, but it's been pushed back by the French. Here goes Maillon.
Back foot, back.
Violent gets it out. India. Good impact from the bench. The loose forward wearing jersey number 20. Drouin will just want to get the ball. A mistake in the midfield from Coulson. And now America play on. You don't stop and watch. You've got to carry on till the referee blows his whistle. Pankey. Ball comes back.
Now you're going backwards.
And she has been tremendous all day. Hasn't made, in fact, she's taken 75 minutes to make a mistake, Mel.
Yeah, that has been her first error.
Thanks, Bruce.
Don't blame yourself, Croissant.
Forward.
Now the French will have to back their defence, shut down this American side. They did it with the line out just before. It's now four line outs.
They need to control their weight, otherwise it'll be free kick.
Lost by the United States.
Control your weight until the ball's in.
Set for a champagne finish. And this the bronze final of the Rugby World Cup 2017. The Americans find their voice. The French will need to find some defence. Oceani, Gray takes it off the back, and now 8-9 combination out to Ember. That pass was a little high.
Both ways.
And it was just too high for Wooden.
Advantage, knock on.
Advantage here for the French, and they'll just clear it. They'll come back to the set piece.
Always under pressure, come back for the knock on off white. Blue ball.
Yeah, the USA just so keen to get it out wide, fresh legs.
And what a performance from the French lock. There she is.
Here's the mark.
First try scorer for the French, and Lineige Corson is our Aon player of the match. 28-year-old, 33 carries over 200 metres prior to this game. And she has been in the engine room of this test match.
Sit! Steady, White.
Now the French a defensive scrum, and Yap just goes down Main Street. Didn't think about offloading, and now they loop around. Mayant gets it back. Corson throws it back, but they've still got possession. Here goes Gracienou, working alongside.
Off the knee, off the knee, off the knee.
On in jersey 23.
19.
French go closer to the halfway. Again, it's cleared. Drouat, first ever India, who started it from the scrum. Now the pop pass and the feed is there. Counter. A little bit of football skills. Heveland is there. They'll look to try and hold her up. Maul is the call. And now if they can't get it back, this could be an American scrum. They fight to get it back.
She slipped. No, 17.
The dummy from Rivo Allen. And now the new captain, Poublan, kicks it down to Ember, and Cheddar Ember just looked up a little. That's the pressure of Test match rugby.
Fall off White.
It really is, because she knew she had a little bit of space to play with. She had one of her players back with her as well. Just for the kids watching at home, when you take a high ball, it's better to have your body side on, hands higher in the air, and that's why if you do drop it, it goes backwards rather than forward. So just a tiny little basic error there.
Time's off.
She is a Harvard graduate, is Cheddar Ember, new to the sport of sevens, the 24-year-old. Another to come from a cross-code background, track and field. Melody Robinson, when you think about the athletes that they have in America, and now the game growing as quickly as it is and developing in a country like America, bring on the next World Cup in 4 years.
Well, you know, throughout the history of Women's Rugby World Cup, they've been strong because they've always had athletes come in to play rugby. The difference between some of the countries like France, England, New Zealand compared to the United States is that those other countries get to watch rugby 24/7 if they want, and so in a way, instinctively, through osmosis, you learn a lot about rugby, whereas the States, they don't get to see as much of it, so they have to work just a little harder on their understanding of the game. Once they get that, they will be near unstoppable.
And there is Kayla Canet, 19 years old, and what a player, what an environment to be given the number 10 shirt, and she has controlled the game superbly.
Yeah, well, she stepped in for Rosia, who has been starting this whole competition, and she really has shone out there. Got the ball out wide well, taken the contact too.
Played sevens in Sydney for her country. Made a debut in March against Canada as cap number 264, but French scrum is solid. Drouat challenges out to Poublan into the tackle of Kelter.
No! No, 19, you lost it.
Counter-up comes in. Revo Allen gets it out to Meyer. Throws it back on the inside, and now that ball's gone forward. So just a couple of errors now in the dying stages of this game.
It's gone forward on the ground off blue, white ball.
It has been wall-to-wall action, and now just a few little unforced errors.
Sub. Can you tell her?
Yeah, probably no excuse to drop that ball. Just took her eyes slightly off it as she was about to receive. So this will probably be the last moment of the match. Let's see if the States can pull a miracle try out of this.
Go straight, not sideways.
They might as well chance their arm.
Sir. She's not holding her whip. What did he do? He doesn't care.
Referees must love scrums because there's a lot of chat from those front rows.
Crouch!
Don't expect to see America kick the ball here.
Sit!
The final roll and their final play at the 2017 Rugby World Cup. Gray, strong game. Can't get past Meyer. The defence from the French has been outstanding, and here goes James. Nicole James to the left. Canet out to Kelter, out to Heveland. Just wants to straighten the line, does Heveland. It's been lost forward, and now we're in referee's time.
I can't guess from this side, okay? I just saw the ball go forward.
Yeah, a bit of a shame there. That French defence once again had pushed up. The line speed was excellent. It meant that by the time Heveland got the ball, she was well behind the gain line. Also isolated as well. Tough.
Oh, she's tough as well. Her and Jordan Gray have played every minute of every game for America. Nicole Heveland in jersey 13 and Jordan Gray.
Crouch!
Two players who have gone 5 consecutive matches and played every single minute.
Sit!
That is some achievement. India takes it off the back. France will look to try and finish with a wet sail. Poublan shows some nice skills to evade a couple of tackles and then set it up. To the right they go again. The offloads, and William gets closer to the 22. Now they kick it out.
What's up, ladies?
And a Lele Bleu bronze again for France. 19-10 at the break. They scored 2 tries in the second. And what a performance from France, who are our bronze medal champions. They have beaten Team USA by 31-23.
But it's a strange situation here in Cardiff for France. They're the World Cup hosts, but unless they can find an inspired performance tonight, they're in grave danger of going out of their own tournament on a foreign field. An English touch judge as well in Tony Spreadbury, with Jonathan Kaplan from South Africa. And Votsis launches it high.
Play on!
Well, a bit of a fumble there.
Hands away, move, Blue!
Nerves perhaps going to both sides. Back to Carter. That very, very educated left boot. Great power in that one too.
There certainly is. We can safely say that France have accepted the challenge. Having seen the Harker firsthand, it wasn't a great collection from the kick-off by New Zealand, but Carter has restored order.
So the all-important first line out, and there's Rafael Ibanez, the French captain. It's essential that he finds his man. And taken by the number 8, Julien Bonner. Big drive from the French back, just trying to clear it out.
Back feet, stay down.
And one of the things we noted in this afternoon's game between Australia and England was the way England attacked the breakdown much harder than they've been doing. Now, New Zealand have had it all their own way, Jamie, until this point in the tournament. I fancy that France are going to target that area to really try and cause mischief.
Yes, they're going to upset Kelleher at scrum half as much as they possibly can, which therefore in turn is going to upset Carter at fly half. First scrum tonight, John. Interesting how they go.
Steady, decent ball for the French.
Thank you.
Long clearance. McDonald. He hoists it high and goes on the chase. Well, knocked forward there by Rodney Soyalu.
Off your man.
Tried to claim he hadn't knocked on, but it's quite clear.
Good scrummage. Good first scrummage.
Very good kick by McDonald, the New Zealand fullback. They'll certainly test out try. He hasn't played a lot at fullback, and he could expect a bit of a bombardment, and he's lucky there's no wind in the stadium.
Yeah, interestingly, that was Boxis who went for that one, not try. And a neat little grubber through there from Elizalde, who's also got a very, very good kicking game. And
full on, please, for the rest of the game, okay?
Interesting tactically so far. Everything going, I think, to plan as far as the French are concerned, and New Zealand haven't really had the chance to launch an attack at them yet.
One receiver.
I think if New Zealand do get their chance, they will go wide. They will look to spread this French side.
Jerry Collins, the flanker, down at the front of the line out, coming up with the ball for New Zealand. Wayne Barnes making himself absolutely clear. Out of the way, Blue. Nicely taken by Vincent Clair. And it's a turnover. New Zealand now is dangerous, broken field. They've got 3-on-2 out here, but Carter can't get the ball away. In goes Heymans to try and steal it. And it's a great steal. The French have got it. The French have it. Big turnover for them. And that will give them confidence. Try with his big right boot, and a good touch back into the New Zealand half.
Yes, it certainly was. And New Zealand are normally so clinical from turnover ball, and that time they got broken down by the French and they stole the ball too. So France will be quietly confident. I know it's very early days, only 4 minutes gone, but they've certainly held their own and been very competitive.
Confidence, a massive thing. Richie McCaw in the scrum half position. Soyalu taps it off the front. It's not good ball though, and as Woodcock tried to put it back, the French were through on him.
What's them there, please, Jonathan?
Carter
That's okay, Scrummers.
takes it casually, and Serge Betson, I think, is down, and immediate concern. Pelouse rushes up, and they're calling, I think Ibanez is signalling to the medical men that he might have swallowed his tongue. Convulsions there. They must release that mouth guard and the tongue.
Yes, indeed, and it was the tackle on Rokothoko was caused this. This is Rokothoko coming round. There's Betson there, number 6, and that's where he took it.
And they're calling for a stretcher straight away. Bad news for France. Bad news for obviously Serge Betson. Let's just hope that they have managed to free his air passage. Well, he looks a little bit better now, thank goodness. Just cradling his head, but he appears to be breathing normally. And I think that was the first concern, that he swallowed his tongue and blocked the air passage. But it does look as if Betson's game might be over. Oh, and it's the knee. Totally accidental, but the knee coming in was what did the damage. It wasn't the initial impact on the tackle. There's Arinordiki, Imanol Arinordiki, who will be the replacement if he's needed. One of these situations, sometimes it looks absolutely terrible, and then when they've actually sorted everything out, that he might surprise us all by getting up and going on. In fact, he's sitting up at this stage. Amazingly tough man, Serge Betson.
He certainly is, and I suspect he wants to carry on, but I think sense will prevail and that he should leave the field and allow Harald Nordique to come on and have to leave the field for the rest of the match. It's not a blood injury, although it might be. He might have got a bang in there as well, but I suspect that'll be the end of his night.
Well, good to see him sitting up, looking around. He's obviously pretty well compass mentis, and it is just a question now, I think, of assessing whether he could be fit to carry on or whether he's got to go off. Harald Nordique raring to go, the Bass boy, and Wayne Barnes, the referee, I can hear saying the doctor's telling me this player needs to go off.
Well, there seems to be two thoughts here, doesn't there? Whether it's the French physio saying let's give it a go for a while, the doctor's pretty adamant he should go, and I would have thought the doctor had the final say. But look at Serge Betjen there. He's not a well man. He's been on the ground for some time now, and he doesn't, you know, he understandably looks rather dizzy.
Yeah, the veteran, this is his 62nd cap. Now, it's just a question. I mean, he will not want to go off, but the player doesn't always know best in this situation. Oh, and he looks as if his legs are gone. He can't play on, surely. Well, that's not the walk of a fit man, is it?
No, it certainly isn't, and I'm afraid to say if it's concussion, that could be his tournament run if France were successful tonight. Because that's normally a 2-3 week mandatory period out of the game. I know there is a bit of poetic license and they talk about being temporarily dazed, but I'd argue that whether that was the case there.
Well, now they've gone away from the compulsory period out, and they actually do scans that determine whether the man is fit or not. But it's a pretty bad one, and I think you might well be right, Jamie. Well, he's certainly out of this game, but thank goodness it's nothing more serious than that. And Harald Nordique, it has to be said, a very athletic, different sort of player, but a very, very good replacement to have.
He's okay, he's the ball carrier.
In goes the drive, and France getting a penalty, not getting away from the tackled man. I want you away more quickly than that, says the referee. I think that was probably Tony Woodcock. Props have a particular liking for wrapping themselves around the ball and just staying there and saying, well, I couldn't do anything about it.
Indeed so, as we see the Richie McCraw on the floor. Just one thing as this line-out comes up, John, Harald Nordique coming on the pitch increases France's line-out options considerably, and New Zealand are not the biggest at the back. It certainly gives France another option.
It does indeed. He played most of his rugby at number 8, but he can operate really well at 6, and he's a very, very athletic player. Hasn't perhaps got quite the strength and power of Betjen. Immediately brought into the line-out at the front. Harald Nordique becomes the target man. And New Zealand got the first drive on. Now France have got to drive back again. Real explosion out of there. Bit of old-fashioned New Zealand style rucking. And a little chance here for France to exercise. Josion goes back inside. Back two. Try, and it just scrapes the left-hand post. It was just wide from Damien Traille. He has one drop goal already to his credit in international rugby, but that was not playing fullback, but he was close to giving France the lead there.
I think good option, get points on the board, start asking questions to the All Blacks. No questions have really been asked to the All Blacks, they've never been behind really, so that's good tactics from France. Let's build a scoreboard.
Advantage.
Well, all the big New Zealanders, Soyalu and Rokathoko, jumping for it. They all missed it, and little Elisalda almost came up with it. Damien Traille puts it long. He doesn't want a huge bounce, gets the right bounce. Just pops up. Carter has it.
He's inside, spreaders.
Huge kick, but this time he fails to find touch.
Let him run. inside again.
And that time the kicker was McAllister, and he does find touch. Just inside the French half.
Well, this is the game that Laporte was predicting to play. Play very much a kicking game, frustrate New Zealand, make sure you stay disciplined, stay in control, try and play the game in their half. So far it's working because France haven't run the ball at all and New Zealand have only run it from a turnover.
Yeah, the important thing is that they kick well if they're going to do it, because they can't afford to give them broken field to run back at them.
Advantage, 7 off your feet playing the ball.
And New Zealand, McCaw has been penalised. Richie McCaw off his feet.
Ball, make a positive effort. Number 7.
Get back. And another penalty to France. I think they'll be quite happy with things, apart from, of course, the Betson injury. 8 minutes gone, and they've not been under too much pressure. And as you say, Jamie, I think their confidence will grow. And if they can just play some rugby for the first dozen minutes, 15 minutes, I think then they'll go and try and take it to another stage.
That's good.
Well, indeed, and I think territorially France are probably just shading it. New Zealand haven't got anywhere near the French 22. So if Ibanez can find his man, catch and drive, move it on, and as soon as I say that, it all goes pear-shaped.
And away, Blue!
Well, it was not a very accurate tap, but New Zealand have won the French throw. Nice little chip ahead. Can they come up with it again? Knocked on the second time, if not the first time. Oh, the referee says it wasn't, but I clearly saw a knock on there. In rugby, 2 wrongs don't make a right. Carter with the kick.
Nice and easy, thank you, gents.
Again, not into touch. Heyman's the kick and go. Timed his run really well. And again, they're deep in the New Zealand half, and New Zealand not really with anywhere to go. Back comes Heymans.
Wait, please. Yes, run 5.
And this is Leon MacDonald. Running hard at the holes. Anton Oliver. Kelleher to Carter, to Collins out in the centre. Just for a moment, something opening up on the left. Collins again doing good work.
Don't dive in, no!
Tion told to get off the ball, he does so. And New Zealand piling men up in the middle on Kelleher. The little dummy nearly went himself. Soyalu. Oliver takes it on into the 22. Now the first real sustained attack by the New Zealanders. Muliaina setting it up again. Carter comes across to go left. Oh, but nobody wanted the power. Collins retrieves it. The French have him though. Carter. Back it comes to MacDonald. And the tackles go in hard. He's forced back. He does well though. Sets it up again. And New Zealand still have it. This time Soyalo to Rokathoko. That's Sivivatu. Now they've suddenly got men over. They do this so well. Putting it away was Williams. The chip to Collins. Hacked back into the New Zealand half. And it's Vincent Clerc who's got to put everybody on side. He does that into the open spaces. Oh, beautifully picked up by McAllister. Suddenly New Zealand cutting loose. That's Muliaina. Carter. Soyalu. Soyalu getting past one, but then Dusatoir gets to him. Oh, and Rokathoko almost getting past his man, and that time the New Zealand attack was too fierce, and the French give away a penalty almost in front of the posts.
What an extraordinary passage of play. It went through so many phases. and eventually something had to give. The tackling and defence of France was outstanding. They didn't miss many. New Zealand didn't make any clear breaks, but New Zealand had the opportunity to get points on the board.
And I think it was the veteran, the most capped French player of all time, Fabien Pelouse, who was the offender there, didn't get away from the ball having made the tackle. Wayne Barnes just telling the New Zealand players, don't take it into your own hands, I'll referee it, you've got your penalty, I can see it. Should be simple kick. Paul Carter. Well, he had 668 points for New Zealand. He's now got 671. 3-0 to New Zealand.
Well, just for their ability to retain the ball for such long period, New Zealand deserved to go ahead. 3 points on the board. France's defence was excellent, as I said. Can they bounce back, though? How much is this going to take out of them?
Lovely kick-off from Boxis, but it's New Zealand who come up with it.
Back feet, make sure. Thank you.
Carter off the outside of the left boot, and not the touch he was looking for. So a line out to France on the New Zealand 10-metre line.
I wasn't sure last time, but make sure.
Yes, good result for France. That very unlike Daniel Carter. He's been striking the ball well, both in practice and in the first 15 minutes or so of this game. He's found good distance with his touch finders. This gives France an opportunity to spend some time in the New Zealand half.
Graham Henry said yesterday in the press conference, he was asked how Dan Carter's kicking, because of course he's had this calf injury that has limited the amount of practice he could go for, and he said beautifully. But France now just trying to work it down the right side. They come back to the left. Oh, a little dart inside from David Marty. Ducked one, but there were more coming.
Hands away!
They protected the ball well, though. Elissalde.
Back feet, captain!
Gets it back to Josion. Leon McDonald, well, that was a little forward pass, missed by the officials. The crowd picked up on it, but they got away with it.
They certainly got away with it. Looked very adjacent to me, the pass from Sivivatu. But McDonald made his touch. He's a solid fullback, McDonald. He really is. He does the basics extremely well, and he's going to have to catch a few high ones tonight. And he's done that very well indeed so far.
Yeah, one of those efficient players, not one of the sort of flashy star-rated players in the side, McDonald. Played in the 2003 World Cup most of the time in the centre, but he really is a super rugby player. Oh, and a lovely, wonderful cut through from McAllister. Another terrific hug. In comes Kelleher in support, up to the 5 metres from the French line, and Luke McAllister can do that.
Just a knock on, just a knock on.
Knock on, that's an advantage, but only that. And the chance now. Did he get in? And it was Ali Williams, I think, was it? I think he thinks he's got that. The big second row lurking on the wing. That's not the first try he scored like that.
Well, it's the pass Polialu that puts him in. That's Tony Spreadbury, the touch judge, right by the goalpost. In comes the tackle. Is his right foot in touch there? I think he's in touch. That's not a try, I don't believe.
No way. No, very clearly not a try. In fact, the All Blacks have just had a look up at the big screen, and they're all running back from their halfway position. They know that this is going to go against them.
Yes, the right foot is clearly in touch. What a great break, though, by McAllister up the middle. Big worries for France on their midfield defence. Major gap in there, and it nearly got the first try of the evening.
Is that correct?
I have to say, yet again, I am amazed that the touch judge couldn't spot that.
Well, they've been consistent, Chris, certainly. They have referred it upstairs more times than not, haven't they?
Watch is still off. Are you in or not? You're there.
Taken by Bonner, and France escaped. And a terrific kick there from Boxes, quickly taken though. McDonald has it, the chance to counter. Falls over.
Stay on, thank you.
Kelleher, McCaw in at the fly half position, Carter in the centre. Oh, it releases McAllister, and McAllister again. Collins, beautifully done, and does he get over? Yes, McAllister, I think, got in. Remember, when he's tackled short, he's allowed to place it immediately, and that was certainly immediate. First try to New Zealand, and suddenly they appear to have moved up a gear. Terrific work from them, and 8-0 they lead.
Well, McAllister had given France one warning just a couple of minutes before. His angle was terrific. He came in on a short ball on the angle, and he picked up Jerry Collins and also supported him. What a great piece of play by the centre. There's Collins as well, and McAllister shouting for it, and that's a fine try. On the line is definitely a try. Well played, New Zealand, in particular McAllister.
His 7th try for New Zealand, and he'll be playing his rugby in the English Premiership after this Rugby World Cup is over. Only 24 years old, but he's signed a 2-year contract with Sale. Carter adds the conversion, and New Zealand lead 10 points, 2-0 over France in this second quarter-final.
Well, ominous signs for France, and ominous for Josion and Marty in the midfield for France. They're not picking up McAllister at all. They've got to close that gap if they're going to have any chance in this game. Furthermore, I think France have got to score next. They've got to restore a bit of confidence and get something on the board.
Play off. No hands!
McCaw gathers the kickoff. Back to McDonald. Well, he finds touch, not as long as he'd have liked, I think, but the safety of touch was what he was after first.
Typical New Zealand, suddenly in a couple of minutes they score 10 points. Yeah, bang bang, just they quickly put you to the sword, don't they?
And they really did find a cutting edge there through the middle, as you said, Jamie, on a couple of occasions. It wasn't just one slip. They suddenly, quick passes, beautiful angles, changing the lines of running, and they created those holes. Aeronautica again at the line out for France. Ibanez, the skipper, in the back. As they try to get the drive going. Elissalde dictating when it comes.
Hands away! Stand up, gentlemen, nice and easy.
Boxes, that's too high and not far enough.
All brought on.
Nicely taken in by Ali Williams. Carter. The danger again. McAllister gets it to McDonald. Rokathoko. That's Muliaina.
Thank you for
Kelleher. Carter picks it off his toes beautifully, and then lovely little wrap around forward pass, says the referee, but it was. That was nice to see. I mean, a prop like Carl Heyman there, just trying the little pass. Okay, it went forward, but he almost put his man free.
Yes, he's certainly got a deft touch of hand. He was a bit unlucky because it was Jonathan Kaplan, the touch judge, that spotted it, not Wayne Barnes. Haven't had many scrums. This is an area that could test New Zealand. They haven't been tested at all in the tournament so far. And France are a good scrummaging unit. Can they obviously secure their own ball, which is what it is now, but also disrupt it when New Zealand have got the footing?
Referee just moving them infield a shade.
He's going to put it in again.
Still be a French
Stand
put
up,
in.
relax. We're putting in the same ball again because I'm not sure if you ran around or not, and I don't want to guess, so we're going to take the same ball.
I think the interesting thing there is also
Back five, I want you to draw.
Kelleher and Elissard. It's going to be French putting, and Kelleher pushes Elissard out the way, and that's been very prevalent in this World Cup. But first and foremost, it's got to be a solid scrum to get some decent ball.
Engage. Stay on 7.
That's a better scrum for France. Poursuivre puts it wide this time as they looked for the kick. David Marty provides the kick instead, and it really didn't test New Zealand in any sort of way.
Out to 10.
Muliaina. Poursuivre gets to him. Did well Sivivatu tries to recover it.
And away.
I think that's Rokatoko right over there on the wrong wing.
He's inside. Let him run.
Run back by Vincent Clerc.
Inside again, spread his foot on the line. Wait.
Now,
he's passed onside.
This is Damien Try. He's got good pace when he's in full flow, and he's a big man. Now, knocked forward there by New Zealand. There's communications breakdown, I think, between McDonald and Kelleher.
Well, extraordinary at this level that Kelleher should go for this ball, because the man coming forward, which is McDonald, always takes it. Always takes it. The man coming back goes in behind to support the fullback. So now an opportunity for France. They're put in. They've won that little kicking exchange. They've obviously been banned from running it inside their own half. What can they do from here?
Touch. Balls. Engage. Middle. Bind 6.
Right, another good scrum. Well, New Zealand rucking hard, coming over the top.
You put yourself on the wrong side of the ball, you make yourself liable to penalty. Number 6,
quite clear from Wayne Barnes. The man penalised Jerry Collins.
Of course you can.
You get yourself on the wrong side of the ball, he says. Now he's telling him he's got to, I think, once he's down there now, get away, and he's off his feet there.
Yes, I would argue deliberately put himself there. He'd made the tackle, hadn't he? Aaron Nordicky was on the ground. Totally unnecessary from Collins. He knows that this is kicking area. Why do it? It's not as if the French backs have threatened to burst holes through the New Zealand defence.
Right. France trailing. And Poursuivre now with the chance. And he's missed it on the left post. Despair on his face for a moment. I think he realised how important that was to just get France going.
Yes, they've had one drop goal now, one penalty attempt. No scores. Tricky. 22 from New Zealand. Quick one though. Could be away here.
Muliaina just making sure it's quality ball that goes back to Carter. That's Clerc.
Let him run.
He chips over the back. Oh, it's very accurate. What a good kick from Vincent Clerc. And he was unlucky that that didn't actually go into touch in the 22. It'll be a 22 dropout. They relax there for a moment. Richie McCaw had the chance to take that one quickly. Decided against it in the end.
France have somehow just got to keep down on this 22 area for 5 or 6 minutes, get through 3 or 4 or 5 phases and ask questions again of New Zealand. They're just not spending enough time in their half at the moment. They're allowing New Zealand to relieve the pressure through Carter's big boot.
No more messing around, says the referee.
Off blue.
Well, that went off blue, but nobody was there to actually follow it up, so New Zealand come away with it. Nicely done by Heymans. to Damien Try with that big right boot, and gets it into touch. Quickly taken. Touch judge Tony Spreadbury saying it went into touch before Sivivatu touched it, so it was a New Zealand throw. Carter this time just pops it, and in goes the big drive.
And no hands for!
Kelleher goes burrowing for the ball. McAllister.
Stand up, gentlemen.
Try.
Wait, please.
Puts it deep. Oh, well, great kick. Absolutely no angle at all. Put it straight down the tram lines and then got a terrific bounce.
Well, that's why Laporte put him there for his kicking game. That was McDonald. He didn't really have an option. He didn't expect a kick of that trajectory, I'm sure, to come at him. Now then, this is what I mean. France are back there again, but they keep getting out and then back. They've just got to stay here for some period of time. They're going to pinch a New Zealand line-out ball. Just try and stay around this area.
Ici, s'il vous plaît. Ici, s'il vous plaît. Wait. Here we go. Okay, head of tail. Receiver. Get closer, please, one. We've got the line.
Couture and Ibanez are swapping positions. Ibanez is the acting scrum half, the hooker. Oh, was that straight? Tony Spreadbury had a good look, but decided to allow it. And there's the kick from Kelleher. It's a good one again. Sivivatu bearing down on his man, and he got him. France looking after the ball well, though, protecting it. And a little chance here now, but no thoughts. In straight away went the kick.
Let him run.
McDonald puts it back. And New Zealand win the kicking game.
Well, I don't honestly know that Laporte has banned France from running in their own half, but it certainly appears that way. Normally you would expect them to certainly have a go a couple of times.
Continuez, s'il vous plaît. Two man. Numbers, please, Blue.
Another really good take from Ali Williams.
Advantage.
And he hadn't got back on side, so it's advantage to New Zealand. They're really running a ball. They'll go back for the penalty, and back they go. Dusautois was the man. He made one tackle that was legal, then didn't get back on side before he made the second one.
No, and suddenly New Zealand have a penalty. France have really been leading it for the last 5 or 10 minutes, and suddenly New Zealand get the benefit of a penalty, and that's the incident there. But it'd be typical for Carter to kick it, and it's 13-0, and New Zealand, you can't honestly say, have done a lot since they went 10-0 up.
No, that one superb little passage, but they just sparred really for the last 5 minutes or so, but France not really able to make many dents.
Great list, 13, thank you.
Carter now well within his range, it's only about 43 metres. The roof closed, no wind, conditions for kicking just about perfect. Half an hour gone, New Zealand leading 10-0, and France staring down the barrel. Carter on target. New Zealand 13, France 0.
Well, somebody's going to have to scratch their heads and come up with an answer within the French camp. Can they carry on with this kicking game they're playing? They're coming second, comfortably on the scoreboard. So somebody's going to have to make a decision fairly soon. I don't think that if they carry on like this, they've got any chance of winning the game.
Well, a mistake there by the All Blacks. But that was really well done by Kelleher. Just batted the ball away to Rokethoko, and that gave them the vital seconds to recover. Bouksis gets it into Heymans. Kelleher did well, wrapped up in the end by Julien Bonner. Muliaina is so cool. Just waited for that one to bounce. Rokethoko.
No hands. It's good.
Carter got quick feet when he needs them. Nipped out of that one really nicely. Now try.
Let him run.
Tries to put it back into the corner. And now what's he going to give? It's gone out over the dead ball line. For a moment, referee Wayne Barnes was holding his arm out, but he's decided there was nothing wrong. So that's a poor kick, and it's a scrum to New Zealand back in the French half.
And a gift for New Zealand. What I mentioned before, I don't think this kicking game is working. Somebody's going to have to change it. They've got to not chance their arm, just do what the French are capable of doing, and doing some counter-attacking, getting behind the ball carrier, and making New Zealand make some tackles. Muliaina and McAllister haven't been asked any questions at all in the midfield about whether they can tackle or not.
Feet just slipped away. It's the same ball. Stand up, please. Stand up. Blue, bind on the second row. Bind on the second row. Because that's the law. Crouch. Touch. Pause. Engage.
Good scrum from New Zealand. They got some pressure on there. Back comes McAllister. Soyalu's on his shoulder.
Hands, feet.
On goes the drive from Carl Heyman.
And away!
Collins, man over, Sivivatu out there, they couldn't get it to him.
Tackler stole the ball!
And France come away with it. Now, he thought about kicking again, but suddenly the shout came that there were men on. They made a little bit of a mess of it, but
all the way back, there's no need.
And Wayne Barnes has given France a penalty for an incident across on the other side. The touch judge here, Jonathan Kaplan, has also stepped in. I don't know what that one's all about, but he's we could get a reversal here if we're not careful.
One sec, okay.
I thought it was Muliaina came in with a strong arm, was my thought there. Interesting what Kaplan says here.
Yeah. Just the penalty, whichever one you want. Okay, we'll come here as more advanced. Did you get a number? I'll just talk to the captain. 7. Okay, we've just got a late hit by number 8 over there and number 9, no need. High tackle here, just discipline, been very good till now. So just have a word if you would.
I think you're absolutely right, Jamie. You just said there was a high tackle over here. That was the Muliaina one, but there was a late hit by Rodney Soyalu.
It's good not to react.
He was already going back for a penalty on that. Not fair, is it, number 8 on scrum half?
No, I support LSR 100% there, I do. Not fair at all. Better kick from France. They actually ran a ball from their own half, so maybe things are changing. Now, Captain Ibanez, can you find your man? Can you put some pressure on this New Zealand side? And can you ask some questions about their defensive capability?
It will be interesting to see what they try and do. I mean, it's not as if they haven't got any penetration midfield. Yannick Josion, the formidable centre. Oh, and the throw was poor. It was never going to reach Pelouse, who was the intended target. But they get another chance.
Well, he's got a second bite of the cherry because the kick didn't go terribly far and he's there or thereabouts where he was before, but he's going to have to, what does he do now? Change the call, go to the back, go to the front, because the middle didn't work.
He did exactly that. That was Thion. And big charge from Thierry Doucetois. They've got a second phase. Suddenly running with a lot more purpose. Davy Marty. And New Zealand offside. Advantage to blue, so Josian knows that he's got a chance. Well, he didn't give him another chance. Now they've got a really good chance of getting points on the board. I'm sure they'll go for goal. Pretty simple kick. About only 10 metres to the left side of the post and only about 30 metres out.
Yes, absolutely right, John. They've got to get points on the board this half. They've got to go in with something to give them a bit of a fillip. But better play then from France, wasn't it?
And interestingly, it's little Elisalde who's got the ball and is going to take this kick at goal, not Lionel Bauxis. Elisalde got 190 points for France. Has often taken on the kicking duties, and he's got 42 points in this Rugby World Cup already. Oh, and he has missed it on the right post. Nothing working for France. He almost appeared to rush that one.
Well, it was always going to be a tough assignment.
There, Monsieur Sarkozy, the French president, with the French president of the Rugby Union, Bernard Lapassé, and neither of them with a smile on their face. Right, try, hoist that one high. Could be a useful one. And it was Kelleher actually running a block there for his receiver. Elisalde just flicks it through, beautifully picked off though by Leon MacDonald. Aronaudici gets to it.
Hands away, Blue! Don't strand on him, no need. It's still in, still in. Just stay there, right? No problem, just move your arm. Just stay there. Thanks, fella. Inside.
Carter with the kick, gathered in by Bauxis. Hoists it. Doesn't chase it with any real conviction himself, and MacDonald has an easy catch. Again, Heyman ran a little block for him. Got away with it though. That's off the head, and it was Aronaudici getting in there. Now going for it was Heymans. He sets it up for the French. Palouse. Oh, and if that had gone on to the right, there was perhaps an overlap, but they've cut back inside. Elisalde, now they come left. Claire, and now they've got men, but the pass was poor. Heyman's picked it up. Strong little runner, goes again. But two chances there, really wasted by France. Josian to his skipper. Set up, oh, and it's stolen. Kelleher held. France getting in there.
It's still in, 14. Don't go in. 14 back, loose.
Kelleher clears it. This time to Carter. Little chip wide. Well, that was, you think, unnecessarily risky. New Zealand could have put themselves in trouble. The rewards would have been huge if it worked, but really not the sort of risk that they're usually renowned for taking, Jamie.
Not in the 39th minute of the first half, when you're not holding on against, but much better passage of play from France. They're beginning to ask questions. They should have done it a bit earlier, but they're finally getting round with it.
Is that correct? 43, thank you. It's a hook.
And Ibanez is down and receiving treatment. The French skipper plays his rugby, of course, at London Wasps.
It'd be interesting what Bernard Laporte, the French coach, does at half-time. Does he make a couple of changes? Does he change it tactically? Does he allow some freedom to the likes of Try, Clerk, Heyman's on the wing to express themselves? So I think that's the only way they're going to challenge the All Blacks, is to keep asking the All Blacks questions in defence.
Well, of course, he's got guys like Poitrenaud on the bench, who is much more of a running fullback. And he might decide to make wholesale changes and go for it there. Or we could, of course, see a repeat of 99 and they come out as a completely different team in the second half. But a penalty to France.
Relax, go away.
Right on the stroke of half-time. And Ali Williams, the man penalised. Told to get out of it and retreat. Didn't do it and therefore got penalised.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, do as you're told in your own half, but otherwise you risk costing your team points. Now, I wonder who's going to take this one, John.
Well, it looks like Boxes. He's the big kicker. And then they went for accuracy through Elisalde, and that didn't work. But Boxes, he scored all their points when the French under-21s run the Rugby World Cup against South Africa. They won 24-13, and this man scored all the points. Hits the ball fantastically well, and this time he's got it straight as well. So France go in with the boost of points on the board. The last kick before half-time goes over, and it's New Zealand 13, France 3. Carter with the dropout. Again, it's allowed to bounce, but New Zealand get away with it.
And away, 12! It's right on his head, we're just going to stop. It's stuck on his head.
And there's no way that's coming back. It's right on his head, says Wayne Barnes. Now, hang on, Ibanez is there still. Yeah. Yep, no, Ibanez is definitely there.
Wait for your twos, crouch, touch, pause, engage.
Well, he didn't lead the team out. I think it must be
Stay
Pooks
on,
who's come on,
sides.
the reserve prop that's come on then.
Oh, and Kelleher, they can't quite find their men, and it peters out as it goes into touch. It is absolutely Jean-Baptiste Pooks has come on.
Right
and he's come on instead of Olivier Milou.
Just right on top of the line out, so we can't go.
Well, Kelleher's gone down, I think, with a calf injury following that superb break that he made from that scrum, and he went down clutching his calf, and there he is there, and it really is a great break by Kelleher. Limps away. That was danger signs all round for France.
Okay, four. Wait, please. Watch off.
Oh, and New Zealand come up with the ball. Terrific power there from Jerry Collins. That's what he does so well. Clears it out. McAllister, good tackling by the French on that occasion, but protected well in the end by New Zealand. They're still in charge. McDonald up there, but Kelleher's there now, so he defers. Soyalu. Richie McCaw. Tony Woodcock. Back inside. Carter. That's Anton Oliver.
And away, captain, thank you, no hands. Just watch your foot. Back you go, 40. Stand up, 4 and 5.
Civivato goes in there to clear the ball.
Fall back, come back.
All used to acting scrum halves. Little chip through. Try. No problem, says the referee. But well done, try. He got the kick away deep into the New Zealand half. Oh, and Sivivatu almost away. Just the shirt tag stopped him. Set up by McCaw. Kelleher to Carter. Back inside to Sivivatu. Kelleher again. Now a little Bit of an overlap, not much space, but Soyalu. Driven on again by Woodcock.
Just stay there, just stay there.
Kelleher again. Carter to Collins, the little loop round, but well read, I think, by Dusatois. He's so quick when he takes off. The gangly frame of Ali Williams. He was a soccer goalie until he was 18. That's okay, and a chance here for France. Now should he have picked it up? And only 3 Frenchmen up there, they're isolated. It's bound to be stolen by the All Blacks. And they get back to recover. And Muliaina not in touch though. This is Arinordiki. Damien Troy, they've got men over out here. And the passing just wasn't good enough. The chance has gone. Line out France, another great opportunity squandered by them.
2 fantastic opportunities, unbelievable opportunities for France to get right back in this game. First down the left-hand side, I felt they should have carried on toe-poking it on towards the try line. New Zealand would never have got back. And then the falling pass by Try ruined a massive overlap on this right-hand side. It's still French throw, but can they retain this impetus? Can they get something on the board?
Thion with the catch. In goes the drive. Ibanez at the heart of it. And they're making inroads. Going Bosfield as well. They won't mind that because it opens up another chance to up to 5 meters from the New Zealand line. On goes the drive again. Penalty France. Now they're playing advantage. They get it wide. Little chip through. And another penalty given, deliberately taken out. Now what's he going to give? It must be a yellow card, I fancy. I think he might have even thought for a moment about a penalty try. And McAllister, I think, is the man in trouble.
Don't get involved.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right.
Okay, back you go.
France had the penalty in the bag anyway. Little chip kick here. There's McAllister towards the right. He certainly blocks his way, that's for sure. Certainly blocks his way. And I think Barnes, having stopped him there, has got to go yellow.
Yes, we've got cynical play over there by delivered the clap. We've got a cynical piece of play here by man taking out the man. He goes to the bin for 10 minutes.
Yep, a yellow card. 2 pieces of very cynical defensive play, and cynical the word used by the referee as well. And so New Zealand down to 14 men for 10 minutes. France on the attack. Now they'll take these points, and then it's essential that they really go for the jugular.
Absolutely. We've been asking France to ask questions of New Zealand's defence, and they found some answers, i.e. there's some chinks in the defence of New Zealand, and the pressure is paying off. Now, tactically, John, what do they do? 1 man down in the backs. They can't afford to kick possession away now. They've got to make the best use possible of the next 10 minutes.
Absolutely. I mean, that's a really good point. If they were on a kicking game, now they've got to use the extra man. 13-6. Now France just 1 converted try behind.
Well, on such things, the World Cups change. They really do. McAllister had no need to do that. He should have backed his defence to secure that ball. But he's got to watch for 10 minutes and see if his teammates can hold on to this lead. They'll slow it down, New Zealand, that's for sure. They will certainly not be in any rush to do anything.
Good refereeing from Wayne Barnes. He's given them the warning that he's not going to have just cynical killing of the ball.
Off blue, play on!
That was okay because it came off a French player. Oh, and Muliaina. Lovely support from McDonald. Collins, Sivivatu, who'll just run at them hard. Kelleher.
Away, 7!
Dusautoir. And suddenly New Zealand keeping the ball in hand, building up the phases. Sivivatu goes in to secure the ball. Kelleher's there. Just one man wide out right, and that's Rokafoko. And, they try to drive it up. Muliaina way ahead of the forwards there. Good defence from France. No gain for New Zealand, but they're lining up for another go. Taking their time, getting themselves into possession. Now it'll be Rodney Soyalu. And the French cannot get their hands on the ball. Kelleher going back in to set it up. The French need to get over the top.
Backwards, backwards!
Everything going backwards, but a French boot got in there. This is Muliaina.
And away, Blue, no hands. 9 on the floor, 9.
It's taking up some time too, John, isn't it?
McCaw showing he can do the hard driving yards as well as the linking role. Collins just taking the sting out of the French elation. And France sensing they could get a hand on it. They can't.
No, don't touch him. No, not him. He might be the scrum half.
Well, we know New Zealand will stay patient. Will France? Will they keep their discipline and not give away a penalty?
Vital that they don't give those 3 points back.
Hands away, Monty.
Kelleher. McCaw again does so well, and France just haven't got the men to get over the top of the ball and get a hand on it. As the man is brought down, and New Zealand suddenly making significant yards. They're only a couple of metres short.
Hands away, captain! 9! Thank you!
Oh, and knocked on by Soyalu. Well, a wild pass brings that period of pressure to an end, and the French breathe a sigh of relief.
Got to tell you, cap off, doff your cap to New Zealand, wasn't it? It was fantastic forward play. They all knew what their responsibility was. They've certainly used up at least 3 minutes, I would suggest 4 minutes of McAllister's time in the sin bin. It's Chris Jack, I think it is, coming onto the field.
Yeah, off goes Keith Robinson, the man they brought in to add a bit of grit and grunt to the New Zealand scrum. On comes Chris Jack, the most experienced player of all in the New Zealand squad, coming on for his 67th cap.
Massive scrum for France, isn't it? They've got to clear their lines and then go again.
Big high fives going on all around the French pack, especially from Thierry Dusautoir for that defensive effort. And fair play to them, they did keep their discipline, they didn't give away a penalty, and they eventually forced the mistake. Free kick, early engagement from the New Zealanders, and that negates the need for a good scrum. Well, that was certainly in touch. Well, that's unbelievable. Now, I do not understand what Tony Spreadbury was doing there. That ball very definitely went into touch.
And McDonald gave it up for being in touch, didn't he? And that certainly cost him a good 15 yards, I would suggest, the French.
But they have the throw. Aronautica, but there was a little knock-on spotted by the referee, and the advantage is gone.
France can't afford this. They really cannot afford this. They've got to get some possession. They've got to get it out to the backs. New Zealand are one short in the back line. McDonald is playing on the right wing.
Toulouse is going off. On comes the talisman Chabal. Now Sazewski comes on as well, and the skipper goes off. The two old men, the two leaders of this French team, going off to make way for new legs. And Chabal goes into the second row. He won't be kicking.
No, he certainly won't be. He'll want as much ball as possible in his hands.
Good tackle on Tayalu, rocked him back. Dusatoir on Chris Jack. Kelleher. McCaw.
Sortir!
Jack again. Rokathoko.
Sortir!
McCaw again, so good at this, trusting themselves. Good strength on the ball. Oh, and a drop goal from Carter. Wade. Big boos going up. The crowd wanting to see New Zealand playing some rugby, but you can't blame them. They want to just stay down that end.
And a few more seconds tick off the McAllister clock, and here go France.
That was Marty finishing it off, good work. And France suddenly, that's Josion, they got men out there. Out to little Clerc. In goes. Push again, and now France coming at them. Clerc in the midfield. Oh, lovely pass, this is... Try gets it to Arinordiki. Arinordiki gets past one, he's a metre short. And a real chance for France here. Clerc gets past one, now they want quick ball. Essential that they get quick ball. Everything going for them on the left. The pass wasn't good enough, all the advantage really lost. But they start again. They've still got control of the ball. This is Sareski. The hooker sets it up. Good ball this time. Elissalde, Josion, this is Clerc. And in goes Dusatoir. And Dusatoir almost takes the roof off the stadium as the cheers go up. France have breached New Zealand's defence.
Well, suddenly there seems to be a few more Frenchmen in this stadium. The pressure paid off. This was good timing of the pass. Dusatoir, straight through the tackle, had the sense to try and get under the sticks as well. He knows how valuable the extra two are. But they pushed it wide, John, didn't they? They asked questions and eventually numbers pays off. And Dusatoir at pace, great line, gets the score. What a game we have here in Cardiff.
And Thierry Dusatoir, he's been a real revelation this season. The most experienced man in the French side. It's only his 8th cap today. 25-year-old, originally from the Ivory Coast, has gone in for that all-important try. Remember, New Zealand still down to 14 men. And France have used the advantage of the extra man magnificently. Oh, and it's off the post, but it doesn't matter. It's over, and the scores are level. It's 13-all.
Well, is France's good fortune changing? That could have easily hit the upright and come straight back towards Foxy, but it went in off the post. It's all on. Momentum with France.
Replacements coming on for New Zealand. Back on is McAllister too. So New Zealand back to full strength. The referee just has a word with him and says, I'm not putting up with any more of that.
And Carter's off. Carter's off with his calf, I think. He's limping off.
He is indeed. Nick Evans will take over from him. Evans very, very capable too, but suddenly this game has changed complexion.